Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
Helen Quad had been staring at the same line of code for 20 minutes, not because she didn't understand it, but because once she executed it, there was no version of the next hour that looked anything like the last 38 years of her life. She saved the file, closed it, and opened it again. The code was fine. It had always been fine. She and 3 other people had spent 19 months making sure it was fine. The administrative hub on Halfway Station ran on a server cluster that Ares Consolidated had installed 11 years ago and never upgraded, because upgrading cost credits and the cluster still met minimum operational requirements, which was how Ares thought about everything on Halfway. Minimum operational requirements. Helen had spent the better part of a decade learning every centimeter of that cluster, every workaround, every place where the system was held together with patches and good intentions. She knew it better than the people who built it. She was fairly certain she knew it better than Ares Consolidated knew it, which was the only reason any of this was possible. Her workspace was a maintenance alcove off the main corridor on level 4, which was where she had worked for 11 years. It smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and the particular kind of stale that you only got in spaces where people spent too much time. She had stopped noticing it a long time ago. Most things about Halfway you stop noticing eventually. That was either an adaptation or a tragedy, depending on what kind of mood she was in. It was 200 station time, and the corridor outside was empty. That wasn't unusual. Level 4 at 200 was always empty. She had checked the shift rotations 3 days ago to confirm it, and then checked them again this morning, which she recognized as a sign that she was nervous even though she didn't feel nervous exactly. She felt the way she felt before a complicated repair job, that specific kind of focus that came with knowing exactly what needed doing and understanding completely what happened if you got it wrong. Her communicator buzzed once. She looked at it. The message was from Solis and it said only, "Still good here," which was the signal that the council members who knew about tonight were in position and that nothing had changed. Helen set the communicator face down on the workbench and went back to the screen. The thing that most people didn't understand about the corporate classification system was that it wasn't one system. It was 4 systems that had been built at different times by different contractors and then connected together in ways that made sense to nobody currently alive. Ares Consolidated's legal architecture sat on top of a labor registry framework that dated back 60 years, which itself sat on top of an interplanetary administrative protocol that had been written by a committee and showed every sign of it. The whole structure was a monument to people solving problems without talking to each other, which meant it had gaps. Not obvious ones. Not the kind of gaps that showed up in an audit. The kind of gaps that you only found if you spent 19 months looking, and if you understood not just how the systems worked but how they talked to each other, and specifically where they didn't. Helen had found the first gap 4 years ago by accident, while she was running a routine diagnostic on the station's administrative interface. She had flagged it internally, written it up in a maintenance report, and filed the report. Nobody had responded. 6 months later, she had gone back and looked at the gap again, and then spent 3 weeks following it through the system to see where it led. What she found at the end of that 3 weeks had kept her awake for 2 nights straight, not from excitement, but from the very specific anxiety of understanding something that you couldn't unknow. She had not told anyone for almost a year. She had needed that year to decide what she thought about it. What the gap meant in practical terms was that the classification status of a station population was stored in a registry node that sat between the labor system and the administrative protocol, and that node validated its own entries against a framework that could, under very specific conditions, accept a sovereignty declaration as a legitimate administrative update, rather than flagging it as an unauthorized modification. The system would process it, log it, propagate it through the connected databases, all automatically, because that was what the system was designed to do, process and propagate administrative updates without human review, because human review took time and time cost credits. The people who built it had never considered that anyone would try this. That was the only reason it worked. Helen had spent another 8 months after that year of silence, quietly and carefully, finding 2 other people on halfway who she trusted enough to show it to. That had been the hardest part. Not the technical work. The technical work was just problem solving. Finding people you trusted with something this size. On a station where everyone knew everyone and information moved through the population, the way recycled air moved through the vents, that had required a different set of skills entirely. The first person she told was a systems administrator named Paul, who was 51 years old and had been born on a mining platform in the outer belt, and had come to halfway 17 years ago, and had never once in those 17 years referred to Ares Consolidated as anything other than the company, in a tone that communicated everything he thought about them without ever saying it directly. Paul had looked at what she was showing him for a long time without speaking, and then he had asked her 3 technical questions, and when she had answered all 3 he had sat back and said, "So this actually works," and she had said yes, and he had said, "Then we need to talk to Solis." Solis was on the station council and had been for 6 years, and was the only council member Helen would have trusted with this at that stage, which she recognized was not a high bar, but was the bar she had. Solis had listened to the whole thing without interrupting, which was unusual for Solis, and at the end she had asked one question. She had asked how long they had before Ares updated the system and closed the gap. Helen had told her that based on Ares Consolidated's historical upgrade cycle for this type of infrastructure, they had somewhere between 18 months and never, because the gap existed in a part of the system that hadn't been touched in 9 years and showed no signs of being scheduled for review. Solis had nodded slowly and said, "Then we need more than 3 people." That had been 19 months ago. Helen had not been the one to make it bigger. That had been Solis, working through connections Helen didn't have and didn't entirely want to know about. What Helen knew was that, at some point in those 19 months, the thing she had found on halfway had become something that existed on other stations as well, refined and adapted by other people with other skills, built out into something that could be executed simultaneously if the timing was coordinated. She had not known that last part until 4 months ago. The scale of it had genuinely surprised her, which she didn't admit to anyone because she was the one who had found the gap in the first place, and it seemed like she should have seen that coming. She looked at the time in the corner of her screen. 2:14. She had told herself she would execute at 2:15, because the shift rotation on the administrative systems meant the overnight monitoring was handled by an automated process between 200 and 600. And 2:15 gave her enough buffer from the start of that window to be confident the process was running, and not enough time left before morning for a human reviewer to catch anything before it had propagated fully through the system. She pulled up the execution file. The code itself was not complicated. That was the thing about finding a genuine gap in a system rather than forcing one. You didn't need complexity. You needed precision. The file was 340 lines, and she had read every one of them so many times she could have reproduced most of them from memory, which she recognized as slightly excessive but couldn't help. She was an engineer. This was how she approached things that mattered. Her communicator buzzed again. Another message from Solis. It said Helen. Just her name. Which meant, "Are you doing this?" She looked at the screen for another moment. Outside in the corridor, the recycled air moved through the vents with the low hum that halfway always made. That particular frequency she had stopped hearing years ago and could suddenly hear very clearly right now. Somewhere above her on level 3, someone was moving around in their quarters, footsteps crossing a floor, ordinary and completely unaware. She put her hand on the keyboard. The thing she kept coming back to, in the part of her mind that had been running this argument with itself for 4 years, was not the legal question or the political question or even the practical question of what happened after. The thing she kept coming back to was simpler than all of that. She had been born on a transport vessel between Ceres and the outer belt. She had lived her entire life on stations and ships. She had worked for Ares Consolidated for 11 years under a contract that classified her as contracted labor rather than a citizen of anything, which meant that her rights were whatever the contract said they were, and the contract said very little. She had never been to Earth. She had never planned to go to Earth. Earth was a place that existed on screens, and in the administrative frameworks that governed her life from a distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers. She had found a door. She wasn't entirely sure what was on the other side of it. But she knew what was on this side of it, and she had known it for 38 years. Helen Quad executed the file at 2:15 station time, on a Tuesday, in a maintenance alcove that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and halfway station began the process of becoming a nation. The execution took 4 seconds. She had timed it in testing, dozens of times, and it had always been between 3 and 6 seconds depending on the server load, so 4 seconds was well within normal range, but those 4 seconds had a quality to them that she hadn't anticipated. She watched the progress indicator move across the screen and felt something she couldn't immediately name, and then identified it as the particular stillness that came after you had done something that could not be undone. The system logged the update at 0215.04 and began propagating through the connected databases exactly as it was designed to do. Helen watched the propagation tree populate on her secondary monitor, each node lighting up as the update reached it, the labor registry first, then the administrative protocol layer, then the interplanetary classification index that sat at the top of the whole structure and was the one that actually mattered. The index updated at 0215.47, 32 seconds ahead of her best estimate. She noted that without knowing why she noted it, the same way she always logged small variances in system behavior because that was what you did when you worked with systems for long enough. Halfway Station was now, according to every database in the Ares Consolidated Administrative Network, classified as an independent sovereign nation under the Interplanetary Administrative Protocol, subsection 7, Article 14, which was the article that nobody had ever used because nobody had ever thought anyone would try to use it. The article had been written into the protocol by a legal team 40 years ago as a theoretical framework for future deep space settlements that might develop beyond corporate jurisdiction range. It had sat in the protocol untouched for 4 decades, accruing no case law and no practical application, referenced in exactly 2 academic papers that Helen had found and read 3 times each. She sat back in her chair and looked at the propagation tree, which had finished populating and was now showing green across every node. The whole thing had taken less than 2 minutes from execution to completion. 11 years of working for Ares Consolidated, 4 years of finding and understanding and deciding, 19 months of building toward this specific moment, and the actual moment itself had been quieter than anything she could have imagined. The station around her was completely unchanged. The hum of the vents was the same hum it had always been. The smell of the alcove was the same smell. Nothing about Halfway felt different in any physical way, and she understood intellectually that nothing would feel different for a while yet, possibly not until the first supply ship contacted them and found that the administrative relationship had changed in ways they were not prepared for. She saved a complete log of the execution and the propagation sequence to 3 separate locations, 2 on the station's internal network, and 1 on a personal storage device she kept in the breast pocket of her work jacket. The log was evidence. She wasn't entirely sure what it was evidence of yet, from a legal standpoint, because the legal standpoint was complicated and involved frameworks that she understood technically but not in the way a lawyer would understand them. What she knew was that the log documented that the process had been executed correctly, that the system had accepted it without flagging an error, and that the classification change was now sitting in the interplanetary index as a legitimate administrative update. If anyone tried to argue that the reclassification was invalid, the log demonstrated that the system itself had validated it. Whether that argument would hold in any actual legal proceeding was a question she had thought about extensively and arrived at no clean answer to. She closed the secondary monitor and sat in the low light of the alcove for a while. She wasn't sure how long. The time in the corner of her screen said 2:41 when she next looked at it, which meant she had been sitting there for almost half an hour doing nothing in particular, which was not something she normally did. She was a person who moved from task to task without a great deal of time spent in between them, not from any particular drive or ambition, but simply because there was always something that needed doing on a station, and sitting still felt like a waste of the time she had. Tonight she sat still and didn't try to talk herself out of it. She thought about the morning, not in a planning way, not running through scenarios and contingencies the way she had been doing for months, but in a simpler way. She thought about the fact that in approximately 4 hours the day shift would begin on halfway, and people would come to work and eat their meals and move through the corridors, and do all the things they did every day. And at some point during that ordinary morning, someone at Ares Consolidated's administrative office, probably on Ceres Station or possibly Mars, depending on which office handled the halfway account, would run a routine check on the classification registry and find something that did not make sense to them. She tried to imagine what that person's morning looked like from their side of it, and found she had a difficult time constructing the image clearly because she had never been to Ceres or Mars and had no real picture of what an Ares Consolidated administrative office looked like from the inside. That was a strange thing to realize. She had worked for this company for 11 years, and she had no idea what their offices looked like. She had dealt with company representatives entirely through screens and communication systems, voices and faces in small windows, and the physical reality of where those people sat when they talked to her was completely absent from her understanding of them. She wondered if they had windows. Real ones looking out at something. She had a porthole in her quarters on level 2 that looked out at a section of the docking ring, which was not exactly a view but was something. She had no idea if the people who administered her contract had anything similar. She pulled her jacket tighter, not because the alcove was cold. The temperature on halfway was always maintained within 2 degrees of the same setting, but because it was 2:41 and she had been awake for 19 hours and her body was starting to register that fact independently of what her mind was doing. She should sleep. She was aware that sleep was the correct next move, that there was nothing more to do tonight, and that the hours between now and when things started moving would be easier to get through rested than not. She had a long list of things she needed to be functional for in the coming days, and none of them were served by sitting in a maintenance alcove in the early hours running through thoughts that weren't going anywhere new. She thought about her mother, which surprised her. Her mother had died 6 years ago on a transport vessel in the Mid-Belt, which was where she had spent most of her life, moving between stations on contracts that were not entirely different from the one Helen had worked under for the past 11 years. Her mother had been a practical woman with very little patience for sentiment, and had expressed opinions about Ares Consolidated, and companies like it in language that had seemed excessive to Helen when she was younger, and seemed considerably more measured now. She wondered what her mother would have made of tonight. She suspected her mother would have asked 2 questions: whether it was going to work, and whether Helen had eaten. In that order, because her mother had been practical about priorities. Helen had not eaten since 1800. She noted this the same way she had noted the propagation variance, as a fact that existed and required acknowledgement even if she wasn't going to do anything about it immediately. The station settled around her with its ordinary sounds. Somewhere in the water reclamation system, 2 levels down something cycled on with a low vibration she could feel more than hear, ran for 30 seconds, and cycled off again. That had been happening for 3 weeks, and she had a work order in for it that hadn't been addressed yet, because the reclamation system was functional within acceptable parameters, and acceptable parameters was the threshold below which Ares Consolidated did not spend credits on maintenance. She had notes on 17 similar deferred maintenance items across the station, things that were not broken enough to fix under the current contract structure, but that she watched carefully because she understood how systems degraded, and she knew that acceptable parameters today became critical failure in 18 months if you didn't stay ahead of it. After tonight, the maintenance contract was going to be an interesting question. She hadn't let herself think too directly about the practical cascade of what they had done, not because she was avoiding it, but because thinking too far ahead of the current moment was a way of losing track of the current moment, and the current moment had required her full attention for a long time. Now the current moment was over and the next one hadn't started yet, and she was sitting in an alcove at 2:41 with the water reclamation system cycling below her, and the propagation tree sitting green and complete on a monitor she had already closed. She picked up her personal storage device and turned it over in her hand once, feeling the weight of it, and then put it back in her breast pocket. She gathered her tools out of habit, checked that the workbench was clean, and stood up. Her back registered the hours she had spent in the chair, with the particular complaint that backs made when you were pushing 40 and worked in spaces that were not designed for comfort. She stretched once, and it helped marginally. She walked out of the alcove and into the corridor, and the corridor was empty and exactly as it always was, and she walked through it toward the lift that would take her to level 2 and her quarters, and the station made its ordinary sounds around her, and nobody passed her in the corridor, and nothing looked different, and halfway was a nation, and nobody on it knew yet except her and a handful of people who were, she hoped, sleeping. Helen Quad was not going to sleep for a while yet. She already knew that. But she was going to lie down in the dark and let her mind do what it needed to do, and in the morning the world was going to be different in ways that she could not fully predict, and that was the thing she carried with her down the corridor and into the lift, and through the quiet of level 2 to her quarters, where she lay down on her bunk without undressing and stared at the ceiling and listened to halfway breathe. Chen Dian had been at his desk for 40 minutes before he understood what he was looking at, and another 20 minutes after that before he was willing to accept that he understood it correctly. He ran the query a third time, not because he expected a different result, but because the result he was getting was the kind of result that required you to be certain before you did anything else. The result was the same. He sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling of his office for a moment, which was a thing he did when he needed to think without the screen in front of him pulling his attention in directions he wasn't ready to go yet. His office was on the 14th floor of the Interplanetary Labor Regulatory Authority building in Geneva, which had a view of the lake if you stood at the window at the right angle, and didn't mind the fact that 3 other buildings were partially in the way. He had worked in this office for 9 years and had stood at that window more times than he could count, usually when something in the registry data was bothering him, and he needed the particular kind of distance that looking at something far away provided. He got up and went to the window now. The lake was there, gray and flat under an overcast morning sky, visible between the buildings in the way it always was. The classification registry for Halfway Station showed a sovereignty update logged at 0215, 47 station time, which converted to 47 Geneva time, which meant it had been sitting in the system for just under 4 hours before his morning audit script had flagged it. 4 hours was a long time for something like this to sit without being caught, and the reason it had sat that long was that the monitoring system wasn't designed to flag sovereignty updates, because sovereignty updates didn't happen. The monitoring system flagged labor contract anomalies, payment processing errors, and administrative protocol violations. A sovereignty declaration filed correctly under Article 14 of the Interplanetary Administrative Protocol was none of those things. It was an administrative update. The system had processed it, logged it, and moved on. He went back to his desk and pulled up the full propagation record. The update had moved through every connected database cleanly. No errors, no flags, no rejection at any node. Whoever had done this had understood the system architecture well enough to know exactly how the propagation worked and what it would and wouldn't trigger. He found himself professionally impressed for a moment before he remembered that he was looking at a station population of 43,000 people who had just reclassified themselves out of their corporate contracts, and professional admiration for the technical execution seemed beside the point. He picked up his communicator and called his supervisor, Director Amara Solis Park, which was not her first name, but was the name everyone used because her first name was Burgett, and she had made clear within her first week at the authority that she preferred her middle name, and people who didn't use it found themselves assigned to the least interesting audit work available. She answered on the 4th ring, which meant she had been awake but not at her desk yet. "Diane," she said, in the tone she used when she was already calculating whether this was going to ruin her morning. "Good morning, Director. I need you to look at something in the registry before your briefing." "What kind of something?" Halfway Station filed a sovereignty declaration at 2:15 station time last night. It processed cleanly through the full administrative system. It's sitting in the Interplanetary Classification Index right now as a valid update. There was a pause on her end that lasted long enough that he checked the connection to make sure it hadn't dropped. "Say that again," she said. Halfway Station in the Outer Belt has reclassified itself as an independent sovereign nation under Article 14 of the Interplanetary Administrative Protocol. The filing processed without errors through the Ares Consolidated Administrative Network and propagated fully through all connected databases, including the Interplanetary Classification Index. As of 47 Geneva time, the index lists Halfway Station as a sovereign entity rather than a contracted labor installation. Another pause. Article 14, she said. The Deep Space Settlement Provision. Yes, that article has never been used. No, it hasn't. But it's valid protocol. It's been sitting in the framework for 40 years. Nobody wrote it out because nobody thought anyone would ever actually invoke it. He heard her exhale slowly on the other end, the particular exhale she produced when she was processing something she did not want to process. Is it reversible? She asked. That's the complicated question. The filing itself was executed correctly by every technical standard the system has. The gap it went through is real. I've been looking at it for the last hour, and I can't find a procedural error in the submission that would give us grounds to flag it as invalid on administrative grounds. Whether there's a legal argument to invalidate it is above my pay grade and probably above yours as well. Chen Diane, it is 7 in the morning. I'm aware of that, Director. You're telling me a belt station has declared independence and it might be legally valid. I'm telling you the administrative filing is clean and the classification index accepted it. What that means legally is a question for people with different qualifications than mine. What I can tell you is that from a registry standpoint, Halfway Station is currently classified as a sovereign nation and has been since approximately 1 in the morning Geneva time. She was quiet again. He waited, which was the correct thing to do with Director Solis Park when she was thinking, because interrupting her thinking was the kind of thing that got you assigned to the payment processing audit for 6 months. Pull everything you have on the Article 14 framework, she said finally. The original drafting documents, the legal commentary, all of it. I want it on my desk in an hour. And flag the halfway account across all connected authorities so nothing moves on it administratively until we understand what we're dealing with. Already done on the flag. I'll have the documentation to you within the hour. And Diane, she said, and her voice had shifted into something quieter and more careful, run a check on the other belt stations. All of them. I want to know if this is isolated to Halfway. He had already run the check. He had run it 12 minutes ago because it was the obvious next step, and he was the kind of person who took obvious next steps before being asked to. He had been sitting with the results for those 12 minutes trying to decide how to present them, and concluding that there was no good way. Director, that's the other thing I needed to tell you. She said nothing. He could hear her waiting. The check returned 40 results. 40 stations filed sovereignty declarations last night within a 6-minute window of each other. All of them processed cleanly. All of them are currently listed in the classification index as sovereign entities. Halfway was the first by approximately 4 minutes, but the others were clearly coordinated. The filing architecture across all 40 is similar enough that it appears to have originated from a shared template. The silence this time was longer than any of the previous ones. 40 stations, she said. Yes. How many people? He had that number ready. He had calculated it while he was waiting for her to answer the phone, because that was the kind of thing he did when he was nervous and couldn't do anything else productive. Approximately 3 billion people across the 40 stations are now classified as citizens of sovereign entities rather than contracted labor under corporate charter. That number includes stations of varying sizes from Halfway, which has a population of 43,000, up to 3 stations with populations over 200 million. Director Solis Park did not say anything for a very long time. Chen Dian sat at his desk in his office on the 14th floor and looked at his screen and waited. And through the window the lake was still gray and flat between the buildings. And outside in the corridor, he could hear the early arrivals beginning their morning routines, footsteps and voices, and the sound of the coffee machine in the common area running through its cycle, all of it completely ordinary, all of it completely unaware. Get me the legal division, she said finally. Get me the diplomatic corps. Get me whoever handles interplanetary military coordination. And get me a very large coffee. I'll make the calls, Director. The coffee you'll have to manage yourself. Chen Diane. Yes. Good catch. She ended the call. He set the communicator down on his desk and looked at his screen for a moment, at the 40 flagged entries in the classification registry, 40 green updates sitting in the index like they belonged there, which technically they did. He thought about the person or people on Halfway who had built this and executed it at 2:15 in the morning, and he thought about the fact that they had done it knowing that this call, or one very much like it, was going to happen, and they had done it anyway. He pulled up the documentation request for the Article 14 framework and started compiling the file for Director Solis Park. It was going to be a long day. He was fairly certain it was going to be a long several years, actually, but the day was the part he could do something about, so he started there. The legal division at the Interplanetary Labor Regulatory Authority occupied the entire 11th floor, which was 3 floors below Chen Diane's office and approximately 30 years behind it in terms of how the people who worked there thought about the outer belt. He had dealt with them enough times over the years to understand that they were not stupid people, they were careful people, which in a legal division was usually the right thing to be. But careful in this particular situation was going to be a liability because the situation was not waiting for careful. He took the lift down and walked through the glass doors into a space that smelled like paper and coffee, and the specific kind of institutional seriousness that legal divisions cultivated the way other people cultivated plants. The floor was already busy despite the hour, which told him that word had moved faster than he expected, or that Director Solis Park had made calls before he had finished compiling the documentation she asked for, which was entirely possible and entirely like her. The senior legal counsel for interplanetary labor classifications was a man named Harv Boughton, who was 63 years old and had the particular physical quality of someone who had spent 4 decades sitting at desks reading documents, which was to say he looked exactly like what he was. He was standing at a secondary workstation in the corner of the main floor when Chen Diane found him, reading something on screen with his reading glasses pushed down to the end of his nose in the way he always wore them, which always made Chen Diane wonder why he bothered with the glasses at all if he was going to wear them like that. Boughton looked up when he heard Chen Diane approaching and took the glasses off entirely and set them on the workstation, which was a sign that he had already read enough to know that this conversation required his full attention. Diane, Boughton said, I was wondering when you'd come down. I've been looking at the Halfway filing for the past 20 minutes and I have to say, whoever built this knew exactly what they were doing. The technical execution on the Article 14 invocation is clean in a way that makes me genuinely uncomfortable, because clean means we don't have an easy procedural argument to work with. That was my read as well, Chen Diane said, pulling a chair from a nearby desk and sitting down without being invited, because Boughton was not the kind of person who stood on formality when there was work to discuss. What I need to know from you is whether there's any legal framework available to invalidate the declarations on substantive grounds rather than procedural ones, and I need to know it before the briefing this afternoon, because that room is going to be full of people who want a simple answer, and I'd rather have an honest, complicated one than a simple wrong one. Boughton sat down heavily in his own chair and folded his hands on the desk in front of him, which was another sign that he had been thinking about this since before Chen Diane arrived. He was the kind of man who folded his hands when he was about to say something he had already rehearsed. The honest, complicated answer, Boughton said, is that Article 14 was written broadly and intentionally so. The drafting committee in 2030, one was thinking about deep space settlements that would be physically beyond the reach of any corporate jurisdiction, settlements that would take months to reach even with the best available transit, and they built the framework to accommodate genuine political autonomy in those circumstances. What they didn't anticipate, or what they failed to build protections against, was someone invoking it from within the existing belt infrastructure where corporate jurisdiction has been operating continuously for decades. So the question is whether continuous corporate operation establishes a prior claim that supersedes Article 14, Chen Diane said. That's one question, Boughton said. It's a reasonable one, and I think we could build an argument around it, But I want to be honest with you about how strong that argument is, which is to say it's not strong. The protocol doesn't establish a hierarchy between prior corporate presence and sovereignty declarations. The drafting committee didn't write one in because they didn't think they needed one. Which means if this goes to any kind of international adjudication, we're arguing from silence, and arguing from silence is not a position I would choose if I had any alternative. Chen Dian looked at him steadily. What's the alternative? Boughton was quiet for a moment. He picked up his glasses and turned them over in his hands, which was something he did when he was deciding how much of what he was thinking to say out loud. Chen Dian had seen him do it enough times to know that whatever came next was going to be the honest version, rather than the diplomatic one. The alternative, Boughton said carefully, is that we acknowledge the declarations have a legitimate legal basis and begin thinking about what a negotiated framework looks like, rather than spending the next 2 years in adjudication trying to invalidate something that may not be invalidatable, during which time 3 billion people are in a legal gray zone with no clear rights framework, and the corporations are doing whatever they want to them because nobody has established what rules apply. Chen Dian said nothing for a moment. Outside through the glass walls of the legal division, he could see the rest of the floor moving with the particular urgent energy of people who had been given a problem and not enough information to solve it. Someone had put a large display on the far wall showing the classification registry map, 40 flag stations spread across the belt like lights on a dark field. You understand, Chen Dian said, that if I walk into that briefing this afternoon and suggest that the declarations might be legally valid and that we should consider a recognition framework, I'm going to be told that I'm a classification analyst and not a policy architect, and that my opinion on strategic response is not what was asked for. Yes, Boughton said, without any particular sympathy. I do understand that. I've been in those briefings. And what did you do when you were in those briefings? And the honest answer was the inconvenient one. Boughton put his glasses back on and pushed them down to the end of his nose in the way he always did, and looked at Chen Dian over the top of the frames for a moment before he answered. I said the inconvenient thing, Boughton said, and then I sat down and watched the room ignore it and do the other thing, and then about 18 months later when the other thing hadn't worked, I said the inconvenient thing again, and that time they listened. The problem with that approach is the 18 months in between, during which a considerable amount of damage gets done that didn't need to happen. I'm not saying it's a good system. I'm saying it's the system we have. Chen Dian thought about that. He looked at the display on the far wall with the 40 flagged stations and thought about the person on halfway who had built this, who had understood the legal architecture well enough to find the gap and walk 40 stations through it simultaneously, who had clearly thought about the morning after in ways that the people in this building had not. That person had been thinking about this for years. The people in this building had been thinking about it for 4 hours. I want to pull the original drafting records for Article 14, Chen Dian said. Not just the published framework. The committee notes, the internal correspondence, the working documents. Whatever exists in the archive. Boughton raised his eyebrows slightly. That's going to take time to compile. The 2031 archive is not particularly well organized. I'm aware of that. I'd like to start this afternoon after the briefing. I want to understand exactly what the drafting committee was thinking when they wrote it, because if we're going to have any kind of intelligent conversation about what Article 14 means in practice, we need to know what it was meant to mean in theory, and right now, I don't think anyone in this building knows that well enough to have that conversation. I can have my assistant pull whatever we have on file, Boughton said. Some of the original correspondence may need to be requested from the International Archives in The Hague, which adds time. Request it, Chen Dian said. Request it today before the briefing, so it's already in motion. Whatever comes out of that room this afternoon, I want the archival research running in parallel, because I have a feeling we're going to need it regardless of which direction the official response goes. Boughton nodded slowly and made a note on his workstation, the physical kind, writing on actual paper with an actual pen, in the way that people of his generation still did when something felt important enough to document in a form that couldn't be accidentally deleted or administratively archived into inaccessibility. Dian, Boughton said, not looking up from what he was writing, How are you reading this politically, setting aside the legal question entirely? 40 stations, coordinated, simultaneous. Someone planned this for a long time. Someone with resources and patience, and a very detailed understanding of how our systems work. What's your read on who is behind it? Chen Diane stood up from the chair and pushed it back to the desk he had taken it from, straightening it out of the habit that came from sharing workspace for 20 years with people who cared about where the chairs were. I think the people behind it are the people who live there, Chen Diane said. I think we've spent a very long time assuming that the outer belt population was too dispersed and too disorganized and too focused on daily survival to build something like this, and I think that assumption was wrong. I think someone out there found a door and spent 4 years figuring out how to open it, and another 2 years making sure that when they opened it, 40 stations went through it at the same time. He looked at the display on the far wall one more time before he turned to leave. Whoever did this, he said, was smarter than we gave them credit for. I think the most important thing we can do right now is stop underestimating them, because they certainly haven't underestimated us. They built this whole thing around exactly how our system works and exactly how we were going to respond to it, and they did it without us noticing. That should tell us something. He left Boughton writing on his notepad and walked back through the glass doors toward the lift, and the floor hummed with the sound of people working a problem they didn't fully understand yet. And through the windows at the far end of the building, Geneva was going about its morning, in complete ignorance of the fact that 3 billion people in space had just stopped being contracted labor and started being something else entirely, and the city looked exactly the same as it always did. Gray and composed and utterly unconcerned, and Chen Diane thought that was probably going to change. Carol Tesborn was not a person who wasted time being surprised by things. Surprise was what happened when you failed to model the situation correctly in advance, and Carol had built her entire career on modeling situations correctly in advance, which was why she was sitting in the primary conference room of the Ares Consolidated Corporate Cruiser Meridian at 600 ship time with her legal team, her logistics director, and a very large cup of coffee, while most of the rest of the solar system was still trying to figure out what had happened overnight. The Meridian was a good ship. Not ostentatious, because Carol didn't believe in ostentatious when practical would do the same job, but well-appointed and fast, which were the two qualities she actually required from a vessel that spent most of its time moving between Ares Consolidated's operational centers across the inner and mid-system. She had an office on the Meridian that was larger than some apartments she had lived in during her early career, and a conference room that could seat 16 comfortably, and a crew of 22 who were professional and discreet, and had learned over the course of the 2 years she had been using this ship that discretion was the quality she valued above all others. She had been awake since 3:30, when her overnight monitoring system had flagged the halfway classification update and woken her with the particular alert tone she reserved for situations that required immediate attention rather than morning review. She had read the initial report in bed, which she rarely did, and then gotten up and read it again at her desk, and then spent 40 minutes pulling everything she needed before she called the meeting. By the time her team assembled at 600, she had already formed the broad outline of a response strategy, which was not unusual. What was unusual was the specific quality of what she was feeling underneath the strategy, which she had spent those 40 minutes examining carefully and had identified as something adjacent to respect, though she would not have used that word in the meeting. Her logistics director was a compact, precise man named Orrin Fell, who had been with Ares Consolidated for 16 years and with Carol specifically for the past 4, and who had the valuable quality of being able to absorb large amounts of bad news without allowing his face to do anything unhelpful. He was sitting across the table from her with a tablet in his hand, and the expression he wore when he had already done the preliminary calculations and wasn't enjoying the results. Her senior legal counsel was a woman named Petra Vance, who was 47 years old and had a law degree from 2 different institutions, and a way of speaking in complete and fully formed paragraphs that Carol found either very useful or mildly exhausting, depending on the situation. Today it was going to be useful. Petra was sitting to Carol's left with 3 physical folders open in front of her, which told Carol that Petra had also been awake for some time and had gone straight to the paper documents, which was what she did when the situation was serious enough that she didn't trust herself to remember the relevant details from a screen. The fourth person in the room was her head of fleet operations, a former military logistics officer named Sander Crow, who was 55 and had the build and the manner of someone who had spent decades thinking about how to move large numbers of assets across large distances with maximum efficiency and minimum exposure. He was the person Carol had called first at 3:30, before her legal team, before her logistics director, before anyone else, because the first question in her mind when she read the overnight report was not a legal question or an administrative question. It was a question about ships. Carol set her coffee down and looked around the table at the three of them, and they looked back at her with the attentiveness of people who understood that the next hour of conversation was going to determine the shape of the next several months of their professional lives. "I'm going to start," Carol said, "by telling you what I think happened, and then I want each of you to tell me where my read is wrong, because I would rather be corrected in this room than be wrong outside of it." "Agreed." All three of them nodded. Petra closed one of her folders. Someone in the outer belt, and I believe it was a population-level effort rather than a small group, found a genuine architectural gap in the interplanetary administrative protocol, and spent what I estimate was somewhere between 2 and 4 years building a filing mechanism that could exploit it. They executed last night across 40 stations simultaneously, which tells me the coordination infrastructure was significant and that it has been running quietly for long enough that none of our monitoring systems detected it, which is a problem I intend to address separately. The filing was technically clean, which means we don't have an obvious procedural argument to work with on invalidation. The classification index accepted all 40 declarations as valid administrative updates. As of this morning, 40 belt stations housing approximately 3 billion people are classified as sovereign entities rather than contracted labor installations under Ares' charter. She paused and drank her coffee and looked at Fel. "Oren, what does that mean for supply contracts?" Fel set his tablet down on the table and folded his hands over it in the way he did when the numbers were not good, and he wanted a moment before he said them out loud. "We hold active supply contracts covering food, water processing consumables, atmosphere maintenance components, and medical supplies across 31 of the 40 stations," Fel said. "The combined monthly contract value across those 31 stations is approximately 2.4 billion credits. Under the existing contract language, all of those contracts are written between Ares Consolidated and the contracted labor administrations of those stations, which are now, as of last night, legally non-existent. The administrations that signed those contracts no longer exist in the form that signed them. Whether the contracts transfer automatically to the successor sovereign entities, or whether they are in a state of legal suspension pending renegotiation, is a question I cannot answer without legal guidance. But from a logistics standpoint, what it means practically is that we have a legitimate basis to put all 31 supply pipelines into administrative review immediately." Carol looked at him steadily. "And how long can we sustain an administrative review before it becomes a critical supply situation on those stations?" Fel picked up his tablet and looked at it for a moment. "The timelines vary significantly by station. The largest stations have reserve capacity in the range of 90 to 120 days for food and water. The smaller stations, particularly the newer ones in the outer belt, are running much leaner. Some of them are looking at 30 to 45 days before rationing becomes unavoidable, and 60 to 75 days before the situation moves from difficult to genuinely dangerous. So the smaller stations feel it first," Carol said. "Significantly first," Fel said. "And they feel it faster than the larger ones, which means the pressure on the declared sovereignty framework is going to come from the weakest points in the coalition rather than the strongest ones. The larger stations can hold out long enough to make this a political and legal fight. The smaller ones can't." Carol nodded slowly and turned to Petra. "Tell me about the contract suspension. How clean is it?" Petra opened one of her folders and looked at it for a moment before she looked up, which Carol recognized as Petra's way of organizing her thoughts into the paragraph structure she preferred before she started speaking. "The contract language is actually quite favorable to us in this situation," Petra said, Though I want to be clear that favorable and uncomplicated are not the same thing, and I think it would be a mistake to proceed as though the legal picture is simpler than it is. The supply contracts all contain force majeure provisions and administrative validity clauses that allow Ares to suspend performance pending resolution of a fundamental change in the legal status of the counterparty. A sovereignty declaration that eliminates the contracting entity as it was legally constituted is, in my reading, a textbook example of a fundamental change in legal status. That gives us a defensible basis to put the contracts into review without technically breaching them. Good, Carol said. However, Petra continued, in the tone she used when the however was the part that actually mattered, I want to flag two significant complications. The first is that administrative review is a defined process under the contract language, and it has a defined timeline, which is 90 days. After 90 days, we are required to either resume performance or formally terminate, and formal termination triggers a different set of legal consequences, including potential liability for harm resulting from supply interruption. The second complication is that if this goes to international adjudication, and I think it will, the question of whether we use the administrative review provision in good faith or as a strategic economic pressure tool is going to be examined very carefully, and I want us to be thoughtful about how we document our internal reasoning during this period. Carol looked at her for a moment. Meaning, you want us to be careful about what we put in writing? Meaning, Petra said, with the precise emphasis of someone who had thought about how she was going to say this before she said it, that there is a meaningful legal difference between suspending supply contracts because of a genuine unresolved question about the legal status of the counterparty, which is defensible, and suspending supply contracts as a deliberate strategy to create economic pressure designed to force a political outcome, which exposes us to a very different category of legal risk. I am not telling you what the strategy should be. I am telling you that the strategy and the legal documentation need to be consistent with each other, and that I need to be part of those conversations going forward so that we don't create a record that contradicts the position we may need to defend later. The room was quiet for a moment. Outside through the viewport, the stars moved very slowly as the meridian held its position, the belt a distant scatter of dark and light beyond the inner system. Carol found herself looking at it for a moment, at the distances involved, at the sheer physical scale of what 40 stations spread across that field represented. Sander, Carol said, turning to her fleet operations director. Where are our ships right now relative to the 31 stations we're discussing? Crow had been sitting quietly through the legal and logistics discussion, with the particular patience of someone who had been in enough meetings to know when his part of the conversation was coming. He straightened slightly and pulled up a display on the conference room screen without being asked, a map of the belt with Ares' consolidated vessel positions overlaid on it in the company's dark red color. We have 47 commercial vessels currently operating in the belt or on approach vectors to belt stations, Crow said, moving through the display with the economy of someone who had been reading ship position maps for 30 years. Of those, 23 are currently under active supply contracts to stations that have filed sovereignty declarations. 11 of those 23 are within 72 hours of their contracted delivery destinations. The remaining 12 are at various points along their approach vectors, ranging from 4 days out to just over 3 weeks. And if we put the contracts into administrative review as of today, Carol said, what do we do with those 23 ships? The 11 that are within 72 hours of delivery are the immediate question, Crow said. We can redirect them cleanly with minimal additional transit cost. The further ones are straightforward to reroute. The question is where we route them to, because redirecting 23 vessels simultaneously is going to be noticed, and the timing relative to the sovereignty declarations is going to be obvious to anyone who is paying attention. Everyone is paying attention, Carol said. Yes, Crow said. That's the complication. Carol looked at the display for a long moment. 23 ships, 47 total, a network of contracts and routes and supply lines that Ares Consolidated had spent 30 years building across the belt. And on the other side of all of it, 40 stations full of people who had spent 2 to 4 years building something of their own and had executed it at 2:15 on a Tuesday morning, with enough precision that it had been sitting in the classification index for 4 hours before anyone on this side of the equation had noticed. She respected that. She wasn't going to say so out loud, and it wasn't going to change what she did next, but she respected it. "Here is what we're going to do," Carol said, and the three people across the table from her straightened in the collective way of people who had been waiting for this part. "Petra, begin the administrative review process on all 31 supply contracts today, and I want the documentation framing exactly as you described it. Genuine legal uncertainty about counterparty status. Nothing in writing that goes beyond that. Oren, work with Sander on the vessel repositioning, and I want options on my desk by 1400 that give us flexibility without committing us to a specific posture before we know how Earth's government is going to respond officially. Because that response is going to matter for what we do next, and I want to see which direction they move before we show our full hand." She picked up her coffee and found it had gone cold while they were talking, which she noted without particular feeling and drank anyway. "I also want a full internal assessment of every Ares consolidated physical asset currently located on any of the 40 stations," she continued. "Infrastructure, equipment, proprietary systems, anything that is physically present on sovereign-declared territory, because that is a legal exposure that Petra has already flagged, and I want to understand the full scope of it before someone else defines it for us. Sander, that one is yours in coordination with the legal team." "Understood," Crow said. "One more thing," Carol said, and her voice shifted into a register that was quieter and more deliberate. The register that the people in this room had learned meant the thing she was about to say was the thing she had actually been thinking about since 3:30 and had been building toward through the entire conversation. "I want to know who built this. Not which station it started on, we know that, but who specifically understood our administrative architecture well enough to find that gap and build a filing mechanism around it. That person, or those people, understood how Ares consolidate its systems work at a level of detail that should not have been accessible to a station-level systems engineer. I want to know how they got that access, and I want to know who helped them, because this was not built in isolation, and it was not built without resources, and I want to understand where those resources came from." She stood up, which was the signal that the meeting was over, and the three of them gathered their materials with the efficiency of people who had things to do immediately. "We have a 90-day window before the contract situation forces our hand," Carol said, mostly to herself, though they all heard it. "I intend to know considerably more than I know right now before that window closes." The meeting broke up at 7:43 ship time, and Carol went directly to her office, which was 3 doors down the corridor from the conference room, and which she had spent the past 2 years arranging into something that functioned the way she needed it to function, meaning everything was exactly where she expected it to be, and nothing was present that didn't serve a purpose. She had a desk that faced the door, not the viewport, because she had learned early in her career that people who sat facing the viewport spent too much time looking at the view and not enough time looking at who was coming through the door. She sat down and opened the overnight file that her monitoring system had compiled on the sovereignty declarations, the full version rather than the summary she had read at 3:30, and began going through it with the systematic attention she gave to anything that was going to require her to make decisions over a sustained period of time. She had a method for this. She read everything once for the broad picture, then went back and read it again looking specifically for the things that didn't fit the broad picture, because the things that didn't fit were usually the things that mattered. The broad picture was what she had already described to the meeting. 40 stations, coordinated filing, clean technical execution, significant advanced planning. That picture was clear enough. What she was looking for on the second pass were the specific details that told her something about who she was dealing with and how they thought, because a strategy was only as good as its read on the opposition, and she did not yet have a good enough read on this particular opposition. It was halfway through the second pass when her personal communicator chimed with a call from a number she recognized immediately as belonging to Marcus Feld, who was the executive vice president of corporate affairs at Meridian Resources, which was the second largest belt operations company after Ares consolidated, and therefore technically a competitor, though in practice, the relationship between Ares and Meridian Resources was considerably more complicated than the word competitor suggested. They had shared infrastructure agreements, overlapping supply routes, and a long history of finding it more profitable to coordinate than to fight. And Marcus Feld was the person Carol had spoken to most often over the past 8 years in the course of that coordination. She answered the call, and his face appeared on her desk screen, which told her he was calling from his office rather than a mobile device, which told her he was treating this as a formal communication rather than an informal one. Marcus Feld was 61 years old and had the particular look of someone who had spent his career in the outer reaches of the solar system's corporate infrastructure, which was to say he looked weathered in a specific way that had nothing to do with sun exposure and everything to do with decades of difficult decisions made in difficult circumstances. He had gray hair that he kept short and eyes that Carol had always thought were doing more work than his expression suggested. "Carol," he said, with the tone of a man who had been awake as long as she had and was not particularly happy about it. "I assume you've been looking at the same thing I've been looking at since approximately 4 this morning." "I have," Carol said. "I assume you're calling because Meridian Resources has supply contract exposure on some of the 40 stations, and you want to know what Ares is doing before you decide what Meridian is doing." Marcus let out a short sound that was almost a laugh. "You have always been direct, Carol, which I appreciate even when it's slightly uncomfortable." "Yes, that's part of why I'm calling. We have contract exposure on 14 of the 40 stations. Not as significant as yours, but significant enough that our board is already asking questions I don't have complete answers to yet." "What's the other part of why you're calling?" Carol said. Marcus leaned back slightly in his chair and looked at her with the expression he wore when he was deciding how candid to be, which Carol had seen enough times to recognize as a prelude to him being more candid than he had originally intended. "The other part," he said, "is that I've been in this industry for 34 years, and I have never seen anything like what happened last night. And I think the way the major operators respond to this in the next 2 weeks is going to define the operating environment in the belt for the next 20 years. And I would rather have that conversation with you now than find out in 6 months that we went in different directions and made things worse for both of us." Carol looked at him for a moment. The light on his screen had the particular quality of ship lighting rather than station lighting, which meant Marcus was also on a vessel somewhere in the mid-system, which was interesting because it meant he had been in transit before this happened and was now managing it from a moving position the same way she was. "Where are you?" Carol said. "Inbound from the Ganymede facility," Marcus said. "About 4 days out from Ceres." "You?" "Mid-system, between Mars and the belt. Roughly similar timeline to Ceres if I redirect, which I'm considering." She paused. "Marcus, what is your read on Earth's response?" "Not the official one, not the fleet movement, the actual strategic red underneath that." Marcus was quiet for a moment. He looked at something off-screen briefly and then looked back at her. "My read," he said slowly, "is that Earth is going to move fast and hard in the first 2 weeks because that's what Earth always does when it feels like something has been taken from it, and that the fast hard response is going to be the wrong one, and that somewhere between 6 months and a year from now they're going to be looking for a way to walk it back without appearing to walk it back. That's the pattern. I've watched it 3 times in my career on smaller scale situations, and it's the same pattern every time." "And in the meantime," Carol said, "in the meantime 3 billion people are in a supply squeeze and a legal gray zone simultaneously," Marcus said. "And the companies that hold the supply contracts are sitting on a decision that is going to look very different depending on which way the adjudication eventually goes. If the declarations are ultimately validated, the companies that used supply suspension as an economic weapon are going to have a significant legal and reputational problem. If the declarations are invalidated, the companies that didn't use the leverage they had are going to have a significant problem with their shareholders. So you're trying to read which way it goes before you commit to posture," Carol said. "I'm trying to understand what the realistic range of outcomes is," Marcus said carefully. "Which is not exactly the same thing, though I understand why it sounds similar." Carol looked at him steadily across the screen. She had known Marcus Feld for 8 years and respected his intelligence and his pragmatism, both of which were genuine, and she also understood that he was calling her because Meridian Resources was smaller than Ares Consolidated, and in a situation with this much uncertainty, Smaller companies moved better when they knew which direction the largest company was moving. He was not asking for information out of friendly collegial interest. He was asking because what Ares did was going to shape what was possible for everyone else, and he wanted to know what was coming so he could position accordingly. She decided to give him something real, because in a situation this fluid, having Marcus Feld operating with accurate information about Ares Consolidated's general direction was more useful than having him operating blind and making decisions that complicated the landscape she was trying to manage. We are putting our supply contracts into administrative review based on counterparty status uncertainty, Carol said. We are not formally terminating anything. We are creating a period of legal review that is defensible under the existing contract language, and that gives us flexibility to move in either direction as the situation develops. We are not making any public statements about the sovereignty declarations beyond acknowledging that we are aware of them and are assessing their implications for our operational relationships with the relevant stations. Marcus nodded slowly as she spoke, the nod of someone filing information away carefully. And the vessel repositioning, he said. Because I'm going to assume you have ships in transit to some of those stations right now, and the repositioning decision is immediate. The repositioning is being handled in a way that is consistent with the administrative review posture, Carol said, which means it is operationally justified by the contract uncertainty, rather than being a unilateral supply cut. That's a careful distinction, Marcus said. My legal counsel is a careful person, Carol said. I recommend you have a similar conversation with yours before you decide anything about your 14 stations. Marcus was quiet for a moment, looking at her with the eyes that were doing more work than his expression, and Carol had the particular sense she sometimes had with Marcus that they were conducting two conversations simultaneously, the one that was happening out loud and the one underneath it that neither of them was going to say directly. Carol, he said, and his voice shifted into the quieter register that meant he was moving toward the thing he had actually called to say. There is a thing I want to raise with you that is outside the immediate operational question, and I want to be clear that I'm raising it as a genuine question rather than a position. Go ahead, Carol said. The people who built this, Marcus said, spent years doing it. They did it carefully and intelligently, and they did it in a way that suggests they understood not just the legal architecture, but the corporate response architecture as well. They anticipated the supply squeeze. I'm fairly confident of that. The timing of the declarations, the coordination across 40 stations, the fact that they went simultaneously rather than one at a time, all of that suggests they modeled what we would do and built their plan around it. Which means they know this period, this first 90 days, is the critical window. They know we're going to squeeze. They planned for it. What they may not have fully planned for is the combination of the corporate squeeze and a simultaneous Earth fleet response, because those are two different pressure systems, and managing both at once is a different problem than managing either one separately. Carol looked at him. You're wondering if they can hold. I'm wondering, Marcus said, whether we want them to hold or not, and I'm not sure I know the answer to that yet, and I think that's a question worth sitting with before we decide on a posture, because the answer to that question should probably inform the posture rather than the other way around. Carol said nothing for a moment. Outside the viewport of her office, the stars were in the same positions they always occupied, indifferent and permanent, and the belt was out there beyond the inner system, 40 flagged stations sitting in a classification index that had accepted them as sovereign entities at 2:15 on a Tuesday morning, and 3 billion people waking up to a day that was either the beginning of something or the beginning of a very slow and painful end to something. And which of those it turned out to be was going to depend significantly on the decisions made in the next 90 days by people sitting in offices on corporate cruisers who had not slept enough and were drinking cold coffee and trying to read a situation that nobody had a precedent for. Marcus, Carol said finally, that is genuinely the right question, and I don't have an answer to it yet either. I suggest we both think about it carefully and have this conversation again in 72 hours when we have more information about how Earth is moving. Agreed, Marcus said. 72 hours, he paused. Carol, for what it's worth, whoever built this on the belt side was very good. I don't say that to be sentimental about it. I say it because underestimating them has apparently been the default setting for everyone in this industry for a long time, and I don't think we can afford to keep doing that. No, Carol said. We can't. She ended the call and sat for a moment in the quiet of her office, and then turned back to the overnight file and continued her second pass through it, looking for the things that didn't fit. Because, in her experience, the things that didn't fit were always worth understanding before anything else. And she had the particular feeling of someone standing at the edge of a situation that was larger than it appeared from the current angle. And she wanted to understand the full shape of it before she committed to any direction that she couldn't reverse. She turned to the section of the file that dealt with the technical execution of the halfway filing, the one that had started it all, and began reading it with the focused attention she reserved for the things that mattered most, and she read it twice, and then she made a note on her desk system that said, "Find out who built the halfway filing specifically," and underneath that she wrote, "This person is either going to be a significant problem or a significant asset," and she underlined the second part. And then she went back to reading. Kalen Rux had not slept in 31 hours, which was not unusual for him, and had eaten a protein bar and half a container of cold coffee in the last 12 of those hours, which was also not unusual. What was unusual was that his ship, the Perseverance, was sitting in a holding pattern 40,000 kilometers off Ceres station, with 3 other vessels that had been redirected from their original destinations in the past 18 hours. And nobody at Ceres traffic control had given him a clear explanation for why, beyond a terse, automated message citing administrative review of docking allocations. Which was the kind of language that meant something specific was happening, and nobody wanted to say what it was out loud on an open channel. Kalen was 34 years old and had been flying independently since he was 22, which meant he had 12 years of experience reading the difference between routine bureaucratic obstruction and deliberate bureaucratic obstruction, and what was happening at Ceres right now was the second kind. He had been around long enough to know that when traffic control started citing administrative reviews without specifics, it was because someone above traffic control had told them to slow things down without telling them why, which meant the reason was something that hadn't been officially communicated yet, which meant it was either very new or very sensitive or both. He had found out what it was at 400 when his monitoring system flagged the classification registry updates, all 40 of them, sitting in the interplanetary index like they had always been there. He had read the initial summary twice, then pulled the full technical record on the halfway filing and read that, and then sat in the pilot's chair of the Perseverance for a while doing nothing in particular, which was something he did when he needed to think without doing anything that committed him to a direction before he was ready. The Perseverance was not a beautiful ship. It had never been a beautiful ship even when it was new, which was a long time ago, and 12 years of independent operation had not improved its aesthetic qualities in any meaningful way. It was a mid-range cargo hauler with a modified hold configuration that Kalen had redesigned himself 7 years ago to give him more flexibility on cargo type, which had cost him 3 months of operating income at the time, and had paid for itself many times over since. The bridge was small and functional, 2 seats and a bank of screens, and a navigation console that he had upgraded twice, and was considering upgrading again, because the interface on the current system had a lag that annoyed him every time he used it. The rest of the ship was corridors and hold space, and a crew cabin that slept 4, though Kalen almost always flew alone, and had done so for the past 3 years since his last regular co-pilot had taken a permanent contract with a mid-system freight operator and settled on Ganymede. He didn't particularly miss having a co-pilot. He had found over the years that he was better company for himself than most people were for him, which was not a judgment on other people so much as an observation about his own preferences. He liked the particular quality of silence on a solo run, the way the ship systems filled the background with their constant low conversation of mechanical sounds, and the universe outside the viewport did whatever it did, and nobody required anything from him except competent navigation and timely delivery. That said, a 31-hour solo hold pattern 40,000 kilometers off Ceres with no clear resolution timeline was testing the limits of even his tolerance for his own company. He pulled up the manifest for his current cargo and looked at it for what was probably the 6th time, not because anything in it had changed, but because looking at it helped him think. He was carrying a consignment of atmospheric processing components bound for a mid-belt station called Render Point, which was one of the smaller stations, and was not on the list of 40 that had filed sovereignty declarations, which meant in theory his delivery should not be affected by whatever administrative review was currently tying up Ceres traffic control. In theory. In practice, Ceres was the primary transit hub for the mid and outer belt, and anything that disrupted Ceres traffic affected everything moving through that part of the system, regardless of whether the specific destination was involved in the current situation. He had 2 other pending contracts after the Render Point delivery, both of which he had taken on the standard freight exchange 3 weeks ago before any of this had happened. One was a food and medical supply run to a station called Pallard Junction, which was on the list of 40. The other was an equipment transfer between 2 inter-system facilities that had nothing to do with the belt at all. He was trying to decide whether the Pallard Junction contract was still viable in the current environment, and the answer depended on information he didn't yet have, specifically what Ares Consolidated and the other major operators were actually going to do with their supply contracts, because if the corporate supply line started contracting, the freight exchange rates for independent operators running to belt stations were going to move significantly, and he needed to understand which direction before he made commitments. His communicator chimed, and he looked at it and saw a contact identifier he recognized as belonging to a woman named Sable Oren, who ran cargo brokerage operations out of Ceres and who had been one of Kalen's more reliable sources of contract work for the past 4 years. Sable was good at finding cargo that needed moving and matching it to operators who could move it, and she had a particular talent for finding cargo that existed in the space between official freight channels and the kind of work that nobody wanted to advertise, which was a talent Kalen found useful given that his operating model required flexibility on cargo type, and he was not always interested in asking detailed questions about provenance. He answered the call, and Sable's face appeared on his secondary screen. She was a small woman in her late 40s with close-cropped hair, and the kind of face that had learned not to show what it was thinking through long practice rather than natural inclination, and she was currently showing more than usual, which told him she was either very tired or very interested in the conversation she was about to have. "Kalen," she said, with the directness she used when she was skipping the part of the conversation that didn't matter and going straight to the part that did. "I've been trying to reach 3 different operators in the past 2 hours, and you're the first one who's picked up, which either means the others are smarter than you or you're smarter than them, and I haven't decided which yet." "Good morning to you as well, Sable," Kalen said. "I've been in a holding pattern off Ceres since yesterday evening with no clear timeline for resolution, so I have nothing but time to answer calls at the moment." "I know where you are," Sable said. "I know where most of the independents in this part of the system are right now, which is part of why I'm calling." "How much do you know about what happened last night?" "I know what the classification registry shows," Kalen said. 40 stations, sovereignty declarations, all processed clean. I know Ceres traffic is in some kind of administrative hold that is almost certainly connected. I know the major operators are going to be making decisions about their supply contracts in the next day or 2 that are going to move the freight market in ways I can't fully predict yet. That's the extent of what I know with any confidence." Sable nodded at her screen in the way she did when the answer she got matched what she expected. "That's a reasonable summary. Here's what I know that you might not. The administrative hold at Ceres is being driven by Ares Consolidated, not by the station authority. Ares has flagged their supply contracts for review, and Ceres traffic is holding inbound freight pending clarification of which contracts are active and which are in review, because Ceres traffic doesn't want to be in the position of having directed vessels to berths under contracts that are suspended. That's going to clear in the next 12 to 18 hours, my best estimate, at which point you'll get your docking allocation and deliver your atmospheric components and collect your fee." "And after that," Kalen said, because Sable did not call to tell him things he was going to find out in 12 hours anyway. "After that," Sable said, and her voice shifted into a register that was more careful and more deliberate, "the freight market for independent operators running to belt stations is going to change significantly and quickly, and I'm trying to get ahead of that change before it happens rather than react to it after the fact. And for that I need operators I trust who are already positioned in the right part of the system, and who are not going to ask me more questions than necessary about the specific nature of certain cargo. Kalen looked at her steadily. What kind of cargo are we talking about? The kind that certain belt stations are going to need urgently when the major supply contracts go into extended review, Sable said. Food, medical supplies, water processing consumables, atmosphere maintenance components. Essential goods. Nothing exotic. The issue is not the type of cargo. The issue is the sourcing and the routing, because the standard supply channels are going to be constrained, and the alternative sourcing requires moving cargo through routes that are not the most direct, and using documentation that is accurate but not necessarily complete in the way that a Ceres customs inspection would prefer. Kalen was quiet for a moment. He looked out the viewport at the stars and at the distant speck of Ceres, which from this distance looked like any other piece of rock, and gave no indication of the administrative complications currently emanating from it. Sable, he said, I've run gray area cargo for you before, and I'm not opposed to doing it again, but I want to understand the risk profile clearly before I agree to anything. Who is sourcing the goods? Who is paying for the transport? And who specifically is the end recipient? Because those three things together tell me more about the actual risk than any description of the cargo type. Sable looked at him for a moment with the expression she wore when she was deciding how much of the full picture to share, which Kalen had seen enough times to know meant she had more information than she was going to give him all at once. The sourcing is from a consortium of independent wholesalers who operate out of the mid-system and who are not under Ares consolidated contracts, Sable said. The payment is coming from a coordination entity that I've been in contact with for the past several weeks, and that represents interests on a number of the belt stations that filed last night. The end recipients are stations that are going to be in supply difficulty within 30 to 60 days if the major operators hold their review posture. Those are the facts I can give you. You've been in contact with this coordination entity for several weeks, Kalen said. Which means this conversation isn't entirely spontaneous, and you were already setting this up before last night happened. Sable did not look away from the screen, and did not change her expression. I was positioning to be useful in a situation that certain people I work with believed was going to develop. The specific timing of last night was not information I had, but the general shape of what was coming was something I had been made aware of in general terms. Kalen thought about that for a moment. He thought about the classification registry updates sitting in the interplanetary index. 40 stations filed simultaneously with a precision that spoke of years of preparation. And he thought about Sable telling him she had been positioning for weeks. And he thought about the coordination entity representing belt station interests that had apparently been planning for the supply squeeze as well as the declaration itself. The people who had built this had not just planned the legal maneuver. They had planned the economic response to the response. That was a level of strategic depth that he found genuinely impressive and also somewhat clarifying about the nature of what he was being asked to step into. What's the rate? He said. Sable told him. It was significantly above standard freight exchange rates, which he had expected, but it was higher than he had expected it to be, which told him the coordination entity understood that premium rates were necessary to attract independent operators quickly and had budgeted for it, which was another data point about the level of preparation involved. That rate is for runs to the declared station specifically, Kalen said, which means running cargo through what is going to be an increasingly complicated legal and logistical environment, potentially including Earth fleet activity in the transit corridors, if the political situation develops the way most people seem to expect it will. I want to understand what kind of support or protection the coordination entity is offering operators who run into difficulties on those routes. That's a fair question, Sable said. My understanding is that the coordination entity has legal resources available to assist operators who are detained or have cargo impounded on the basis of the sovereignty declaration situation, and that they are actively working to establish what the legal status of independent freight operations to the declared stations actually is, because that's currently unclear, and they know it's unclear, and they are treating it as a priority. What I cannot tell you is that there is zero risk, because there is risk and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I appreciate that, Kalen said, and meant it, because Sable telling him honestly that there was risk was more useful than most people's reassurances. He looked out the viewport again. The Perseverance made its small mechanical sounds around him, the recycled air moving through the vents, the navigation system running its continuous background calculations, the hold full of atmospheric processing components that were eventually going to get to render point and earn him a standard freight fee that would cover his operating costs for about 3 weeks. He thought about the Pallor Junction contract already in his queue, one of the 40 stations, and about the equipment transfer that had nothing to do with any of this, and about the freight market moving in ways he couldn't fully predict, and about the coordination entity that had been planning this for long enough to have alternative supply chains partially in place before the declarations were even filed. He thought about the fact that he had been flying independently for 12 years specifically, because he did not want to be owned by anyone, which meant that the decision he made right now needed to be made on his own terms, and for his own reasons rather than because the rate was good, or because Sable was persuasive, or because the situation had a kind of momentum to it that made one direction feel inevitable. He had made bad decisions before by letting situations develop their own momentum and carrying him along with them, and he had learned from those decisions the particular lesson that the moment you stopped actively choosing and started just going along was the moment you lost the thing that made independent operation worth doing. Sable, he said, I'm going to deliver the render point cargo, and I'm going to honor the Pallor Junction contract that's already in my queue because I took that on before any of this happened, and I don't walk away from contracts I've made. After those 2 runs, I will have a better picture of what the actual operating environment looks like, and I will call you, and we will have this conversation again, with more information available to both of us. That's what I can offer you right now. Sable looked at him for a moment, and then nodded in the way she did when she thought she was getting about as much as she was going to get, and had decided it was enough to work with. That's reasonable, she said. Call me after Pallor Junction. By that point, I'll have more information on the coordination entity and what kind of operational infrastructure they're putting in place for independent operators, and we can have a more complete conversation. Agreed, Kalen said. One more thing, Sable said, and the careful register was back in her voice. The people behind this on the belt side are serious, and they are organized, and they have been thinking about this for a long time. I want you to know that because I think it changes the risk calculation somewhat. This is not a spontaneous uprising that's going to collapse in 3 weeks. Whatever happens with Earth and whatever happens with the corporate operators, the belt side of this has depth to it. I'm not telling you what to do with that information. I'm just telling you it's accurate as far as I can determine. Where are you getting your information about the belt side? Kalen said. Sable smiled briefly, which was one of the rarer things her face did. I'm a cargo broker, Kalen. I talk to everyone, and I listen more than I talk. That's the whole job. She ended the call and her face disappeared from the screen, and Kalen sat in the quiet of the Perseverance bridge and thought about what she had said. Outside, the viewport series was still a distant speck, and the holding pattern was still unresolved, and the 40 flagged stations were still sitting in the classification index, and somewhere out in the belt a woman or a man or a group of people had spent years building something and had executed it at 2:15 on a Tuesday, and were now waiting to see what the world did with it. Kalen pulled up the navigation console and started running preliminary route calculations for the render point delivery, because the hold was going to clear in 12 hours, and when it did he intended to be ready to move. He had decisions to make, but he was not going to make them in a holding pattern with incomplete information, and in the meantime the atmospheric components in his hold were not going to deliver themselves, and render point needed them regardless of what was happening in the classification index. He found himself thinking about Pallor Junction, one of the 40, and about what it was going to look like when he arrived there in 2 weeks, and what the people on that station were going to be dealing with by then, and what they were going to need beyond the cargo he was already contracted to deliver. He was not a person who thought of himself as being on anyone's side in particular, had spent 12 years being careful not to be on anyone's side in particular, and he was aware that the situation developing around him had a quality to it that made that position increasingly difficult to maintain, not because anyone was pressuring him, but because the situation itself had a shape that made the middle ground smaller the longer it went on. He noted that thought and set it aside and focused on the navigation calculations, because render point was first and everything else came after, and the only way to get to everything else was to get to render point first, and that was enough to work with for now. Helen Quad had slept for 4 hours, which she knew was not enough, and which was all she had been able to manage before her communicator started making noise at 700 and did not stop. She lay on her bunk for a moment after the fourth message came in, staring at the ceiling the way she had stared at it in the early hours before she finally drifted off. And then she got up and washed her face and changed her clothes and put her boots on and went to find out what the station looked like on the first morning of being a nation. The answer, at 7:15, was that it looked approximately the same as it always did, except that the common area on level 3 had about twice the number of people in it that it normally had at that hour, and the noise level was considerably higher, and the particular quality of that noise was different from the usual morning sounds of people moving through their routines. It had an edge to it. Not panic, not yet, but the specific tension of people who had woken up to information they were still processing, and were dealing with that processing in close proximity to other people who were doing the same thing, which created a feedback quality, where the tension amplified itself through conversation and eye contact, and the particular body language of people who were uncertain, and aware that other people around them were uncertain, and finding no reassurance in the shared uncertainty. Helen got a coffee from the dispenser, which was working normally, and stood at the edge of the common area and listened for a few minutes before she did anything else. She was good at listening and had always been good at it, not as a deliberate skill she had cultivated, but as a natural inclination toward understanding situations before acting in them, which had served her well in systems work, and appeared to be serving her well in whatever category of work she was now engaged in. She could hear 3 distinct conversations from where she was standing, and all 3 of them were circling the same set of facts from different angles. The declaration had happened. They were classified as sovereign. Ares Consolidated had not responded officially yet. Nobody knew what Earth was going to do. The food supply situation was unclear. That last one was moving through the conversations with a particular persistence that told her it was the thing people were most afraid of, more than the legal question and more than Earth's response, and more than any of the political dimensions of what had happened. Food was immediate and physical and comprehensible in a way that interplanetary administrative protocol was not, and the people of Halfway had spent enough years under corporate supply contracts to understand viscerally what it meant when those contracts became uncertain. She was on her second sip of coffee when a hand landed on her shoulder, and she turned to find Paul standing behind her, looking like he had slept about as well as she had, which was to say not particularly well. He was a tall man with the slightly compressed posture that people who had spent their lives in station corridors sometimes developed, a subtle physical accommodation to spaces that were built for function rather than comfort, and he had a coffee of his own and the expression of someone who had things to say and was deciding where to start. "You look terrible," he said, which from Paul was a form of affection. "I slept 4 hours," Helen said. "How long did you sleep?" 3.5, Paul said. "I stopped trying at 6:30 and came here instead. The common area seemed like the right place to be. I don't know why exactly. I think I needed to see people." He paused and looked out at the room. "There are a lot of people here for this hour." "There are," Helen said. "Have you talked to Solis yet this morning?" "She called me at 6:45, Paul said. "I was already awake, so I answered, which I might not have done otherwise because Solis at 6:45 is a concentrated experience. She wanted to know where you were and whether you'd seen the Ares notification." "She sent me 4 messages," Helen said. "I haven't answered any of them because I wanted coffee first, and I wanted 5 minutes to look at the station before I started talking to anyone, because once I start talking to Solis I'm not going to stop for a long time, and I needed the 5 minutes more than she needed the immediate response." "The Ares notification came in at 600, Paul said, not looking at her, his voice dropping into the quieter register he used when he was delivering information he knew she wasn't going to enjoy. "Administrative review on the food and consumables contract. Orenfeld's office, standard boilerplate language, no specific timeline given for resolution, No indication of when or whether the review will conclude in our favor. Solis got it on the council channel and forwarded it to me and to the other council members simultaneously. Helen had been expecting this. She had modeled it carefully, had run the numbers 3 different times over the past several months with different assumptions about timing and corporate response speed, and she knew what it meant in practical terms for Halfway's population. Knowing it was coming did not make hearing it feel particularly good. There was a difference between a number in a planning model and the reality of 43,000 people on a station where the food supply had just been flagged for administrative review. "What are our current reserves?" she said. "I pulled the inventory this morning before I came down here," Paul said. "Food at full ration is 91 days. Water processing consumables are in better shape, about 140 days because we rebuilt the secondary reserves last year when the primary processing unit had that failure, and we needed the buffer. Atmosphere maintenance is the tight one. We're at 62 days on the critical components if we run normal consumption. Maybe 78 if we implement conservation protocols immediately and strictly." "Then we implement conservation protocols immediately," Helen said. "Today, not after a council vote today. We can have the vote to formalize it, but the implementation starts now because 62 days sounds like a long time, until you start subtracting from it and realize how quickly you arrive at 40 days. And 40 days is where the conversations start getting very difficult very fast. Solis is going to want a council vote before any population-wide protocols go into effect," Paul said. "She's going to say it's a governance question, and that implementing protocols without a vote sets a precedent she doesn't want to set in the first week of sovereignty." "Solis is right about the precedent and wrong about the timing," Helen said. "I'll write the implementation plan this morning and have it to her before the council meeting with full technical documentation on why the timeline doesn't allow for an extended deliberation process. She can have her vote. I just need it to happen today rather than Thursday." Paul nodded slowly. He drank his coffee and looked at the common area for another moment, and then said, "Helen, there's something else I need to tell you." And his tone shifted in the way she recognized as the shift he made when he was about to say something he had been thinking about for a while, and had decided he had to say even though he wasn't entirely certain how she would receive it. "Barrett came to see me this morning," Paul said. "At 6:15. At my quarters, not at my workstation, which tells you something about how he wanted the conversation to be categorized. He knocked on my door, and when I opened it, he was standing there in his off-duty clothes, which I think was deliberate. Like the choice of clothing was meant to signal that this was a personal conversation between neighbors rather than an official communication between station personnel." Helen said nothing. She waited. "He wanted to talk about options," Paul said. His word specifically, options, which he used 3 times in the first 2 minutes. He said he thought it was worth having a conversation about what a negotiated return to corporate charter status might look like, and whether there were terms under which that return could happen that would be acceptable to the council and to the broader station population. He framed it as being concerned about the supply situation and about the welfare of the people on the station, which may even be partially true. I'm not going to say it isn't. But the framing was careful in a way that suggested it wasn't the first time he'd thought about how to have this conversation. "What did you tell him?" Helen said. "I told him I'd think about it," Paul said. "Which I said because I needed him to leave, and I needed time to decide how to handle what he just told me. What I actually think is considerably less neutral than that. What I actually think is that he's been in communication with someone at Ares since before this morning, and that coming to me was a way of testing how much support a return to charter status might have among the people he knows are central to the station's technical operation, before he takes any position anywhere more visible. He's been talking to Ares since day 3, Helen said. Paul went very still. He turned and looked at her directly for the first time in the conversation, and his expression moved through several things before settling on something that was not quite surprise and not quite the absence of surprise. "You knew," he said. "I've been documenting it," Helen said. "I don't have the content of the communications, I have the metadata. The timing, the frequency, the channel it's moving through. Enough to know it's happening, and enough to know he hasn't disclosed it to the council, which is the part that matters most right now. Helen, Paul said, and his voice had a careful quality to it. That's significant information to have been holding. I've been holding it because acting on it prematurely would have been worse than waiting, Helen said. If I go to Solis with this today, the first thing that happens is a council confrontation with Barrett. And the first thing after that is the story moving through the station that our administrator has been talking to Ares behind the council's back. And the first thing after that is that story moving through the network to the other 39 stations. And the first thing after that is Ares having exactly the narrative they want. Internal fracture. Leadership crisis. Population losing confidence in the declaration. That story does more damage to us in the first 2 weeks than almost anything Ares can do directly. Paul was quiet for a long moment. He turned back toward the common area and stood looking at it with the expression of someone working through a sequence of logical steps and arriving at a destination he wasn't entirely comfortable with. So we watch him, Paul said. We watch him, and we make sure every decision the council makes in the next 2 weeks happens through a process that is well documented and transparent to the station population, so that any move he makes toward Ares has to happen in the open, rather than in quiet conversations at people's quarters at 6:15 in the morning, Helen said. I also want to know specifically who he's been talking to at Ares, because that tells us something about what Ares is actually planning at an operational level, and right now, I would rather have that information than shut the channel down. Paul looked at her with an expression that sat somewhere between impressed and uncomfortable, and he stayed with that expression for a moment before he said, "You've thought about this more than I have." "I've had longer to think about it," Helen said. "Come and find me after the council meeting this afternoon. I want to go through the full documentation with you before we decide anything further about how to handle it." Before Paul could respond, Helen's communicator buzzed and she looked at it, and it was not Solis. It was a message from the Coordination Network Identifier, the larger infrastructure that connected halfway to the other 39 stations, and the message said that a full network communication session was scheduled for 900 and that Helen's attendance was required. Not requested. Required. She showed it to Paul. He read it and looked back at her. "Required is a new tone," he said. "Everything is a new tone today," Helen said. "That's what happens the morning after." She put the communicator away. "I need to get to my workstation and pull the atmosphere maintenance data and write the conservation protocol before 900. I have about an hour and 40 minutes. I'll pull the water processing data and have it to you in 30 minutes, Paul said. "You shouldn't have to build the full picture alone." "Thank you," Helen said, and meant it plainly, without the additional weight people sometimes put on gratitude in difficult moments, because Paul was not a person who needed that, and she was not a person who performed it. She turned toward the corridor and had gone approximately 12 meters when a voice said her name, and she stopped and turned and found herself looking at a woman named Dresh Camby, who lived on level 6 and worked in the water reclamation system, and who Helen knew well enough to nod to in passing, and not much beyond that. Dresh was in her mid-40s with a broad, weathered face and the hands of someone who worked with physical systems, and she was standing in the middle of the corridor with the expression and posture of someone who had been specifically looking for Helen and had finally found her and was not going to let the opportunity pass. "I've been trying to find you since 6:30, Dresh said, directly, without preamble, in the tone of someone who had decided exactly what she was going to say before she said it. "I heard you were the one who did the filing last night. The classification thing. I heard it was you specifically." Helen looked at her and said nothing for a moment. The question of what to say to this was one she had thought about in the abstract and not fully resolved. Because the resolution depended on context, she couldn't fully predict in advance, and Dresh Camby standing in a corridor at 7:30 on the first morning of sovereignty was a specific context that required a specific calibration. "Where did you hear that?" Helen said. "Does it matter where I heard it?" Dresh said, not unkindly, with the frankness of someone who was not interested in a deflection and was being clear about that without being aggressive about it. "Half the station is going to know by midday and the other half by evening. I just wanted to find you before it became the thing everyone was talking about everywhere, because once it becomes that thing the conversation changes and you can't have a real one anymore." That was accurate, and Helen acknowledged it internally. "What did you want to say?" Helen said. Dresch looked at her for a moment with the expression of someone who had been organizing their thoughts since well before 6:30, and was now deciding which of those organized thoughts to lead with. "I have 2 kids," Dresch said. 14 and 9. Both of them were born on this station. Neither of them has ever been anywhere else, and they're probably not going to go anywhere else for a long time, maybe ever, depending on how things develop. My 14-year-old, her name is Petra. She woke up this morning before I did, and she'd already read everything available on the public network about what happened overnight. And she was sitting at the table in our quarters when I came out, and she looked up at me and she said, 'Does this mean we're real now?'" Dresch paused. Those were her exact words. "Does this mean we're real now?" Helen stood very still in the corridor. "I didn't know what to tell her," Dresch continued, her voice steady and careful in the way of someone who had decided they were going to get through this conversation without it becoming something different from what they intended it to be. "I don't know what this means exactly, not in the full practical sense. I don't know if the Declaration holds, or what Ares does, or what Earth does, or any of the things that the people who planned this presumably spent a long time thinking about. I'm a water reclamation technician, and I understand my systems, and I understand the station, and I don't understand interplanetary administrative law. What I understand is that my daughter used the word real, and I have been thinking about that word since she said it this morning, and I wanted to find whoever did this and ask them one question directly, not through a council statement or a public address or anything official. Just directly. Person to person." "Ask it," Helen said. "Do you think it holds?" Dresch said. "Not politically, not legally. I don't have the background for those questions. I just want to know if you think it actually holds. Because if you tell me yes and you mean it, I'll go home tonight and tell Petra yes, it holds, and she'll believe me because she's 14 and she still believes what I tell her, and that matters to me. And if you tell me you don't know, I'll tell her that too, because she's also old enough to handle honest uncertainty better than she handles finding out later that she was told something that wasn't true." The corridor was quiet around them. Somewhere above them on level 4, something in the ventilation system made the low cycling sound it always made at this hour, the sound Helen had stopped noticing years ago and could suddenly hear with unusual clarity. She looked at Dresch Camby and thought about a 14-year-old girl sitting at a breakfast table in her quarters on level 6, asking her mother if they were real now. And she thought about the propagation tree going green across every node at 2:15. And she thought about 62 days of atmosphere maintenance components in Barrett's quiet communications with Ares, and the 900 network session, and the conservation protocols that still needed writing. And she held all of that together in her mind for a moment before she spoke. "I think it holds," Helen said. "I'm not going to tell you the next few months are going to be easy, because they're not. There are going to be days when it feels like it's not going to hold, and some of those days are coming soon, and they're going to be hard days. The supply situation is real, and it's going to require the station to make difficult adjustments starting today. But the legal foundation is genuine, and the coordination across the network is real, and the people who built this built it carefully over a long time, and I think it holds." Dresch looked at her for a long moment with the assessing quality of someone who was measuring the answer against the person, giving it rather than just against the words themselves. "You're not just saying that," Dresch said. It was not quite a question. "No," Helen said. "I'm not just saying it. I would tell you if I didn't believe it, because what you said about honest uncertainty is right, and I don't have any interest in telling 43,000 people something I don't believe to keep them calm in the short term." Dresch nodded once, the nod of someone who had gotten what they came for and knew what to do with it. "All right," she said. "Thank you." She paused for a moment. "My daughter wants to study systems engineering. She's been talking about it for 2 years. I've been telling her there's good work in it on the station, but I've also been telling her not to set her expectations too high because the advancement ceiling under corporate charter is what it is. Or was what it was." She looked at Helen with something that might have been the beginning of a different kind of feeling than the careful neutral she had been maintaining through the conversation. "I suppose that calculation is different now." "It is," Helen said. "Tell her to come find me in a couple of weeks when things have settled into whatever shape they're going to settle into. I can tell her what systems work actually looks like from the inside. Will things settle in a couple of weeks? Dresch asked. They'll have a shape by then, Helen said. Whether it's a settled shape is a different question. But a shape I can work with. Dresch nodded again and turned back toward the common area, and Helen turned back toward the lifts, and she had considerably less time than she'd started with, and the conservation protocol still needed writing, and Paul was going to send her the water processing data in 30 minutes, and the 900 network session was approaching with the particular inevitability of scheduled things that did not care how much you had to do before them. She got into the lift and the doors closed, and she stood in the small moving space alone and let herself think for 10 seconds, which was all she was going to allow, about a girl named Petra sitting at a breakfast table asking if they were real now. She thought about what it meant that the question could be asked, and what it meant that the answer was yes, and what it meant that the yes came with 62 days of atmosphere components, and a station administrator who was talking to Aries and a network session in an hour and 20 minutes that had used the word required. The lift opened on level 4. Helen walked to her workstation, sat down, opened the atmosphere maintenance data, and started writing. Outside in the corridors of Halfway Station, the first full day of sovereignty moved forward the way days did, 1 hour at a time, with no regard for how much remained undone. Chen Diane had been in the crisis room on the 3rd floor of the Interplanetary Labor Regulatory Authority building for 6 hours when he concluded that the room itself was the problem. Not the people in it, though several of them were also problems. The room. It had been designed for a different category of crisis, the kind that had clear parameters and established response protocols, and a defined chain of command that everyone in the room recognized and respected. What was happening in it right now had none of those qualities, and the room's design kept implying that it did, which was causing people to behave as though they were managing a situation that was fundamentally manageable, when what they were actually managing was a situation that was fundamentally new. And the difference between those two things was, in Chen Diane's assessment, everything. The room had 22 seats arranged around a central table that was too large for productive conversation, and too small for the number of people who kept arriving and pulling chairs from the walls to add to the ends. It had 4 display screens showing different data feeds, 2 of which were showing the classification registry map with the 40 flagged stations, one of which was showing a news aggregation feed that was currently running 17 simultaneous stories about the sovereignty declarations, and one of which was showing a fleet positioning map that somebody from the Military Coordination Office had put up 2 hours ago, and which nobody had asked to have removed, even though it was not clear to Chen Diane that anyone in the room had the authority to be looking at fleet positioning data. The room smelled like recycled air, and the particular staleness of a space that had been occupied by stressed people for an extended period without adequate ventilation, and someone had brought in 3 large containers of coffee at some point, and they were now empty and had not been replaced, which was contributing to a general decline in the quality of the conversation. Director Solispark was at the head of the table, which was where she was supposed to be, and she had the expression of someone who had been managing competing egos for 6 hours and was doing it competently, but was aware that competent management of a room full of competing egos was not the same thing as the room producing anything useful. To her left was a man named General Adric Foss from the Earth Defense Coordination Office, who was 60 years old and had the physical bearing of someone who had spent his career in military institutions and had never fully divested himself of the assumption that the correct response to most problems was a sufficiently clear show of force. To her right was the Deputy Director of the Diplomatic Corps, a woman named Yeva Strand who was 44 and had spent 12 years in outer system diplomatic liaison work, and who kept trying to introduce nuance into conversations that General Foss kept trying to flatten back into binaries. Between them and around the rest of the table were 11 other people from various divisions and offices who had been summoned to the room at different times, and for different reasons, and who were now all trying to be relevant simultaneously, which was producing the particular kind of noise that large rooms full of people trying to be relevant simultaneously always produced. Chen Diane was sitting 3 seats from Director Solispark's left, between a legal analyst from the International Affairs Division named Koss, and a communications director, whose name Chen Diane had been told twice and had failed to retain both times. He had a tablet in front of him with the full technical documentation on the Article 14 framework and the archival request he had submitted that morning, and he had been consulted 4 times in the past 6 hours by people who wanted him to tell them the declarations were invalid, and all 4 times he had told them something more complicated than that. And all 4 times the person asking had moved on to ask someone else the same question in the apparent hope of getting a different answer. General Foss was currently speaking, which he had been doing for the past 11 minutes with the confidence of a man who believed that length of contribution was proportional to quality of contribution. The fundamental issue, Foss said, for what Chen Dian counted as the 3rd time in the current speech, leaning forward over the table with his hands flat on the surface in the way he did when he wanted to convey that what he was saying was load-bearing, is that we cannot allow a precedent to establish itself wherein any population of contracted workers in the outer system can simply reclassify themselves out of their legal obligations and have that reclassification treated as legitimate by the international community. If we allow that precedent to stand for 40 stations, we are functionally inviting every station, every installation, every contracted labor population in the solar system to attempt the same thing, and within 5 years, we have no coherent legal framework for outer system operations at all. The only language these populations understand is consequence, and the only consequence they will take seriously is a fleet response that makes clear the declarations are not recognized and will not be tolerated. There was a murmur around the table that was not quite agreement and not quite disagreement, but had the quality of people who found the argument convenient and were trying to decide if they found it convincing. Yeva Strand set her stylus down on her tablet with a deliberateness that was the diplomatic equivalent of clearing her throat loudly. "General Foss," she said, in the tone of someone who had been waiting for the right moment and had decided this was it, "I've spent 12 years working in outer system diplomatic liaison, which means I've spent 12 years in direct contact with the populations we're discussing, and I want to push back on 2 things you just said. The first is the phrase these populations understand, which carries an assumption about the sophistication and motivation of 3 billion people that I think this room should be very careful about, because that assumption is exactly the kind of thinking that created the conditions for last night to happen in the first place. The second is the idea that a fleet response makes the declarations not recognized. A fleet response makes the declarations contested. Those are 2 completely different things legally and practically, and if we're going to make decisions in this room that involve moving Earth's fleet toward 40 sovereign declared stations, we need to be precise about what we're actually accomplishing and what we're not. Foss looked at her with the expression of a man who had encountered this kind of pushback before and had a prepared response for it. "Deputy Director Strand," he said, "with respect, the legal precision you're describing is exactly the kind of thing that becomes relevant after we've established that the declarations are not going to be treated as legitimate. Right now what we need is a clear signal, and a clear signal requires assets." "What it requires," Strand said, without raising her voice, "is a clear understanding of what we're signaling and to whom and what response we're likely to get, because moving a fleet toward 40 stations that have simultaneously declared sovereignty is not a signal that exists in a vacuum. It is a signal that will be read by every other station in the outer system that didn't file last night and is currently deciding whether they wish they had." That landed with a quality of silence that was different from the murmur that had followed Foss, and Chen Dian watched it move around the table and noted which faces showed recognition and which ones showed resistance. Director Solis Park had been listening to the exchange with the expression she wore when she was letting a conversation run, because the conversation itself was producing information she needed, and she chose this moment to intervene in the way she did when she had let something run long enough. "I want to hear from Chen Dian," she said, clearly and without preamble, which had the effect of turning most of the heads in the room toward him, including Foss's, which carried a quality of assessment that Chen Dian found neither welcoming nor particularly concerning. "The legal picture," Director Solis Park said, looking directly at him. "Not the summary. The actual picture, as you understand it right now, including the parts that are uncomfortable. This room has been talking for 6 hours, and I want to make sure we are operating from an accurate foundation before we make any recommendations that go upstairs. Chen Dian looked at his tablet for a moment, not because he needed to read anything from it, but because the pause was useful, and then he looked up and addressed the room rather than just the director, because the room was the audience that mattered. The Article 14 declarations are technically valid as filed, he said. I want to be direct about that because I've heard it softened in this room in various ways over the past several hours, and I think the softening is creating a false impression of our options. The filings were executed correctly. They processed without errors through every connected database, and they are currently sitting in the Interplanetary Classification Index as legitimate administrative updates. There is no procedural error in any of the 40 filings that gives us a clean basis to invalidate them on administrative grounds. Foss started to speak, and Chen Dian kept going, not loudly but without pausing. The legal question of whether they can be invalidated on substantive grounds is genuinely unresolved, and I am not going to tell you it isn't, because it is, and anyone in this room who tells you they know for certain how that question resolves is telling you something they don't actually know. What I can tell you is that the argument for invalidity rests on prior corporate presence, establishing a claim that supersedes Article 14, and that argument is not strong because Article 14 doesn't establish a hierarchy between prior corporate presence and sovereignty declarations. We are arguing from silence in the protocol, and arguing from silence is a weak position in international adjudication. Then we don't go to adjudication, Foss said. We don't recognize the declarations, and we don't submit them to any adjudication process that might validate them. We treat them as unauthorized administrative modifications, and we respond accordingly. General Foss, Chen Dian said, and he was aware of the particular quality of the room's attention, the way a room listened differently when someone lower in the implicit hierarchy pushed back on someone higher. Not recognizing the declarations doesn't make them not exist. They are in the index. They have propagated through every connected database. The legal reality they created does not disappear because we choose not to acknowledge it. What not recognizing them does is put us in the position of acting against a legal status that the system itself has validated, which is a different legal exposure than acting against an invalid filing, and I think that distinction matters considerably when we are talking about moving a fleet toward 40 stations. The room was quiet in a particular way. What are you recommending? Director Solis Park said. I'm not a policy architect, Chen Dian said. I'm a classification analyst, and I'm aware of the limits of that role. What I can tell you is what the legal foundation looks like, and what I think it means for the options. The legal foundation suggests that a strategy of non-recognition backed by fleet presence is going to face sustained legal challenge that we are not well positioned to win, and that the longer we pursue that strategy, the worse our negotiating position becomes because time works in favor of the declarations becoming established fact rather than in favor of them being reversed. The longer they sit in the index without being formally challenged through a legitimate adjudication process, the more legal weight they accumulate simply by existing. So you're saying we should recognize them, Foss said, and his tone had the quality of someone who thought they were identifying a capitulation. I'm saying the question of whether to recognize them or not is above my pay grade, Chen Dian said. What I'm saying is that the strategy of non-recognition needs to be built on an accurate understanding of what it will and won't accomplish legally, and I don't think it currently is. I think this room has been operating on the assumption that the declarations are clearly invalid, and that it's just a matter of asserting that clearly enough, and the technical record does not support that assumption. Foss sat back in his chair with the expression of a man performing patience. Yeva Strand was looking at Chen Dian with an expression that was more attentive than anything she had directed at the rest of the table, and she leaned forward slightly when Foss sat back. Chen Dian, she said, I want to ask you something outside the legal framing for a moment. You've been looking at the technical execution of these filings since this morning. In your assessment, what does the quality of that execution tell you about the people who built it and what they understood about our likely response? Chen Dian considered the question. It was a better question than anything else that had been asked in the room in the past 6 hours, and he took a moment with it before he answered. They understood our systems better than we understood theirs, he said. The filing architecture is precise in ways that suggest extended familiarity with the administrative protocol, not just the Article 14 provision, but the full propagation structure, the database hierarchy, the monitoring gaps. They knew what would trigger a flag and what wouldn't, which is how it sat in the system for 4 hours before my audit script caught it. They also coordinated 40 simultaneous filings within a 6-minute window, which requires a communication and coordination infrastructure that has been running quietly for long enough to establish reliability, and that infrastructure was not visible to any of our monitoring systems. What that tells me is that the people who built this have been thinking about our response architecture for a long time, not just the legal response but the administrative and operational response, and they built their strategy around it rather than hoping we wouldn't respond effectively. Meaning they anticipated the fleet response, Strand said. Meaning they anticipated everything we're discussing in this room, Chen Diane said. Which is why I think it's worth asking whether the response we're gravitating toward is the one they planned for, and if so, what that means for how effective it's likely to be. The room was very quiet. Even Foss was not speaking, which was not a state Chen Diane had observed in the past 6 hours and which he noted as meaningful. Director Solis Park looked around the table with the expression of someone who had been waiting for the room to arrive at a specific point and was now deciding what to do with the fact that it had. "All right," she said. "Here is where we are. We have 40 Validas filed sovereignty declaration sitting in the classification index. We have a legal basis for challenging them that our own analyst has described as weak. We have a military option that our diplomatic liaison has described as likely to worsen our strategic position. And we have an opposition that appears to have modeled our response options in advance and built their strategy around them." She paused and looked at the table. "What we do not appear to have is a clear path forward, which means the recommendation that goes upstairs from this room today is going to have to be honest about that rather than pretending a clear path exists." Foss opened his mouth. "General Foss," Director Solis Park said without looking at him, "I am going to ask you to let me finish." She looked back at the room. "I want 2 things from the next hour. I want Chen Diane to walk us through the full Article 14 framework in enough detail that everyone in this room understands exactly what the legal landscape looks like, because I am not confident that everyone here has a complete picture, and I need them to have one. And I want Deputy Director Strand to outline what a diplomatic engagement pathway looks like, not as a preferred option, but as a map of what exists if the non-recognition strategy runs into the legal difficulties our analyst is describing. Those 2 things together give the people upstairs something more useful than a room full of people arguing about what to do." She looked at Chen Diane. "Can you do that in an hour?" "I can do a useful version in an hour," Chen Diane said. "A complete version would take longer." "A useful version is what we have time for," she said. "Start whenever you're ready." Chen Diane looked around the table at 22 people who had varying degrees of willingness to hear what he was about to tell them, and he thought about Harv Boughton in the legal division saying he'd said the inconvenient thing and watched the room ignore it, and then said it again 18 months later, and he thought about the 18 months in between during which a considerable amount of damage got done that didn't need to happen. And he opened his tablet to the Article 14 framework documentation and started talking. He talked for 53 minutes. He covered the drafting history, the original committee intent, the propagation architecture, the specific gaps in the protocol hierarchy that made the filings valid, the 3 legal arguments available for invalidity and the specific weaknesses of each one, and the historical precedents from international law that were closest in character to the current situation, and what they suggested about likely adjudication outcomes. He was as clear as he knew how to be and as direct as the room's temperature allowed, and he watched faces as he talked because faces told you more than responses did. And what he saw in the faces around the table was a gradual and reluctant movement from the assumption of clear invalidity towards something more complicated and more honest, which was not the same as agreement with his analysis, but was a precondition for it. When he finished, the room was quiet for a moment, and then Foss said, "You're telling us we might lose this legally." And Chen Diane said, "I'm telling you we should plan for the possibility rather than assume we won't." And Foss looked at the table for a moment and then said, "I don't like this." And Chen Diane said, I understand that, General, and left it there because there was nothing else useful to add. Director Solis Park thanked him and asked Strand to begin, and Chen Diane sat back in his chair and drank the cold remains of a coffee that had been sitting at his elbow for 2 hours, and looked at the classification registry map on the wall display. 40 flagged stations sitting in the index like they had always been there. And thought about the person on Halfway who had built this, and who was almost certainly sitting somewhere on that station, right now dealing with the morning after in ways that were probably not entirely unlike what was happening in this room. Difficult and uncertain, and moving too fast and not fast enough simultaneously. And he thought that was probably the most human quality of the whole situation, that on both sides of an unprecedented legal and political crisis, people were sitting in rooms trying to figure out what came next with incomplete information and competing priorities, and the particular weight of knowing that what they decided was going to matter to a very large number of people who were not in the room. He pulled his tablet toward him and opened a new document, and began making notes for the follow-up analysis that Director Solis Park was going to ask for before the end of the day, because the day was not over and there was still work to do, and work was the thing he knew how to do when everything else was uncertain, which in his experience was most of the time. Carol Tesborn had been on 3 calls simultaneously for the better part of an hour, which was not a situation she enjoyed, and was one she had allowed to develop, because each of the 3 calls had started as something that needed her direct attention, and had evolved into something that needed her direct attention, and 2 other things simultaneously, which was how mornings went when you were managing a crisis that was moving faster than your organizational structure was designed to handle. She ended the least important of the 3 calls at 9:12 ship time, which was the one with Ares Consolidated's public communications director, a man named Bryce Tolan, who had been with the company for 8 years, and who had a gift for crafting language that said very little in a very reassuring way, which was normally a valuable quality, and was currently driving Carol to the edge of her patience, because what the situation required was not reassuring language but accurate language. And Bryce kept conflating the two. "Bryce," she had said, approximately 4 minutes before she ended the call, "I understand the instinct to frame this as a routine administrative matter, and I understand why the communications team prefers that framing. But I need you to understand that every journalist covering the outer system beat has already read the classification registry, and they know it is not a routine administrative matter. And when we put out a statement calling it a routine administrative matter, they are going to write stories about the gap between what the statement says and what the registry shows. And those stories are going to be more damaging than a statement that acknowledges the situation accurately." "Carol," Bryce had said, in the tone he used when he thought he was managing her rather than advising her, which was a tone she had never found as subtle as he believed it to be. "The risk of acknowledging the situation accurately is that it validates the declarations in the public conversation before we've had a chance to establish our legal position, and once that validation is in the public conversation, it's very difficult to walk back. The declarations are in the interplanetary classification index," Carol had said. "They have been since 2:15 this morning. The public conversation has already validated them, because the public conversation is looking at the same index we are. What our statement needs to do is establish that we are responding from a position of deliberate assessment rather than reactive confusion, because the second thing is what we currently look like, and I would prefer we look like the first thing." She had given him specific language after that, 3 paragraphs that acknowledged the declarations, noted the legal complexity, and communicated that Ares Consolidated was assessing its contractual and operational relationships with the relevant stations on a case-by-case basis pending legal clarity. Bryce had pushed back twice, and she had told him both times that the language stood, and then she had ended the call because the other 2 were waiting and Bryce had what he needed. The second call she ended at 9:30. One was with the head of Ares Consolidated's Government Relations Office on Earth, a woman named Portia Selm, who operated out of Geneva, and whose job was to maintain productive relationships with the various governmental bodies that regulated interplanetary corporate operations. Portia was good at her job in normal circumstances, and was currently operating in circumstances that were not normal, which was visible in the specific quality of strain in her voice, and the way she kept referencing conversations she had not yet had, as though having them was going to resolve things that were not going to be resolved by conversations. "The regulatory authority is all over this," Portia said, which was not new information. I've had 3 calls this morning with people at various levels, and the picture I'm getting is that they're genuinely divided about the legal status of the declarations, which is not the clean invalidity position I was hoping for. There's apparently an analyst in the classification division who has been making the case that the filings are technically valid and that the legal challenge position is weaker than the military response people want it to be, and he's been saying it loudly enough that it's creating friction in the official response process. "Who is the analyst?" Carol said. "His name is Chen Dian," Portia said. "Classification division, been there about 20 years. Not political, not connected to any of the outer system advocacy groups as far as I can tell. Just appears to be someone who knows the legal architecture very well and is saying what the architecture actually shows rather than what people want it to show." Carol filed that name away with the automatic efficiency of someone who filed names away as a professional habit. "What's his read on the fleet response?" "From what I'm hearing, he thinks the fleet response is what the belt side planned for, and that proceeding with it as though it's going to resolve the situation is a strategic error. He's apparently been fairly direct about that in the crisis room, which is not making him popular with the military coordination people, but is making him some allies in the diplomatic division." "Keep an eye on him," Carol said. "People inside the regulatory apparatus who are saying accurate, inconvenient things are worth understanding. What is Earth's actual posture going to be in the next 72 hours? The official posture is going to be non-recognition backed by fleet repositioning," Portia said. "They're going to frame the fleet movement as a navigation safety measure rather than a blockade, which is legally cleaner and practically identical. The internal posture is considerably messier, because the room that's making these decisions is not unified, and the legal division is already flagging exposure on the non-recognition strategy. My best guess is that the official posture holds for 60 to 90 days while the legal challenges develop, and then they start looking for a face-saving pivot." 60 to 90 days, Carol said. "That aligns with our contract review window." "I noticed that," Portia said, in the tone of someone who had noticed it some time ago and had been waiting for Carol to get there. "Make sure I know before any official fleet movement is announced publicly," Carol said. "I want to be ahead of it, not reading about it in the news feed." "I'll do my best," Portia said. "Carol, I want to flag something. There are people in the diplomatic division who are going to start pushing for a recognition framework conversation within the next 2 weeks, quietly at first, and then less quietly if the military posture starts looking untenable. If that conversation develops, Ares consolidate its position on it is going to matter because we are the largest corporate operator in the belt, and what we say about recognition is going to influence what the institutional response looks like. I think it's worth deciding in advance what our position is rather than being reactive when the question arrives." Carol had ended that call 3 minutes later with a commitment to have the conversation with Portia again in 48 hours, and she had sat at her desk for a moment afterward thinking about recognition frameworks and about what Ares Consolidated's its position on one should be, and she had not arrived at a clean answer, which was unusual for her and which she noted as significant. The third call was still running when she got up from her desk and walked to the conference room, because the third call was the one that actually required her full attention, and she had been half managing it through an earpiece while the other 2 ran. And the person on the other end of it had tolerated this with the patience of someone who was accustomed to the operational realities of senior corporate executives, and who had specific information to deliver that was going to require Carol's complete focus once the other calls were done. His name was Deven Kurz, and he ran a private intelligence and analysis operation that Ares Consolidated retained on an ongoing basis for the kind of research and information gathering that the company's internal divisions were not structured to perform. He was 40 years old and had a background that Carol knew only in outline, previous work in corporate security, and before that something in an intelligence capacity for a governmental body that he had never named directly, and she had never asked him to name. What she knew was that he was good at finding information that was not publicly available and at understanding what it meant, and that he had been working on a specific research question for the past 11 days that had become considerably more relevant overnight. She closed the conference room door and sat down and said, All right, Devin. Tell me what you have. Devin Kurz had a voice that was professionally unremarkable, which Carol had always thought was probably deliberate, the kind of voice that didn't leave a strong impression and was therefore less memorable in contexts where being memorable was a liability. I'll start with the halfway filing, he said, because that's the origin point and understanding it gives you the frame for everything else. The technical execution of the Halfway Sovereignty Declaration was built by a systems engineer named Helen Quad, who has worked on Halfway Station for 11 years under an Ares Consolidated Contracted Labor classification. She is 38 years old, born on a transport vessel in the Mid-Belt, no planetary residency, no prior political activity in any form that appeared in any monitoring system. She has a strong technical background in administrative systems architecture and has spent the past several years doing maintenance work on exactly the server infrastructure she exploited for the filing. Carol was quiet for a moment. How long have you known this? I identified her as the likely architect 4 days ago, Devin said. Last night's filing confirmed it. The technical signature of the halfway execution matches the analytical pattern I'd identified from her maintenance records and system access logs. You identified her 4 days ago, Carol said, keeping her voice level, and didn't bring it to me immediately. I brought you a preliminary assessment that indicated a high-probability filing event in the near term, Devin said, without defensiveness, in the tone of someone who had anticipated this question and had a considered response to it. At that stage, I had a likely individual and a likely timeline, but not confirmation of either. Bringing you an unconfirmed identification 4 days early would have created pressure to act on incomplete information, which in my experience produces worse outcomes than waiting for confirmation. The filing last night was confirmation. Carol considered that for a moment and decided it was a reasonable operational judgment, even though it had resulted in her being 4 days behind a development she would have preferred to be 4 days ahead of. She filed that assessment and moved on because the current moment was more useful than the argument about the previous one. Tell me about her, Carol said. Not the technical background. Sir? Who is she and what does she want? Devin was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet when he was organizing a response that was more complex than the question implied. She is not a political actor in the conventional sense, he said. She didn't come to this through activism or organizational affiliation. She came to it through the work, through understanding the system she worked in well enough to find something in it that nobody else had found, and then spending 4 years deciding what to do about it. The people I've spoken to on Halfway who know her describe her consistently as practical, technically focused, not interested in ideology for its own sake, and deeply invested in the specific welfare of the specific people on that specific station. She's not a revolutionary. She's an engineer who found a door and spent 4 years deciding whether to open it. And then she opened it, and 40 other stations went through it simultaneously, Carol said. That part is more complicated, Devin said. She built the original filing mechanism for Halfway. The scaling of it to 40 stations was not her work, or not solely her work. There is a coordination infrastructure that connected the belt stations over the past 2 years that is considerably larger and more organized than anything she could have built alone, and my current read is that she was brought into that infrastructure rather than being its architect, probably somewhere around 18 to 20 months ago. She is central to Halfway's execution, but she is not the architect of the network. Then who is, Carol said. That, Devin said, is the question I don't have a clean answer to yet. The coordination network used a cell structure that kept individual nodes from having full visibility of the overall architecture, which is a sophisticated operational security approach that suggests whoever designed it had experience with exactly this kind of distributed organizational structure. I have partial maps of the network from 3 different entry points, and they don't fully connect yet. What I can tell you is that the resources required to build and maintain this network over 2 years were not trivial, and the sourcing of those resources is something I'm still tracing. Carol stood up from the conference room table and walked to the viewport, which was something she did when she needed the particular kind of thinking space that looking at distance provided. Outside, the stars were where they always were, and the belt was a distant field, and somewhere in that field was a station with a woman named Helen Quad, who had built a legal filing mechanism in a maintenance alcove and started something that Carol was now spending her mornings managing. "What does she do now?" Carol said. "Quad. What does she do on Halfway in the current situation?" "She's the most technically capable person on the station for managing the administrative and systems dimensions of operating as a sovereign entity rather than a corporate installation," Devin said. "Which means she is almost certainly going to be central to the station's day-to-day crisis management regardless of whether she wants to be, because the people around her are going to keep pulling her toward problems she can solve. My assessment is that she understands the supply situation very clearly, that she has already started thinking about workaround logistics, and that she is going to be considerably harder to pressure than someone who came to this through ideology rather than through practical problem solving, because practical problem solvers tend to adapt rather than collapse when the environment gets difficult." "Is she in contact with the coordination network?" Carol said. "Yes," Devin said. "There's a network communication session scheduled for 900 station time today. She'll be on it." Carol looked at the stars for another moment. "Devin, I want to ask you something directly, and I want a direct answer." "Of course," he said. "In your assessment, is the coordination network capable of sustaining the supply crisis for long enough to make the corporate review strategy untenable, or does the pressure fracture them before the legal situation develops far enough to matter?" Devin was quiet for a moment that was longer than his usual pauses, which told Carol that the answer was genuinely uncertain rather than just complex. "My honest assessment," he said, "is that the network has more depth than anyone on this side of the situation has given it credit for. They anticipated the supply squeeze, and they have alternative logistics pipelines in partial development. Those pipelines are not mature enough to fully replace the corporate supply contracts in the near term, which means the smaller stations are going to feel serious pressure within 30 to 45 days. The question is whether that pressure fractures the coalition, or whether it creates enough shared crisis that the coalition holds tighter than it otherwise would. I have seen both outcomes from analogous situations, and the determining factor is usually not the magnitude of the pressure, but the quality of the coordination response to it. If the network manages the crisis well and is seen to manage it well, the pressure strengthens the coalition. If the management is visibly poor, it fractures. And the quality of the coordination response depends on people like Quad," Carol said. "Among others," Devin said. "Yes." Carol turned away from the viewport and walked back to the table and sat down, and she looked at the surface of the table for a moment in the way she looked at things when she was integrating information rather than reacting to it. "I want daily updates," she said, "specifically on Quad and on the coordination network's logistics development. I want to know when the alternative pipelines reach operational capacity, because that is the moment the pressure calculus changes, and I need to be ahead of it rather than reacting to it." "Understood," Devin said. "One more question," Carol said. "The 4 stations that have been in quiet renegotiation conversations with our legal team, where does Halfway sit relative to those 4 in terms of network influence?" "Halfway is not one of the 4, Devin said. "Halfway sits closer to the center of the network than any of the 4 stations currently in renegotiation conversations. If Halfway holds, the coalition has a stable center. If Halfway fractures, the fracture propagates outward through the network in ways that would be very difficult to contain. So Quad is the load-bearing element," Carol said. "She is one of them," Devin said carefully. "The most technically central one." Carol nodded slowly and said, "Thank you, Devin. Daily updates starting tonight." She ended the call and sat in the conference room alone for a moment, and then she opened her tablet and looked at the note she had written the previous evening, the one that said find out who built the Halfway filing specifically, and underneath it, this person is either going to be a significant problem or a significant asset. She looked at that note for a long moment. Then she opened a new document and began writing a strategy memo that started not with the fleet response or the contract review timeline or the legal challenge architecture, but with a single line that said, "Understand Helen Quad before deciding anything else about Halfway," and she wrote for 40 minutes without stopping, which was the longest she had written anything in a single sitting in several months. and when she finished, she read it back and made 3 changes, and saved it to the most restricted access level available on the Meridian system. Outside in the corridor, she could hear her staff moving through their morning, the ship running its ordinary operations around the extraordinary situation developing in the belt. And she thought about a woman in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday who had looked at 38 years of recycled air and corporate contracts and decided to open a door, and she thought that whatever came next. The thing she was most certain of was that underestimating that woman was the most expensive mistake she could make, and she had not survived 23 years in corporate operation by making expensive mistakes twice. She closed the memo and opened the daily logistics report and got back to work. Kalen Rux had delivered the atmospheric processing components to Render Point without incident, which was the best thing he could say about the run. The docking had been straightforward. The unloading had taken 4 hours instead of the 3 he had estimated, because Render Point's cargo handling equipment had a hydraulic fault that nobody had fixed yet, and the station administrator who signed off on the delivery had been a nervous man in his 50s who kept looking at his communicator while he was talking to Kalen, as though he expected it to tell him something important at any moment. Kalen had collected his fee, filed his departure documentation, and left without asking questions he didn't need the answers to, which was a discipline he had developed over 12 years of independent operation and which had served him consistently well. Render Point was not one of the 40 declared stations, which meant its population was watching what was happening across the belt with the particular attention of people who had not made the jump themselves and were now trying to decide what that meant about them. Kalen had felt it in the docking bay and in the 2 brief conversations he had while he was there, a specific quality of collective uncertainty that was different from the ordinary uncertainty of station life. The people on Render Point were asking themselves a question they hadn't been asking 3 days ago, and the question was visible in the way they moved and talked and looked at each other. And Kalen recognized it because he had seen versions of it before in other situations where a significant thing had happened nearby, and the people who hadn't been part of it were reassessing their own position in relation to it. He was 4 hours out from Render Point and 11 days from Pallard Junction when Sable called again, and he answered it because he had said he would, and because the 11 days between him and Pallard Junction were going to require decisions he couldn't make without more information than he currently had. Sable looked better than she had in the previous call, which meant she had slept, which meant she had resolved enough of the immediate uncertainty in her own situation to allow herself to sleep, which itself was a data point. "How was Render Point?" she said. "Uneventful," Kalen said. "Nervous?" The station administrator spent our entire conversation checking his communicator. "Their cargo handling equipment has a hydraulic fault that someone is going to have to deal with before it becomes a larger problem. I'll pass that along to whoever handles their maintenance contracts," Sable said, without writing it down, which meant she was either going to remember it or she already knew and was noting that he had noticed. With Sable, it was usually the second thing. "How are you feeling about Pallard Junction?" "I'm honoring the contract," Kalen said. "I said I would and I will. What I want to know before I get there is what the actual situation on the station looks like, because the last update I have on Pallard Junction is 11 days old, and 11 days in the current environment is a significant gap." "I can give you an update," Sable said. "I spoke to a contact on Pallard Junction this morning. The station is holding steady on the declaration, and the council is unified, which is better than several of the other declared stations where the council unity is already showing cracks. They are on rationing as of 2 days ago, food at 80%, which is uncomfortable but not critical yet. Their atmosphere maintenance reserves are the tight number, similar to most of the smaller stations. They're looking at somewhere between 55 and 65 days, depending on consumption rate before it becomes a serious problem." "Who is managing their supply situation?" Kalen said. "The council has a logistics committee that was apparently assembled within 48 hours of the declaration, which suggests they had some level of advanced preparation," Sable said. "Whether that preparation is sufficient for what they're actually facing is a different question. The coordination network has been in communication with them, but the network's alternative supply pipelines are not mature yet, and Pallard Junction is one of the stations that is going to feel the gap between when the corporate contracts went into review and when the alternative pipelines become operational. Kalen pulled up the navigation display on his secondary screen and looked at his route to Pallor Junction, the long arc through the midbelt that his navigation system had plotted as optimal, and thought about what 55 days meant against an 11-day transit time, and whatever loading and departure delays he was going to encounter at whatever supply source he used for the contracted cargo. "The contracted cargo I'm carrying for Pallor Junction," he said. "Medical equipment and fabrication components. That contract was written 3 weeks ago, and the cargo is already in my hold from the loading I did before render point. Is that cargo still what they need most urgently, or has the situation changed enough that I should be thinking about supplementing it?" Sable was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when the answer was more complicated than the question, and she was deciding how much of the complexity to share. "The fabrication components are critical," she said. "More critical now than when the contract was written, actually, because fabrication capacity for pharmaceutical and medical supply production is exactly the kind of self-sufficiency infrastructure that the declared stations are trying to build out as fast as possible. The medical equipment is also needed. So your contracted cargo is still the right cargo. The situation hasn't changed that. What has changed is that they could use considerably more than what you're carrying, and the question of what else you carry when you leave Pallor Junction is the conversation I actually want to have with you." "Tell me about the coordination entity," Kalen said. "You mentioned them in the last call, and you said you'd have more information by now. I want to understand who I'm dealing with before I agree to anything." Sable leaned back slightly in whatever she was sitting in and looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding how to frame something that had multiple possible framings. "The coordination entity is not a single organization," she said. "It's more accurately described as a network of individuals and small groups across the declared station who have been working together for somewhere between 18 months and 2 years. They share resources, information, and operational planning. They have a logistics coordination function that I have been in contact with through a specific individual who operates as a kind of interface between the network and the independent freight market. Her name is not something I'm going to give you over a standard communicator channel, but she is competent, and she is serious, and she has access to resources that suggest the network has financial backing that goes beyond what the stations themselves could generate." "External backing," Kalen said. "That's my read," Sable said. "I don't have a source confirmed for it. What I can tell you is that the rates they are offering independent operators are above what a purely station-funded operation could sustain at current volume, and they are offering them consistently across multiple operators simultaneously, which suggests a funding depth that I find interesting." Kalen thought about that. External backing for a belt sovereignty network was a significant piece of information, because it meant there were interests involved that were not visible on the surface of the situation, and interests that were not visible on the surface of a situation were either very good or very bad depending on what they were and what they wanted, and he didn't yet know what these ones were or what they wanted. "What do they want from independent operators specifically?" he said. "Not in general terms. Specifically, what are they asking for and what are the conditions?" "They want reliable fast transit for essential goods to the declared station," Sable said. "Food, medical supplies, water processing consumables, atmosphere maintenance components, fabrication equipment, the same categories the corporate contracts covered. They want operators who can move through the transit corridors without drawing unnecessary attention, which means operators with clean manifest histories and established freight identities. They want discretion about the sourcing and routing of certain cargo, which I'll explain in more detail when we're on a more secure channel. And they want operators who can make decisions independently without needing constant authorization from above, because the operational environment is moving fast and decisions that need to go up a chain and come back down are too slow for what they're managing." "The transit corridors," Kalen said. "Earth's fleet has been repositioning for 4 days now. What does the corridor situation actually look like for an independent operator running to a declared station?" Sable picked up something off screen and looked at it before she answered, which told him she had current information rather than general knowledge. There have been 14 inspections of independent operators running toward declared stations in the past 72 hours, she said. Of those 14, 9 were routine inspections that cleared without incident. 3 were extended inspections, where the vessel was held for between 4 and 18 hours before being released. 2 were turned back on the basis of cargo manifest concerns, and in both of those cases, the operators had documentation irregularities that gave the inspection teams a legitimate basis for the turnback. The pattern so far is that operators with clean manifests and established freight identities are getting through, but the inspection tempo is increasing, and the threshold for extended holds is decreasing. My expectation is that in another 2 weeks the corridor situation is going to be considerably more complicated than it is today. Which means the window for relatively clean transit is now, Kalen said. That is my read, Sable said. Yes. Kalen was quiet for a moment. He looked out the viewport of the Perseverance at the particular darkness of deep transit, the stars fixed and indifferent in the way they always were, the ship systems making their small, continuous sounds around him. He thought about 11 days to Pallor Junction and 55 days of atmosphere components on a station with 40-some thousand people on it, and he thought about the inspection tempo increasing and the transit window narrowing, and he thought about the rate the coordination entity was offering, and what it meant that they were offering it to multiple operators simultaneously. I want to talk to your contact at the coordination entity directly, Kalen said. Not through you as an intermediary. Before I commit to anything beyond the Pallor Junction contract, I want to have a direct conversation with the person who is actually running the logistics operation, and I want to ask them questions that I can't ask through an intermediary. Sable looked at him for a moment with the assessing expression she wore when she was measuring a request against the constraints she was operating under. That's not the standard arrangement, she said. I understand that, Kalen said. I'm not a standard arrangement. I've been flying independently for 12 years, and I've stayed independent by being careful about what I commit to and who I commit to it with. The rate is good, and the cause is not something I find objectionable, but I don't run significant risk based on a second-hand endorsement of someone I've never spoken to. If the coordination entity wants operators of my profile, they need to be willing to have a direct conversation with those operators. Sable looked at him steadily for a moment longer and then nodded once. I'll pass that along, she said. I can't guarantee the answer, but I'll pass it along and tell them that your willingness to run routes of the type they need is contingent on the direct conversation. That framing might actually work in your favor because it suggests you're serious about the commitment rather than testing the water. Tell them I want the conversation before I leave Pallor Junction, Kalen said. That gives them 11 days to arrange it, and it means if the conversation happens and we reach an agreement, I can load additional cargo at Pallor Junction for the next run rather than coming back to a loading point. Efficient, Sable said. I don't like making unnecessary transits, Kalen said. Sable almost smiled, which was one of the rarer things her face did. I'll be in contact. How are your provisions for the Pallor Junction run? Fine, Kalen said. I resupplied at Render Point before departure. I have margin. Good, she said. One more thing before I let you go. There is a situation developing with independent operators in the mid-belt that I want you to be aware of, not because it's directly relevant to your current route, but because it tells you something about the operating environment. 3 independent operators who were running cargo to declared stations have had their freight licenses flagged for administrative review by the Interplanetary Commerce Regulatory Division in the past 48 hours. The flags are based on cargo manifest irregularities, which in 2 of the 3 cases appear to be legitimate irregularities, and in 1 case appears to be a pretext. The practical effect of a flag is that the operator cannot load at any regulated freight terminal while the review is pending, which effectively grounds them. The review process takes between 30 and 90 days. Kalen looked at her. They're using the freight licensing system to pull independent operators off the declared station routes. Someone is, Sable said carefully. Whether it's Earth's regulatory division acting on its own initiative, or whether there's corporate influence behind it is something I don't know yet. What I know is that 3 operators are grounded, and the flags were filed within a 12-hour window, which suggests coordination rather than coincidence. Which means my manifest needs to be completely clean, Kalen said. Not just clean enough. Completely clean. That would be my strong recommendation, Sable said. For every run, in both directions, until the operating environment clarifies. Do not give anyone a legitimate basis for a flag, because the system is apparently available to be used that way, and you don't want to find out it's being used that way while you're sitting on a declared station with a hold full of cargo and a grounded license. Kalen nodded slowly. He thought about the contracted cargo in his hold, the medical equipment and fabrication components, which were exactly what they were described as and were documented to the level of individual component serial numbers, because that was how he handled every cargo he carried and had always handled them, which was part of why his freight license had never been flagged in 12 years of operation. He thought about the additional cargo he might carry out of Pallor Junction if the conversation with the coordination entity went somewhere, and about what that cargo would need to look like on paper to pass a corridor inspection at an increasing inspection tempo. Sable, he said, the cargo sourcing you mentioned, the alternative supply chains the coordination network is using. How clean is the documentation on that cargo? Sable looked at him with the directness she used when she respected someone enough not to soften things. Variable, she said. Some of it is sourced through channels that have completely clean documentation. Some of it is sourced through channels where the documentation is accurate, but the routing history is unusual enough to attract questions, and some of it is sourced through channels where the documentation is accurate as far as it goes, but doesn't go as far as a thorough inspection would want it to go. That is the honest answer. The coordination entity is aware of this and is actively working to improve the documentation quality on the second and third categories, but they are working fast in a complicated environment, and the improvement is not uniform. Then the conversation I want to have with the coordination entity needs to include a specific conversation about cargo documentation standards, Kalen said. Because my operating model requires manifest integrity, and I am not going to compromise that regardless of the rate or the cause. And if they want operators with clean license histories, they need to understand that clean license histories are maintained by not carrying cargo that can't withstand a thorough inspection. I will make sure that's part of the framing when I pass along your request for a direct conversation, Sable said. Thank you, Kalen said. Kalen, Sable said, and her voice shifted into the quieter register she used when she was departing from the operational conversation and saying something personal, which she did rarely and therefore meaningfully. I've been brokering freight for 16 years, and I know most of the independents operating in the mid and outer belt, and I know their risk profiles and their operating standards and their reasons for doing what they do. You are not the most profitable operator I work with, and you are not the most adventurous. But you are the most consistent, and in the current environment consistent is the thing I need most. So I want you to know that the request I'm making of you, the connection to the coordination entity and the routes I'm describing, is not something I'm doing carelessly. I've thought about it carefully, and I've thought about you specifically, and I think you can do this work and come out the other side of it intact. Kalen looked at her for a moment. Sable did not make speeches and did not offer reassurance as a matter of course, and the fact that she was offering something that was closer to both of those things than her usual mode told him she was more invested in this specific situation than she normally allowed herself to be with any particular piece of freight business. Why does this matter to you? He said. Specifically, not professionally. Why does this situation matter to you? Sable was quiet for a moment. She looked at something off screen and then looked back at him, and her face did something it rarely did, which was show him something she was actually feeling rather than something she was choosing to present. I grew up on a station, she said. Not a declared one, one that doesn't exist anymore. It was decommissioned when I was 16, and the population was redistributed to other installations under corporate placement contracts. I've been working in freight brokerage since I was 22, and I've been watching the belt for 16 years, and I have never in 16 years seen anyone do what was done 4 days ago. What was done 4 days ago required someone to be smarter than the system and patient enough to wait for exactly the right moment and brave enough to go first. She paused. I grew up knowing I wasn't a citizen of anything. I would like to see whether that can change. That's why it matters to me. Kalen looked at her for a long moment and then nodded once, the nod of someone who had received information that changed the shape of a situation without changing the practical requirements of it. I'll call you from Pallor Junction, he said. I'll have more for you by then, she said. She ended the call and her face disappeared from the screen, and Kalen sat in the quiet of the Perseverance Bridge and looked at the navigation display with the route to Pallor Junction on it, the long arc through the mid-belt. 11 days of transit through a corridor environment that was getting more complicated every day, at the end of which was a station with 55 days of atmosphere components and 40-some thousand people on it who had decided 4 days ago that they were real. And he thought about Sable growing up on a station that didn't exist anymore, and about a woman named Helen Quad in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday, and he thought about consistency, which Sable had said was the thing she needed most, and which he had always thought of as a professional quality, but which in the current context seemed to be something else as well. He pulled up the cargo manifest on his primary screen and went through it line by line for the third time, checking every entry against the loading documentation, because clean meant completely clean and completely clean meant you checked it yourself every time, and did not rely on the assumption that it was fine because it had been fine before. It took him 40 minutes, and at the end of it, every entry was exactly where it was supposed to be and documented to the standard he required, and he filed the manifest review in his operational log and noted the time and date, and moved on to the navigation calculations for the next leg of the transit. Outside the viewport, the stars were where they always were, and the belt was ahead of him, and Pallor Junction was 11 days away, and the window for clean transit was narrowing, and the Perseverance flew on through the dark the way it always did, consistent and unremarkable and exactly where it was supposed to be. The 900 network communication session started 11 minutes late, which Helen noted as the first indication that the coordination infrastructure was operating under more strain than it had been designed for. In the months of preparation she had been part of, the network communications had run with a precision that reflected the temperament of the people who had built them, punctual and structured and disciplined in the way of people who understood that operational security depended on predictability. 11 minutes late on the first full coordinated session, after the declaration suggested that somewhere in the network, the morning after was harder than the planning had accounted for. She was at her workstation on level 4, the same alcove where she had executed the filing 4 days ago, because her workstation was where her tools were, and this session was going to require tools. She had the conservation protocol documentation open in a secondary window, finished and sent to Solis 40 minutes ago, and the atmosphere maintenance data on a third screen, and the network communication interface running on her primary display. Paul was at his own workstation 2 alcoves down, and had been since 7:30. They were not in the same physical space for this session, because the network's operational security protocols recommended against multiple station representatives accessing the session from adjacent terminals, a precaution that Helen understood intellectually and found mildly frustrating practically, because having Paul 2 alcoves away when she might need to cross-reference his data in real time was less efficient than having him beside her. The session loaded, and the interface populated with connection identifiers, not names, not station names, just alphanumeric identifiers that corresponded to representatives from the 40 declared stations and the coordination network's central logistics function. Helen's identifier was HW01, which stood for halfway and designated her as the primary technical representative. She counted the active connections on the session. 37. 3 stations were not yet connected, which was either a technical issue or something more significant, and she couldn't tell which from the connection list. A text notification appeared in the session window from the identifier CLCOORD, which was the coordination network's central logistics function, and it said, "Session beginning, audio in 30 seconds, all representatives confirm audio ready." Helen confirmed. Around the session window the other identifiers confirmed in sequence, a rolling cascade of ready confirmations that took about 20 seconds. The 3 missing connections did not appear. The audio opened, and a voice came through that Helen had heard before in previous network sessions, a woman's voice that was measured and deliberate, and had a quality of practiced authority that came from someone who had been running communications like this for long enough that the format felt natural rather than performed. Helen did not know this woman's name. She had never been given it. The network's security architecture kept the central coordination function anonymous even to the station representatives, which was a design choice Helen respected technically and found personally uncomfortable in the way that depending on systems you couldn't fully inspect was always uncomfortable. "Good morning," the coordination voice said. "We are beginning the first full network session following the declaration events of 4 days ago. I want to start by acknowledging that 11 minutes late is not acceptable and will not be the standard going forward. We had a technical fault in one of the relay nodes that has been resolved. For the representatives from stations X14, PJ22, and RD08, we are still attempting to establish connection and will bring them into the session when the technical issues on their end are resolved." Helen noted that PJ22 was Paler Junction, one of the smaller stations, and that RD08 was a station she knew as Reed Rock, which was among the stations with the tightest atmosphere maintenance reserves. The absence of those two, specifically, was worth paying attention to. "I want to move through 4 agenda items," the coordination voice continued. "Supply status across the network, governance coordination update, external situation assessment, and operational security. We will take questions after each item. Please keep contributions focused. We have 40 representatives on this session, and if everyone speaks at length, we will be here for 6 hours, and none of us has 6 hours." There was a brief murmur of acknowledgement across the audio that had the quality of people who were tired and under pressure and appreciated directness. "Supply status," the coordination voice said. "I am going to give you the network-level picture, and then ask station representatives to flag significant deviations from the general pattern. The general pattern is this. The major corporate operators have placed their supply contracts into administrative review. Aries Consolidated moved first, and the secondary operators followed within 18 hours. As of this morning, approximately 80% of the pre-declaration supply contracts covering the 40 stations are in some form of review or suspension. The remaining 20% are with smaller operators whose contracts are structured differently or who have not yet made a determination about their posture." Helen was running numbers in her head while the coordination voice spoke, cross-referencing against Halfway's specific supply situation and the conservation protocol she had sent to Solis. "The alternative logistics pipelines," the coordination voice continued, "are operational at approximately 30% of the capacity we need them to be at. That is the honest number. We built those pipelines knowing the corporate review was coming, and we built them as fast as we could, and 30% is where we are. The gap between 30% and what the network actually needs is the central operational problem for the next 60 days, and I want to be direct with everyone on this session about what that gap means. It means rationing on most stations. It means some stations are going to face genuine critical supply situations within 45 to 60 days if we do not close that gap significantly. And it means that the next 60 days are the period during which the declarations either become real in a permanent sense or do not." The audio was quiet for a moment in the way that rooms were quiet when a statement landed with weight. "Questions on supply status before I move to governance," the coordination voice said. A voice came through immediately, male, with the particular edge of someone who was managing fear by converting it into aggression, identified on Helen's screen as OR09. "I want to know what 30% actually means for stations that are already at critical reserve levels," the voice said. "Because 30% of what we need is not a reassuring number when we are looking at 40 days of atmosphere components. What is the specific plan for the stations that cannot wait for the pipelines to mature?" "OR09, the coordination voice said. "I hear you and I'm going to give you a direct answer. The stations with the tightest reserve situations are being prioritized in the alternative pipeline allocation. That means the 30% capacity we have is not being distributed evenly across the network. The stations that need it most are getting the largest share of what is available. That is the mechanism we have right now, and I want to be honest that it is not sufficient on its own. It buys time. What converts that time into a solution is the pipeline development work that is happening right now, and that requires the next 3 to 4 weeks to produce meaningful additional capacity. 3 to 4 weeks is too long for some of us, or 09 said. I know, the coordination voice said. Which is why I am also going to say the following, and I want every representative on this session to hear it clearly. If any station reaches a point where the supply situation is becoming an immediate threat to population safety, that station should communicate that directly to CLCOORD on the emergency channel, and we will mobilize every resource available to address it. We are not going to lose a station because we were too proud to ask for emergency help or too slow to provide it. Is that understood? A murmur of assent moved through the audio. Helen unmuted her connection. This is HW01. I want to add something to the supply discussion that I think is relevant for every station on this session, not just the ones at critical reserve levels. Go ahead, HW01, the coordination voice said. The corporate review of supply contracts is the mechanism being used to apply pressure, Helen said. But the contracts themselves are the vulnerability we need to address permanently rather than just manage through the current crisis. Every station on this network that is in a critical supply situation is in that situation because we were built as consumers of a corporate supply chain rather than as producers of our own essential goods. The alternative logistics pipelines we are building address the immediate crisis. What we need to be building simultaneously is local production capacity, because a sovereignty that depends on external supply chains, whether corporate or alternative, is a sovereignty that can be pressured the same way next year and the year after. I'm not saying this to argue with the current approach. I'm saying it because I think the 60-day crisis and the long-term infrastructure problem need to be worked in parallel rather than sequentially. There was a brief silence, and then several voices started at once, which the coordination function cut through cleanly. HW01 is correct, and this is already part of the longer-term planning, the coordination voice said. We will have a dedicated session on production infrastructure in the next 2 weeks. Hold that conversation for then. For now, I need to move to governance. Helen muted herself and made a note on her secondary screen. She was aware that what she had said was not new information to the coordination function, but saying it in a full network session meant it was now part of the shared understanding of every station representative on the call, rather than existing only in the planning documents that not everyone had equal access to. The governance update was delivered by a different voice, a man's voice that Helen had not heard before, which meant the coordination function had more personnel than the single voice she had been interacting with, which told her something about the scale of the operation behind the network. The governance coordination work is proceeding, the new voice said, and I want to be direct about what proceeding means in practice, because I think there is a gap between the expectations some stations have and the reality of what is achievable in the current timeframe. We are 40 stations with different histories, different population compositions, different resource profiles, and different relationships to the declaration itself. Some stations have been planning for this for 2 years. Some stations had the filing mechanism in place, but had not fully internalized what sovereignty would require in practical governance terms. Building a unified governance structure out of that diversity is not a fast process, and it is not going to be a clean process, and anyone who expected it to be either of those things needs to adjust that expectation now. What did the last unified session produce? A voice asked, identified as MB17. 2 agreements, the governance voice said. A mutual aid protocol that establishes the obligation of network stations to share critical supply resources in emergency situations, and a communication security framework that standardizes the encryption and channel rotation protocols across the network. Those are real agreements, and they matter. They are also 2 agreements out of a governance agenda that has 40 items on it, so I want to be honest about the pace. 2 agreements, MB17 said, with the tone of someone doing arithmetic they didn't like. We have 40 stations that have declared sovereignty, and we have two governance agreements. That is not a government. That is two people who agreed on something. It is a foundation, the governance voice said firmly. And it is a foundation that was reached by 40 stations, with competing interests in a session that took place under significant external pressure. That is harder than it sounds, and I would ask you to consider that before characterizing it as insufficient. A new voice entered the conversation, identified as TK04, female, with an accent that placed her in the outer belt population centers, unhurried and precise in the way of someone who chose their words carefully and expected them to be heard. I want to raise something on the governance question that I think we are not saying directly enough, she said. Some of the stations on this network are already in quiet conversations with corporate operators about modified charter arrangements. I have information suggesting at least 4 stations are in some stage of renegotiation discussions, with Ares consolidated specifically. I am raising this here because if it is happening and the network is not discussing it openly, it is going to fracture us more effectively than any corporate pressure strategy. I would rather have a difficult conversation about it now than discover in 3 weeks that 4 stations have quietly returned to charter status, and the coalition has lost a quarter of its coherence. The audio was very quiet. TK04, the coordination voice said, and Helen could hear something in it that was not quite surprise and not quite the absence of surprise. I want to confirm that you have specific information about stations currently in renegotiation discussions. I have specific information about 2 stations, TK04 said. I have credible second-hand information about 2 more. I'm not going to name the stations on an open network session, because I don't think public accusation serves the coalition right now, but I am prepared to share the specific information with CLCOORD on a secure channel, and I am prepared to have a direct conversation with the representatives from those stations if the coordination function thinks that is the right approach. We will take that conversation on the secure channel immediately after this session, the coordination voice said. This is exactly the kind of information that needs to move through the right channels rather than the open session. Thank you for raising it. Helen had been listening with the specific attention she gave to information that changed the shape of a situation she was already managing. She thought about Barrett and his quiet conversations with Ares and the documentation she had been building, and she thought about TK04 knowing about 4 stations, and the coordination function taking it seriously enough to pull it into a secure channel immediately. And she thought about what it meant for the network's coherence that this was already happening 4 days after the declarations. She unmuted her connection again. HW01. I want to follow up on what TK04 raised, not about the specific stations, but about the mechanism. If stations are in quiet renegotiation discussions with Ares consolidated, those discussions are almost certainly being driven by supply pressure on individuals within station administration, rather than by council-level decisions. Which means the fracture risk is not primarily at the governance level, it's at the individual administrator level, which is harder to see and harder to manage. I would suggest that the network needs a mechanism for station representatives to flag internal pressure situations confidentially, because some of us are dealing with exactly this kind of internal dynamic, and right now, there's no established channel for that. A voice she had not heard before said, HW01, are you flagging an internal pressure situation on halfway? Helen recognized the voice as belonging to the identity WL03 and did not know which station that was. She looked at the station identifier list on her screen and found that WL03 was Wellstone Station, mid-belt, population of approximately 90,000, one of the larger declared stations. I'm flagging a category of problem that I am personally observing on halfway and that I expect is present on multiple other stations, Helen said. I am not going to characterize it further on an open session. What I'm asking for is a mechanism, a secure channel for station representatives to communicate about internal pressure situations without those communications being part of the open session record. That is a reasonable request, the coordination voice said. We will establish that channel within 24 hours. HW01, consider it done. Helen muted herself and noted the time. The session had been running for 41 minutes, and had covered supply status and begun governance. She looked at her screen and thought about what had already come through the session, and about the 3 stations that were still not connected, and about TK-04's information about 4 stations in renegotiation discussions, and about the conservation protocol he had sent to Solis, and about Barrett's quiet conversations with Ares, and about the 14-year-old girl named Petra who wanted to study systems engineering. The external situation assessment came from a third voice, male, older than the other 2, with the particular cadence of someone who had spent time working with intelligence information, and had developed the habit of saying things in a way that was precise about what was known and careful about what was inferred. Earth's official response has crystallized in the past 24 hours, this voice said. Non-recognition of the declarations, fleet repositioning framed publicly as navigation safety measures, legal challenge being assembled through the Interplanetary Administrative Authority. That is the official picture. The picture underneath the official one is more complicated. There is significant internal disagreement within Earth's governmental response about the legal basis for non-recognition, and there is at least one faction within the regulatory apparatus that is arguing the declarations have a legitimate legal foundation, and that the non-recognition strategy is going to fail in adjudication. That faction is not currently dominant, but it exists, and it is making noise, which means the official posture is less unified than its public presentation suggests. What about the corporate operators, or 09 asked? Specifically Ares Consolidated. What is their actual posture beyond the contract review language? Ares Consolidated is the most important actor in this situation after Earth's government, the assessment voice said, and they are the most difficult to read clearly because their public posture and their operational posture are not the same thing and their internal deliberations are opaque. What we can observe is that their contract review is being implemented with a precision, and a timing that suggests it was prepared before the declarations, which confirms what most of us already believed, that Ares anticipated this event and had a response strategy ready. What we cannot yet observe clearly is the full shape of that strategy, because the contract review is the visible surface of it, and there is almost certainly more underneath. Ares did not build a 30-year belt operation by being reactive. They are playing a longer game than the contract review alone represents, and I want every station representative on this session to hold that thought when evaluating any communication they receive from Ares or from individuals who may be acting on Ares's behalf. Helen thought about that last phrase specifically. Individuals who may be acting on Ares's behalf. She looked at the documentation she had been building on Barrett's communications and felt the particular weight of a thing becoming more significant the more context accumulated around it. One more element of the external assessment before I close, the assessment voice said. There are independent freight operators currently active in the transit corridors who are running supply cargo to declared stations. The independent freight market is the most immediately available logistics resource we have while the alternative pipelines develop. We are actively expanding our engagement with independent operators, and I want station representatives to understand that facilitating those relationships at the station level, making independent operators welcome, processing their docking allocations quickly, and being clear about what cargo is most urgently needed, is a meaningful operational contribution that every station can make regardless of their governance situation or their reserve levels. The session moved to operational security, which was the shortest of the 4 items and the most procedural, covering channel rotation schedules and authentication protocols, and the specific communication practices that the network asked station representatives to maintain. Helen listened with the attention she gave to security protocols, which was complete attention, because security protocols were only as good as the discipline of the people who followed them, and she had spent enough time in systems work to know that the most sophisticated security architecture in the world failed reliably at the point of human inconsistency. When the session formally closed at 10:43, Helen stayed connected because the coordination voice came back on and said that HW01, TK04, and representatives from 6 other identified stations should remain for a follow-on session that would begin in 5 minutes. Helen noted that the 6 other identifiers included OR09, whose station she knew as Overreach, and WL03, Wellstone, and MB17, which she did not have a station name for yet. She got up from her workstation during the 5-minute interval and walked 2 alcoves down and knocked on the frame of Paul's workspace. He was looking at his screen with the expression he wore when the information on it was not encouraging. "How much of that did you hear?" she said. "All of it," Paul said. "The 4 stations and renegotiation discussion is the thing that worries me most. Not because it's surprising, but because it's already happening, and we are 4 days in." "I raised the internal pressure mechanism," Helen said. "They're establishing a secure channel within 24 hours. "I heard," Paul said. "Are you going to use it to flag Barrett?" "I'm going to use it to share my documentation and ask the coordination function for guidance on how to handle it," Helen said. "I don't want to make a unilateral decision about Barrett when the network has a mechanism for exactly this kind of situation." Paul nodded. He looked at his screen again. "The 30% pipeline capacity number," he said. "That's worse than I expected." "It's worse than I modeled," Helen said. "I had 45% as my conservative estimate. 30% means the gap between what we have and what we need is larger than I built my contingency planning around, and I need to rework those numbers today." "I'll help with the numbers," Paul said. "After the follow-on session." "After the follow-on session," Helen agreed, and went back to her workstation and reconnected to the network interface as the follow-on session began to load. The coordination voice came back on, quieter than in the main session, with the quality of a conversation rather than a presentation. "Thank you for staying," it said. "The 8 stations represented in this follow-on session have been identified as having either specific internal pressure situations, specific supply criticality concerns, or both. I want to spend the next 40 minutes working through each situation, specifically rather than generally. HW01, I want to start with you because your station is the origin point of the declaration network, and because you raised the internal pressure mechanism in the main session in a way that suggested you had a specific situation in mind. Tell me what you're dealing with." Helen looked at her screen for a moment, at the documentation file she had been building on Barrett, at the conservation protocol she had sent to Solis, at the atmosphere maintenance numbers and the 91-day food reserve and the 30% pipeline capacity, and the 11-minute late start that told her the infrastructure was under strain, and she thought about the follow-on session she was now in, and the people connected to it who were dealing with their own versions of all of these things. And she thought that this was what sovereignty actually looked like from the inside of it, not the declaration, not the legal filing, not the propagation tree going green across every node at 2:15, but this, 43,000 people on a station and a conservation protocol, and an administrator talking to Ares and a 14-year-old girl named Petra, and a network session that started 11 minutes late, and a coordination voice asking her to tell it what she was dealing with. She unmuted her connection and started talking, and she was as specific and as honest as she knew how to be, because the situation required it, and because the people on the other end of the connection were dealing with their own specific and honest situations and deserved the same in return, and because this was the work now, not the filing, not the technical execution, but this, the long daily work of building something real out of something that had been, until 4 days ago, just a door that nobody had opened yet. Chen Diane had submitted 3 reports in the past 4 days and received acknowledgement on one of them, which was the least important of the 3. The most important one, the full Article 14 legal analysis with the adjudication outcome modeling, had been sent to Director Solis Park's office at 802 days ago and had generated no response, which he had initially interpreted as the report being read and processed, and which he now interpreted as the report being read, found inconvenient, and set aside in the hope that the situation would develop in a direction that made its conclusions less relevant. That was not how situations developed in his experience, but it was how people sometimes preferred to approach them in the interval between receiving inconvenient analysis and being forced to act on it. It was at his desk on the 14th floor at 7:30, which was earlier than his standard arrival time, and which he had been maintaining every day since the declarations, because the situation did not respect standard arrival times, and because arriving early gave him 40 minutes of uninterrupted work before the floor populated, and the calls started, and the day became something that happened to him rather than something he was directing. He had coffee and the overnight news aggregation summary, and a new document open that he had been building for 2 days, and that was not a report in the official sense, not something he was writing for Director Solly's Park, or for the crisis room, or for any of the committees and subcommittees that had proliferated in the regulatory authority over the past 4 days like organisms responding to a nutrient surge. It was something he was writing for himself, or more accurately something he was writing, because the act of writing it was how he thought through problems that were too large and too fast-moving to think through in any other way. He had always been like this. His wife had commented on it early in their marriage, the way he processed things by turning them into documents, and had found it peculiar at first, and had come to understand it as the specific mechanism of a specific kind of mind, the kind that needed to externalize a problem to see it clearly. The document was titled, in the plainly descriptive way he titled all working documents, Belt Sovereignty Situation, Structural Analysis and Probable Trajectories. It was currently 14 pages long, and was going to be longer. It had no executive summary, because it was not for an executive. It had no recommendations section, because it was not finished telling him what the situation was, and he did not think recommendations should precede understanding, a principle he had held throughout his career, and that had made him consistently useful and occasionally unpopular in equal measure. He was on page 9, working through the third probable trajectory, which was the one he found most likely and most uncomfortable simultaneously, when his communicator chimed with a call from a number he did not recognize. This was unusual because Chen Dian's communicator number was not publicly listed, and the people who had it were a known and relatively small set, primarily colleagues, his wife, his 2 adult children, and the handful of external contacts he had accumulated over 20 years of regulatory work. An unknown number was either a misdial or something worth paying attention to, and in the current environment the probability of it being something worth paying attention to was considerably higher than it had been 2 weeks ago. He looked at the number for a moment and then answered. The voice that came through was a woman's, measured and deliberate, and with a quality that Chen Dian's mind automatically categorized as professionally careful, meaning someone who was accustomed to choosing words that needed to be precise, because imprecision had consequences in their line of work. Chen Dian, the voice said. It was not a question. Yes, he said. My name is not something I'm going to give you on this channel, the voice said. But I want you to know that I am familiar with your analysis of the Article 14 framework, and with the position you have been taking in the crisis room discussions over the past 4 days, and I am calling because I believe you are one of a small number of people inside the regulatory apparatus who is looking at this situation accurately rather than conveniently, and I want to have a conversation with you about what that means and where it leads. Chen Dian was quiet for a moment. He looked at the window and the lake between the buildings, gray and flat as it always was at this hour, the same view he had looked at for 9 years when he needed the particular kind of thinking space that distance provided. He thought about the specific category of conversation this appeared to be and about whether he wanted to be having it, and about the fact that the question of whether he wanted to be having it and the question of whether he should be having it were not necessarily the same question. How did you get this number? He said. Through a person you know professionally who believes you are someone worth talking to, the voice said. I'm not going to be more specific than that on this channel, not because there is anything problematic about how it was obtained, but because specificity on an open channel creates exposure for a person who is trying to be helpful and who did not intend to create exposure for themselves. What I want to say is that the conversation I am proposing would not require you to do anything contrary to your professional obligations or your personal ethics. I'm not asking you to share confidential information or to act outside the boundaries of your role. What I am asking for is a conversation between 2 people who are trying to understand the same situation from different vantage points, and I think that conversation would be genuinely useful for both of us, and possibly for more people than just us. What vantage point are you looking at it from? Chen Dian said. From the side that filed the declarations, the voice said. Chen Dian set his coffee down carefully on the desk and looked at it for a moment. He had considered the possibility that something like this might happen, had thought about it in the abstract as a category of event that the current situation made conceivable, But the abstract and the actual had a gap between them that he was now standing in, and the experience of standing in it was different from the experience of contemplating it. "I need to think about this," he said. "That is a completely reasonable response," the voice said, and there was something in her tone that was neither impatient nor particularly accommodating, just the quality of someone who had said what they intended to say and was waiting for it to be processed at whatever speed it needed to be processed at. "I want to tell you one thing before you decide whether to continue this conversation or to end it now. The legal analysis you have been presenting in the crisis room, the argument about the weakness of the invalidity position, and the adjudication exposure the non-recognition strategy creates, is accurate. You know it is accurate, and I know it is accurate, and if I had to estimate, the people who have been sitting in that room and declining to act on it know it is accurate as well. The question is not whether the analysis is right. The question is what happens when the strategy built around declining to act on it collides with the reality it has been declining to acknowledge, and what the cost of that collision is, and how many people absorb that cost who did not have any say in the decision to build the strategy. I think you have already asked yourself that question. I am calling because I believe you are the kind of person who asks what can be done, rather than just noting what went wrong. The silence that followed was long enough to be deliberate. Chen Dian sat with it and let it be what it was. "Where and when," he said. "There is a restaurant called Meridian Table on the Rue de Rive," the voice said. "It is a public place with no particular significance. Which is its significance? Lunch today at noon. I will be there at noon, and I will wait until 12:30. Come alone and come without any recording device, not because I am going to tell you anything that requires that precaution from your side, but because the presence of a recording device changes the nature of a conversation in ways that make it less honest and therefore less useful, and what I am interested in is an honest conversation." "I know the restaurant," Chen Dian said. "Good," the voice said. "I hope you come." She ended the call without further ceremony, which he noted as the behavior of someone who did not use more words than a situation required, which was a quality he generally respected. He sat at his desk and looked at his communicator for a moment after the call ended, and then put it face down on the desk and picked up his coffee and looked at the lake and thought carefully about what had just happened and what he intended to do about it. He was not going to rush the thinking. Decisions made from the momentum of a situation rather than from deliberate consideration were decisions he had regretted consistently more often than decisions he had taken time with, even when taking time was uncomfortable or appeared to others as hesitation. He thought about his wife, who would tell him to go, because she had always had a higher tolerance for productive risk than he did, and had spent 20 years being right about it often enough that he weighted her hypothetical opinion heavily, even when she was not present to give it. He turned back to his screen and continued writing on page 9, because thinking while working was how he thought, and because whatever he decided about noon, the structural analysis was going to be useful regardless of what it concluded, and useful work was better than sitting with a decision and doing nothing while it developed. At 8:45 his office door opened, and Harv Boughton came in without knocking, which was unusual because Boughton was reliably a man who knocked, and the absence of the knock communicated that whatever Boughton was carrying was something he had assessed as time-sensitive enough to override the courtesy. He was holding a tablet and had his reading glasses pushed down his nose in the way he always wore them, and he closed the door behind him and sat down in the chair across from Chen Dian's desk without being invited, which was the second deviation from Boughton's normal operating behavior in the space of 15 seconds, and confirmed that the tablet contained something significant. "The archival request came back from The Hague this morning," Boughton said, without preamble, setting the tablet on the desk and sliding it across so that it faced Chen Dian. "Faster than I expected. Someone in the archive processing chain expedited it. I don't know who or why, but it came back complete, and I have been reading it since 6:30. I need you to read one specific section before the 10 o'clock briefing, and tell me whether I am understanding it correctly, because if I am understanding it correctly, it changes the shape of everything that has been discussed in the crisis room for the past 4 days. "What section?" Chen Dian said, pulling the tablet toward him. "Page 47, Boughton said. "The internal email correspondence between the 3 lead drafters in the final week, before the protocol was submitted for ratification. Start at the third email in the thread and read to the end of the page. Chen Dian found page 47 and read it. It was an email thread between three names he did not recognize from prior research: the lead legal drafters for the 2031 Interplanetary Administrative Protocol revision, and the correspondence had the specific texture of internal drafting conversations, precise about technical matters and slightly informal about institutional ones, the language of people who trusted each other enough to say what they actually thought rather than what they would put in an official document. He read it once at normal speed and then went back and read it again slowly, and on the second pass he stopped at a paragraph near the end of the thread and read it a third time before he looked up. The paragraph was written by the lead drafter, a woman whose name the records identified as Adara Ven, and it said, in language that was direct enough to leave no interpretive margin, that the Article 14 provision as written was technically valid for invocation by any qualifying population regardless of their relationship to existing corporate infrastructure, and that this was not an oversight but a deliberate design choice. Because the committee's position was that corporate operational presence did not constitute a sovereign claim, and that any protocol framework which allowed corporate presence to override a valid sovereignty declaration was a framework that would perpetually prevent genuine outer system political autonomy from developing, and that preventing that outcome was not what the committee had been convened to do. Chen Dian set the tablet down. He looked at Boughton over the reading glasses that Boughton wore at the end of his nose, and Boughton looked back at him with the expression of someone who had been sitting with a significant piece of information for 2 hours and was relieved to have someone else confirm its significance. "They knew," Chen Dian said. "They knew," Boughton said. "The thing we have been calling a gap in the protocol was not a gap. It was a deliberate architectural choice by the drafting committee. Article 14 was built to function exactly the way it functioned 4 days ago. The committee left the door open intentionally, and they documented that they did so and why, and the documentation has been sitting in the archive in The Hague for 40 years. This eliminates the invalidity argument," Chen Dian said. "We were arguing from silence in the protocol, which was weak. We are now arguing against explicit and documented drafting intent, which is not a legal position at all. No adjudication body is going to invalidate a filing that the drafting committee specifically intended to be valid and said so in writing." "That is my read as well," Boughton said. "I wanted yours before I took it upstairs because I wanted to be certain I was not making an error of interpretation before I put this in front of people who are going to be significantly unhappy about it." "You are not making an error of interpretation," Chen Dian said. "The Venn correspondence is unambiguous." He looked at the tablet for a moment and then looked at Boughton. "Does Director Solis Park know about this yet?" "I came to you first," Boughton said, "for the reason I just described. We need to take it to her before 10 o'clock because the 10 o'clock briefing is the one where General Foss is presenting the fleet repositioning recommendation for formal approval. And if that recommendation is approved without this information being part of the decision, we are going to have approved a major strategic commitment on the basis of a legal assumption that is about to be publicly demonstrated to be false." "Because this archive is not secret," Chen Dian said. "It is public record," Boughton said. "It came back in response to a standard archival request filed through normal channels. Anyone doing thorough legal research on the Article 14 framework will find it. Any competent legal team working on behalf of the belt stations either already has it or will have it within days." Chen Dian stood up from his desk and picked up the tablet and his own summary document and his coffee, in that order, and looked at Boughton. "Call Director Solis Park's office and tell her we need 15 minutes before 10. Not in the briefing room. In her office, just the three of us, before the room fills up and the recommendation is on the table." "She's going to ask what it's about," Boughton said, standing. "Tell her it is about the legal foundation of the non-recognition strategy and that it cannot wait for the briefing," Chen Dian said. "She will make the time." Boughton went to the door and stopped and turned back, which was the thing he did when he had one more thing he needed to say before he could move forward cleanly. "Chen Dian," he said, with the deliberateness of someone choosing their words carefully not from habit but from the specific weight of the thought behind them. "The person or people on halfway who built the filing mechanism, the systems engineer who understood the administrative architecture well enough to find the Article 14 provision and execute it correctly. Do you think they found this drafting record? The Venn correspondence. Chen Dian thought about the person on Halfway, the one he had been thinking about since the morning of the declarations, the one who had spent 4 years in a maintenance alcove learning a system well enough to find what everyone else had missed. He thought about the level of thoroughness that kind of work required, and about what a person with that level of thoroughness would have done with access to a public archive in The Hague. Yes, he said. I think they found it a long time ago. I think they built their entire legal position on the foundation of this document, and I think the invalidity argument that we have been pursuing in the crisis room for 4 days was always going to fail, not because of the gap in the protocol, but because there is no gap. The drafters left a door open on purpose and wrote down why, and the people on Halfway found the key and found the note explaining the key and built their strategy around both of them. And we have been arguing that the door was never supposed to open while they have been standing in the room on the other side of it, holding the documentation that proves it was. Boughton looked at him for a long moment. That is either very impressive or very humbling, depending on which side of it you are on. It is both, Chen Dian said. Regardless of which side you are on. Boughton nodded and went out into the corridor, and Chen Dian heard him making the call to the director's office, the voice precise and professional in the way Boughton's voice always was, conveying urgency without performing it. Chen Dian closed the structural analysis document on his screen and opened a new one and began writing the section it needed, the section about the drafting committee's intent and what it meant for every trajectory he had mapped in the previous 14 pages, because the 10 o'clock briefing was in 70 minutes, and the work between now and then mattered more than anything else he could do with the time, and decisions made after the work was done were consistently better than decisions made before it. At 9:34 his phone rang, and it was Director Solispark's assistant confirming 15 minutes in the director's office at 9:45, and Chen Dian saved the new section, picked up the tablet with the Venn correspondence and his 2-page summary of its implications, and walked to the lift. He thought briefly about the call from the unknown number and the restaurant on the Rue de Rive and the voice that had said, "I hope you come." He thought about 3 billion people standing in a room on the other side of a door that had been left open on purpose. He went to the director's office and knocked and went in, and Director Solispark was at her desk and Boughton was already there, and she looked at Chen Dian with the expression she wore when she had already been told enough to know that what she was about to hear was going to require her to change something significant, and she said, "Tell me," and he sat down and told her. And outside the window Geneva was going about its morning in the gray flat light that it always had at this hour. And the lake was where it always was between the buildings, and the situation was what it was, and the Venn correspondence said what it said, and none of that was going to be different because it was inconvenient, and the work of the next hour was to make sure the people making decisions understood that before they made them. He went to the restaurant at noon. The woman waiting for him at a corner table had her back to the wall and a clear line of sight to both entrances, which told him something about how she operated before she said a word. She stood when she saw him and shook his hand with the directness of someone who did not use formality as a buffer between herself and the person she was dealing with. He sat down across from her and ordered coffee from the server, who appeared immediately, and she already had something in front of her and did not order again. She looked at him with the particular quality of attention that belonged to someone who had been thinking carefully about this specific conversation for considerably longer than he had. "Thank you for coming," she said. "You said the analysis was accurate," he said. "It is," she said. "Then I think we have a great deal to talk about," he said. "Yes," she said. "We do." The restaurant moved around them with its ordinary lunch sounds and its ordinary lunch crowd, and nobody in had any awareness of what was being discussed at the corner table, which Chen Dian thought was probably how the most important conversations always happened. In ordinary places, between people who had decided that the inconvenient truth was more useful than the comfortable fiction. He leaned forward slightly, and she leaned forward slightly, and the conversation began. Carol Tesborn had not intended to be in the same room as Marcus Feld in person for at least another 2 weeks, But the situation had developed in the past 48 hours in ways that made the planned 72-hour gap between their communicator conversation and their next contact feel like a luxury neither of them had. And so she had redirected the Meridian to Ceres, and Marcus had done the same with his vessel, and they were now sitting across from each other in a private meeting room in the Ceres operational hub that Ares Consolidated maintained for exactly this kind of conversation, which was to say a conversation that needed to happen in person and off the record, and in a space that both parties trusted. The Ceres hub was not glamorous. It was functional in the specific way that Ares Consolidated's operational infrastructure was always functional, clean and efficient, and maintained to exactly the standard required and not 1 degree beyond it. The meeting room had a table that seated 6, a wall display that was currently showing nothing, 2 carafes of coffee, and a viewport that looked out onto one of the secondary docking bays, where 3 Ares vessels were berthed in the particular neat arrangement of ships that had been told to wait. Carol had looked at those ships when she came in, and had noted that 2 of them were supply vessels that had been rerouted from declared station runs, and were now sitting in the docking bay burning holding costs, while the administrative review process determined what happened to their contracts, which was a concrete and moderately irritating illustration of the operational cost of the current situation. Marcus Feld had arrived before her, which was unusual, because Marcus was a man who arrived at exactly the agreed time rather than before or after it, and the fact that he was already in the room when she got there told her he had wanted the few minutes alone in the space before she arrived, which told her he had things to say that he had been preparing and wanted to approach from a settled position rather than a moving one. She noted this and filed it and sat down across from him and poured herself coffee and looked at him and waited, because when someone had been preparing things to say, the most useful thing you could do was give them the room to say them. Marcus looked like he had slept poorly, which was not a state she had often seen him in. He was a man who managed his physical condition with the same deliberate efficiency he applied to his professional one, and visible tiredness in Marcus Feld was a meaningful indicator of the weight of what he was carrying. "Thank you for coming in person," he said. "The conversation we need to have required it," Carol said. "What has changed in the past 48 hours that made you want to move the timeline up?" Marcus wrapped both hands around his coffee cup in the way people did when they wanted something physical to hold while they said a difficult thing, and he looked at her steadily before he started speaking, the look of a man who had decided to be more candid than he had originally planned to be. "3 things," he said, "in order of significance. First, I have information from a source inside the Earth Regulatory Authority that the legal foundation of the non-recognition strategy is in considerably worse shape than the official position acknowledges. There is apparently an archival record from the 2031 Drafting Committee that explicitly documents the intent behind Article 14 in a way that eliminates the invalidity argument. Not weakens it, eliminates it. My source tells me this record was presented to Director Solis Park's office this morning, and that it is going to fundamentally change the shape of Earth's response, whether the official position acknowledges it immediately or takes another 2 weeks to catch up to it." Carol looked at him without showing what she was thinking, which was that Devin Kurz had told her something adjacent to this possibility 2 days ago, and she had filed it as a medium probability development and had apparently underestimated the timeline. "Where is your source inside the regulatory authority?" she said. "Legal division," Marcus said. "Someone who has been watching the crisis room process with considerable frustration, and who believes the official response is being built on assumptions that are going to fail publicly and expensively. I am not going to be more specific than that. I have my own read on the legal situation that is consistent with what you're describing," Carol said. "What is the second thing?" "The second thing," Marcus said, "is that 2 of my 14 stations have been approached directly by individuals who I believe are acting as intermediaries for the coordination network on the belt side. Not approached through official channels. Approached through individuals inside the station administration who have been identified as potentially sympathetic to a return to modified charter status. The approach was sophisticated enough that it took my station monitoring team 3 days to identify it, which tells me the coordination network has significantly better intelligence on our internal station dynamics than I had assessed." Carol set her coffee down. "What was the nature of the approach?" They were offering a modified framework, Marcus said. Not a return to full corporate charter. Something new, a hybrid arrangement that preserves certain elements of corporate operational relationship while recognizing the sovereignty declaration. The terms were specific enough to suggest they had been developed by someone with detailed knowledge of how Meridian Resources structures its station contracts, which is not information that should be available to the Belt Coordination Network. Someone inside Meridian has been talking to them, Carol said. That is my current working assumption, Marcus said, without visible distress, in the tone of someone who had already moved past the initial reaction to the fact and was now working with it practically. I have an internal review running. What concerns me more than the security breach itself is the sophistication of the approach, because it suggests the Belt side is not just managing a crisis. They are actively working to restructure the relationship on their terms, rather than waiting to see what terms get offered to them. They were always going to do that, Carol said. That is what the declarations were. Not a crisis response. A restructuring initiative. The crisis is what they used to create the conditions for the restructuring. She paused. What is the third thing? Marcus looked at her for a moment with the expression he had worn at the beginning of the meeting, the expression of someone who had prepared things to say and was now approaching the one he had prepared most carefully. The third thing, he said, is that I have had a conversation in the past 24 hours that I want to tell you about because I think you need to know it happened, and because I think it has implications for Ares Consolidated's position that go beyond what I can manage unilaterally. He paused. I was contacted by a representative of the Belt Coordination Network. Directly, on a secure channel that I don't fully understand how they accessed. The representative made a proposal. Carol looked at him steadily and said nothing. They want to open a formal back-channel negotiation, Marcus said. Not public, not through Earth's regulatory apparatus. Directly between the major corporate operators and the network's coordination function. The proposal is that the corporate operators and the declared stations negotiate a new operational framework that addresses the station's political status while preserving the economic relationships that both sides depend on. They are calling it a parallel track, running alongside whatever Earth's official response develops into but independent of it, so that the economic and operational situation doesn't remain hostage to the political and legal situation. The room was quiet for a moment. Outside through the viewport, the three docked supply vessels sat in their neat arrangement, burning holding costs, going nowhere. They came to you before they came to me, Carol said. I don't know that, Marcus said. They may have approached you through a different channel that you haven't told me about, and I wouldn't necessarily expect you to tell me. What I know is that they came to me, and I am telling you, which is more transparency than the situation strictly requires, and which I am offering because I think the decision about how to respond to this proposal is not one that Meridian Resources should make in isolation from Ares Consolidated, given the relative scale of our belt operations, and the fact that whatever framework emerges from any negotiation is going to need the participation of the largest operator to be meaningful. Carol looked at the table for a moment. She thought about Devin Kurz and his daily updates, and the note she had written about Helen Quad, and the secondary operation she had running, and the 4 stations already in renegotiation conversations with her legal team, and the 80% of supply contracts in administrative review, and the 90-day window before formal termination became mandatory. She thought about the Adara-Venn correspondence that apparently now existed in the regulatory authorities' possession, and what it meant for the non-recognition strategy that Earth was committing to. She thought about the conversation she had been having with herself since the first morning of the declarations, the one about whether she wanted the Belt Coalition to hold or not, the one she had told Marcus she didn't have an answer to yet. She thought she was closer to an answer now. Marcus, she said, I want to ask you a direct question, and I want you to answer it directly rather than strategically, because I think we are at a point in this situation where strategic answers between us are less useful than honest ones. Ask it, he said. Do you think the declarations are going to hold? She said. Not legally. I know your read on the legal situation, and mine is consistent with it. I mean practically. You think 3 billion people in space who declared sovereignty 4 days ago are going to still be sovereign in 2 years? Or do you think the pressure collapses the coalition, and they come back to charter status in some form? Marcus was quiet for a longer moment than his usual pauses, the kind of quiet that meant the question had reached something he had been thinking about without fully articulating. "I think," he said slowly, "that the answer to that question depends more on what the corporate operators do in the next 60 days than on anything Earth's government does, because Earth's government is going to move slowly and expensively, and through processes that are going to take longer than the supply crisis takes to develop. The corporations move faster and have more direct leverage. Which means if the corporations decide to collapse the coalition through the supply squeeze, it probably collapses, at least partially, at least the weaker stations. And if the corporations decide that a negotiated framework serves their long-term interests better than a collapsed coalition, then the coalition probably holds long enough to develop the legal and political weight that makes it permanent. So the question is what serves our long-term interests better, Carol said. That is the question I have been sitting with, Marcus said. And I want to hear your answer before I give you mine, because your answer is going to carry more weight in determining what actually happens than mine is, and I want to understand what you're thinking before I tell you what I'm thinking. Carol looked at the viewport and the docked ships for a moment. She thought about 30 years of belt operations and the infrastructure Ares Consolidated had built, and the contracts, and the supply chains, and the 2.4 billion credits of monthly contract value across 31 stations, and the physical assets on sovereign-declared territory, and the holding costs burning in the docking bay, and the parallel track proposal sitting on the table between them. She thought about Helen Quad in a maintenance alcove, finding a door that had been left open on purpose. A collapsed coalition, Carol said, gives us a short-term win and a long-term operating environment that is permanently adversarial, because 3 billion people who tried to be sovereign and were pressured back into contracted labor status do not forget that experience and do not stop trying. They just try differently and with more preparation the next time. And the next time they will know more about how we respond than they already do, which is already more than is comfortable. Agreed, Marcus said. A negotiated framework, Carol said, gives us a short-term concession of significant things that we would prefer to keep, specifically the legal architecture that defines the stations as contracted labor rather than sovereign entities, and in exchange, gives us a long-term operating environment where the economic relationships are preserved on a basis that the station populations have agreed to rather than been coerced into, which is a fundamentally more stable foundation for 30 years of future operations than the current one has turned out to be. Also agreed, Marcus said. So you're saying the negotiated framework is the better long-term position? I'm saying it might be, Carol said carefully. I'm saying the calculus points in that direction. What I don't yet know is whether the framework the coordination network is proposing is one that actually preserves the economic relationships we need preserved, or whether it is a framework that uses the language of negotiation to achieve the full sovereignty outcome while appearing to offer something to the corporate side. Those are two very different proposals, and they can be made to sound similar until you read the details. Which is why the back-channel conversation needs to happen before we decide anything, Marcus said. So we can read the details. Yes, Carol said. Before we decide anything. And before Earth's official response commits to a posture that makes a parallel track politically impossible. Because if the fleet repositioning becomes a formal blockade and the non-recognition position becomes entrenched, the space for a corporate back-channel narrows considerably because anything we negotiate will be seen as breaking ranks with Earth's position. How long before the repositioning becomes a formal blockade? Marcus said. 48 to 72 hours based on my current information, Carol said. After which the public framing makes it very difficult for anyone to propose a negotiated alternative without being characterized as capitulating to the declarations. Marcus looked at her. So we have 48 to 72 hours to decide whether to engage with the parallel track proposal before the window closes. That is my assessment, Carol said. Marcus sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment in the way he did when he was working through the final steps of a decision he had been building toward for some time, and needed one more moment of honest examination before he committed to a direction. Carol, he said, still looking at the ceiling, I have been in this industry for 34 years, and I have made a significant number of decisions that I would characterize as correct and a smaller but not insignificant number that I would characterize as wrong in ways that took years to fully understand. The ones that were wrong in ways that took years to understand were almost always the ones where I chose the position that was comfortable and familiar over the one that was accurate and difficult. I am trying not to do that in this situation. I know, Carol said. I'm trying not to do it either. Then I think we both know what we're leaning toward, Marcus said, looking back at her. We know what the logic points toward, Carol said. That is not the same as knowing what we're going to do, because the logic and the decision still have a gap between them that requires us to know more than we currently know about the specific proposal on the table. I want to see the framework they're offering before I commit to engaging with the parallel track, because I am not going to walk into a back-channel negotiation without understanding what I'm walking into. How do you want to get the framework? Marcus said. Carol thought about Devin Kurz and his operational intelligence and the secondary operation she had running, and the contact she had established through that operation who had proven useful in ways she had not fully disclosed to Marcus and was not going to disclose to him now. I have a way of getting more information about the framework without formally engaging the back channel, she said. Give me 24 hours. I'll know more by then, and we can have this conversation again with better information. Marcus nodded. He looked at his coffee and then at the docked ships through the viewport and then back at her. 24 hours. And Carol, whatever you find out, I want to know about it before you make any commitments, because I think the decision to engage or not engage with the parallel track is one we should make together, given what I said earlier about relative scale and the weight your position carries in determining what is actually possible. Agreed, Carol said. I will call you in 24 hours. They sat for a moment in the particular quiet of two people who had arrived at a shared understanding without fully naming what they had understood, and then Marcus refilled his coffee and asked her about the Meridian's transit time from her current position to the outer belt, and the conversation shifted into the operational details that were easier to discuss than the strategic ones. Specific distances and fuel costs and docking schedules and manifest reviews that constituted the daily texture of running a large corporate belt operation, and they talked about those things for another 20 minutes with the ease of long professional acquaintance. And then Carol stood and Marcus stood, and they shook hands in the particular way of people whose relationship was more than professional and less than personal, and had never been either one cleanly. And she went back to her ship, and he went back to his. She was in her office on the Meridian 40 minutes later when she called Devin Kurz and told him what she needed and gave him the 24-hour window, and he told her he would have something for her in 12, and she believed him because he always had something in the time he said he would. And she ended the call and sat at her desk and looked at the note she had written about Helen Quad and the secondary operation and the framework and the 48 to 72-hour window before the blockade became formal and the parallel track became politically impossible. She opened a new document and began writing, not a strategy memo this time, but a set of questions, the specific questions that the framework would need to answer before she could make a decision about it, organized in order of importance from the ones that were non-negotiable to the ones that were negotiable but uncomfortable. It was a long list. She expected it to get longer as she thought about it, which was fine because the work of making the list was itself part of the thinking, and the thinking was what came before the decision, and the decision was what everything else depended on. Outside through the viewport, the docking bay of the Ceres hub was busy with the ordinary traffic of ships coming and going, supply vessels and freight haulers and corporate cruisers, and the small maintenance craft that moved between them. The whole apparatus of outer system commerce continuing to function in the specific determined way that commerce functioned even when the political and legal framework around it was in the process of being renegotiated by 3 billion people who had decided they were real, and were not going to decide otherwise regardless of what the corporate operators or Earth's government or anyone else preferred. The list of questions was long, and she expected it to get longer as the thinking developed, because that was the nature of decisions that mattered. They generated more questions the more seriously you took them rather than fewer, and the discipline was not to stop asking the questions when they became uncomfortable, but to keep asking them until the answers were solid enough to build on. She had learned that early in her career and had watched enough people who hadn't learned it make expensive and avoidable mistakes, and she had no intention of joining that category now, not on a decision of this scale, not when the operating environment for the next 20 years of Ares Consolidated its belt operations was sitting on the other side of it. She wrote for 2 hours without stopping, and when she finished the document was 11 pages and the questions were organized, and the non-negotiable ones were clearly distinguished from the negotiable ones, and she knew exactly what she needed from Devin Kurz's 12-hour window to be able to move forward, and she saved the document to the restricted access level, and closed it, and looked at the viewport where the docking bay traffic had thinned into the quieter patterns of the late operational hour. And she thought about Marcus Feld on his ship somewhere in the Ceres complex doing his own version of the same work, and she thought about 48 to 72 hours, and she thought about a door left open on purpose 40 years ago, and she thought that the most important decisions were always the ones that looked like they had an obvious answer until you sat down and asked the questions that made the answer less obvious and more true, and that was the work, and she had always been willing to do the work. And she was willing to do it now. Kalen Rux brought the Perseverance into Pallor Junction's docking bay on a Tuesday morning, 11 days and 4 hours out from Render Point, which was 4 hours longer than his navigation estimate, and which he attributed to a debris field in the mid-belt transit corridor that had required a routing adjustment he hadn't planned for. The adjustment had cost him fuel and time, and had taken him through a section of the corridor where an Earth Fleet vessel had been sitting in a monitoring position, a mid-range patrol craft that had tracked the Perseverance on its sensors for approximately 40 minutes before losing interest and moving on to something else. Kalen had watched the patrol craft on his own sensors during those 40 minutes, with the specific quality of attention he gave to things that could become problems, and had not yet decided whether they were going to. The docking approach to Pallor Junction was handled by a traffic control operator who sounded young and slightly overworked, with the particular vocal quality of someone managing more simultaneous tasks than their training had fully prepared them for. Pallor Junction had a population of just under 60,000 and a docking infrastructure that had been built for a corporate supply operation, rather than for the more complex and varied traffic that a sovereign station was apparently generating. Because in the 11 days since Kalen had last had current information on the station, the independent freight traffic had increased significantly, and the docking allocation system was visibly struggling to keep up with it. Perseverance, you are cleared for Bay 14, the traffic control operator said. Be advised Bay 14 has a restricted approach angle due to a vessel currently occupying Bay 13 that is oversized for its allocated berth. Approach on Vector 274 and reduce to maneuvering speed at the 200-meter mark. Confirmed Bay 14, Vector 274, maneuvering speed at 200, Kalen said. What's the oversized vessel in 13? Independent freighter out of the mid-belt, the operator said. She came in 6 hours ago with a food cargo, and the captain misjudged her vessel dimensions on the berth request. We're working on it. Understood, Kalen said, and flew the approach on Vector 274 and reduced to maneuvering speed at exactly the 200-meter mark because the approach angle was tight enough that exactly was the only acceptable standard, and he put the Perseverance into Bay 14 with the particular focused precision that close-quarters docking required, and that he had always found to be one of the more satisfying technical exercises in independent freight operation. The specific satisfaction of a task that had a clear and unambiguous standard, and either met it or didn't. He ran through the post-docking sequence and secured the ship, and sat for a moment in the quiet of the bridge after the engine cycled down, which was something he did after every docking, a brief interval between the transit and whatever came next that he had developed as a habit years ago and had never found a reason to abandon. The bridge was quiet in the specific way it was quiet after extended transit, the background systems running at their lower docked settings, the particular absence of the navigation systems that ran continuously in transit and whose presence you only fully noticed when they stopped. He pulled up the station's status information that Pallor Junction's public network was broadcasting and read through it. The station was on food rationing at 75% of normal allocation, down from the 80% Sable had told him 11 days ago, which meant the situation had tightened in his transit time. Atmosphere maintenance was on conservation protocols. Water was normal. The public broadcast had the careful, measured tone of official communications that were trying to convey seriousness without conveying panic, which was a difficult balance to strike, and which Pallor Junction's council communications team was managing adequately but not perfectly. There were two sentences in the broadcast that had the slightly compressed quality of information that had been edited for length in a way that suggested the unedited version was more alarming than the published one. He was reading the third paragraph for the second time when the docking bay intercom activated. Perseverance, this is Pallor Junction Docking Authority. Your cargo manifest has been received and logged. A council logistics representative will be at your bay in approximately 20 minutes to process the delivery. Please have your documentation ready. Confirmed, Kalen said. Documentation is ready. He gathered his manifest and delivery documentation and went to the cargo bay to begin the pre-delivery checks, which he ran himself rather than delegating, because his operating standard was personal verification at every stage, and he had no one to delegate to in any case. The medical equipment was secured and undamaged and matched the manifest exactly, and the fabrication components were in the same condition they had been in when he loaded them, which was perfect, because fabrication components had a specific sensitivity to improper securing during transit that could produce invisible damage that only became apparent during installation, and he had secured them himself and checked them twice during the transit. He was finishing the pre-delivery check when he heard footsteps on the docking bay floor outside, and the specific sound of the exterior access hatch being knocked on rather than the intercom being used, which was an informal approach that suggested the logistics representative was either not standing on protocol or was running late and was skipping the intercom step to save 30 seconds. He went to the hatch and opened it. The woman standing on the docking bay floor was not what he had expected a council logistics representative to look like, though he acknowledged to himself that he had no specific expectation and that the thought was therefore not as meaningful as it felt. She was in her mid-40s, compact and direct in her physical bearing, with the kind of face that had been weathered by years of working in environments that were not designed for comfort rather than by sun or wind. She was carrying a tablet with his manifest on it, and she had the expression of someone who had been moving between tasks at high speed for an extended period and had not fully stopped between any of them. Kalen Rux, she said. It was not a question. Yes, he said. My name is Adrafen, she said. I'm the head of the Logistics Committee for Pallor Junction, Sovereign Council. I handle all independent freight deliveries personally right now because we don't have the staffing to delegate it, and because the decisions about what cargo gets prioritized require someone with full situational awareness of the station's supply picture, and I'm currently the person with the most complete version of that picture. She said all of this with the efficiency of someone who had explained it multiple times in the past several days and had refined the explanation to its minimum necessary length. Can I come aboard? Yes, Kalen said, and stepped back from the hatch, and she came up the ramp and into the cargo bay, and looked around it with the assessing attention of someone who was cataloging what she was seeing against what she was expecting. Your fabrication components, she said, looking at the secured pallets. Are these the pharmaceutical manufacturing units listed on the manifest? Yes, Kalen said. 12 units, fully intact, secured to the standard I use for sensitive fabrication equipment, which is above the manifest requirement. I checked them twice during transit. They are in the same condition they were in at loading. Adra looked at the pallets for a moment with the expression of someone performing a rapid calculation and arriving at a result that was better than they had expected but not as good as they needed. These 12 units, she said, are going to allow us to manufacture approximately 40% of our monthly pharmaceutical requirement on station once they are installed and running, which is not sufficient for our needs but is considerably better than 0%, which is where we are right now. The installation team is ready. We can have the first unit operational within 18 hours of unloading. She paused and looked at him. How long will the unloading take with your current equipment? 4 hours if your docking bay equipment is functional, Kalen said. Longer if it has issues. Render Point's hydraulic fault cost me an hour on that delivery. Our cargo handling equipment is functional, Adras said, with a slight edge that told him the question had touched something she was sensitive about, which probably meant the equipment had recently not been functional and had been repaired under conditions that were not entirely comfortable. We have been maintaining everything at full operational standard, because we cannot afford equipment failures right now. Good, Kalen said. Then 4 hours. I can begin unloading as soon as you confirm the delivery and release the bay crane allocation. Adra was already making notes on her tablet. She looked up from it and looked at him with a directness that suggested she was moving to a different part of the conversation than the delivery logistics. Sable Oren told me you wanted a direct conversation with the coordination network's logistics function before you committed to further runs, she said. Kalen looked at her. She told you that. She told me you were the kind of operator who made decisions based on direct information rather than second-hand endorsement, and that you had specific concerns about cargo documentation standards that needed to be addressed directly rather than through an intermediary, Adras said. I am the coordination, networks, logistics function for this part of the belt. Not all of it, the network is larger than any one person manages, but the routes and the operators and the supply chains that are relevant to your current position and your current capabilities, those are mine. So if you want the direct conversation, you are having it. Kalen looked at her for a moment. He had expected the coordination network's logistics representative to be someone he met through a formal arrangement, on a scheduled communication, with time to prepare questions and assess responses. The woman standing in his cargo bay with a tablet and 11 days of supply crisis compressed into her expression was not that, and he found that the reality was more useful than the expectation would have been. Sit down, he said, gesturing toward the 2 equipment cases that served as seating in the cargo bay when the cargo bay was being used for conversations rather than cargo. Let's talk. Adras sat on one of the cases with the ease of someone who had been having conversations in cargo bays for long enough that the setting felt normal to her, and Kalen sat on the other, and the cargo bay had the particular quality of a functional space being used for an important conversation, which was a quality he had always found more honest than conference rooms. Documentation first, Kalen said, because it is the non-negotiable item, and I need to know where you stand on it before anything else. Tell me your standard, Adras said. Every piece of cargo I carry is documented to the level of individual component verification, Kalen said. Manifest entries match physical contents exactly, sourcing documentation is complete and accurate, and the routing history is clean enough to withstand a thorough inspection by a corridor patrol that is looking for a reason to flag the vessel. That is not a preference. It is the operating standard I have maintained for 12 years, and the reason my freight license has never been flagged. I will not carry cargo that cannot meet that standard regardless of the rate or the urgency or the cause. Adra looked at him steadily through this and did not interrupt, which he noted as the behavior of someone who was actually listening rather than waiting to respond. Sable told me you would say something like that, she said. And I want to give you an honest answer rather than a reassuring one, because I think you will find the honest answer more useful, and because I think you will know the difference. She paused and organized her thoughts in the visible way of someone who was being precise rather than fast. The coordination network's cargo documentation quality is variable. Some of our sourcing channels produce completely clean documentation. Others produce documentation that is accurate in content, but has routing histories that are unusual enough to attract questions from an inspector who is looking carefully. We have been working to improve the documentation quality across all channels since the declarations, because we understood from the beginning that the corridor inspection environment was going to tighten, and that operators with our cargo were going to be inspected more frequently than average. How much improvement have you made in the past 11 days? Kalen said. Significant improvement on 4 of our 7 primary sourcing channels, Adras said. The remaining 3 channels are still producing documentation that I would not describe as inspection-proof under the current corridor conditions. I'm not going to offer you cargo from those 3 channels and represent it as meeting your standard, because it doesn't and you would find out, and that would end a relationship I would prefer not to end. So you're telling me you have 4 clean channels and 3 that are not clean enough, Kalen said. I am telling you I have 4 channels I would offer to an operator with your documentation standard, and 3, that I would not offer to an operator with your documentation standard, Adras said. The 3 that don't meet your standard are going to operators with different risk profiles who have made different assessments about the current environment. I am not going to pretend those channels don't exist, but I am also not going to ask you to use them. Kaylin thought about that. It was the honest answer she had promised, and it was genuinely honest, which was more than he had expected, and which shifted his assessment of who he was dealing with. What can the 4 clean channels supply, he said. Specifically, in terms of cargo type and volume. Adra pulled up something on her tablet and looked at it before she answered. Food staples, medical supplies, water processing consumables, and atmosphere maintenance components. The 4 channels together can supply approximately 60% of what Pallard Junction needs monthly, which is better than where we were 2 weeks ago and worse than where we need to be in 30 days. The volume is sufficient for 2 to 3 freight runs per month at the capacity of a vessel your size. 2 to 3 runs per month, Kaylin said. That is more frequency than I typically run on a single route. I know, Adras said. I looked at your freight history before this conversation. Your typical pattern is 2 to 3 different destinations per month, rather than multiple runs to the same destination. What I am asking you to consider is a different operating model for the current period, one that prioritizes consistency of supply to a specific set of stations over variety of destination. The stations that need consistent supply most urgently are the smaller ones, Pallard Junction among them, and what they need from independent operators is not variety, it is reliability. A vessel that arrives on a predictable schedule with clean cargo from known sourcing is worth more to us right now than a vessel that comes once with a larger load and then moves on. What is the rate for the consistent model? Kaylin said. Adra told him. It was higher than the rate Sable had quoted, which suggested either that the coordination network had increased its rate offering in the 11 days since Sable's call or that Adra had authority to offer rates above the standard level for operators who met specific criteria. Either way, the number was significant, high enough that 2 to 3 runs per month to Pallard Junction at that rate would represent a meaningful improvement over his standard operating income. I want to know about the external backing, Kaylin said. Sable told me the rates suggest funding depth beyond what the stations themselves could generate. I want to understand where the resources are coming from before I build an operating model around them, because resources that come from opaque sources have a way of becoming unavailable without warning, and I don't want to find myself in a situation where I have restructured my operation around a funding source that disappears. Adra looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone assessing how much of a specific answer the question required. The coordination network has financial backing from several sources, she said carefully. Some of those sources are the stations themselves, pooled resources from station populations and council. Some are from individuals who are sympathetic to the sovereignty situation and have resources to contribute to it. And some are from sources that I am not in a position to fully disclose on a first conversation in a cargo bay on a station I have known you for 40 minutes, not because the sources are problematic, but because the security architecture of the network requires compartmentalization that I cannot override unilaterally. She paused. What I can tell you is that the funding is stable for a minimum of 6 months at current operational levels, and that if the network situation changes in a way that affects the funding, I will tell you with enough lead time for you to adjust your operating model. That is the commitment I can make. 6 months is enough, Kaylin said, provided the commitment about lead time is genuine. It is genuine, Adras said, with the flatness of someone who did not make commitments for rhetorical effect. I run the logistics operation for this part of the network, and the operators I work with are the infrastructure the operation depends on. Burning operators by failing to keep commitments is not something I have done, and not something I intend to do. Kaylin looked at her for a moment, thought about Sable's description of the coordination network, serious and organized and with more depth than anyone on the corporate side had given it credit for. And he thought about the woman sitting on an equipment case in his cargo bay who had been straight with him about documentation quality and sourcing channels and funding architecture, in a way that suggested she valued the relationship more than she valued the impression she was making, which in his experience was a meaningful distinction. "I have one more question," he said. "Ask it," Odra said. "The people I will be carrying cargo for," he said. "The station populations. I want to understand whether what they are trying to do is real. Not politically, not legally. I have heard enough about the legal situation to know it is complicated, and I am not a lawyer. What I want to know is whether the people who planned this, the people who built the network and executed the declarations and are now managing the crisis, are doing something they actually believe in and have actually thought through, or whether this is a situation that was created with more courage than planning and is now running on momentum and hope." Adra was quiet for a moment. She looked at the cargo bay around her, at the secured pallets of medical equipment and fabrication components, at the utilitarian walls of the Perseverance's hold, at her tablet with the supply numbers that were not good enough but were better than they had been. And then she looked at Kalen with the expression of someone who had been asked a question that reached something personal and had decided to answer it personally rather than professionally. "I have been part of the planning infrastructure for this network for 22 months, she said. "Before that I spent 6 years on a station that was decommissioned by its corporate operator because the resource extraction in its sector became uneconomical, and the station population was redistributed under placement contracts to other installations. I was 31 years old and I was moved to Pallard Junction under a contract that classified me as contracted labor and gave me no meaningful say in where I went or what I did when I got there. I have spent the 8 years since then watching the coordination network get built by people who understood exactly what they were doing and exactly what the risks were, and did it anyway because the alternative was continuing to exist in a legal category that did not recognize them as people." She paused. "The people who built this thought about it for years. The people who are managing the crisis now are doing it under conditions that are harder than anyone fully anticipated, and they are doing it well. It is real. It is the most real thing I have been part of in my professional life. That is the honest answer to your question." Kalen looked at her for a long moment and then nodded once, the nod of someone who had gotten what they needed from a conversation and knew what to do with it. "Release the crane allocation," he said. "We'll start unloading, and I want the fabrication units in your installation team's hands within 4 hours. After the delivery is processed, I want to talk about the routing for the next run and the sourcing documentation for the first clean channel cargo load. Because if we are going to build a consistent operating relationship, I want to start building it correctly rather than fixing problems after they develop." Adra stood from the equipment case and pulled up the crane allocation interface on her tablet and processed the release with the efficiency of someone who had been processing logistics decisions at high speed for 11 days and had gotten very good at it. 4 hours for unloading," she said. "And then we talk routing." She looked at him with something that was not quite a smile but was in that direction. "Sable told me you were the most consistent operator she worked with. She said in the current environment consistent was the thing she needed most." "She told me the same thing," Kalen said. "She was right," Adras said, and went to the hatch and down the ramp to begin coordinating the unloading. And Kalen watched her go and then turned back to the cargo bay and began preparing the first pallet for crane transfer. And outside in the docking bay Pallard Junction moved around them with the sounds of a station that was under pressure and holding. And the fabrication units that were going to allow them to manufacture 40% of their pharmaceutical requirement were going to be in the installation team's hands in 4 hours. And that was not enough, but it was something. And something was what you built from when everything was what you were trying to get to. Helen Quad had been watching Barrett Sen for 9 days with the specific attention she gave to systems that were behaving in ways that suggested an underlying fault, not obvious enough to trigger an alarm, not subtle enough to ignore, but present in the accumulated pattern of small behaviors that individually meant nothing and collectively meant something she needed to understand before it became something she needed to manage in public. Barrett Sen was 54 years old and had been halfway station's administrator for 7 years. Which meant he had been appointed under the previous corporate charter structure, and had spent those 7 years operating as the interface between Ares Consolidated's administrative requirements and the station's day-to-day governance, a role that required a specific kind of person. Someone who could navigate the gap between what the corporation wanted and what the population needed without fully belonging to either side. Barrett had done this adequately. Not brilliantly, not badly, adequately, which was the word that came to Helen's mind every time she tried to characterize him, and which she had come to understand as the most accurate single word available for a man who had built his entire professional identity around managing expectations rather than exceeding them. She had not disliked him before the declarations. She had not particularly liked him either. He was a feature of the station's administrative landscape in the way that certain recurring maintenance issues were features of the station's physical landscape, present and known, and managed rather than resolved. What she was watching now was different from her prior experience of him, and the difference was specific. In the 9 days since the declarations, Barrett had attended every council meeting and every public communication session and every administrative briefing, had said the correct things in all of them, had presented no formal opposition to any council decision, and had in every visible and documented respect behaved as a station administrator who was supporting the sovereignty transition. And underneath that visible and documented behavior, he had been in communication with an Ares consolidated contact on an average of once every 36 hours, using a personal encrypted channel that was routed through a commercial privacy service, and that he accessed from his personal communicator rather than his station workstation, which told her he understood that his station workstation was potentially monitored, and that he was being deliberately careful about not creating an official record of the communications. She knew about the communications because she had built the station's network monitoring architecture and had maintained it for 11 years and knew every path through it, including the paths that were designed to look like they were outside the monitored perimeter and were not. She had not told Barrett this. She had not told anyone except Paul, and she had not told Paul everything. She was at her workstation on level 4 at 6:45, earlier than her usual start time, which had itself moved progressively earlier over the 9 days since the declarations, until she was effectively working a 14 to 16-hour day without having formally decided to do so. The conservation protocol was running and showing the numbers she expected. Atmosphere maintenance reserves now at 58 days rather than 62, which was the correct rate of draw under the protocol, and which was not good, but was better than the unprotected rate would have produced. The food rationing was holding at 80%. The alternative logistics pipeline had delivered 2 cargo runs since the declarations, both from Kalen Rux's freight route, though she didn't know that specifically, and the fabrication units from the second delivery were being installed in the station's manufacturing section and were going to be partially operational within the week. The situation was difficult and stable, which was the best characterization available. She pulled up the monitoring log on Barrett's communication pattern and looked at it for the 4th time that morning, not because anything in it had changed since the 3rd time, but because she was trying to decide what to do about it, and the decision kept requiring her to look at the data again, as though the data was going to eventually tell her something it hadn't told her yet. It was not going to tell her anything new. She already knew what it told her. What she was actually doing was delaying the decision, which she recognized as unusual for her, and which she recognized as a sign that the decision was genuinely difficult rather than just uncomfortable. Her communicator chimed. It was Soli's, which was not surprising because Soli's called every morning between 700 and 7:30, and it was currently 7:12. Helen, Soli said, with the particular compression of her name that Soli's used when she had things to get through and wanted to move at speed. Good morning, Helen said. The network session is at 900 today, Soli said. I need you to brief me before it on the atmosphere maintenance numbers, because the council is going to want an update at the afternoon session, and I want to have the full picture before I go into the network communication rather than after. The numbers are in the conservation protocol update I sent you last night, Helen said. I read the update, Soli said. I want to talk through what the numbers mean rather than just read them, because the council members are going to ask questions that require more than the document gives them, and I want to be ready for those questions. Can you come to my office at 800? Yes, Helen said. I'll be there at 800. Good, Soli said. Also, the council has a situation it needs to discuss with you that is separate from the supply numbers. I would rather talk about it in person than on a communicator. Helen looked at her screen for a moment. What kind of situation? The kind that is better discussed in person, Solis said firmly, which was the answer Helen had expected, and which told her that whatever it was, Solis had decided it was sensitive enough that even a private communicator channel was not the right place for it. "I'll be there at 800, Helen said again, and ended the call. She spent the next 45 minutes finishing the atmosphere maintenance update and cross-referencing it against the conservation protocol performance data, and pulling together the numbers Solis was going to need for the afternoon council session. And then she saved everything to the council documentation system and closed her workstation and walked to the lift. Level 2, where Solis had her office, was one floor above the station's administrative hub, which put it in the section of halfway that felt most institutional, the corridors slightly wider and the lighting slightly more deliberate than the maintenance levels where Helen spent most of her time. Solis's office was not large, but was organized with the specific density of a space that was being used at maximum capacity. Every surface occupied with the documentation and communication devices and reference materials of someone who was managing more simultaneous responsibilities than the space was originally designed for. Solis herself was behind her desk when Helen arrived, which was where she always was, a small woman in her early 50s with close-cropped gray hair, and the particular alertness of someone who had been running on insufficient sleep for an extended period, and had decided not to let that show in any way that would reduce other people's confidence in her. She waved Helen to a chair without looking up from what she was reading, which was a communication on her screen that she was in the final stages of processing, and Helen sat down and waited, which she was generally good at. Solis finished and looked up. "The atmosphere numbers first," she said, "and then the other thing." Helen walked her through the numbers in the way she walked technical people through technical information, directly and without softening, because Solis was a technical person in the sense that mattered, which was that she could absorb accurate difficult information and work with it rather than needing it adjusted for palatability. The 58-day reserve, the conservation protocol draw rate, the 3 scenarios depending on whether the alternative logistics pipeline delivered the atmosphere component shipment that was currently in transit on schedule, or with the various delays that the corridor inspection environment was capable of producing. "Best case," Helen said, "the shipment in transit arrives on schedule, and we extend the reserve to approximately 80 days, which gives us enough margin to get through the next phase of the supply situation without atmosphere becoming the critical constraint. Moderate case, the shipment is delayed by 10 to 14 days due to corridor inspection holds, and we arrive at the 80-day extension point 3 weeks later than the best case. Worst case, the shipment is turned back entirely, and we are looking at managing the 58-day reserve through the critical period, which requires additional conservation measures beyond what the current protocol mandates, and which will become visible to the station population, in ways that the current protocol has managed to keep below the threshold of public anxiety." Solis looked at her steadily through all 3 scenarios, with the expression of someone doing continuous real-time assessment, rather than waiting for the conclusion. "Which case do you think is most likely?" Solis said. "Moderate," Helen said. "The corridor inspection tempo has been increasing, and the independent operators running supply cargo to declared stations are being inspected more frequently than average. A 10 to 14-day delay is the most probable outcome based on the current pattern. I've built the contingency planning around the moderate case and have the worst case documentation ready if it becomes necessary." "All right," Solis said. "That is useful, and I will take it to the council this afternoon." She paused and looked at her desk for a moment, and then looked back at Helen with the shift in expression that indicated the transition to the other thing. "The council situation. I'm going to tell you what I know, and then I want to hear what you know, because I have the strong impression that you know more than I do about this, and I would rather not have that situation continue." Helen looked at her. "Barrett," Solis said. "What does the council know?" Helen said. "The council knows that 3 of its members have been approached individually by Barrett in the past week with informal conversations about contingency planning," Solis said. Barrett's framing in each conversation was that responsible governance required the council to be thinking about fallback options in the event that the sovereignty declaration became untenable due to the supply situation, and that Ares Consolidated had indicated through unofficial channels that a return to modified charter status might be available on terms that were better than the original charter. He presented it as prudent contingency, thinking rather than as advocacy for a specific outcome. "How did the 3 council members respond?" Helen said. "2 of them told him they were not interested in the conversation and reported it to me immediately," Solis said. "The 3rd listened to the full conversation without committing to anything and came to me afterward and told me about it, which tells me the 3rd member was uncertain enough to want to hear Barrett out, but not so uncertain that they were willing to act on it without checking with the rest of the council. The council met in closed session yesterday evening. I didn't call you because I wanted the council's own read on the situation before I added your perspective, and because I needed to know how much of this was going to stay contained within the council before I decided how to handle it." "And the council's read," Helen said. "The council is unified in not wanting to return to corporate charter status," Solis said. "That unanimity is genuine, and it matters. What is less clear is what the council wants to do about Barrett, because removing a station administrator 9 days into sovereignty is a governance action that has consequences for the station's stability and for the network's confidence in Halfway as a stable member of the coalition, and the council is aware of that." She looked at Helen with the directness she used when she was done with the preamble and wanted the actual conversation. "Now tell me what you know." "Barrett has been in communication with an Ares consolidated contact since day 3 of the declaration," Helen said. "Once every 36 hours on average, using a personal encrypted channel routed through a commercial privacy service. I have the communication metadata, but not the content." Solis was quiet for a moment. "You have been watching him since day 3. "I have been watching him since before the declaration," Helen said. "I identified him as a potential fracture point during the planning phase, and I built monitoring into the network architecture that would flag his communication patterns if they changed after the declaration. They changed on day 3. "And you didn't tell me," Solis said, and her voice was level and careful in the way it was level and careful when she was managing a reaction she had not yet decided how to express. "I didn't tell you because telling you created a governance obligation to act," Helen said, "and acting before I understood the full shape of what he was doing and what Ares was doing through him risked producing exactly the kind of public fracture that would damage Halfway's position in the network at the worst possible time. I was documenting and waiting for the moment when the information was complete enough to act on productively rather than reactively." "And is it complete enough now?" Solis said. "It is complete enough to tell you what is happening," Helen said. "It is not complete enough to tell you the full content of what Ares has been communicating to him, which I think matters before we decide how to act, because the distinction between Barrett sharing information with Ares and Barrett receiving instructions from Ares is significant." "Explain that distinction," Solis said. "If Barrett is primarily sharing information with Ares," Helen said, "supply numbers, council discussions, population sentiment, the kind of operational picture that Ares would want to have in order to calibrate its pressure strategy, then the damage is significant but the remedy is relatively straightforward. You remove the information source by removing him from a position where he has access to sensitive council deliberations. If Barrett is primarily receiving instructions from Ares and acting on them, which the approach to the 3 council members suggests is at least partly the case, then the situation is more complex because it means Ares has a strategy that uses him as an instrument, and removing him doesn't end the strategy. It just removes one instrument and prompts Ares to develop another." Solis looked at her for a long moment. Outside, through the small porthole in her office wall, the docking ring was visible, a section of Halfway's external infrastructure that looked exactly as it always had, the permanent physical reality of the station, unchanged by the administrative revolution that had happened 9 days ago inside it. "You think Ares has a strategy that goes beyond Barrett," Solis said. "I think Ares has multiple strategies running simultaneously," Helen said. "The supply contract review is one. The individual station renegotiation approach, which the network has identified as happening with at least 4 stations, is another. Using administrators and council members who are uncertain about the declaration's sustainability as pressure points is a third. Barrett is an instrument in the third strategy, which means the question is not only what to do about Barrett, but what to do about the strategy he is part of." Solis sat back in her chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment in the way she did when she was integrating a significant amount of information and needed the brief visual break from the person delivering it. "All right," she said. "I want to think about this carefully before the council acts, and I want your input on the approach rather than just the information." She looked back at Helen. "What do you think we should do?" Helen had been thinking about this question for 9 days, which was longer than Solis had been thinking about it, and which meant her answer was more developed, but also more entangled with all the other thinking she had been doing simultaneously. She organized it into the form it needed to be in to be useful, rather than just complete. "I think we should not remove Barrett immediately," she said. "I think we should constrain what he has access to by restructuring how council deliberations are conducted and what information flows through the administrator's office, which removes his value as an information source to Ares without creating the public fracture of a formal removal. And I think we should use the communication channel he has with Ares deliberately, which means that some of what moves through that channel should be information we choose to send rather than information he has gathered independently." Solis looked at her with an expression that moved between several things before settling on something that was not quite admiration and not quite discomfort and contained elements of both. "You want to use him as a conduit," Solis said. "I want to use the channel," Helen said carefully. "There is a difference. Barrett doesn't need to know he is being used as a conduit. The information simply needs to move through the channel in a way that serves our purposes rather than Ares's purposes, which requires controlling what he has access to rather than controlling him directly." "That is a significant thing to propose," Solis said. "It is," Helen agreed. "I am not proposing it lightly. I am proposing it because I think it is more effective than the alternative, and because the alternative, removing him publicly, gives Ares the fracture narrative they want and eliminates a channel that could be useful to us." Solis was quiet for a long moment. She looked at her desk and then at the porthole and then back at Helen. "I need to take this to the full council," she said. "Not the approach you're describing, not yet. That requires more discussion than we have time for this morning. But the basic situation, Barrett's communication with Ares, the metadata you have, the council members he approached. The council needs the full picture before it makes any decision, and it needs it today." "I agree," Helen said. "Will you come to the council session this afternoon and present what you have?" Solis said. "Not as a council member, as the person with the technical information. The council needs to hear it directly from you." "Yes," Helen said. "I'll be there." Solis nodded and looked at her watch, and then at her screen, and then back at Helen, with the expression of someone who had absorbed a significant amount of difficult information in a short period, and was now redistributing her attention to the 17 other things that were waiting for it. "The 900 network session," Solis said. "Is there anything I need to know before it?" "The session agenda includes a governance update and a supply pipeline status," Helen said. "The pipeline status is going to be difficult because the numbers are not where the network needs them to be, and the smaller stations are starting to feel the gap between what the alternative pipelines can deliver and what they need. There may also be a discussion of the stations that are in renegotiation conversations with corporate operators, because the network identified at least 4 of those in the last session, and it is becoming a coalition coherence issue." "4 stations," Solis said. "At minimum," Helen said. "Possibly more by now." Solis looked at her with the expression of someone adding a new item to a list that was already longer than was comfortable. "All right. I will see you at 900 and again at the council session this afternoon." She paused. "Helen, the thing you have been doing for the past 9 days, watching Barrett and building the documentation and managing the information carefully, rather than bringing it forward before you understood it fully. I understand why you did it that way, and I think the reasoning was sound. But I need you to understand that the council cannot govern effectively if the people it depends on are making independent decisions about what information to hold and when to share it, even when those decisions are well-reasoned. We have to build the governance together. That means bringing things to me sooner, even when the picture isn't complete yet." Helen looked at her steadily. "You're right," she said. "I will do that." "Good," Solis said. That's all. Helen stood and went to the door and then stopped and turned back, because there was one more thing she had been carrying since the conversation began, and that needed to be said before she left. Solely, she said. The council member who listened to Barrett's full conversation before reporting it to you. I don't need to know who it is. But I think it is worth understanding that person's uncertainty as a signal about the station's broader population, rather than just about that individual. The people who are uncertain are not the people who were against the declaration from the beginning. They are the people who supported it and who are now 9 days in and looking at rationing numbers and atmosphere reserves and wondering whether what they supported is going to hold. That uncertainty is real, and it is going to grow rather than diminish as the supply situation tightens, and the way the council addresses it in the next 2 weeks is going to matter more than almost anything else we do operationally. Solis looked at her for a long moment. I know, she said quietly. I think about it every day. So do I, Helen said, and went out into the corridor and walked toward the lift, and around her halfway moved through its morning routines with the sounds and rhythms of a station that was holding together through the specific daily effort of 43,000 people who had decided they were real, and were now living with everything that decision required of them. And the effort was visible in the conservation protocols, and the rationing displays, and the faces in the corridors that carried the particular expression of people who were under pressure, and had decided to carry it without putting it down. And Helen thought that was the thing about real that nobody told you in advance, that it was not a destination but a daily practice, and that the practice was harder than the declaration and more important, and that the people doing it deserved better than she had given them this morning by admitting to Solis that she had been managing information she should have shared, and she was going to do better, and she was going to start at the council session this afternoon when she told them everything she knew. The Earth Defense Coordination Fleet had been repositioning for 6 days when General Adric Foss presented the formal operational plan to the Crisis Committee, which had by this point expanded from the original 22-person room into something that required a larger space, and had therefore moved to the third-floor auditorium of the Regulatory Authority building, which seated 60, and was currently occupied by 53 people representing 11 different governmental, military, and diplomatic offices. Chen Diane was in the third row, which was where he had been told to sit by Director Solis Park's assistant, which told him that Solis Park wanted him visible and accessible rather than tucked in the back where he could be overlooked, and he had spent enough time in institutional settings to understand that seating arrangements in rooms like this were not accidental. The operational plan was presented on a large wall display that showed fleet positioning across the inner and mid-system, with the 40 declared stations marked in a deep red that was probably not a coincidental color choice. Foss stood beside the display with the bearing of a man who had been waiting for this presentation for 6 days and was satisfied with what he had prepared, and he moved through the plan with the efficiency of someone who had rehearsed it and knew exactly how long each section was going to take. The navigation safety corridor, Foss said, using the phrase that had been agreed upon in a terminology meeting Chen Diane had not been invited to, will be established along the primary transit routes between the inner system and the outer belt at a depth of approximately 40,000 kilometers on either side of the established shipping lanes. 12 vessels of the Earth Defense Coordination Fleet are currently in position or approaching position along this corridor. The remaining 8 vessels of the deployment are positioned at strategic intervals to provide coverage of the secondary transit routes that feed into the declared station cluster. He moved through the display to a closer view of the belt station positions. The operational objective of the corridor establishment is to demonstrate Earth's non-recognition of the sovereignty declarations in a physical and visible manner, while maintaining the legal framing of a safety measure rather than a blockade. The corridor does not physically prevent transit. Vessels may apply for corridor transit authorization, which will be processed through standard regulatory channels. The processing timeline for corridor transit authorization is currently set at 48 to 72 hours per application. Chen Diane noted the processing timeline without changing his expression. 48 to 72 hours per application meant that any freight operator trying to move supply cargo to a declared station was looking at a mandatory 2 to 3 day hold for every transit, which in practical terms was a significant friction on the alternative logistics pipelines, the belt stations were trying to build, and which was functionally indistinguishable from an economic blockade, while remaining technically describable as a transit authorization process. It was a piece of bureaucratic architecture that he found professionally impressive and morally uncomfortable simultaneously, which was a combination he had encountered with some regularity in 20 years of regulatory work. Deputy Director Yeva Strand was sitting 2 seats to Chen Diane's right, and he could see from his peripheral vision that she was writing something on her tablet with the focused intensity of someone who was preparing to speak, and was getting their thoughts into a form they could deliver precisely. He had been working with Strand since the first day of the crisis, and had developed a specific respect for her, not just for the quality of her analysis, which was good, but for the way she delivered it in rooms where it was not welcome, which was with a combination of directness and composure that made it harder to dismiss than most inconvenient analysis was. Foss completed the operational plan overview and looked at the room with the expression of a man who expected questions, but was not expecting to find any of them particularly challenging. "I will take questions," Foss said. "I ask that questions be specific and operationally focused rather than strategic or political, as the strategic and political framework has been established at a level above this committee and is not subject to modification at this stage." Strand put down her tablet and raised her hand, and Foss looked at her with the expression he reserved for her specifically, which was the expression of a man who had learned over the past 6 days that this particular person's questions were never as operationally focused as she framed them, and who had not found a way to exclude her from asking them. "Deputy Director Strand," Foss said, with the courtesy of someone practicing courtesy as a discipline rather than expressing it as an inclination. "General Foss," Strand said, in the tone she used when she was going to be direct and wanted everyone in the room to know it was deliberate rather than accidental. "The 48 to 72-hour corridor transit authorization processing time. I want to understand the operational rationale for that specific timeline, because 48 to 72 hours is significantly longer than the standard corridor transit authorization process, which under normal circumstances takes between 4 and 6 hours. Can you explain the reasoning for the extended timeline?" Foss looked at her for a moment before he answered, and in that moment Chen Diane could see him deciding how to characterize a thing that was what it was. "The extended processing timeline," Foss said carefully, "reflects the additional security and verification requirements appropriate to a situation in which the legal status of the transit destination is contested. Standard corridor transit authorization assumes a known and legally established destination. Transit to a station whose legal status is currently in dispute requires additional verification steps that the standard process does not include." "I understand the framing," Strand said, with the patience of someone who was not going to be moved by the framing. "What I want to understand is whether the extended timeline is a security requirement or a supply management tool, because those are 2 different things with 2 different legal justifications, and the distinction matters considerably for how Earth's position is characterized in any subsequent international adjudication." The room was quiet in the specific way. It was quiet when someone had said something that the majority of people present had been thinking and had not said. Foss looked at Strand for a long moment. "Deputy Director Strand, the operational plan has been approved at a level above this committee, and the processing timeline is part of that approved plan. The characterization of the timeline's purpose is a matter for the legal division rather than for this operational briefing." "I am noting for the record," Strand said, in a voice that was entirely composed and entirely immovable, "that the legal division has not been asked to characterize the timeline's purpose, and that in my assessment that characterization should be established before the corridor becomes operational rather than after, because after is when the characterization becomes a matter of external scrutiny rather than internal choice." She looked at her tablet and then back at Foss. "I am done with my question." "Thank you, General." Foss moved on to the next question, which came from a military logistics officer in the 5th row who wanted to know about fuel resupply schedules for the corridor patrol vessels, and the conversation moved into the technical operational territory that Foss was most comfortable in and most fluent about, and Chen Diane listened to it with part of his attention, while the larger part was engaged with something else. He had been sitting with a specific piece of information for 24 hours that he had not yet found the right moment to bring into the official conversation. And the moment kept not arriving, because the official conversation kept moving in directions that made the information feel like an interruption rather than a contribution. And he was beginning to think that waiting for the right moment was itself a choice he needed to examine. Because the right moment in a process that was moving toward operational commitment was probably now rather than later. The briefing concluded 40 minutes after it began, and Foss thanked the committee and left the auditorium with the efficient exit of a man who had accomplished what he came to accomplish and did not want to remain available for the conversations that tended to develop after he left. The room began the dispersal process that followed large formal briefings, the specific social choreography of people deciding in real time which conversations to have and which to avoid. And Chen Diane stood and moved toward the aisle and was intercepted almost immediately by Strand, who had clearly been watching for the opportunity. "Chen Diane," Strand said, stepping into his path with the directness she applied to everything. "I want 5 minutes with you before you leave this building." "Not here. Can you come to my office?" "Yes," Chen Diane said. "Now or after you finish here?" "Now," Strand said. "The conversations that happen in this room after briefings are the conversations I find least useful. I prefer to have useful ones instead." She turned and walked toward the door, and Chen Diane followed her, and they went through the corridor and into the lift, and she pressed the button for the 8th floor without asking which floor he needed, which told him she had already established that the conversation was going to happen in her space rather than his. Strand's office was smaller than he expected for a deputy director, and more cluttered, with the specific clutter of someone who worked primarily with physical documents and physical notes in an era when most people had moved entirely to digital, which he found interesting because it suggested either a personal preference for physical media or a specific distrust of digital record-keeping or both. She had a window that faced east, and the morning light was coming through it at the angle that made it useful for warming the room rather than illuminating the desk, which was piled with folders and printed documents and 2 tablets and a cup of something that had been hot at some point and was not anymore. She sat down and pointed at the chair across from her without ceremony, and he sat in it. "The Adara Venn correspondence," Strand said without preamble. "I know you presented it to Director Solis Park and to the legal division. I know what it says. I want to know what you think it means for the official response posture that was just presented in that room." Chen Diane looked at her. "How do you know about the Venn correspondence?" "Because I have been doing my own research on the Article 14 framework for the past 4 days independently of the legal division," Strand said. "And because I submitted my own archival request to The Hague 6 days ago, and it came back 2 days ago, and I have read every document in it including the drafting committee correspondence. I know what the Venn document says. What I want to know is how you are thinking about its implications for the operational plan that was just presented." "The operational plan," Chen Diane said, "is built on the assumption that the declarations are legally challengeable and will not survive adjudication. The Venn correspondence demonstrates that assumption is incorrect. The declarations were not only technically valid as filed. They were specifically intended to be valid by the people who designed the framework, and that intent is documented and is in a public archive. Any competent legal team working on behalf of the declared stations will find it if they haven't already, and when they present it in any adjudication proceeding, the non-recognition strategy is going to fail publicly, and the operational posture built around it is going to be very difficult to walk back." "Has Director Solis Park acted on the information you presented to her?" Strand said. "She acknowledged it," Chen Diane said carefully. "Whether she has acted on it in a way that has changed the official posture, the corridor plan that was just presented, suggests the answer is not yet." Strand looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone confirming something they had already assessed. "I want to tell you something," she said, "and I want you to understand that I am telling you as a colleague who is looking at the same situation from a different institutional position, not as a superior, and not as someone who is asking you to do anything outside your role." She paused and organized her words in the precise way she organized everything. "I have been in contact with individuals who are connected to the Belt Coordination Network. Not officially. not through channels that are authorized or documented. Through a back channel that developed from prior diplomatic work I did in the outer belt before I moved to this position. Those contacts have given me a picture of the belt side of this situation that is considerably more detailed than what this committee has been working with. And that picture suggests the coordination network is more organized, better resourced, and more strategically sophisticated than any of the assessments circulating in this building acknowledge. Chen looked at her steadily. You have been in contact with the belt side. I have been receiving information from a source who has connections to the belt side, Strand said, with the precision of someone who understood the legal and professional distinction between those two things. I have not been providing information in return. I have not made any commitments or representations to anyone on the belt side on behalf of Earth's government. What I have done is listen, which is what my background and my training tell me is the most important thing to do in the early stages of a situation like this. What has your listening told you? Chen asked. Strand looked at her desk for a moment and then back at him. It has told me that the Belt Coordination Network anticipated the non-recognition strategy and the fleet repositioning and the supply contract review, all three, and built their operational and legal planning around those anticipated responses. It has told me that they have legal resources that include the Venn correspondence, and almost certainly more than the Venn correspondence. It has told me that they have alternative logistics infrastructure that is further developed than the corporate operators believe it is, and that the supply squeeze strategy is going to encounter more resistance than the current corporate posture accounts for. And it has told me that there is a faction within the coordination network that is interested in a negotiated framework that preserves certain economic relationships while establishing the legal foundation of sovereignty, and that this faction has been trying to open a back-channel communication with Earth's government for the past 5 days, and has not been able to find a person on this side who is authorized and willing to have the conversation. The room was quiet. Outside the window, the morning light had moved to the angle where it was illuminating the desk rather than just warming the room, and the papers on Strand's desk were visible in that light with the particular clarity of things that had been carefully accumulated and carefully organized, and were now waiting to be used. You are the person on this side who is authorized and willing to have the conversation, Chen Diane said. I am the person on this side who is willing, Strand said. Whether I am authorized depends on a decision that has not yet been made, and that decision requires someone with the standing to make it to understand why it needs to be made before the operational posture commits us to a trajectory that makes the conversation politically impossible. The corridor becomes operational in 36 hours. Once it is operational and publicly framed as a navigation safety measure, any government official who opens a direct communication with the Belt Coordination Network is going to be characterized as breaking ranks with the official position. The 36 hours before operational status is the window. Chen understood what she was asking him without her having to ask it directly, which he appreciated because it meant she was treating him as someone capable of understanding implications, rather than someone who needed things stated explicitly. You want me to take this to Director Solis Park, he said. Because you have already taken it as far as you can take it from your position, and the next step requires someone from the legal and regulatory side rather than the diplomatic side. Because the legal question is the foundation the diplomatic question sits on. Yes, Strand said. That is exactly what I want. And I want it done before the corridor goes operational, which means today rather than tomorrow, because tomorrow the window is significantly smaller, and the day after that it may not exist at all. Chen Diane looked at his hands for a moment, and then at the window, and then back at Strand. And he thought about the woman he had met at the restaurant on the Rue de Rive, and about the conversation that had begun there and that had continued in 3 subsequent communications on a channel that she had established, and that he had used because the conversation was the most useful one he had been part of in the entire 9 days of this crisis. And he thought about the Adara Venn correspondence, and the door that had been left open on purpose, and the note that explained why, and he thought about 36 hours. I will go to Director Solis Park this afternoon, he said. I will take the full picture, the Venn correspondence, the adjudication exposure analysis, the information about the negotiation faction within the coordination network, and I will ask her to consider the 36-hour window explicitly. What she does with it is her decision, and I will not be able to control that. No, Strand said. But you will have given her the accurate picture at the right time, which is what you have been doing consistently since the first morning of this situation, and which is the most important contribution any individual can make in a process like this one. The decisions belong to the people with the authority to make them. The information belongs to everyone who needs it to make those decisions well. She looked at him steadily. Go to her today, Chen Diane. Before the afternoon briefing if you can manage it. I will go before the afternoon briefing, he said. He stood and she stood, and they shook hands in the brief professional way of people who had just agreed on something significant without naming it as such. And he went to the door, and she said his name once more, and he turned. The woman you met at the restaurant on the Rue de Rive, Strand said, with the composure of someone delivering information they had been holding carefully. She is someone I know. She is good at what she does, and she is honest in the way that matters, which is that she is honest about what she wants, and why she wants it rather than pretending she wants something else. Whatever she has told you, you can weight it accordingly. Chen looked at her for a moment. You arranged the call, he said. I provided your number to someone who I thought should talk to you, Strand said. Which is the answer I gave you when you asked me how she got your number, though I was not in a position to confirm it at the time. No, Chen said. You weren't, he paused. Thank you. Go to Solis Park, Strand said. Today. He went out into the corridor, and the door closed behind him, and he stood for a moment in the institutional quiet of the 8th floor hallway, and looked at the lift at the end of it and thought about 36 hours, and about doors, and about the specific weight of information at the moment when it was still possible to use it well. And then he walked to the lift and pressed the button for the 17th floor, and rode it upward through the building while outside Geneva went about its day in the gray flat light that it always had, and the lake was where it always was, and 36 hours was what it was, and the work that remained was the work that remained. Carol Tesborn had been awake since 400 and had been working since 4:15, and it was now 8:47, and the document Devin had sent her at 3:30 was open on her desk screen, and she had read it 4 times and was going to read it a 5th time because the 5th reading was where she was going to make the decision she had been building toward since the first one. The document was 17 pages and was the most detailed picture of the Belt Coordination Network's internal structure and strategic planning that she had seen from any source, and it had cost Devin considerable operational effort to assemble it, which she knew because he had told her so in the brief accompanying message. And Devin Kurz did not mention operational effort as a rule, because he considered it unprofessional to draw attention to the difficulty of work he had agreed to do. The fact that he had mentioned it meant the effort had been genuinely exceptional, and she weighted that accordingly. The document covered the network's governance architecture, its logistics infrastructure, its legal strategy, including a detailed section on the Adara-Venn correspondence that confirmed her suspicion that the Belt side had known about the drafting committee's intent for considerably longer than Earth's regulatory apparatus had, and a final section on the negotiation framework proposal that was the thing she had actually asked Devin to find out about, and that was the reason she had been awake since 400 and was going to read it a 5th time before she did anything else. The negotiation framework was 11 pages within the larger document, and it was specific in a way that impressed her and concerned her in equal measure, because specific frameworks were serious frameworks and vague frameworks were merely positions, and there was an enormous practical difference between the two when you were trying to assess whether the people on the other side of a potential negotiation were genuinely prepared to negotiate or were performing the appearance of it. 11 pages of detailed language covering operational relationships and legal status and resource allocation and governance structures and dispute resolution mechanisms was the work of people who had been thinking carefully about what they actually wanted and how to get it without destroying the economic infrastructure they depended on to survive, which was a level of strategic maturity she had not fully anticipated even after 9 days of continuously revising her assessment of the Belt side upward. She was on the 3rd page of the 5th reading when her communicator chimed, and she looked at it, and it was Marcus Feld, which was not a surprise because she had told him 24 hours ago that she would call him with her assessment, and she had not called him, and he had reached the end of his patience for waiting, which, given the circumstances and the 30-hour window she had outlined in their previous conversation, was entirely reasonable. She answered. I was beginning to think you had decided to handle this unilaterally after all, Marcus said, with the dry edge he used when he was managing genuine irritation by coating it in the appearance of humor. I was reading, Carol said. Devin delivered the framework document at 3:30, and it required more time to work through than I had estimated. I wanted to have a complete assessment before I called you rather than a preliminary one. It has been 24 hours, Marcus said. The document is 17 pages, and the framework section is 11 of them, and the 11 pages required 5 readings, Carol said. If you would like a less thorough assessment, I can provide one more quickly. Marcus was quiet for a moment, and she could hear him deciding not to pursue the point, which was the right decision. Tell me what the 5 readings produced, he said. The framework is serious, Carol said. That is the first and most important thing. When I asked Devin to find out what the coordination network was actually proposing as a negotiated framework, I expected something that was aspirational in tone and vague on the details that actually matter, because that is what opening positions usually look like. What I got is 11 pages of specific operational and legal language that addresses the questions we would need answered before we could agree to anything, which tells me the people who wrote it have been thinking about this negotiation for at least as long as they were planning the declarations, probably longer. Specific in what way? Marcus said. Give me the structure. Carol leaned back in her chair and looked at the document on her screen and organized the 3 tiers in her mind before she began speaking, because she wanted to give Marcus the structure in the way that would be most useful for how he processed information, which was from the broad frame down to the operational detail, rather than the other way around. 3 tiers, she said. The first tier is the political and legal foundation. It establishes the sovereignty of the declared stations as an acknowledged fact rather than a contested position. Not a negotiated status, not a provisional arrangement, a recognized fact. That is the tier that is going to be the most difficult for Earth's government to engage with, and it is the tier that is above both our authority levels to agree to unilaterally. What is significant about how it is written is that it does not ask Earth to grant the sovereignty. It asks Earth to acknowledge what the Belt side considers to already exist as a matter of law, which is a very different thing, and which is built directly on the Adara-Venn correspondence and the drafting committee's documented intent. Meaning their legal position is that the sovereignty already exists regardless of whether Earth acknowledges it, Marcus said. Meaning their legal position has always been exactly that, Carol said. The acknowledgement they are asking for in the first tier is not the source of the sovereignty in their framework. It is a practical arrangement that makes the subsequent tiers workable. They are not asking Earth to give them something. They are asking Earth to stop pretending the thing they already have does not exist, and offering significant economic and operational concessions in exchange for that acknowledgement. What concessions? Marcus said. That is the second tier, Carol said. The economic relationship. What they are proposing replaces the contracted labor classification with what they are calling a sovereign partnership framework. The stations retain political sovereignty. The corporate operators retain operational relationships with the stations, but on fundamentally different terms. The revenue structure moves from the contracted labor fee model to a resource-sharing arrangement in which the stations retain a negotiated percentage of the resource value generated in their operational sectors, and the corporate operators receive a negotiated operational service fee for the supply and logistics functions they provide. What percentages? Marcus said immediately, because Marcus Feld was a man who had been in resource extraction and logistics for 34 years and went directly to the numbers when numbers were available. The specific percentages are left as negotiation parameters rather than fixed values in the framework document, Carol said, which is correct drafting practice for an opening framework. The ranges implied by the surrounding language suggest they are thinking about something in the neighborhood of 30 to 40% resource value retention for the stations, which is significantly higher than what the contracted labor model produces for station populations, and significantly lower than full resource sovereignty would imply. Marcus was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet when he was running numbers. That range, he said carefully, is not what I would choose if I were negotiating from the corporate side. but it is not outside the range of what could be made to work financially if the operational relationships are structured correctly and the service fee model is calibrated properly. That was my assessment as well, Carol said. Difficult to present to a board. Not impossible to make financially viable. And the third tier, Marcus said. Dispute resolution, Carol said. They are proposing a mechanism that sits outside both Earth's governmental jurisdiction and the corporate operators' existing contractual frameworks. An independent arbitration structure with representation from the sovereign stations, the corporate operators, and a neutral international body. The neutral body composition is left as a negotiation parameter. The key feature is that neither Earth's courts nor the existing corporate contract enforcement mechanisms have primacy. Everything goes through the new structure. They are building a parallel institutional architecture, Marcus said. They are building an institutional architecture that treats them as equal parties rather than subordinate ones, Carol said. Which is the point of the entire framework. They are not asking to be incorporated into the existing structure on better terms. They are proposing a new structure that sits alongside the existing one. That is a significant ask, Marcus said. It is, Carol said. It is also, if you think about it from their position, the only version of sovereignty that means anything in practice. Sovereignty that is subject to resolution through Earth's courts or corporate contract enforcement is not sovereignty. It is a reclassification within the existing hierarchy. What they are proposing is an actual change in the hierarchy, and they have been careful to make the economic concessions in the second tier substantial enough that the third tier becomes something the corporate side can consider seriously rather than dismiss as a non-starter. Marcus Feld was quiet for a longer moment than usual, and Carol let him be quiet because she recognized the quality of the silence as genuine processing rather than uncertainty about how to respond, and genuine processing deserved the space it needed. Carol, he said eventually, I want to ask you something directly before we go further, and I want you to answer it as directly as you can rather than strategically. Ask it, she said. When you read this framework, Marcus said, when you sit with the 11 pages and the 3 tiers and the specific language and the concessions they are making and the things they are not willing to concede, what is your honest assessment of whether the people who wrote it are people we can actually negotiate with? Not whether the terms are acceptable, whether the people are serious, and whether a negotiation with them is a process that could produce something that holds. Carol looked at the document on her screen for a moment, and then at the viewport, and then back at the document. Yes, she said. They are people we can negotiate with. The framework is the product of serious long-term thinking by people who understand what they need and understand what we need and have made a genuine attempt to build something that addresses both. Whether we can reach agreement on the specific terms is a different question, and I am not going to pretend it is going to be straightforward. But the question of whether the negotiation itself is a real process rather than a performance, yes. It is real. I agree with that assessment, Marcus said. Which brings us to the question of how we engage. Before I get to that, Carol said, I want to tell you something else that Devin's document contains that changes the urgency of the timing question. Tell me, Marcus said. There is a faction within Earth's governmental apparatus, Carol said, that has been working toward a recognition framework independently of the official non-recognition posture. Devin's document identifies 2 specific individuals, one in the legal division of the regulatory authority and one in the diplomatic corps, who have been operating as an informal back channel between the Belt Coordination Network and this internal faction. The legal division individual has been the source of the accurate analysis of the Article 14 framework that has been creating friction in the official response process. The diplomatic corps individual has deep outer belt experience and has been in contact with the belt side through prior working relationships. These 2 individuals are trying to bring the recognition framework into the official conversation before the corridor becomes operational, Carol continued, which happens in approximately 30 hours from now. The significance of the 30-hour window is this. Before the corridor is operational and publicly framed as a navigation safety measure, corporate operators who engage a back-channel negotiation with the belt side are responding to a legal and business situation. After the corridor is operational, corporate operators who engage the back channel are appearing to undermine an active and publicly announced Earth military posture, which creates a political exposure that will slow everything down and complicate the negotiation before it begins. 30 hours, Marcus Feld said, and the quality of his voice had shifted in the way it shifted when a timeline had moved from a planning consideration to an operational constraint. 30 hours, Carol confirmed. Walk me through what engaging the back channel actually looks like, Marcus said. Practically, not in principle. What do we do, who do we contact, and what are we committing to when we do it? Devin's document includes a contact protocol that the belt side established specifically for corporate operator engagement, Carol said. It has been in place and waiting for several days. The initial contact is a signal, a specific 7-word message on a specific encrypted channel that communicates willingness to receive the framework and discuss terms. It does not constitute an agreement. It does not commit us to any specific position. It opens a communication channel and nothing more. After the signal is received, the next step is a direct communication in which the framework is formally presented and the parameters for a structured negotiation are discussed. We are not agreeing to anything by sending the signal, except that we are willing to have the conversation. And if the signal becomes known, Marcus said, if it surfaces publicly or through the wrong channels, what is the exposure? The exposure, Carol said, is that we are characterized as negotiating with the belt side outside of Earth's official framework, which is a political problem rather than a legal one. The legal exposure of sending the signal is minimal, because it is a communication of willingness to talk rather than a commitment of any kind. The political exposure is real, but it is manageable, particularly if we frame our position from the beginning as protecting the economic interests of our operational relationships, rather than taking a position on the sovereignty question itself. We are not adjudicating the political status of the declarations. We are protecting the business relationships that our shareholders depend on. That framing is defensible, and it is accurate. It is accurate, Marcus agreed. It is also the framing that makes sense for what we are actually doing, because we are not Earth's government, and we are not being asked to resolve the political question. We are being asked to consider whether the economic relationship can be restructured on terms that work for both sides. Yes, Carol said. That is exactly what we are being asked. Marcus was quiet again, and this time the quality of the silence was different. It had the particular weight of a person who had been working toward a decision for a long time, and was now at the moment of making it, and was taking the last few seconds to be certain before they did. Carol Tessborn, he said, and his use of her full name was not something he did habitually, and she noted it as deliberate. I have been in this industry for 34 years, and I have made decisions that I am proud of, and decisions that I have spent considerable time wishing I had made differently. And the ones I wished I had made differently were almost always the ones where I chose the position that was familiar and comfortable over the position that was accurate and difficult. I have been looking at this situation for 10 days, and I have been asking myself which category this decision belongs to, and I think I know the answer. Tell me the answer, Carol said. The contracted labor model, Marcus said, worked for the corporations for a long time because the people classified under it did not have the organizational capacity or the legal framework to challenge it effectively. They do now. They have demonstrated that they do, clearly and at scale, and with a level of planning that none of us gave them credit for being capable of, which is itself a thing I intend to think about for a long time after this is over. Continuing to treat the contracted labor model as the natural and permanent state of outer belt operations, after what happened 10 days ago, is not a realistic position. It is a refusal to acknowledge a reality that has already changed. And I did not build 34 years of operational work by refusing to acknowledge realities that had changed. He paused and Carol waited. Send the signal, Marcus said. I will follow your lead on sequencing, and I will bring Meridian resources into the engagement on whatever terms make sense once you have established the initial contact. But I think we should do it, and I think the 30-hour window is the window we should use. Carol looked at the document on her screen for a long moment. She looked at the viewport where the stars were in their permanent positions, and the belt was ahead of her in the darkness with its 40 declared stations, and its 3 billion people, and its 11 pages of framework detail written by people who had been thinking about this negotiation since before they had executed the filing that made it necessary. She thought about Helen Quad in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday, finding a door that had been left open on purpose, and spending 4 years deciding whether to open it. She thought about the note she had written that said this person is either going to be a significant problem or a significant asset, and about how the note had been wrong not in its conclusion, but in its framing, because Helen Quad was not a problem or an asset to be managed. She was the person who had started something that was now larger than any individual on either side of it could fully manage, and the question was not how to manage it, but whether to engage it honestly or dishonestly. And Carol Tesborn had not built 23 years of corporate operations by engaging things dishonestly. "I will send the signal this morning," she said. "I will call you when it is done." "Good," Marcus said. "And Carol, whatever comes out of the negotiation, whatever the final shape of the framework turns out to be, I think we will look back on this decision as the right one. I want to say that now rather than later because later the circumstances will have changed, and the context will be different, and the statement will mean something different than it means right now, before anything has been agreed and before we know how it resolves." "I appreciate that," Carol said and meant it and ended the call. She pulled up the contact protocol section of Devin's document and read through it twice with the complete attention she gave to things that needed to be done correctly the first time, because there was no value in sending a signal on a wrong channel or in the wrong form, and the belt side had built the protocol carefully, and following it carefully was both the correct operational approach and a signal in itself about the seriousness with which she was approaching the engagement. She opened the specific channel the protocol described and looked at it for a moment. It was a clean channel with no prior traffic, established and waiting, which told her the belt side had prepared this infrastructure before the declarations and had been maintaining it in readiness for exactly this moment, which was another data point about the depth of the preparation that had gone into what happened 10 days ago. She composed the signal. 7 words. She read it once and then read it again, and then read it a third time because 7 words that opened a negotiation of this significance deserved 3 readings before they were sent. Then she sent it. The Meridian's communication system logged the transmission at 9:03 ship time on the 10th day of the sovereignty declarations, and for a moment after she sent it, the office was very quiet, and Carol Tesborn sat in that quiet and let it be what it was, which was the particular silence of a decision that could not be unmade. And she had made enough irreversible decisions in 23 years to know that the silence after them had a quality that was different from ordinary silence, and that the correct response to it was neither to fill it with second-guessing nor to ignore it entirely, but to sit with it for the brief time it lasted and acknowledge that something had changed. Then she opened the framework document and began reading it for the 6th time. She had told Marcus the negotiation required her to know the material better than the people who had written it, and she had sufficient respect for Helen Quad and the people who had worked alongside her to understand that that standard was going to require more work than she had yet done. And she intended to do that work thoroughly and without shortcuts, because the people on the other side of the negotiation had not used shortcuts, and she was not going to bring less preparation to the table than they had brought to theirs. She picked up her coffee and found it had gone cold while she was on the call with Marcus Feld, which was the 3rd time this morning that had happened, and she drank it anyway and kept reading. And outside through the viewport the belt was ahead of her in the darkness, and somewhere in that darkness, a woman who had found a door and opened it was managing the 10th day of everything that came after, and Carol thought that whatever else was true about the next 30 years. The most important thing she could do right now was understand exactly what had been built on the other side of that door before she walked through it herself, and she read, and the Meridian flew on through the dark toward whatever came next. Kalen Rux had been through the navigation corridor 3 times in the past 2 weeks, and each time the experience had been different in ways that were incrementally worse, which was the direction he had expected it to move, and which did not make the movement more comfortable. The first transit had been a single inspection that lasted 40 minutes and produced no complications beyond the time cost. The second had been 2 inspections, the first routine and the second extended, With a 4-hour hold at the second inspection point that he had spent in the Perseverance's small crew cabin, reading through his manifest documentation for the 15th time, and waiting for the inspection team to find something he was certain was not there. The third transit, which he had completed 6 hours ago, and which had deposited him at a mid-belt waypoint where he was currently running pre-delivery checks, had involved 3 separate inspections, and a 6-hour hold at the second one during which 2 officers had gone through his cargo with a level of attention that suggested they were not looking for a specific violation, but were hoping that sufficient scrutiny would produce one. Nothing had been found because there was nothing to find, which was the result of the documentation standard he had maintained for 12 years, and which was the result of a conversation he had with himself every time he loaded cargo about whether the manifest was accurate and complete and capable of withstanding exactly the kind of scrutiny he had just experienced. The conversation with himself had always produced the same answer, which was yes, and the answer had been correct every time, and he intended to keep having the conversation and keep getting the answer right because the alternative was a grounded license and a ship sitting in a docking bay going nowhere, and that was not an acceptable outcome. He was running the pre-delivery checks in the cargo hold when his communicator chimed, and he looked at it and saw an identifier he recognized as belonging to a draft fin on Pallor Junction, which was not surprising because he had a delivery scheduled for Pallor Junction in 3 days, and Adra had been in contact at regular intervals since their first conversation in the docking bay, which was one of the qualities he had come to appreciate about working with her. That she communicated on a predictable schedule rather than when something had gone wrong, which meant that when her identifier appeared on his communicator, he did not immediately assume a problem. He answered, "Kalen," Adra said, with the directness she applied to all communications regardless of their content or urgency. "I need to talk to you about the delivery schedule and about something else that has come up that affects your routing for the next 2 runs." "I'm in the middle of pre-delivery checks," Kalen said. "Give me 4 minutes and I'll give you my full attention." "Take the 4 minutes," Adra said, with the patience of someone who had learned that operators who finished their pre-delivery checks before taking calls were operators whose deliveries arrived in the correct condition. He finished the checks, which confirmed what he already knew, which was that the cargo was exactly what it was supposed to be and was secured to the standard he required, and then he went to the bridge and sat in the pilot's chair and pulled up the navigation display and looked at the corridor positions on it while he talked. 4 minutes, he said. "The delivery schedule first," Adra said. "The corridor inspection tempo has increased again in the past 48 hours. We are seeing average transit times for independent operators running to declared stations increase by approximately 30% over last week's average, which means your 3-day timeline to Pallor Junction is now probably a 4 to 5-day timeline unless you get unusually clean inspections, which based on your recent transit history is not the pattern we should plan around." "I had 3 inspections on the last transit," Kalen said. 6-hour hold at the second one. "Nothing found." "I know," Adra said. "I have been tracking independent operator inspection data across the corridor since the corridor went operational, and your transit pattern is consistent with the broader trend. Clean operators are getting held longer than they were 2 weeks ago, which tells me the inspection teams have been given broader discretionary authority and are using it regardless of whether the manifest gives them a specific basis for the extended hold. They are using the inspection process as a delay mechanism," Kalen said. "The holds are the point, not the inspection." "That is my read as well," Adra said. "Which has operational implications for the supply planning on our end, because we build our reserve management around expected delivery timelines, and if those timelines are expanding, we need to know that in advance rather than when you call from a 6-hour hold to tell me you are going to be late." "I will build the corridor delay into my next transit estimate," Kalen said. "Call it 5 days instead of 3 as the planning baseline, and treat anything better than that as a positive variance." "What is the second thing?" "The second thing," Adra said, and her voice shifted in the way it shifted when she was moving from operational detail to something that required more care, "involves a routing request that is outside the standard delivery pattern we have established, and I want to discuss it with you before I formally put it to you as a contract offer, because I think it deserves a conversation rather than just a manifest and a rate." "Tell me about it," Kalen said. There is a station called Overreach, Adras said, or 09 in the network identifier system. It is one of the smaller declared stations, population of approximately 22,000, located in the outer belt at a position that puts it approximately 8 days transit from your current waypoint. Overreach has a station administrator named Drev Kassan, who has been in quiet communication with Ares Consolidated since day 4 of the declarations, which the coordination network identified 10 days ago and has been monitoring since. That is an internal station governance problem, Kalen said. Not a freight problem. It becomes a freight problem, Adras said, when the administrator uses his access to the station's docking authorization system to selectively delay the processing of independent freight operators running coordination network cargo while processing Ares-affiliated vessels normally, which is what Drev Kassan has been doing for the past 6 days. 3 independent operators running essential supply cargo to Overreach have had their docking authorizations delayed between 24 and 72 hours each, which is within the administrator's technical authority to do, and which produces no single obvious violation, but which in aggregate is creating a supply delay that is compounding the existing reserve pressure on the station. What is Overreach's reserve situation? Kalen said. Food at 65% ration, Adras said. Atmosphere maintenance at 41 days. Water normal. The atmosphere number is the critical one. 41 days with a station administrator who is using his authority to delay supply deliveries means the effective timeline is shorter than the raw number, because not all of the remaining 41 days worth of components are going to arrive on schedule. Kalen looked at the navigation display on his screen. He found Overreach's position in the outer belt and looked at the transit arc from his current waypoint, and then looked at the corridor positions and thought about 8 days of transit through an inspection environment that was adding 30% to transit times. What does this have to do with my routing? He said. The coordination network wants to get a specific cargo to Overreach on a timeline that does not go through the standard docking authorization process, Adras said, which means an operator who is willing to use one of the secondary docking approaches on the station's outer ring rather than the primary commercial bay, and who is carrying a manifest that is clean enough to withstand inspection, but that does not require administrator authorization because it is classified as a maintenance supply delivery rather than a commercial freight delivery. Kalen was quiet for a moment. He looked at the navigation display and then at the viewport and the dark beyond it. You want me to use a maintenance supply classification to bypass the docking authorization system, he said. I want you to carry a cargo that is legitimately classifiable as maintenance supply, Adras said carefully, and to use the maintenance docking approach that every station has, and that does not route through the commercial authorization process. The classification is accurate. The cargo is maintenance supply. The approach is a legitimate access point that any vessel carrying maintenance supply has the right to use. I am not asking you to misrepresent anything. You are asking me to use an access route in a way that circumvents the authority of the station's administrator, Kalen said. I'm asking you to use a legitimate access route to deliver legitimate cargo to a station where the standard access route is being used as a political instrument by an administrator who is operating against the interests of his own station's population, Adras said, with a directness that told him she had thought about how to frame this and had decided that the direct version was the only one she was willing to use. I am not going to pretend the intent is not to work around Kassan. It is. What I am telling you is that every element of what I am asking is legal and documentable and would withstand the same inspection scrutiny that your other deliveries have withstood. Kalen thought about that for a moment. He thought about 41 days of atmosphere components and a station administrator using docking authorization delays to compress that timeline further. And he thought about 22,000 people on a station in the outer belt who had declared sovereignty 10 days ago and were now being managed toward failure by the person who was supposed to be running their administrative functions. What is the cargo? He said. Atmosphere maintenance components, Adras said. Specifically, the filter regeneration units that Overreach's maintenance team has identified as the critical shortage item. 12 units, sourced through the clean channel we have been using for your Pallor Junction runs, documentation complete and accurate to the serial number level. The manifest classifies them correctly as maintenance supply, because that is what they are. Rate, Kalen said. Adra told him. It was above the Palar junction rate, which reflected the additional transit distance and the specific operational complexity of the secondary docking approach, and it was high enough to be meaningful without being high enough to suggest the coordination network was treating the risk premium as a substitute for genuine operational legitimacy, which was a calibration he noted as intentional. I want to understand the secondary docking approach before I agree to anything, Kalen said. Every station's maintenance access points have different specifications and different protocols, and I am not going to fly an approach I have not researched. I will send you the full technical specification for Overreach's maintenance docking approaches within the hour, Adra said. Bay assignments, approach vectors, communication protocols, the maintenance supply authorization codes that give you access to the outer ring without routing through the commercial system. Everything you need to fly it correctly the first time. Send it, Kalen said. I will review it and call you back within 3 hours. There is one more element I want to tell you about before you review the specifications, Adra said, and the quality of her voice had shifted again, moving into the register she used when she was sharing information that had a larger context than the immediate operational question. Tell me, Kalen said. The situation on Overreach is not unique, Adra said. Drev Kassan is one of at least 6 station administrators across the declared stations who are using their administrative access to create operational friction for the coordination network, in most cases through exactly the kind of selective docking authorization delays he has been using. The coordination network has identified all 6 and is developing responses to each of them, but the Overreach situation is the most urgent because the atmosphere maintenance timeline is the tightest. What you would be doing on this run is not just delivering cargo to one station. You are establishing a delivery pattern through a secondary access route that the coordination network intends to use more broadly as a way of moving critical supply cargo to stations where the primary access is being used as a political tool. You're telling me this run is a pilot, Kalen said. I am telling you this run matters beyond the immediate delivery, Adra said. Yes. Kalen looked at the navigation display for a long moment. He looked at Overreach's position in the outer belt and at the transit arc and at the corridor positions and at the inspection pattern that was adding 30% to transit times across the board. He thought about what Adra had told him about the secondary docking approach and about Drev Kassan and about 22,000 people and 41 days of atmosphere components and 6 administrators across the network doing the same thing through slightly different mechanisms. Send me the specifications, he said. I will review them and call you back. Within 3 hours, Adra said. Within 3 hours, Kalen confirmed and ended the call. He sat in the pilot's chair for a moment after the call ended and looked at the navigation display and thought about the run. He thought about it the way he thought about all runs that had operational complexity beyond the standard freight pattern, which was to separate the elements that were within his control from the elements that were not, and to assess each category honestly rather than optimistically, and to make the decision based on that honest assessment rather than on momentum or rate or the specific weight of 22,000 people and 41 days that was present in the back of his mind, and that he was aware was not an operational variable but a human one. The elements within his control were the manifest quality, the approach execution, and the communication protocol adherence, all of which he was confident about if the specifications Adra sent him were complete and accurate, and he had no reason to believe they would be otherwise. The elements outside his control were the inspection tempo on the transit to Overreach, which was in the outer belt, and therefore involved a longer corridor passage than the Palar Junction runs, and whatever Drev Kassan did when a vessel showed up at the maintenance docking approach with atmosphere components on a maintenance supply classification, because Kassan was going to notice and was going to have a reaction, and Kalen did not know what that reaction was going to look like in practice. He pulled up the outer belt transit data on his secondary screen and looked at the inspection pattern for vessels approaching the outer belt in the past week. The tempo was higher than the mid-belt runs, but the extended hold frequency was lower, which was counterintuitive until he looked at the vessel composition data, and understood that the outer belt transit corridor was seeing less independent operator traffic than the mid-belt routes, because fewer independent operators were running to the outer belt declared stations, which meant the inspection teams had less to work with and were less practiced at finding reasons for extended holds. That was useful information, and he noted it. His communicator chimed again, and it was not a DRA. The identifier was one he did not recognize, which in the current environment was a category of event. He approached with more caution than he had before the declarations, because the number of entities that had reasons to contact an independent freight operator running to declared stations had expanded significantly, and not all of those entities were ones he wanted to be in contact with. He looked at the identifier for a moment, and then answered it, because not answering unknown identifiers was a policy he had considered and rejected on the grounds that the information value of knowing who was calling was higher than the protective value of not engaging. The voice that came through was male, measured, with the specific quality of someone who had learned to speak in a way that communicated competence without communicating urgency, which was a professional skill rather than a natural one. "Kalen Rux," the voice said. "Not a question." "Yes," Kalen said, in the same tone he always used for unknown callers, which was the tone of someone who was present and attentive and had not yet decided anything. "My name is Demonitize," the voice said. "I work in private intelligence and analysis, and I have been retained by a corporate client whose identity I am not going to disclose on this channel. I am calling because my client has an interest in the independent freight operations, currently running to declared belt stations, and specifically an interest in operators whose documentation standard and operational reliability make them suitable for a specific type of engagement that my client is considering." "What type of engagement?" Kalen said. "The type that involves carrying communications rather than cargo," Demonitize said. "Physical communications. Documents. The kind that need to move between parties who are considering a negotiated framework for the belt situation, and who need a transit channel that is not monitored by any of the parties who have an interest in the negotiation not happening." Kalen was quiet for a moment. He looked at the navigation display, and at the stars through the viewport, and at the pre-delivery check log on his secondary screen that said everything in his hold was exactly what it was supposed to be. "You are asking me to carry documents between a corporate operator and the Belt Coordination Network," Kalen said. "I am asking whether you are someone who would consider that kind of work if the specifics were acceptable to you," Demonitize said. "I am not asking you to commit to anything on this call. I am asking whether the conversation is one you are willing to have." Kalen thought about the conversation he had with Sable 4 weeks ago, when she had said he was the most consistent operator she worked with. He thought about the conversation he had with a DRA in his cargo bay, when she had told him that what the stations needed from independent operators was reliability. He thought about a DRA's call 10 minutes ago about the overreach run, and about the pattern she had described of coordination network cargo being used to establish delivery infrastructure that could be used more broadly. He thought about the specific nature of what Demonitize was proposing, which was different from the cargo work he had been doing and different from the overreach run, and different from anything he had agreed to so far, because carrying physical communications between parties in a negotiation was not freight work. It was courier work, and courier work of that specific kind came with a different category of risk than clean manifest freight runs, and the risk was not primarily legal. It was the risk of being in the middle of something whose full shape he could not see from his current position. "I am willing to have the conversation," Kalen said. "But I want to have it in person rather than on a communicator, and I want to know more about who your client is before I agree to anything, because carrying communications between parties in a negotiation that involves Earth's government and the major corporate operators and 3 billion people in the outer belt is not a decision I am going to make based on a call from an identifier I don't recognize." Demonitize was quiet for a moment, and in the quality of the silence, Kalen could hear the assessment of someone who was deciding whether the response he had just received was the response of someone who was useful or someone who was going to be difficult. "In person is acceptable," Demonitize said. "You are currently at a mid-belt waypoint. I can be at Ceres Station in 72 hours. Can you be at Ceres in 72 hours? Kalen looked at his navigation display. Ceres was 41 hours from his current position at standard transit speed, which gave him time to complete the overreach run if a DRA's specifications were clean and the transit went reasonably, and then make Ceres in the window. "I can be at Ceres in 72 hours, he said. "Then I will see you at Ceres in 72 hours, Demonitize said. "I will send you a contact protocol for the meeting location before then." He paused. "Mr. Rux, I want to tell you one thing before I end this call, and I want you to take it at face value rather than as a persuasion attempt, because I do not particularly believe in persuasion attempts as a professional tool." "Tell me," Kalen said. "The negotiation that my client is trying to open," Demonitize said, "is the most significant development in the belt sovereignty situation since the declarations themselves. Whether it succeeds or fails is going to depend in part on whether the parties can communicate with each other through channels that are not monitored by the people who have an interest in the negotiation failing. You are being considered for that role because your operational record suggests you are exactly the kind of person that role requires. I'm not telling you that to flatter you. I am telling you because I think accurate information about the significance of what you are being asked to consider is more useful to your decision-making than a vague pitch about good rates and interesting work." Kalen looked at the viewport and the dark beyond it for a moment, and then back at his navigation display. 72 hours, he said. "Ceres." 72 hours, Demonitize said, and ended the call. Kalen sat in the quiet of the Perseverance Bridge and looked at his navigation display with overreach in the outer belt and Ceres in the inner belt, and the corridor positions between them and the transit arcs that connected everything. And he thought about the overreach run, and the Ceres meeting, and the 72-hour window, and the 41 days of atmosphere components on a station with 22,000 people on it. And he thought about what a DRA had said about this run mattering beyond the immediate delivery. And he thought about what Demonitize had said about the negotiation being the most significant development since the declarations themselves. He pulled up the navigation console and began running the route calculations for the overreach transit, because the specifications from a DRA were going to arrive within the hour, and when they did, he was going to review them and call her back within 3 hours as he had promised. And the overreach run came before the Ceres meeting, and the work in front of him came before the work after it. And that was how you got through a situation that was larger than any single decision within it. One careful decision at a time in the correct order, and he had always been good at that, and he intended to keep being good at it. 3 hours later, he called Adra back and told her he would take the overreach run, and she sent him the docking specifications and the maintenance authorization codes and the sourcing documentation for the filter regeneration units, and everything in the documentation was exactly what she had said it would be, which was complete and accurate and capable of withstanding the same scrutiny that every other piece of cargo documentation he had carried in 12 years of independent operation had withstood. He filed his departure plan, ran his final pre-departure checks, and took the Perseverance out of the waypoint and onto the transit arc toward the outer belt, and the corridor was ahead of him with its inspection points, and its extended holds, and its 30% transit time increase. And overreach was 8 days beyond it with its 41 days of atmosphere components, and its 22,000 people, and its administrator, who was using his access to make things harder for the people he was supposed to be serving, and Kalen flew toward it the way he flew toward everything. With clean manifests and careful navigation, and the particular quality of focused attention that 12 years of independent operation had taught him, was the only reliable foundation for getting where you needed to go and coming back intact. The second full network governance session was scheduled for 900 and began at 9:03, which Helen noted as an improvement over the 11-minute delay of the first session, and which she took as a modest indicator that the coordination infrastructure was stabilizing under the operational pressure it had been managing for the past 2.5 weeks. 3 minutes late was a human margin. 11 minutes late was a systems problem. The difference mattered. She was at her workstation on level 4, the same alcove, the same screens, the same recycled air smell that she had stopped noticing years ago and kept noticing again in the moments when something significant was happening, as though her senses had decided that significance deserved more complete attention than routine. Paul was 2 alcoves down as before. Solis was in her office on level 2, participating through her own terminal, because the council session that followed the network session in the afternoon meant she needed to be able to move quickly between the two, and the 11 steps from her office to the lift were faster than the 43 steps from Helen's alcove. The session populated with connection identifiers, and Helen counted them before the audio opened. 38 active connections, 2 fewer than the previous session, which had itself been 2 fewer than the 40 declared stations. The missing identifiers were different from last time, which meant the connectivity issues were not systemic but were station-specific, and station-specific connectivity issues in the current environment meant one of 3 things: a technical problem, a security concern, or a station that had made a decision about its relationship to the network that it had not yet communicated through official channels. She noted which identifiers were missing and set the observation aside for the follow-on session. The coordination voice opened the audio at exactly 9:03. "Good morning," it said. "We are beginning the second full network governance session. We have 38 active connections. I want to address the 2 missing connections directly before we move to the agenda, because I think transparency about the network's current status is more useful than proceeding as though everyone is present when they are not. X14 and MB17 are not connected this morning. X14 has communicated to CLCOORD that they are experiencing a technical fault in their relay system that they expect to resolve within 6 hours. MB has not communicated. CLCOORD has attempted contact through 3 separate channels in the past 48 hours and has received no response. I want every representative on this session to know that, and I want to tell you that we are treating MB17's non-response as a significant concern that we are actively working to understand." The audio was quiet for a moment in the way. It was quiet when information landed with weight. A voice came through that Helen recognized from the previous session as OR09, the representative from Overreach Mail, with the edge that had been in his voice in the first session, and that had not diminished. "When you say you are treating MB17's non-response as a significant concern," OR09 said, "I want to understand what significant concern means in practice, because there are people on this network who have been asking for 2 weeks what the network's response is going to be when a station makes a decision to leave the coalition, and the answer has consistently been that the governance framework for that situation is still being developed. I would like to know whether significant concern means the governance framework has been developed, or whether it means we are still in the territory of being concerned without having a defined response." "OR09, the coordination voice said, "that is a fair question, and I am going to give you a direct answer. The governance framework for station departure from the coalition has not been finalized. What exists is a set of draft protocols that the governance working group has been developing and that were scheduled for discussion at this session. The MB17 situation has moved that discussion from scheduled to urgent, and I want to spend significant time on it today rather than treating it as one agenda item among several. Does that answer your question?" "It answers the question about the framework," OR09 said. "It does not answer the question about MB17 specifically. What do we know about what is happening on that station?" "What we know," the coordination voice said carefully, "is that MB17, which is Morrow Station for those who did not have the identifier mapping, has a population of approximately 38,000 and has been in the declared coalition since the original filing. Their supply situation is moderately stressed but not critical, food at 75% ration, atmosphere maintenance at 63 days, water normal. Their council has been functional, and their participation in network communications has been regular up until 6 days ago, when their communication frequency dropped significantly, and then 3 days ago when it stopped entirely." "6 days ago," Helen said, unmuting her connection. "This is HW01. 6 days ago is the same time frame in which the coordination network identified the stations that were in quiet renegotiation conversations with corporate operators. Is there a connection?" There was a pause from the coordination voice that was slightly longer than its usual pauses. "HW01, the coordination voice said, "that is a connection that CLCOORD has been examining. I'm going to be honest with the full network about what we currently know and do not know, because I think this session requires more transparency than previous ones about the challenges the network is facing, and because I think the representatives on this call are capable of handling accurate, difficult information better than they are served by managed information. Another brief pause. CLCORD's current assessment is that Morrow Station's communication silence is consistent with a station that is in an advanced stage of renegotiation with a corporate operator, and that has not yet found a way to communicate that to the network. We do not have confirmation of this. What we have is a pattern that matches the pattern we have seen in other stations that were in renegotiation conversations, and an absence of communication that is most easily explained by the specific discomfort of a council that has not yet decided how to tell the network what it has been doing. How many stations are currently in renegotiation conversations? A voice asked that Helen identified from the identifier as WL03, Wellstone, the same station that had engaged her in the previous session. CLCORD's current count, the coordination voice said, is 6 stations in various stages of renegotiation conversation with corporate operators, of which 4 are with Aries Consolidated specifically. That number has increased from the 4 identified in the previous session. I want to be clear that increased does not necessarily mean deteriorating, because some of those conversations may be stations gathering information about their options, rather than stations that have decided to return to corporate charter status. But 6 stations is a number the network needs to take seriously as a coalition coherence issue. The audio erupted with several voices attempting to speak simultaneously, which the coordination function cut through firmly. One at a time, the coordination voice said. WL03, you had the floor. Thank you, the representative from Wellstone said, a woman's voice, measured and precise in the way Helen had noted in the previous session. I want to raise something that I think the network has been circling around without saying directly, and I think the MB17 situation has made it necessary to say it directly. The coalition's strength depends on its coherence, and its coherence depends on stations believing that being part of the coalition is a better option than leaving it. If 6 stations are in renegotiation conversations, and one of them has gone silent, it means the coalition is not currently offering a compelling enough alternative to the corporate renegotiation option for those stations. That is not a communication problem or a governance framework problem. That is a fundamental value proposition problem, and no amount of governance framework development is going to solve it if the network cannot demonstrate concretely that sovereignty within the coalition is a better long-term outcome than a modified corporate charter outside of it. The audio was quiet. WL03 is identifying the correct problem, Helen said, without waiting to be called on. This is HW01. What Wellstone is describing is the gap between what the coalition represents as an aspiration and what it is currently able to deliver as a practical reality. And that gap is being exploited by the corporate renegotiation offers because those offers are concrete and immediate, and the coalition's alternative is still largely theoretical and future-oriented. The stations that are considering renegotiation are not doing it because they have abandoned the principle of sovereignty. They are doing it because 41 days of atmosphere components and 75% food rations are concrete and present, and the long-term benefits of the coalition are abstract and uncertain. And when you are managing a population that is on rationing, abstract and uncertain is a difficult position to defend. So what do we do about it? Or 09 said, with the directness of someone who had been waiting for the conversation to arrive at the actionable question. HW01, the coordination voice said, you raised this question at the end of the last session in a different form. You have been thinking about it since then. What is your current thinking? Helen had been thinking about it since before the last session, which was the honest answer, and she organized what she had been thinking into the form it needed to be in before she spoke. 2 things simultaneously, she said. The first is accelerating the alternative logistics pipeline development as aggressively as possible, because the supply gap is the primary lever the corporate operators are using, and every week we close that gap is a week the renegotiation offer becomes less attractive by comparison. I know the pipeline is at 30%, and I know the timeline for significant expansion is 3 to 4 weeks, and I know that is not fast enough for some stations. What I want to ask the network is whether there are resources, financial, logistical, or organizational, that are being held in reserve for later phases of the development that could be deployed now to accelerate the timeline even at the cost of efficiency. What is the second thing? The coordination voice said. The second thing, Helen said, is that the network needs to make a direct offer to the stations that are in renegotiation conversations, not a threat and not an appeal to principle, a concrete offer that addresses the specific supply gaps that are driving the renegotiation conversations in terms that are at least as immediate and concrete as what the corporate operators are offering. I understand that making that offer requires resources the network may not currently have available. I am raising it because I think the alternative, watching stations leave the coalition one at a time while we continue developing the governance framework, is a more expensive outcome than whatever the cost of making the offer is. There was a pause in which the audio had the quality of a large number of people processing a significant amount at once. The governance voice, the second of the coordination functions personnel, came on for the first time in the session. HW01 is describing a resource reallocation decision that is above the governance working group's authority level, the governance voice said. It would require a network-wide vote under the draft protocols we have been developing, because it involves deploying resources that were allocated for later phases of the infrastructure development and reallocating them to immediate crisis response. I want to be transparent about the resource picture before that vote is contemplated. The network has financial reserves that were built over the planning period, and that were intended to fund the second and third phases of the alternative logistics infrastructure development. Deploying those reserves now for immediate crisis response would extend the current phase of infrastructure development by approximately 6 to 8 weeks, which means the long-term supply independence that is the foundation of the coalition's viability arrives 6 to 8 weeks later than planned. 6 to 8 weeks later than planned, or 09 said, against losing 6 stations from the coalition now. That is not a difficult calculation. It is not a calculation in isolation, the governance voice said. If we deploy the reserves now and lose the stations anyway because the deployment is too slow or too small to make a difference, we have spent the reserves and lost the stations and arrived at the long-term infrastructure development phase with less resource capacity than we planned for. The calculation requires an honest assessment of whether the deployment would actually retain the stations, and that assessment requires information about each station's specific situation that we do not currently have in complete form. Then we get the information, Helen said. This is HW01. The stations that are in renegotiation conversations need to be contacted directly through the secure channel the network established after the last session, not through the open network communication, but through direct one-on-one contact with the coordination function and with station representatives who have relevant experience. The contact needs to happen today, not after this session, not after the governance working group finishes the protocol today, because today is when the information needs to be gathered, and the offer needs to be made, and the decision needs to be taken, and I want to ask CLCORD directly whether that is possible. CLCORD, the coordination voice said, and for the first time Helen heard something in it that was not the managed professional composure she had become accustomed to, but was instead something closer to what composure sounded like when it was covering genuine pressure, is committing to direct contact with all 6 stations in renegotiation conversations before the end of today. That commitment is made. What I need from this session is a provisional authorization from the network representatives for the resource reallocation, so that the direct contacts can include a concrete offer rather than an appeal to patience. Call a provisional vote, WL03 said. Do it now in this session. You have 38 representatives on this call. A provisional authorization that is ratified by a full vote within 72 hours is better than waiting for the full vote and losing the window. Agreed, or 09 said. A chorus of agreement moved through the audio, not unanimous but substantial, the specific sound of a large group making a collective decision under pressure. I am calling a provisional vote on the resource reallocation, the coordination voice said. The proposal is to deploy up to 40% of the network's second phase financial reserves for immediate crisis response in the form of accelerated logistics pipeline development, and direct supply assistance to stations in critical supply situations. Representatives in favor indicate yes. Representatives opposed indicate no. Representatives who are abstaining indicate abstain. You have 60 seconds. The voting moved through the audio quickly, the identifiers calling out their positions in the sequence they appeared on the connection list. Helen voted yes without hesitation. She listened to the other votes as they came through and counted as she listened. And by the time the 60 seconds expired, she had a number in her head that she confirmed when the coordination voice announced the result. 29 in favor, 4 opposed, 5 abstaining, the coordination voice said. The provisional authorization passes. CLCOORD will begin direct contacts with the 6 stations in renegotiation conversations within 2 hours of the close of this session. The full ratification vote will be conducted within 72 hours through the standard network voting protocol. Helen unmuted her connection. This is HW01. I want to raise one more item before we move to the next agenda point, and it is related to the resource reallocation, but it is not a resource question. It is an information question. Go ahead, HW01, the coordination voice said. The network has been operating on the assumption that the corporate supply squeeze is the primary pressure the coalition is managing, Helen said. I want to ask whether the coordination function has information about developments on the corporate side that might affect that assumption, because I have been watching the freight market activity in the Mid-Belt for the past week, and there are patterns in the independent operator movement and the cargo classification data that suggests something is changing in how the major corporate operators are approaching the belt situation. I cannot characterize it precisely from the data I have available, but it does not look like the pattern of a supply squeeze that is holding its original shape. The coordination voice was quiet for a moment. HW01, it said, the observation you are describing is accurate, and CLCOORD has been tracking the same pattern. There is information about potential developments on the corporate side that CLCOORD has been assessing and has not yet brought to the full network because the assessment is incomplete, and we did not want to introduce information that might generate significant network discussion before we understood it well enough to contextualize it properly. Given what you have just said, I think this session is the right place to share what we have, incomplete as it is. The audio had the quality of 38 people becoming more attentive simultaneously. CLCOORD has received an indication, the coordination voice said carefully, that at least one major corporate operator has sent a signal through a channel that the coordination network established for corporate engagement. The signal indicates willingness to receive the negotiation framework and discuss terms. We received it 4 days ago. We have been assessing its authenticity and its implications since then, and we have not yet made a formal response, because a formal response to a corporate back-channel signal is a decision that requires network authorization rather than CLCOORD acting unilaterally. The audio erupted again, and this time the coordination function let it run for a moment before cutting through it. One at a time, the coordination voice said. Or 09. Which corporate operator, or 09 said. We believe it is Ares Consolidated, the coordination voice said. We are not 100% certain of that attribution, but it is our highest probability assessment. Ares Consolidated wants to negotiate, or 09 said, and his voice had lost the edge that had been in it since the first session, and replaced it with something that was not quite disbelief and not quite relief, but contained elements of both. Ares Consolidated has indicated willingness to discuss the framework, the coordination voice said precisely. That is not the same as wanting to negotiate, and I want to be careful about the characterization, because the difference between indicating willingness to discuss and committing to negotiate is significant, and we should not allow ourselves to collapse it before we understand what the signal actually represents. HW01, WL03 said, and her voice had the particular quality of someone who was connecting something they had just heard to something they had been thinking about independently. You said you had been observing patterns in the freight market that suggested something was changing on the corporate side. Is what CLCOORD just described consistent with what you were observing? Helen thought about the freight market data she had been looking at and about the independent operator movement patterns, and the cargo classification shifts, and the specific quality of the change she had been unable to fully characterize from her data set. Yes, she said. What CLCOORD just described is consistent with what I was observing. A corporate operator who is considering a back-channel negotiation would be managing their operational posture differently from a corporate operator who is committed to a pure supply squeeze strategy, and the differences would be visible in exactly the kind of freight market data I've been looking at if you knew what you were looking for. I did not know what I was looking for. Now I do. Then the patterns are confirmation, WL03 said. They are consistent with confirmation, Helen said carefully, because she had learned from 11 years of systems work that consistent with was not the same as confirmation, and the distinction mattered. I would want to look at the data again with the new context before I characterized it more strongly than that. CLCOORD, the governance voice said, entering the conversation for the second time. I want to raise the authorization question directly. Responding to the corporate signal is a decision that requires network authorization. Responding before the six-station renegotiation situation is resolved creates a specific risk, which is that stations in renegotiation conversations may interpret a corporate back-channel negotiation as the network achieving a breakthrough that makes their individual renegotiation unnecessary, which could either retain them in the coalition or could accelerate their departure depending on how they read the development. That is an unpredictable variable, and I think the network needs to discuss it. That is the correct concern, Helen said. And I want to add another layer to it. If Aries Consolidated is genuinely signaling willingness to discuss the framework, the timing of that signal relative to the renegotiation conversations with individual stations is not coincidental. Aries is sophisticated enough to understand that a back-channel negotiation signal sent to the coordination network at the same moment that six stations are in individual renegotiation conversations creates a specific dynamic in which the coordination network is simultaneously being offered a high-level negotiation and watching its coalition fracture at the station level. Those two things are not separate. They are part of the same strategy, and responding to the high-level signal without resolving the station-level fractures first means negotiating from a weaker coalition position than we would negotiate from if we stabilized the coalition first. The audio was quiet for a long moment. HW01, the coordination voice said, and the quality of its voice had shifted into something that was more direct and more personal than the managed professional composure it had maintained through the session. Are you recommending that CLCOORD delay responding to the corporate signal until after the direct contacts with the six stations in renegotiation conversations have been completed? I am recommending, Helen said, that CLCOORD treat the two situations as connected rather than sequential, which means the direct contacts with the six stations should explicitly reference the corporate back-channel signal as part of the conversation, because a station that is considering individual renegotiation with Aries Consolidated needs to understand that the network may be entering a negotiation with Aries Consolidated at the coalition level, and that the terms available to an individual station in a direct renegotiation are almost certainly going to be worse than the terms available to the full coalition in a coordinated negotiation, and that this changes the calculus of the individual renegotiation option significantly. The audio was quiet again, and this time the quality of the quiet was different from the previous silences. It had the particular quality of a room in which a significant number of people had just understood something they had not understood 30 seconds earlier. That, WL03 said quietly, is the argument that retains the stations. It is the argument that has the best chance of retaining the stations, Helen said. I am not going to represent it as certain. Individual station councils are going to make individual decisions based on their specific situations and their specific populations and their specific reserve levels, and no argument is going to retain every station regardless of how accurate it is. But the argument that the individual renegotiation option becomes significantly less attractive when the coalition is negotiating at the network level is the most concrete and immediate argument available, and it needs to be part of every direct contact that CLCOORD makes today. CLCOORD agrees, the coordination voice said. And CLCOORD wants to acknowledge to this session that the analysis HW01 just provided is the most useful contribution to the network's strategic situation that has come through an open session since the declarations, and that it came from a station representative rather than from the coordination function, which is exactly how this network is supposed to work, and which gives CLCOORD confidence that the coalition's collective intelligence is functioning, even when its supply situation is not. Helen said nothing in response to that because there was nothing useful to say, and she was not a person who responded to acknowledgments with more words than they required. Are there other items before we move to the governance protocol discussion? The coordination voice said. There were. The session ran for another 90 minutes and covered the governance protocol drafts and the dispute resolution mechanism and the communication security update, and a detailed discussion of the corridor inspection data that 3 different station representatives had been tracking independently, and that, taken together, produced a picture of the inspection pattern that was more detailed and more useful than any single station's data set had been able to produce alone, which Helen noted as a small and concrete example of what the coalition was supposed to be and occasionally managed to be. When the session closed, she stayed connected for the follow-on session with the 8 identified stations, the same group as before with 2 additions, and the coordination voice ran through each station's specific situation with a directness and a specificity that was different from the previous follow-on session, and that Helen recognized as the coordination function responding to her comment about needing to have the difficult conversations directly rather than generally. When her own station's turn came and the coordination voice asked her for a status update on halfway, she gave it the same way she had given it in the first follow-on session, specifically and honestly: the atmosphere maintenance at 53 days, the food rationing holding at 80%, the fabrication units operational at 40% capacity, and producing the pharmaceutical supplies they were designed to produce. The Barrett situation managed through the council restructuring that had removed his access to sensitive deliberations without creating a public confrontation. The population's mood difficult but stable in the way that difficult things were stable when the people managing them were being transparent about the difficulty. HW01, the coordination voice said, when she had finished. CLCOORD wants to ask you something directly that is outside the standard station status format. Ask it, Helen said. The analysis you contributed to the open session this morning, the coordination voice said. The argument about the individual renegotiation option becoming less attractive in the context of a coalition-level negotiation. How long had you been thinking about that before the session? Helen considered the question honestly before she answered. I had been thinking about the freight market patterns for about a week, she said. I had been thinking about the renegotiation stations and the supply pressure, and the gap between what the coalition offers in principle and what it delivers in practice for longer than that. The specific connection between the corporate signal and the individual renegotiation conversations, the way the 2 things are part of the same strategy rather than separate problems. I made that connection during the session when CLCOORD disclosed the signal. I did not have it before then. That is useful to know, the coordination voice said, because it suggests the analysis was not the product of extended prior thinking, but of real-time synthesis, which is a different and in some ways more valuable capability than strategic planning, because strategic planning can be done in advance of a session and real-time synthesis can only happen when the right information is present and the right person is there to connect it. Helen was quiet for a moment. Outside in the corridor of Level 4, the station moved through its morning with the sounds of a station that was managing difficulty without collapsing under it. And she thought about 53 days of atmosphere components and 80% food rations and 43,000 people who had decided they were real. And she thought about the coordination network's 38 connections and the 6 stations in renegotiation conversations and the corporate signal that had been waiting for a response for 4 days. And she thought about what real-time synthesis felt like from the inside, which was not like anything in particular. It felt like thinking, and thinking was the thing she had always been best at when the systems she was working with were complicated enough to require it. Send the response to the corporate signal today, Helen said. After the direct contacts with the 6 stations are completed and they have the full picture. Use the argument I outlined, and give the stations time to absorb it before you respond to the corporate side. But respond today, because the window that makes a response strategically clean is the same window that closes when the corridor situation hardens further. And I think you know that, and I think the reason CLCOORD has not responded yet is not only because the assessment was incomplete. It is because the decision about responding is one that the coordination function did not want to make alone, and this session has just given you the network authorization you needed. Use it. The coordination voice was quiet for a moment, and in the quality of the quiet, Helen heard the thing she had heard in it once before, the brief departure from managed professional composure into something more personal. Yes, the coordination voice said. You are right about all of it. We will send the response today. Helen unmuted her connection and sat back in her chair and looked at the atmosphere maintenance numbers on her secondary screen and the fabrication unit production data and the conservation protocol performance metrics. And outside in the corridor of level 4 the station hummed with its ordinary sounds, and the recycled air moved through the vents in the patterns it always moved. And somewhere in the belt the freight market was doing things that looked like the pattern of a corporate operator who was considering a negotiation. And the coordination function was going to make direct contact with 6 stations today, and was going to send a response to a corporate signal that had been waiting 4 days. And none of it was the end of anything. It was the middle of something that had no clear end yet. And Helen had spent enough years working with systems that had no clear end to know that the middle was where all the actual work happened, and that the work in the middle was what determined whether the thing you were building eventually became real or eventually became a thing that had been tried. She closed the network connection and opened the conservation protocol data and started looking at whether there was any adjustment to the current parameters that could extend the atmosphere maintenance timeline without creating a population impact that was worse than the timeline pressure it was relieving. And the work was the work, and she did it, and outside halfway went about its day. Jen Diane had been meeting the woman from the restaurant on the Rue de Rive 4 times since the first lunch, always in public places, always without recording devices, always in the specific conversational mode that their first meeting had established, which was 2 people exchanging accurate information from different vantage points, without either of them pretending they did not have interests that the information served. He had found the meetings more useful than any official briefing he had attended in the same period, which was not a judgment on the official briefings so much as an observation about the specific value of conversations in which both parties were being honest about what they knew and what they needed. Her name, which she had given him at the second meeting after he had asked directly, and she had decided that the relationship had developed to the point where withholding it was more counterproductive than useful, was Sira Vost. She was 43 years old and had grown up on a mid-belt station, and had spent the past 15 years doing coordination and communications work that she described as network infrastructure, which he had come to understand meant she was one of the people who had built the organizational architecture that had made the simultaneous declarations possible. Not the technical architecture, she was not a systems engineer, but the human architecture, the relationships and the communication protocols, and the trust frameworks that had held 40 stations together through 2 years of preparation, and were now holding them together through the considerably more difficult period that came after. He had not told Director Solispark about the meetings. He had thought carefully about this, and had arrived at the conclusion that telling her created an obligation to formalize the contact in ways that would change its nature and therefore its usefulness, and that the most valuable thing he could do with the relationship was maintain it in its current form, until the moment when formalizing it served a purpose that the informal version could not serve. He was aware that this reasoning had the specific quality of reasoning that was correct and also self-serving, which was the kind of reasoning that required the most careful examination, and he had examined it multiple times and continued to arrive at the same conclusion. It was a Thursday morning, and he was at his desk at 800 when his communicator chimed with a message from Sira rather than a call, which was unusual because she preferred calls to messages on the grounds that messages created records and calls created impressions, and an impression that existed only in a person's memory was different in kind from a record that existed in a system. The message said, "I need to see you today, not lunch earlier, can you do 10 o'clock, same place as the third meeting." The third meeting had been at a coffee place on the south side of the old town that had the specific quality of a place that was always busy enough that two people having a quiet conversation were invisible, and never busy enough that the noise level prevented the conversation from happening. He sent back a single word, yes, and put the communicator face down on his desk and looked at the lake between the buildings for a moment before he turned back to what he had been working on. What he had been working on was the follow-up analysis that Director Solis Park had requested after the previous week's briefing, which was an assessment of the probable adjudication timeline if the non-recognition strategy was formally challenged through international legal channels. The analysis was not going well, by which he meant it was going very well technically and was producing conclusions that were very bad for the official position, which was the specific combination that had characterized most of his analytical work since the declarations, and that he had stopped finding surprising and started finding simply accurate. At 9:30, he put on his jacket and told his assistant he had an external meeting and would be back before the afternoon briefing, and walked the 12 minutes to the coffee place on the south side of the old town, which was exactly as busy as it always was, and Sira Vost was already there at a table near the back wall with 2 coffees in front of her, one of which she pushed toward him when he sat down. She looked like she had not slept well, which was not her usual presentation. Sira Vost was a person who managed her physical presentation with the same deliberate care she managed everything else, and visible tiredness in her was a meaningful indicator of the weight of something she was carrying. "Thank you for coming on short notice," she said. "You said it was urgent," Chen Dian said. "When you say something is urgent, I have learned to take it at face value." "What happened?" Sira looked at her coffee for a moment, and then at him, with the directness that was her default mode in their conversations. "CLCOORD sent a response to a corporate back-channel signal yesterday," she said. "The signal came from Ares Consolidated 4 days ago and indicated willingness to receive the negotiation framework and discuss terms. CLCORD held the response for 4 days while the network governance session processed it and authorized it, and sent the response yesterday afternoon." Chen Dian was quiet for a moment. He looked at his coffee and then at her. "Ares Consolidated is opening a back-channel negotiation with the Belt Coordination Network," he said. "Ares Consolidated sent a signal indicating willingness to discuss the framework," Sira said, with the precision she used when the distinction between 2 characterizations mattered. CLCOORD's response confirmed receipt of the signal and indicated willingness to receive a formal presentation of the framework discussion parameters. That is where it currently stands. It is the beginning of a process rather than the beginning of a negotiation, because a negotiation requires both parties to be at the table with defined positions and defined authority, and neither of those conditions exists yet. "But the process has begun," Chen Dian said. "The process has begun," Sira confirmed. "And I am telling you because I think what happens in the next 2 weeks on the Earth government side is going to determine whether the process develops into something real or gets killed before it can. And you are the person I know on the Earth government side who is most likely to be able to influence what happens in those 2 weeks in a direction that keeps the process alive." Chen Dian looked at her steadily. "What do you need from me specifically?" Sira wrapped both hands around her coffee cup and looked at him with the expression of someone who had been organizing this conversation in their mind since before they sent the message that morning. "2 things," she said. "The first is information. I need to understand what the current internal dynamics of the Earth governmental response look like as of today. Specifically, whether the faction inside the regulatory authority that has been arguing against the non-recognition strategy has gained any traction since the Adara-Venn correspondence became part of the official record. Because the back-channel process between the coordination network and the corporate operators is going to require Earth's government to eventually engage with it rather than continuing to treat the declarations as illegitimate, and the window in which Earth's government can engage without appearing to capitulate to the declarations is narrowing. I need to know how much window is left." "And the second thing," Chen Dian said. "The second thing," Sira said, "is harder to ask, and I want to be honest about that before I ask it." She paused and looked at him with the particular quality of attention she brought to moments when she was about to say something that required a response she could not predict. "The coordination network needs someone inside Earth's governmental structure who can be a legitimate voice for the recognition framework when the official conversation eventually arrives at the point where the framework needs to be discussed. Not a secret contact. A legitimate internal advocate who has standing in the official process, and who can make the case for engaging the back-channel process as a matter of Earth's own interests, rather than as a concession to the declarations. I think you are that person, and I think you know you are that person, and I think the reason you have been having these meetings with me is partly because you have been preparing yourself to be that person without having formally decided to be. The coffee place moved around them with its ordinary sounds, the espresso machine and the quiet conversations and the occasional scrape of a chair on the stone floor, and Chen Diane sat with what Sierra had just said and gave it the space it required. She was right about all of it. He knew she was right about all of it. The question was not whether she was right, but whether he was ready to do what being right about it required. Tell me what you know about the corporate back-channel process, he said. Specifically, what Ares Consolidated's position appears to be, and what the coordination network is offering in response. Because if I am going to make the case internally for engaging the process, I need to understand the process well enough to characterize it accurately, and I cannot do that from the outside. Sierra looked at him for a moment, and he could see her assessing whether the question meant what she thought it meant, which was that he was asking for the information he would need to do the thing she was asking him to do, which was a different question from asking whether he would do it. What do you know already? She said. I know the framework exists and I know its broad structure, Chen Diane said. 3 tiers: sovereignty acknowledgement, partnership economic model, independent dispute resolution. I have been working with that outline for the past week in my own analysis, but I do not have the document itself. I can give you the document, Sierra said. I was not going to offer it before today because I did not think the timing was right, and because there are security protocols around the framework document that required authorization to share with someone in your position. I have that authorization as of this morning. You requested it this morning, Chen Diane said. Which means you decided before you sent me the message that you were going to ask me what you just asked me, and that you were going to give me the document if I asked for the information I would need. Yes, Sierra said, without apology or qualification, because Sierra Vost was not a person who apologized for being prepared. Then give me the document, Chen Diane said. Sierra reached into the bag that was on the chair beside her and took out a physical folder, which was not what he had expected, and set it on the table and slid it across to him in the way that Harv Boughton had slid the tablet with the Adara Venn correspondence across his desk 3 weeks ago, and he thought that significant documents seemed to arrive by being slid across surfaces in his direction. Physical copy, he said. The document does not exist in any digital form that I am going to give you, Sierra said. What you are holding is the only copy outside the network's secured systems. I want you to read it in full before we discuss it further because I think your reaction to the specific language is going to be more useful than my characterization of it, and I want to hear your reaction without having shaped it in advance. Chen Diane opened the folder and began reading. The coffee place moved around him and Sierra drank her coffee and did not speak, and he read the 11 pages of the framework with the complete attention he gave to legal documents that were going to require him to form a considered view, which meant reading every sentence at the speed it required rather than the speed he was capable of, and stopping at the places where the language was doing more work than its surface meaning suggested, and thinking about what the additional work was. He read for 22 minutes. Sierra did not interrupt him once. When he finished, he closed the folder and looked at it for a moment and then looked at her. The Adara Venn correspondence is in here, he said. Not quoted but present. The entire sovereignty acknowledgement tier is built on the drafting committee's documented intent and uses language that is specifically designed to be consistent with Venn's characterization of Article 14's purpose. Whoever wrote this legal section knew the Venn correspondence before they wrote it. We have known about the Venn correspondence for 3 years, Sierra said. It was one of the foundational documents of the legal strategy. 3 years, Chen Diane said. 3 years, she confirmed. The legal team that developed the framework has been working with it since we found it in the archive. The non-recognition strategy that Earth's government built was always going to fail because the people it was being built against had already found the document that made it fail. We knew that before the declarations. We planned around it. Chen Diane looked at the folder on the table and thought about 3 years, and about the legal team that had been working with the Venn correspondence since before the declarations, and about the 11 pages of framework detail that he had just read, which was the work of people who had not only found the door that had been left open, but had spent 3 years learning everything there was to know about the room on the other side of it before they walked through. The second tier, he said. The partnership economic model. The revenue-sharing structure. Has this been shared with Ares Consolidated? The signal exchange that happened this week confirms receipt of the framework, Sira said. The specific terms of the second tier have not yet been the subject of a formal discussion. The signal exchange was a confirmation of willingness to engage the framework, not a negotiation of its contents. The second tier is going to be the most difficult part of the negotiation, Chen Diane said. Not because the structure is unreasonable. Because corporate boards are going to have to explain to shareholders why a revenue model that gives the stations 30 to 40% of resource value is in the company's interest, and that explanation requires a longer time horizon than quarterly earnings cycles typically allow for. I know, Sira said. That is one of the reasons the third tier exists. The independent dispute resolution mechanism is designed to create a stable framework that reduces the long-term operational risk for the corporate operators, which makes the revenue concession in the second tier a risk management investment rather than a pure concession. Whether the corporate operators read it that way is something we will find out in the negotiation. And if Earth's government refuses to engage with the framework, Chen Diane said, and continues to treat the declarations as illegitimate and the back-channel process as a corporate deviation from the official position, what happens to the negotiation? Sira was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when the answer was something she had thought about a great deal and had not reached a clean conclusion on. If Earth's government maintains the non-recognition posture and the corporate operators proceed with the back-channel negotiation regardless, she said, the result is a framework that has corporate legitimacy but not governmental legitimacy, which is a partial outcome that is better than no framework but is not the full outcome the network needs. The third tier of the framework, the independent dispute resolution mechanism, requires governmental recognition to function as designed because, without governmental recognition, it has no enforcement mechanism that extends beyond the corporate relationships. A framework that works for the economic relationships but has no governmental recognition creates a sovereignty that is economically viable and politically unresolved, which is an unstable foundation. So you need Earth's government in the room eventually, Chen Diane said. We need Earth's government in the room eventually, Sira said. Yes. The corporate back channel is not a substitute for governmental engagement. It is a demonstration that the framework is viable and serious enough to be worth engaging. The sequence we are hoping for is that the corporate back channel produces a framework discussion that demonstrates viability, which creates pressure on Earth's government to engage officially, because the alternative is a situation in which Earth has no seat at the table for a negotiation that is going to determine the legal and economic structure of the outer belt for the next 30 years. That is a compelling pressure argument, Chen Diane said. And it is the argument I would use internally if I were making the case for engagement. Earth does not want to be absent from a negotiation whose outcome it is going to have to live with. No, Sira said. It does not. Chen Diane looked at the folder on the table, and then at her, and then at the coffee place around them, busy and indifferent and ordinary in the way that the restaurant on the Rue de Rive had been ordinary on the first day, and in the way that all of the places where significant conversations happened were ordinary, because the conversations chose ordinary places precisely because ordinary places did not record what happened in them. I need to tell you something, he said, and I want you to understand that I am telling you not as a negotiating position, but as an honest accounting of my situation, because I think you have been honest with me throughout these meetings, and the conversation we are having today requires the same from me. Tell me, Sira said. I have not disclosed these meetings to Director Solis Park, he said. I have reasoned through that decision multiple times, and I continue to believe it was the correct decision for the reasons I have described to myself, which are that formalizing the contact would change its nature and reduce its usefulness. But I want to be honest with you about the limits of what I can do in the official process. Because the thing you are asking me to do, to be an internal advocate for engaging the back-channel framework, requires me to bring this conversation into the official record in some form. And when I do that, the fact that I have been meeting with you for 4 weeks without disclosing it is going to be a problem for my credibility and possibly for my position. Sierra looked at him steadily. I know that, she said. I have known that since the second meeting. I want to tell you what I think about it, and then I want to hear what you think. Tell me, he said. I think, Sierra said carefully, that the people who are going to question your credibility for having had these meetings are the same people who have been ignoring your analysis for 3 weeks, and who built an official response strategy on the assumption that the declarations were clearly invalid, and that their assessment of your credibility is not the assessment that is going to determine whether the framework process succeeds. I think the assessment that matters is the one made by the people who are going to have to engage with the framework, and who need someone inside the official process who understands it accurately and can explain it without distortion. That person's credibility comes from the quality of the analysis, not from whether they disclosed every preliminary conversation to their director. Chen Dian was quiet for a long moment. You have thought about my situation more carefully than I have given you credit for, he said. I have thought about everyone's situation very carefully, Sierra said. That is the work I have been doing for 2.5 years. Understanding what every person who matters to the outcome needs and what they are afraid of, and what argument is most likely to move them in the direction the situation requires. She paused. What you need is to know that the thing you are being asked to do is worth the professional cost it is going to have, and what you are afraid of is that the cost will be real and the outcome will not justify it. I cannot guarantee the outcome. What I can tell you is that the framework is real and the corporate engagement is real, and the network's commitment to a negotiated solution rather than a continued confrontation is genuine, and that the outcome this process is working toward is one in which 3 billion people have a legal status that reflects the reality of what they are rather than the convenience of what the corporations and the governments needed them to be. Whether that is worth the professional cost is a question only you can answer. The coffee place moved around them, and Chen Dian sat with the question for the length of time it deserved, which was not a short time but was not an indefinitely long one either, because some questions resolved themselves if you gave them enough room and enough honesty, and this one was resolving. I am going to request a meeting with Director Solis Park this afternoon, he said. I am going to tell her about the meetings, and I am going to give her the framework document, and I am going to make the case for official engagement with the back-channel process as a matter of Earth's own interests. I do not know how she will respond. I do not know what the professional consequences will be. What I know is that the analysis I have been doing for 3 weeks points in the same direction as everything you have told me in 4 meetings, and I have spent 20 years doing analysis and following where it leads, and I am not going to stop doing that because the place it leads this time is personally inconvenient. Sierra looked at him for a moment with an expression that was not relief exactly, but was in that direction, the expression of someone who had been hoping for a specific answer and had received it, and was allowing themselves to register that without making it larger than the moment warranted. Good, she said simply. I want to ask you one more thing before I go, Chen Dian said. The coordination network's response to the corporate signal. The one that was sent yesterday. How long before the corporate side responds to it with a substantive communication, rather than just a signal acknowledgement? CLCORD's assessment is 3 to 5 days, Sierra said. The corporate side needs to move carefully, because they are navigating their own internal authorization processes and their own relationship with Earth's official position. 3 to 5 days is the window before the process either develops into something real or stalls waiting for conditions that are not going to improve on their own. 3 to 5 days, Chen Dian said. Which means if I am going to make the case to Director Solis Park, I need to make it today, and it needs to produce movement in the official position before the corporate side sends its substantive response. Because if Earth's government is still formally committed to non-recognition, when the corporate back channel produces its first real communication, the gap between the corporate position and the governmental position becomes publicly visible, and the pressure on the corporate operators to align with the official position increases. Yes, Sira said. That is the timing exactly. Chen Diane picked up the folder and put it inside his jacket, which was the most secure transit available to him in a coffee place on the south side of the old town on a Thursday morning, and he looked at Sira Vost across the table and thought about 2.5 years of preparation and 40 stations and 3 billion people and 11 pages of framework detail, and the Adara Ven correspondence sitting in a public archive in The Hague for 40 years waiting for someone to find it. And he thought about the 20 years he had spent doing analysis and following where it led, and he thought that where it led this time was to a Thursday morning in a coffee place with a folder inside his jacket and a meeting to request and a case to make and a professional cost to absorb. And that was what it led to, and that was what he was going to do. Thank you, he said, for the meetings and for the document, and for being honest with me about what you needed and why. Thank you, Sira said, for coming to the restaurant that first day. You did not have to come, and you came anyway, and everything that has followed from it is partly the result of that decision. Chen Diane nodded once and stood and put on his jacket and left the coffee place and walked back through the old town toward the Regulatory Authority building. And Geneva was going about its Thursday morning in the gray flat light that it always had, and the lake was where it always was, and he walked toward the building and toward the afternoon, and toward the meeting he was going to request, and the case he was going to make. And the folder was inside his jacket, and the analysis was in his head, and the 20 years were behind him, and whatever came next was in front of him, and he walked toward it without slowing down. Helen Quad had not left level 4 for 14 hours, which she knew because Paul had told her at 2100 the previous evening that she had not left level 4, and she had looked at the time, and noted that he was correct, and had intended to do something about it, and had not done something about it because the thing she was working on at 2100 had not been finished at 2100, and was still not finished at 1:30, when she finally closed her workstation, and went to her quarters and lay down on her bunk and stared at the ceiling for 40 minutes before she slept. What she had been working on was a complete recalculation of Halfway's supply situation, using the updated alternative logistics pipeline data that the coordination network had distributed after the governance session, which showed the pipeline operating at 38% capacity rather than the 30% that had been the working number for the previous 2 weeks. 8% was a meaningful improvement in the abstract, and a less meaningful one in practice, because the absolute gap between 38% and what Halfway actually needed was still large enough to require rationing and conservation protocols and careful management of every reserve category. But the direction was correct, and the rate of improvement was slightly faster than the most optimistic model she had built 3 weeks ago, which told her the alternative logistics infrastructure was developing better than expected even if it was not developing fast enough. The atmosphere maintenance situation was the number she kept returning to. 53 days at current consumption under current conservation protocols. The shipment that was in transit through the corridor was 7 days out at the standard transit estimate, which under the current inspection tempo was probably 10 to 12 days in practice. And if it arrived in 12 days, the reserve extended to approximately 79 days, which was enough margin to get through the critical period if nothing else went wrong. The word if was doing a great deal of work in that sentence, and she was aware of it. She was at her workstation at 6:45, which was the time she had been arriving every morning for the past 3 weeks, not because she had decided 6:45 was the correct start time, but because that was when she woke up, and when she woke up she got up and went to work, which was apparently what her body had decided was the appropriate response to the situation. At 7:12 her communicator chimed, and it was Solis, which was the time Solis always called, and she answered it. Helen, Solis said, with the particular compression of her name that meant things to get through. The council session this afternoon has an additional item that I added this morning, and I want to brief you on it before the session, rather than having you hear it for the first time in the room. What item? Helen said. Barrett, Solis said. Helen had been expecting this, and had been expecting it to come sooner than it had, which meant Solis had been managing the timing carefully. What has he done? It is not what he has done, Solis said. It is what he is about to do. I received information this morning through the network's secure channel that Ares Consolidated has moved the Halfway renegotiation conversation from the preliminary stage to a formal offer stage, which means they have sent a specific modified charter proposal to someone on halfway who has the standing to receive it, and the only person on halfway with the administrative standing to receive a formal charter proposal is Barrett. He has not disclosed it to the council, Helen said. He has not disclosed it to the council, Solis confirmed. Which means we have a station administrator who is in possession of a formal corporate renegotiation offer that the council does not know about, and that affects every person on this station, and the council needs to decide today what to do about that. How did the network know about the offer before the council did? Helen said. The network has been monitoring Ares consolidate its communication patterns with station administrators across the declared stations, Solis said. The monitoring identified the pattern shift from preliminary to formal offer stage on 3 stations simultaneously, including halfway. CLCORD flagged it to me through the secure channel at 5:30 this morning. Helen thought about the documentation she had been building on Barrett's communication pattern, and about the council restructuring that had removed his access to sensitive deliberations, and about the approach she had recommended of using the channel rather than closing it. And she thought about the formal charter offer sitting somewhere in Barrett's personal communications right now. Received and unread, or received and read and sitting in the specific moral space of a thing that had not yet been acted on but that existed, and was therefore no longer deniable. What does the council want to do? Helen said. The council wants to hear from you first, Solis said. Because you have been watching this situation longer than anyone else, and because the approach you recommended 3 weeks ago, keeping him close and using the channel, has produced a situation that the council did not fully anticipate, which is that we now have a formal offer on this station that we know about because we were watching him, and the question is whether we confront him with what we know or whether we continue to manage it from the outside. Neither option is clean, Helen said. I know, Solis said. That is why the council wants to hear your thinking before it decides. Can you come to my office at 800 before the session? I will be there at 800, Helen said, and ended the call. She spent the next hour finishing the supply recalculation and thinking about Barrett and about formal charter offers, and about what the correct response to a situation that had no clean options looked like when you were responsible for 43,000 people who had decided they were real, and were counting on the people running their station to make decisions that kept that being true. She arrived at a position she was not fully satisfied with, which was the position she usually arrived at when the options were all imperfect, and the task was to find the least imperfect one. Solis's office at 800 had the particular quality it had when Solis had been in it since very early, which was the quality of a space that had been occupied by a person thinking hard for several hours, the slight disorganization of materials that had been consulted and set down without being returned to their proper positions, the empty coffee cup that had been replaced by a full one that was halfway consumed, the particular alertness of someone who had moved past the tiredness of an early start into the second wind that came when the thinking was productive. Paul was already there, which told Helen that Solis had called him before she called Helen, which meant Solis had been managing the sequence of the morning's conversations carefully and had wanted Paul's read before she got Helen's. Paul, Helen said, sitting in the second chair across from Solis's desk. Helen, Paul said, with the brevity he used when a situation was serious enough that pleasantries felt wrong. I asked Paul to come first, Solis said, directly, not as an apology but as an explanation, because I wanted to understand the full scope of the monitoring you two have been doing before I talked to you together, and because Paul's perspective on the Barrett situation is different from yours in ways that I think the council needs to hear. What is your perspective? Helen said, looking at Paul. Paul looked at his hands for a moment in the way he did when he was organizing something he had been thinking about for a long time into the form it needed to take when said out loud. My perspective, Paul said, is that we have been managing the Barrett situation as a technical and strategic problem for 3 weeks, which was the right approach for 3 weeks, and that the formal offer changes the category of the problem from strategic to governance, and that governance problems require governance responses rather than technical ones. He paused. What I mean by that is that the approach Helen recommended, keeping him close and using the channel, was the correct approach when we were dealing with a station administrator who was maintaining quiet communications with Ares and testing the water with council members. That approach becomes significantly more complicated when the administrator is in possession of a formal renegotiation offer that the council has not been told about. Because at that point the question is not whether to confront him, but when and how. Because the offer exists, and the council has a responsibility to its population to know about it, and the longer we manage around that responsibility, the more the management becomes its own problem. You think we need to confront him, Helen said. I think the council needs to confront him, Paul said. Yes. Not because the technical approach has failed, but because the situation has moved to a point where the technical approach is no longer sufficient for the governance responsibility the council carries. Helen looked at Solis. Is that the council's position? The council has not formally taken a position yet, Solis said. That happens this afternoon. What I want to understand before this afternoon is whether you agree with Paul's assessment, or whether you think there is a reason to continue the current approach that outweighs the governance responsibility he is describing. Helen was quiet for a moment. She looked at the viewport in Solis' office where the docking ring was visible, the same view she had looked at in every conversation in this office, familiar and unchanged, the physical permanence of the station that existed regardless of what happened in the administrative and legal layers that sat on top of it. I think Paul is right, she said. I have been thinking about the same transition point since CLCOORD flagged the formal offer this morning, and I keep arriving at the same place. The approach I recommended was the right approach for the situation we had 3 weeks ago. The situation we have now is different, and it requires a different response. The council cannot govern a sovereign station while one of its senior administrators is sitting on a formal corporate renegotiation offer without disclosing it, and managing around that reality is going to cost us more than confronting it. All right, Solis said. Then the question is how to confront it and what we want to happen as a result of the confrontation. She looked at Helen directly. What do you want to happen? It was a specific question, and it required a specific answer, and Helen gave it the moment it needed before she answered. I want Barrett to disclose the offer to the full council, Helen said. Not because we can force him to. We cannot force him to do anything, but because the offer exists, and the council has the right to know about it. And if Barrett is willing to disclose it voluntarily rather than having it disclosed for him, that preserves his ability to remain in his role in a diminished capacity, while the council takes over the functions that require a higher trust level. If he refuses to disclose it, the council has to act on its own authority using the monitoring documentation, which becomes public and produces exactly the fracture narrative we have been trying to avoid. And if he discloses it and the offer is something that a significant portion of the station population finds attractive, Solis said, what then? Helen looked at her steadily. Then we have a governance conversation about the offer on the terms the council sets, which is the correct process, rather than having the offer surface in some other way that we do not control and that the council is not prepared for. I would rather manage a difficult governance conversation about a formal offer than manage the consequences of the offer becoming public through a channel we did not control. The offer terms, Paul said, looking at Helen. Do you know what Ares is proposing? Not specifically, Helen said. The network flagged the pattern shift from preliminary to formal offer stage, but CLCOORD did not have the content of the offer itself. What I know is the category of offer Ares has been making to stations in this situation, which based on the network's intelligence on the 4 stations that have already received formal offers, is a modified charter framework that preserves certain elements of the sovereignty declaration language while returning the essential economic and administrative relationships to corporate control. It is, in the network's assessment, a better deal than the original contracted labor charter, and a significantly worse deal than the sovereignty the declarations created. Better than what we had and worse than what we have, Paul said. That is approximately correct, Helen said. Which makes it an offer that is going to be attractive to people who are on food rationing and managing atmosphere component reserves, and who are not certain the sovereignty is going to hold, and not attractive to people who understand what the coordination network is building and believe it is going to produce something real. Which is most of Halfway's population right now, Solis said, and her voice had the particular flatness of someone saying something accurate that they wished were not accurate. I know, Helen said. which is why the governance conversation about the offer needs to happen in a context where the council can provide the full picture of where the alternative is heading, including the corporate back-channel development that CLCORD communicated to the network yesterday. Because if Halfway's population is going to make an informed decision about a formal charter offer, they need to know that the coordination network may be entering a coalition-level negotiation that would produce significantly better terms than any individual station renegotiation. Solis looked at her for a moment with the expression she wore when she was integrating several things simultaneously. You want to use the corporate back-channel development as a counterargument to the Ares offer, Solis said. I want the council to have it available as part of the full picture it presents to the station population, Helen said. The population has a right to know that there is a process developing at the coalition level that could produce an outcome better than the individual renegotiation option, and that the individual renegotiation option, if pursued while the coalition-level process is developing, would remove Halfway from the coalition at the moment when being in the coalition is most valuable. Paul looked at her. That is a strong argument. It is also an argument that requires the corporate back-channel to actually develop into something real, because if we use it as a counter-argument to the Ares offer and then the back-channel process stalls or fails, the station population is going to feel misled. I know, Helen said, which is why I want to be careful about how it is framed. Not as a guarantee, as a development that is real, and that changes the calculation. The population deserves the accurate picture, which includes the uncertainty. Solis sat back in her chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment, and then back at the two of them. All right, she said. Here is what I am going to propose to the council this afternoon. 1. We approach Barrett this morning, before the council session, and give him the opportunity to disclose the offer to the council voluntarily. 2. The council session this afternoon addresses the offer directly and provides the station population with the full picture, including the alternative logistics development and the corporate back-channel process. 3. We ask the station population to give the council a defined period, I am thinking 3 weeks, before any decision about the offer is taken, on the grounds that 3 weeks is enough time for the corporate back-channel development to become clearer and for the station population to have the full information they need. Is that approach acceptable to both of you? Yes, Paul said. Yes, Helen said. With one addition. The approach to Barrett this morning should not be confrontational. It should give him a genuine opportunity to come forward voluntarily, which means the person who approaches him needs to make clear that voluntary disclosure is available and that it is a better option for him than the alternative. I think that conversation should be you, Solis, not a council delegation, because a delegation reads as a confrontation and a single conversation reads as an opportunity. Solis looked at her. You want me to talk to him alone? I want you to give him the chance to make the right decision in a context that makes the right decision feel available, Helen said. Whether he takes it is his choice. But the context matters for which choice he makes, and a council delegation arriving at his door does not create a context in which the right decision feels available. Solis was quiet for a moment and then nodded slowly. I will talk to him at 900, she said. Before the council session, she looked at both of them. I want you both at the council session this afternoon. Helen, I want you to be prepared to walk the council through the supply situation and the alternative logistics development and the corporate back-channel context in enough detail that the council members can answer questions from the population with accurate information rather than managed information. Paul, I want you to be prepared to walk through the monitoring documentation on Barrett if it becomes necessary, which I hope it does not, but which I want you ready for. Understood, Paul said. Understood, Helen said. She left Solis' office at 8:32 and went back to the lift and rode it up to level 4 and went to her workstation and opened the supply documentation she was going to present at the council session and began organizing it into the form it needed to be in for a council audience rather than a technical one, which meant finding the language that was accurate without being so technical that it created the specific anxiety of incomprehension rather than the more useful anxiety of accurate understanding. At 9:47 her communicator chimed, and it was Solis, which was earlier than she had expected. He already knew we knew, Soli said without preamble. I did not have to tell him about the monitoring. When I sat down in his office, he looked at me for about 10 seconds and then he said, "You know about the offer?" And I said yes, and he said, "I was going to tell the council today." I said, "Then we are in agreement about what needs to happen." "Did he say anything else?" Helen said. "He said," Solis continued, and her voice had a quality that was different from her usual tone, quieter and more considered, that he had received the offer 5 days ago, and had spent 5 days trying to decide whether accepting it was the responsible thing to do for the station population, and that he had concluded that it was not, and that he had been trying to find the right way to disclose it to the council without it becoming a public incident that damaged the station's position in the network. He said he was aware that the way he had gone about it was wrong, and that the council had every right to remove him from his position, and that he was prepared for that outcome. Helen was quiet for a moment. She looked at her workstation, and the supply documentation on the screen, and the atmosphere maintenance numbers, and the conservation protocol performance data, all the accumulated evidence of what it cost to run a station that had decided it was real. And she thought about a man in his 50s spending 5 days with a formal corporate offer trying to decide whether accepting it was responsible. And she thought that the situation was more complicated than the version she had been managing for the past 3 weeks, and that the complication was human in the way that all the real complications were. "What do you want to do about his position?" Helen said. "I want to hear what the council says," Soli said. "But my inclination is that a man who received a formal renegotiation offer and spent 5 days concluding it was wrong and was preparing to disclose it is a different situation from a man who is going to accept it without telling the council, and the governance response to those two situations should be different." "I agree with that," Helen said. "I thought you might," Soli said. "I will see you at the council session at 1400. Be ready to talk." "I will be ready," Helen said, and ended the call and sat for a moment in the alcove that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and the particular staleness of a space that had been occupied by someone working very hard for an extended period. And she thought about the council session at 1400, and the supply presentation, and the corporate back-channel context, and the formal offer that a station administrator had spent 5 days deciding was wrong before he was caught not disclosing it. And she thought that the situation was what it always was, which was a collection of human beings trying to navigate something that was larger than any of them individually, making imperfect decisions under imperfect conditions with imperfect information, and that this was not a failure of sovereignty, but the specific texture of it, the daily practice of people trying to do right by each other in circumstances that did not make it easy, and that the job was to keep doing it regardless of the difficulty. And she turned back to the supply documentation and kept working, and outside in the corridors of Halfway Station, the 23rd day of sovereignty moved forward the way all the days moved, 1 hour at a time, with no regard for how much remained undone. At 1400, the council session convened in the main council chamber on level 2, which had 12 seats around a circular table, and a display wall that Helen had set up with the supply documentation, and the alternative logistics pipeline data, and the corporate back-channel context organized in the sequence she was going to present them. The 7 council members were in their seats, and Barrett was in the chair that had been placed to the side of the table rather than at it, which was Solis's decision, and which communicated his status in the session accurately without being punitive about it. And Paul was standing near the display wall with the monitoring documentation on his tablet, and Helen was at the display controls, and Solis was at the head of the table. "We are here today," Solis said, looking around the table at the council members with the composed directness she brought to the sessions she considered most important, "to address a situation that the council has been managing for 3 weeks, and that has developed to a point where the full council needs the full picture rather than the managed version that I have been providing in the interest of operational stability. I want to start by acknowledging that some of the decisions made in the past 3 weeks about what information to share and when were made by me in consultation with Helen Quad and Paul, and that those decisions were made with good intentions and imperfect judgment, and that the council has a right to know that and to factor it into how it weighs what it hears today." One of the council members, a man named Tev Eris, who had been on the council for 4 years, and who had the particular quality of someone who processed difficult information by going very still, looked at Solis steadily. "How imperfect," Tev Eris said. We identified Barrett's communication with Ares consolidated on day 3 of the declaration, Solis said. I was told about it on day 9. The council was not told until today, which is day 23. The reasoning for the delay was strategic, and I believed it was sound reasoning at the time. I believe it less strongly now. Tev Eris looked at Helen. You identified it on day 3. I identified the pattern on day 3, Helen said. I told Solis on day 9. The decision to manage it technically before bringing it to the council was mine, and I stand behind the reasoning, while acknowledging that the reasoning had limits that the current situation has demonstrated. All right, Tev Eris said, with the tone of someone who had registered the information and was going to continue registering it while moving forward. Tell us what we need to know. Helen turned to the display wall and began. She talked for 40 minutes. She covered the supply situation first, the atmosphere maintenance numbers and the food rationing and the water reserves and the alternative logistics pipeline development, and the trajectory of all 4 categories over the next 60 days under 3 scenarios. She covered the corporate back-channel development, the signal that had been sent and received, and the coordination network's response, and what it meant for the individual renegotiation option that every station in the coalition was being offered. She covered the formal offer that Barrett had received, in as much detail as the network's intelligence provided, which was enough detail to give the council members a clear picture of what Ares was proposing, and how it compared to the sovereignty the station currently held and the coalition-level framework that was developing. When she finished, the room was quiet in the way it was quiet when people had absorbed a significant amount of information and were organizing their responses to it. A council member named Dasha Oren, who was 40 years old and had grown up on Halfway and had never lived anywhere else, looked at the display wall for a moment and then at Helen. The coalition-level negotiation, Dasha Oren said. If it produces a framework that Earth's government and the corporate operators accept, what does that mean for Halfway specifically? Not for the 40 stations in general. For Halfway, it means, Helen said, that Halfway's sovereignty is recognized as part of a broader framework that has legal standing and economic viability, which is a significantly more stable foundation than individual sovereignty that is contested and economically pressured. It means the supply relationships that are currently suspended are replaced by negotiated partnership terms that the station's population has a voice in rather than terms that are imposed by corporate charter. And it means the governance infrastructure that the council has been building for 23 days becomes the foundation of a recognized political entity rather than an administrative experiment that might or might not survive the next 60 days of supply pressure. And if the coalition-level negotiation fails, Dasha Oren said, if it stalls or the corporate side withdraws or Earth's government refuses to engage, then we are back to the situation we have been managing for 23 days, Helen said, which is difficult and uncertain, and which I believe is survivable if the alternative logistics pipeline continues to develop, and the coalition holds together long enough for the legal situation to resolve in adjudication. I'm not going to tell you the failure scenario is good. I'm telling you that the success scenario is real and developing, and that the individual renegotiation option, even if its terms are better than the original contracted labor charter, forecloses the success scenario and does so permanently. The room was quiet again. Tev Eris looked at Barrett, who had been sitting in the side chair through the entire presentation with the expression of someone who was present and attentive, and had made a decision about what his role in this session was, which was to listen rather than to speak unless he was asked to. Barrett, Tev Eris said, you received the formal offer 5 days ago. You spent 5 days with it. Tell the council what you concluded. Barrett looked at Tev Eris, and then at the table, and then at the room, and when he spoke his voice had the quality of someone who had prepared what they were going to say and was delivering it as accurately as they could. I concluded, Barrett said, that the offer was attractive in the ways that things are attractive when you are frightened and uncertain, and that when I examined it carefully, and honestly, I could not identify a version of accepting it that was better for the people on this station than the version in which the council manages the current situation toward the outcome Helen has just described. I also concluded that the way I had been managing the situation for the past 3 weeks was wrong, not in its intent. I was genuinely trying to understand the options rather than preparing to defect. But in its execution, because the council has a right to all the information that affects the people it represents, and I withheld information that affected them, and that was not a decision I had the authority to make alone. The room was quiet. "Thank you," Solly said simply and meant it, and turned to the full council. "The council needs to decide two things today. What to do about Barrett's position, and how to respond to the formal offer, which means how to communicate the situation to the station population and in what time frame. I want to hear from every council member before we decide anything." The council talked for 90 minutes. Helen listened and contributed when she was asked, and did not contribute when she was not asked, because the council's deliberation was the council's, and her role in the session had been to provide the information it needed rather than to direct the decisions it reached. The decisions it reached were the ones Solis had outlined to her that morning, with modifications that reflected the specific knowledge and the specific concerns of 7 people who had been elected by halfway's population to make exactly these kinds of decisions under exactly these kinds of circumstances. Barrett remained in his position in a reduced administrative capacity with his access to sensitive deliberations formally and publicly restructured, which was the least disruptive governance outcome available, and which was the one the council chose after a discussion that was honest about both the costs and the reasons. The formal offer would be communicated to the station population at a public session the following morning, with the full context of the alternative logistics development and the corporate back-channel process, and the council would ask the population for a 3-week period before any decision was taken. When the session ended at 16:42 and the council members were filing out, Tev Eris stopped beside Helen at the display wall where she was closing down the presentation. "Helen," Tev Eris said, in the quiet voice he used for conversations that were separate from the official business of the session. "The monitoring you set up on day 3. Is it still running?" "Yes," Helen said. "Is it monitoring anyone other than Barrett?" Tev Eris said. Helen looked at him for a moment. "I built it to flag significant communication pattern changes across all senior station personnel," she said. "It is not targeted at individuals other than Barrett. What it does is tell me if a pattern change of the kind Barrett's represented occurs in anyone else's communication behavior." Tev Eris nodded slowly. "Good," he said. "Keep it running," he paused. "And Helen, next time you find something significant, tell Solly sooner." "I will," Helen said. He went out and she stood alone in the council chamber for a moment looking at the display wall with the supply numbers and the pipeline data and the corporate back-channel context all still on the screen, the full picture of where halfway was and where it was trying to go. And she thought about 23 days, and about the decisions that had been made well and the ones that had been made imperfectly, and about the fact that the distinction between those two categories was not always visible in advance, and was sometimes only clear in retrospect. And she thought that governing something real was the hardest thing she had ever done, harder than finding the gap, and harder than building the filing mechanism, and harder than the 2:15 moment in the alcove. Because governing required you to be right about things you could not fully know, and to keep the trust of people who were counting on you to be right. And that trust was the most important thing on the station, and the most fragile, and the thing that required the most careful and consistent attention. And she was going to give it that attention, and she was going to tell Solly sooner. And she closed down the presentation and turned off the display wall and went back to level 4. Carol Tesborn had received the Coordination Network's response to her signal 6 days ago, and had been in 3 substantive communications with the network's designated negotiating contacts since then, each one more specific than the last, and each one producing a clearer picture of what the network actually wanted, and what it was actually willing to give, which were 2 different things in any negotiation, and the gap between them was where the work happened. The designated contact identified herself only as Sira, which Carol had accepted without pushing because the network's security architecture was the network's business, and pushing on it before the relationship had developed enough to absorb the push was a negotiating error she was not going to make. What she knew about Sira from 3 communications was that she was precise and prepared, and did not use more words than a situation required, and did not make representations she could not support, which were the qualities Carol valued most in a negotiating counterpart, because they made the conversation efficient in the way that mattered. which was not the efficiency of speed, but the efficiency of arriving at accurate shared understanding rather than the kind of apparent understanding that dissolved when the details were examined. She was in her office on the Meridian at 7:30, which was earlier than the time she had scheduled the fourth communication for, which was 900, and she was using the time before 900 to finish the document she had been working on for 2 days, which was Ares Consolidated's internal position paper on the framework negotiation. The position paper was not the document she was going to present to Sierra. It was the document she was going to present to the board, because the board did not yet know that Ares Consolidated was in a back-channel negotiation with the Belt Coordination Network, and the board needed to know before the negotiation developed to the point where the board's authorization was required for any commitment, which was a point she was approaching faster than she had initially expected, because the network was moving with a purposeful speed that suggested they understood the 30-hour window she had identified and were pressing the advantage of it. The position paper was 41 pages and was the most carefully written document she had produced in 23 years of corporate work, which was a statement she did not make lightly given that she had produced a significant number of carefully written documents in 23 years. It was careful because the board was going to read it looking for reasons to say no, which was what boards did when presented with significant departures from established operating models, and every sentence needed to anticipate the specific objection. It was likely to generate and address that objection before the board member who had it could raise it, which was a technique she had developed over years of board presentations, and which required knowing the board's concerns better than the board members knew them themselves. The central argument of the position paper was one she had been building since the first morning of the declarations, and that she now believed completely, which was that the contracted labor model had been the foundation of Ares Consolidated's belt operations for 30 years, and had produced the returns that had made Ares the largest corporate operator in the outer system, and that the contracted labor model was now permanently unviable as a foundation, because the population classified under it had demonstrated the organizational capacity and the legal framework to challenge it effectively, and had done so, and that a corporation that continued to operate on a foundation that was permanently unviable was not a corporation that was protecting its shareholders. It was a corporation that was managing the interval between the present and the moment its operating model collapsed, and the interval was not going to be long. The alternative the position paper proposed was not framed as a concession to the declarations. It was framed as a strategic repositioning into a new operating model that preserved the essential economic relationships of the belt operation, while placing those relationships on a foundation that was stable rather than contested, and that the revenue concessions required by the new model were smaller in absolute terms than the revenue impact of the operating environment of sustained hostility that the alternative produced. She had shown the position paper to Devin 2 days ago, and he had read it in 40 minutes, and told her it was the strongest corporate case for the recognition framework that he had seen, and that it was going to have exactly the effect she intended on the board members who were persuadable, and that the board members who were not persuadable were not going to be persuaded by any document regardless of how well it was written. She had asked him how many board members were not persuadable, and he had told her 3, which meant she needed 9 of the 12 remaining to authorize the negotiation, which meant she could afford to lose 2 of the persuadable ones and still have the authorization she needed. She was finishing the 41st page at 8:47 when her communicator chimed with a call from Marcus Feld, which was not unusual at this hour, because Marcus had been calling every morning since the signal exchange to check on the development of the back-channel process and to coordinate Meridian Resources' parallel engagement with the network, which had been proceeding on a slightly delayed timeline relative to Ares, because Marcus was managing a board that was smaller and less structured than Ares Consolidated's, but that had its own set of concerns that required managing before authorization was possible. She answered. "Carol," Marcus said, with the particular quality his voice had when he had information rather than a check-in. "I need to tell you something before your 900 communication with the network." "Tell me," Carol said, saving the position paper and giving the call her full attention. "I have a source inside Earth's regulatory authority who contacted me this morning," Marcus said. "The same source who gave me the information about the legal division analyst 3 weeks ago." He tells me that there was a significant development in the official Earth government response yesterday afternoon that is going to affect the context of your communication with the network. What development? Carol said. The classification analyst, Marcus said, the one who has been making the accurate, inconvenient case about the Article 14 framework since the first day of the declarations. His name is Chen Dian. He apparently went to Director Solis Park yesterday afternoon with the full framework document and the case for official engagement with the back-channel process, and he disclosed in that meeting that he had been in contact with a network representative for the past 4 weeks through informal channels. Carol was quiet for a moment. How did Solis Park respond? According to my source, Marcus said, she was not pleased about the 4 weeks of informal contact, which is the response you would expect from a director who had not been informed. But she read the framework document, and she listened to the case for engagement, and she did not dismiss it, which is a different response from the one she has been giving the framework argument for the past 3 weeks when it was being made without the document. My source says she asked for 24 hours to consider her position, and that she is meeting with the Diplomatic Corps Deputy Director this morning before she decides anything. The Diplomatic Corps Deputy Director, Carol said. Strand. Yeva Strand. You know her, Marcus said. I know of her, Carol said. She has outer belt experience, and she has been the most consistently accurate voice on the diplomatic side of the official response. If Solis Park is meeting with Strand before she decides how to respond to the framework argument, it means she is taking it seriously rather than managing it. That is my read as well, Marcus said. Which means the window for Earth's government to engage with the back-channel process may be opening rather than closing, which changes the context of your 900 communication significantly. Carol looked at the position paper on her screen and thought about the board presentation she was preparing for, and about the 3-week timeline she had been working with, and about the specific pressure of the 23rd day of the declarations, and the atmosphere maintenance numbers she had been tracking across the declared stations, and about the coordination network's designated contact named Sira, who was going to be on the other end of a communication in 13 minutes. Marcus, she said, I want to think about this for a moment before I tell you what I think it means. Take the moment, Marcus said. I will hold. She turned away from the screen and looked at the viewport and the stars and thought about the sequence of developments and about what each one meant in relation to the others. The coordination network had sent a response to her signal 6 days ago. Chen Dian had gone to Solis Park yesterday afternoon with the framework document. Solis Park was meeting with Strand this morning. The board presentation was scheduled for 3 days from now. The coordination network's designated contact was going to be on a communication with her in 13 minutes. The sequence had a specific quality that she recognized from 23 years of managing complex multi-party situations, which was the quality of a situation that was moving toward resolution faster than any single party had planned for, with multiple developments converging in a window that was smaller than anyone had expected. And the question was whether the parties were going to be ready to act when the window opened, or whether they were going to be positioned for a timeline that no longer applied. Marcus, she said, turning back to the communicator, I think the board presentation needs to move up. From 3 days to when? Marcus said. Tomorrow morning, Carol said. If Solis Park is moving toward engagement, the Earth government's official position is going to shift in the next 24 to 48 hours, and when it shifts, the back-channel process becomes a different kind of conversation. Right now, we are a corporate operator opening a negotiation that Earth's government is not part of, which gives us a specific kind of leverage because we are ahead of the official position. When the official position shifts and Earth engages, we lose that specific leverage and become one party among several, rather than the party that was there first. I want the board authorization before the official position shifts so that we can move into the next phase of the negotiation from the strongest possible position. Marcus was quiet for a moment. That is a 24-hour acceleration of a board process that you have been preparing for 3 days. The preparation is done, Carol said. The position paper is 41 pages, and it addresses every objection the board is going to raise. Moving the presentation up by 24 hours does not change the quality of the preparation. it changes the timing relative to the external developments, and the timing is the variable that matters right now. I will move my board process up to match yours, Marcus said. If you are presenting tomorrow morning, I will present tomorrow afternoon. That way we go into the next phase of the negotiation, with both companies authorized rather than one authorized and one pending. Good, Carol said. Call your board secretary now before your 900 and get it on the calendar. I am going to do the same after I end this call. Before you end the call, Marcus said. The 900 communication with the network. Are you going to tell Sierra about the Chen Diane development? Carol thought about that for a moment. It was a specific question that required a specific answer, and the answer depended on a judgment about what the coordination network already knew and what telling them added to their position versus what it added to the relationship. Yes, she said. I am going to tell her. Not because they don't already know. They almost certainly know because Chen Diane's contact with the network has been through a network representative for 4 weeks, and the network knows what its own representatives are doing. But I am going to tell her because telling her demonstrates that we are operating with the same information on both sides of the conversation, rather than trying to manage what the other side knows. And that demonstration is worth more at this stage of the relationship than whatever advantage comes from appearing to know something they don't know we know. That is a specific kind of good faith, Marcus said. It is the kind of good faith that makes a negotiation work, Carol said. I will call you after the 900. She ended the call and picked up the position paper document and sent it to the Meridian's printing system because she wanted a physical copy for the board presentation, and she wanted to review it on paper rather than on screen one more time before she presented it, which was the way she had always prepared for significant presentations and which she had never found a reason to change. She called her board secretary and moved the presentation to 900 the following morning, which required the secretary to make 4 calls to 4 board members who had other commitments at that time, and to find resolutions to those conflicts, while Carol was on the 900 communication with the network, which was the specific kind of parallel processing that the current situation required, and which her staff was capable of managing without her direct involvement. At 8:56, she opened the secure communication channel and waited. At 900 exactly, the channel activated, and Sierra's voice came through, measured and deliberate as always. Good morning, Carol, Sierra said, using her first name as she had in the previous 2 communications, which was a deliberate choice rather than an informal habit, and which Carol had accepted as the register appropriate to the specific kind of professional relationship they were building. Good morning, Sierra, Carol said. Before we go to the agenda, I have something I want to tell you that I think changes the context of today's communication. Tell me, Sierra said, with the attentiveness of someone who had learned that when Carol Tesborn said something changed the context, the something was worth paying close attention to. I have information from a source inside Earth's regulatory authority, Carol said, that a classification analyst named Chen Diane went to Director Solis Park yesterday afternoon with the full framework document and made the case for official engagement with the back-channel process. He disclosed in that meeting that he had been in informal contact with a network representative for the past 4 weeks. Solis Park is meeting with the diplomatic corps deputy director this morning before she decides how to respond. There was a silence on Sierra's end that was longer than her usual silences, and in the quality of the silence, Carol heard the specific thing she had hoped to hear, which was the sound of someone receiving information they already had some version of, and processing the fact that the other party had it too. You already knew about Chen Diane, Carol said. We knew he had gone to Solis Park, Sierra said, and her voice had a quality in it that Carol had not heard before, something that was not quite relief and not quite something else but was in the territory between those 2 things. We did not know the outcome of the meeting, or that Solis Park was meeting with Strand this morning. That is new information for us. Then we are each giving the other something useful this morning, Carol said. Which is the correct dynamic for where we are in this process. Yes, Sierra said. It is a brief pause. Carol, I want to tell you something in return, and I want to be clear that I am telling you because the relationship we have been building in these communications requires it rather than because it serves a specific strategic purpose, though it may also serve a strategic purpose. Tell me, Carol said, The network had a governance session 3 days ago, Sierra said, in which the coordination function disclosed the Aries signal and the network's response to the full network for the first time. The session produced a provisional authorization for the resource reallocation that accelerates the alternative logistics pipeline development, which means the pipeline is going to develop faster in the next 3 weeks than the timeline you have been working with assumes. The specific acceleration is from the current 38% capacity toward a projected 55 to 60% capacity within 3 weeks, which changes the supply pressure calculus on the stations in ways that affect the leverage dynamic of the negotiation. Carol thought about that. A pipeline at 60% capacity in 3 weeks was a significant development because it meant the supply squeeze that Aries Consolidated had been using as the primary pressure mechanism was going to lose a meaningful portion of its effectiveness at approximately the same time that the negotiation was expected to move into its substantive phase. Which was not a coincidence, and which told her that the network was sequencing its resource deployment deliberately to improve its negotiating position rather than simply responding to the supply crisis. You are accelerating the pipeline to reduce your dependence on the supply squeeze resolution as a negotiating incentive, Carol said. We are accelerating the pipeline because stations are on rationing, and some of them are managing atmosphere component reserves that are tighter than we would like, Sierra said, with the precise care of someone drawing a distinction that was real rather than rhetorical. The effect on the negotiating dynamic is a secondary consequence of addressing the primary supply situation. I am not going to misrepresent the sequencing to you by claiming the acceleration is purely humanitarian and has no strategic dimension, because it has both dimensions and you are intelligent enough to see that without being told. But the primary driver is the supply situation. I believe you, Carol said, and I want to tell you something in return that has both dimensions as well. I am moving the Aries Consolidated board presentation from 3 days from now to tomorrow morning. The reason is the development you have just described and the Chen-Diane development, both of which suggest the situation is moving faster than my original timeline assumed, and that I need the board authorization before the external developments change the context of the authorization. Moving the board presentation up by 2 days is a significant acceleration, Sierra said. The preparation is complete, Carol said. The timing is the variable. I am telling you because the board authorization is the precondition for the negotiation moving into its substantive phase, and the substantive phase is where we both need to be, and I think we both need to be there sooner than 3 days from now. I agree with that assessment, Sierra said, which means today's communication needs to produce something more specific than the previous 3, because if you are presenting to the board tomorrow morning, you need to know what you are asking the board to authorize with enough specificity to answer the questions they are going to ask. Tell me what you need to know from me before I can give you that specificity, Carol said. Sierra was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when she was organizing a significant amount into the correct sequence. 3 things, Sierra said. First, Aries consolidated its position on the revenue-sharing range in the second tier. The framework document left the percentages as negotiation parameters. I need to understand the range you are working with before the board presentation so that the authorization the board gives is for a negotiation with a realistic parameter set rather than an authorization to negotiate that has no boundaries and therefore no meaning. The range we are working with, Carol said, is 25 to 35% station resource value retention, with a service fee structure for Aries' operational contribution that we believe produces financial viability within that range. I want to be clear that 25 is our floor and 35 is our ceiling, and the specific point within that range is what the negotiation determines. That range is workable, Sierra said, without elaborating, which told Carol that the range was closer to the network's position than the network was going to say on the first response. Second, Sierra said, the third tier dispute resolution mechanism. The framework document proposes an independent arbitration structure with station representation, corporate operator representation, and a neutral international body. The neutral body composition is a negotiation parameter. What is Aries Consolidated's position on what the neutral body looks like? We are not opposed to a neutral body in principle, Carol said. Our position on composition is that the neutral body should be drawn from existing international arbitration institutions, rather than being a newly created entity, because existing institutions have established credibility and procedural frameworks that a newly created entity would take years to develop. The specific institution or combination of institutions is a negotiation parameter. That position is not inconsistent with the network's thinking on the neutral body, Sierra said, again without elaborating in the way that told Carol the position was acceptable. Third, Sierra said, and her voice shifted slightly into the register she used when she was approaching something that required more care than the previous items. The first tier, the sovereignty acknowledgement. The framework document asks for acknowledgement of the declarations as a legal fact rather than a contested position. Ares Consolidated is a corporate operator rather than a governmental body and does not have the authority to provide governmental recognition. What is your position on how the first tier functions in the context of a corporate negotiation, in the absence of governmental recognition? This was the question Carol had been thinking about since she first read the framework document, and had not yet found a completely satisfying answer to, because the first tier was the tier that required governmental involvement to be fully operational, and the governmental involvement was not yet available. Our position, Carol said carefully, is that the first tier in the context of a corporate negotiation functions as an acknowledgement that the economic relationships in the second tier are being structured as relationships between Ares Consolidated and sovereign entities rather than as corporate charter relationships, which is a practical acknowledgement of the sovereignty rather than a legal or governmental recognition. We are not in a position to provide the legal recognition that the first tier envisions as its full operation. What we can provide is an economic relationship structure that treats the stations as sovereign for the purposes of that relationship, which creates a practical foundation that governmental recognition, when it comes, can build on. There was a pause on Sierra's end that was longer than any of the previous pauses, and Carol let it run without filling it, because some silences required to be what they were. That framing, Sierra said eventually, is something that the network can work with as an interim structure while the governmental recognition question develops. I want to be clear that it is not the full first-tier outcome the framework envisions, and that the network is not accepting it as a permanent substitute for governmental recognition, but as an interim structure that keeps the economic relationship moving forward while the political situation develops. It is something we can discuss. I'm not offering it as a permanent substitute, Carol said. I am offering it as the most I can deliver within my authority, which is a corporate relationship structure, while being honest about the limits of what a corporate relationship structure can accomplish without governmental recognition. I appreciate the honesty about the limits, Sierra said. It is more useful than a representation that overstates what the corporate relationship can deliver. I have found throughout these communications, Carol said, that overstating what I can deliver produces shorter-term convenience and longer-term problems, and I am not interested in the longer-term problems. Neither are we, Sierra said. Which is why these communications have been productive. A brief pause. Carol, I want to ask you something that is outside the specific agenda of today's communication, and that I want you to consider before you answer rather than answering immediately. Ask it, Carol said. When you present to the Ares Consolidated Board tomorrow morning, Sierra said, and when you make the case for the negotiation, and the board asks you why the network can be trusted to honor a framework that requires them to maintain sovereignty over resources that Ares Consolidated has been extracting for 30 years, what are you going to tell them? Carol looked at the viewport and the stars for a moment. I'm going to tell them, she said, that the network has demonstrated over the course of this situation a level of organizational discipline and strategic sophistication, and good faith in communications that is more consistent with an entity capable of honoring a long-term framework than most of the corporate counterparties Ares Consolidated has negotiated within 30 years of belt operations. And that the question of whether the network can be trusted is answered more clearly by what it has done over the past 23 days than by any representation it could make about its intentions. Sierra was quiet for a moment. That is a strong answer, she said. It is the accurate answer, Carol said. which is the same thing, in my experience, when the situation is what this situation is. Then give it to the board tomorrow, Sierra said, and call me when the authorization is confirmed. I will call you when it is confirmed, Carol said. One more thing before we close, Sierra said. The network's governance session 3 days ago also produced a decision about Morrow Station, which is the station that had gone silent and that the network had been treating as a significant concern. Morrow Station's council made contact with CLCOORD yesterday and disclosed that they had been in an advanced renegotiation conversation with Ares Consolidated and had decided to discontinue it. They are still in the coalition. Carol absorbed that for a moment. What changed their position? The argument, Sierra said simply, that the individual renegotiation option becomes significantly less attractive when the coalition is negotiating at the network level. A representative from Halfway made that argument in the governance session. It reached Morrow Station through the direct contact CLCOORD made after the session. They found it persuasive. Carol thought about that, and about the chain of events that connected a systems engineer in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday to a governance session argument that retained a station in a coalition that was now in a back-channel negotiation with the largest corporate operator in the Outer Belt. The representative from Halfway, Carol said. HW01 in the network's identifier system. Yes, Sierra said. Helen Quad, Carol said. Yes, Sierra said, and Carol could hear in the single word something that was not quite pride and not quite something else, but was in the territory of how people sounded when they were talking about someone who had done something that mattered. Tell me about her, Carol said. Sierra was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when a question was unexpected and required genuine consideration rather than a prepared response. She is not what anyone expected, Sierra said. She is not a politician or a strategist or an ideologue. She is an engineer who found something in a system she understood better than anyone else and spent 4 years deciding what to do about it and then did it. And everything that has followed from it is a product of that specific combination of technical clarity and personal integrity, and the particular kind of courage that comes not from certainty, but from making a decision in the absence of certainty, because the alternative is worse. She is the most important person in the network that nobody outside the network knows about, and she has been managing the practical realities of sovereignty on Halfway for 23 days under conditions that would have broken a less grounded person, and she is not broken. Carol looked at the note she had written on the first day of the declarations that said this person is either going to be a significant problem or a significant asset, and thought about how wrong the framing had been, and how right the underlying recognition had been, and thought about what it meant that the most important person in the network was an engineer who had found a door and spent 4 years deciding whether to open it. When the negotiation reaches the point where direct contact between the parties is appropriate, Carol said, I want to make sure Helen Quad is in the room. Sierra was quiet for a moment. She will be in the room, Sierra said. She already knows the framework better than most of the people who wrote it, and she is the person the network trusts most to hold the line on what matters and let go of what doesn't. She will be in the room. Good, Carol said. Then I will present to the board tomorrow morning and call you when the authorization is confirmed, and we will begin the process of getting everyone in the room. Good, Sierra said. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Sierra, Carol said, and ended the communication and sat for a moment in the quiet of the Meridian's office, while outside through the viewport the stars were where they always were, and the belt was ahead of her in the darkness, and somewhere in that darkness, a woman named Helen Quad was managing the 23rd day of sovereignty on a station that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and the specific staleness of a space where someone had been working very hard for a long time. And Carol thought that whatever the board decided tomorrow, and whatever the negotiation produced in the weeks after, the most significant thing that had happened in the past 23 days was not the declarations or the supply squeeze or the fleet repositioning or the legal arguments or the back-channel signals. It was that 3 billion people had decided they were real, and the rest of it, all of it, was the world catching up to that decision. She picked up the physical copy of the position paper from the printer and sat down and began reading it one more time, and the Meridian flew on through the dark toward tomorrow morning, and the work continued, and she did it. Kalen Rux had made the overreach delivery without incident, which was the result he had planned for, and which had required considerably more careful planning than any delivery he had made in 12 years of independent operation. The maintenance docking approach had been exactly as Adra's specifications described it, a secondary access point on the station's outer ring that was designed for maintenance supply vessels, and that routed through a different authorization channel than the commercial docking system. And the approach itself had been technically straightforward in the way that approaches were straightforward when you had read the specifications thoroughly and knew exactly what you were going to do before you did it. What had not been in the specifications was Drev Kassin. The Overreach Station Administrator had appeared in the maintenance bay approximately 40 minutes after Kalen had docked and begun the unloading process, which told him that the commercial docking system had flagged the maintenance bay activity, even though the authorization had not gone through Kassin's channel, which meant the station's administrative monitoring was more integrated than the maintenance approach was designed to work around. Kassin was a lean man in his late 40s with the specific expression of someone who had prepared for a confrontation, and was adjusting in real time to the fact that the confrontation was not producing the reaction he had prepared for. He had looked at Kalen and at the unloading process, and at the cargo manifest that Kalen had on his tablet and had said, in the tone of a man who wanted to establish authority before examining whether he had it, "This delivery was not authorized through the commercial docking office." And Kalen had looked at him and said, "It was authorized through the maintenance supply channel, which is the correct channel for maintenance supply cargo, which is what this is." Kassin had looked at the manifest and had looked at the filter regeneration units that were coming off the Perseverance's cargo ramp and had said, "These units are classified as maintenance supply." And Kalen had said, "Yes, they are maintenance supply. The classification is accurate. Is there a problem with the delivery?" Kassin had looked at the manifest for a long moment and had not found the problem he was looking for, because there was no problem to find, and had eventually said, in the tone of a man who had not achieved the outcome he wanted and was deciding how to respond to that, "I want a copy of the full sourcing documentation." And Kalen had handed him the sourcing documentation, which was complete and accurate to the serial number level, and had watched Kassin read through it with the attention of someone who was hoping to find an irregularity and not finding one. And after 4 minutes, Kassin had handed it back without comment, and had stood in the maintenance bay for another 10 minutes watching the unloading before he left without saying anything further. The maintenance team on Overreach had processed the filter regeneration units with the focused efficiency of people who had been waiting for them and knew exactly what to do with them. And Kalen had collected his delivery confirmation and departed through the maintenance bay exit, and had been back in transit within 3 hours of docking, which was faster than any of his Pallor Junction deliveries, and which he attributed to the absence of the docking authorization, delays that Kassin had been using on the commercial channel. He had called Adra from transit and told her the delivery was complete and described the Kassin encounter, and she had been quiet for a moment and then said, "He looked at the sourcing documentation," and Kalen had said, "For 4 minutes." And Adra had said, "And found nothing," and Kalen had said, "There was nothing to find," and Adra had said, "Good. That is the template then," in the tone of someone who had been waiting to confirm that a thing was replicable before committing to replicating it. That had been 4 days ago. He was now 3 days out from Ceres and the meeting with Deven Kurz, which he had been thinking about with the specific quality of attention he gave to things he had committed to, but had not yet fully understood. And the thinking had been productive in the way that thinking was productive when you let it run without trying to force it toward a conclusion before it was ready. What he had concluded so far was that carrying physical communications between the corporate back channel and the coordination network was a different category of work from carrying cargo, not because it was more dangerous in an obvious sense, but because the nature of the risk was different. Cargo risk was primarily legal and logistical, clean manifests, and correct approach vectors and proper documentation, the kind of risk that 12 years of careful practice had given him the tools to manage. Communication courier risk was primarily relational and political, the risk of being in the middle of a negotiation between parties with conflicting interests, and being used by one or both of those parties in ways that he did not fully understand, which was the kind of risk that 12 years of independent operation had taught him to be careful about in a different way. He was thinking about this specific distinction when his communicator chimed at 8:10, and the identifier was Deven Kurz, which was earlier than he had expected, and which suggested either a change in plans or new information. He answered. "Kalen," Devin Kerr said, in the measured voice that Carol Tesborn was right to find professionally unremarkable. "I want to move our meeting up if your transit schedule allows it. I can be at Ceres in 48 hours rather than 72. "I can be at Ceres in 48 hours, Kalen said, because his current transit put him within that range if he pushed the drive slightly, which was well within the Perseverance's operating parameters. "What has changed?" "The situation has developed faster than the timeline I was working with when we spoke last," Devin said. "There are developments on the corporate side and on the Earth government side that make the timing of the communication channel more important than it was 3 days ago, and I want to have the conversation with you before those developments produce conditions that change what I am asking you to do." "Tell me what the developments are," Kalen said. "The broad picture," Devin said, "is that the back-channel negotiation between the corporate operator and the coordination network is moving from the preliminary signal exchange phase into a substantive discussion phase faster than either party anticipated, and that Earth's government may be moving toward a decision about engaging with the framework process in the next 24 to 48 hours. Those two things together compress the timeline in which the communication channel I described serves the specific purpose it was designed to serve." "What purpose?" Kalen said. "You described it as carrying communications between parties who need a channel that is not monitored by people with an interest in the negotiation not happening. I want to understand more specifically who those people are and what they have an interest in preventing." Devin was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet when he was deciding how much specificity to provide. "The parties using the channel," Devin said, "are the corporate operator, which is Ares Consolidated, and the coordination network. The people with an interest in the negotiation not happening include elements within Earth's military and governmental structure who are committed to the non-recognition strategy, and who would, if they had visibility into the back-channel communication, use that visibility to apply pressure to the corporate operator to align with the official position rather than proceeding independently. There are also elements within the corporate operator's own structure, specifically certain board members, who do not yet know the negotiation is happening, and who, if they became aware of it before the board authorization is secured, would use that awareness to block the authorization. You are asking me to carry communications that Ares Consolidated's own board does not know are happening, Kalen said. I am asking you to carry communications between the senior executive who is managing the negotiation and the coordination network's designated contact, Devin said, during the period before the board authorization is secured. The senior executive has the authority to conduct preliminary negotiations without board authorization. The board authorization is required before any commitment is made. The communication channel is for the preliminary phase, which is the phase in which the terms that the board will be asked to authorize are being developed. Kalen thought about that. It was a specific and careful answer that addressed the concern he had raised without fully resolving it, because the distinction between a senior executive with authority to conduct preliminary negotiations and a senior executive conducting preliminary negotiations that the board did not know about was a distinction that was clear in corporate governance theory and blurry in the specific circumstances Devin was describing. Who is the senior executive? Kalen said. Her name is Carol Tesborn, Devin said. She is the senior vice president of fleet operations for Ares Consolidated, and she is the person who has been managing the corporate response to the belt situation since the first day of the declarations. Kalen looked out the viewport at the stars and thought about the name Carol Tesborn and about what he knew about Ares Consolidated's fleet operations structure, which was the knowledge that came from 12 years of operating in a freight environment where Ares was the largest single presence. And he thought about what it meant that a senior vice president of fleet operations was conducting preliminary negotiations with the Belt Coordination Network through a physical communication channel carried by an independent freight operator. Why physical communications? He said. If the preliminary negotiations have been happening through secure digital channels, what does a physical communication channel add? The digital channels are being used for the primary negotiation communication, Devin said. What the physical channel is for is a specific category of document that the parties want to exchange without any possibility of digital interception, including interception by their own communication systems, which in the case of Ares Consolidated means their corporate communication infrastructure, which is audited and logged. A physical document that moves between parties through a human carrier has a provenance that is entirely outside the digital systems that are monitored. "You are describing a dead drop," Kalen said. "I am describing a physical document courier service," Devin said, with the slight correction of someone who preferred precise characterizations to dramatic ones. "The function is similar to what you are describing, but the term implies a covert infrastructure that is more elaborate than what I am asking you to do, which is to carry a sealed physical document from one location to another and deliver it to a specific person. And the sealed physical document travels through the corridor inspection system," Kalen said, "where my cargo is inspected by Earth's fleet patrols. A sealed personal correspondence envelope carried by a freight operator is not cargo," Devin said. "It is personal mail. Personal mail is not subject to cargo inspection under the corridor authorization protocols. It is subject to standard postal inspection standards, which require a warrant rather than routine inspection authority. Has anyone tested that interpretation in the current corridor environment?" Kalen said. Devin was quiet for a moment. "Not in the current corridor environment specifically," he said. "The legal framework it is based on is well established in normal circumstances. Whether the corridor inspection teams in the current environment are operating within that framework or are exceeding it is a question I cannot answer with certainty, which is why I am telling you about it rather than representing it as a guaranteed protection." Kalen looked at the navigation display and thought about the corridor inspection tempo and the extended holds and the 3 operators who had had their freight licenses flagged, and he thought about the distinction between cargo inspection authority and personal mail inspection authority, and about how much confidence he had in an Earth Fleet Patrol team in an elevated inspection environment, making fine distinctions between those two categories when they were looking at a freight operator carrying a sealed envelope. "I want to know what is in the document," Kalen said. "I cannot tell you the specific content," Devin said. "Then tell me the category of content," Kalen said. "I am not asking you to read it to me. I am asking you to tell me what category of document it is, because if I am stopped in the corridor with a sealed envelope, I need to know what I am carrying well enough to characterize it accurately to an inspection team if they ask, and I cannot do that without knowing what category it falls into." Devin considered this for a long enough moment that Kalen could hear him thinking. "The document," Devin said, "is a formal statement of negotiating parameters that the corporate operator is communicating to the coordination network. It is a business document. It does not contain classified information. It does not contain information that is illegal to possess or transmit, and it does not contain anything that would constitute a violation of any law or regulation under any jurisdiction that applies in the corridor. If you were asked to characterize it to an inspection team, business correspondence would be an accurate characterization." "Is it encrypted?" Kalen said. "It is sealed," Devin said. "Not encrypted in a technical sense. The seal is physical. Breaking the seal to read the contents would be visible to both the sender and the recipient. So if an inspection team opened it," Kalen said, "the seal would be broken and both parties would know it had been opened," Devin said. "Yes, which is part of the reason for using a physical document rather than a digital one. A physical document that is opened leaves evidence of the opening. A digital communication that is intercepted leaves no such evidence." Kalen sat with that for a moment. It was a well-constructed system for what it was designed to do, which was to move specific information between specific parties in a way that was legally defensible and that provided accountability if the information was interfered with. Whether it was a system he wanted to be a part of was the question, and the question had several layers to it, and he was going to address all of them before he gave Devin an answer. "Devin," he said, "I want to ask you something directly, and I want you to answer it in the same way you answered my question about the document content, which is honestly about what you know and honestly about what you don't know." "Ask it," Devin said. "Who are you working for in this specific engagement?" Kalen said. not in the general intelligence and analysis practice. In this specific situation, who retained you for this specific work, and what are their interests? Devin was quiet for a moment that was longer than his usual pauses, and in the quality of the longer pause, Kalen could hear the assessment of someone who had been asked a question they had been expecting, and were deciding how to answer it in a way that was honest within the constraints they were operating under. I was retained by Carol Tessborn, Devin said, on behalf of Ares Consolidated's Fleet Operations Division. My work for this engagement has been intelligence gathering and analysis on the Belt Coordination Network, strategic assessment of the negotiation situation, and operational support for the back-channel process, including identifying and qualifying the communication channel I am asking you to serve. My interests in this specific situation are that the engagement produces the outcome my client needs, which is a board authorization for the negotiation and a negotiation that produces a viable framework, because that is the outcome that justifies the work I have been doing and the assessments I have been providing. You are telling me you work for Ares Consolidated, Kalen said. I am telling you the specific person who retained me and the specific work I have been doing, Devin said. Yes. Kalen looked at the navigation display and the viewport and thought about a draft fin in his cargo bay on Pallard Junction, telling him the coordination network was serious and organized and had more depth than anyone on the corporate side had given it credit for. And he thought about Sable telling him that the people who built this spent years doing it carefully. And he thought about what it meant to be asked to carry physical documents for the corporate side of a negotiation, whose outcome the coordination network was counting on to preserve the sovereignty that Halfway and 39 other stations had declared 23 days ago. I want to understand something about the negotiation itself, Kalen said. Not the document. The negotiation. Ares Consolidated is negotiating with the coordination network. The network is negotiating on behalf of the 40 declared stations. Is the negotiation moving toward an outcome that preserves the sovereignty the stations declared, or is it moving toward an outcome that modifies the sovereignty in ways that the stations would not accept if they fully understood what was being negotiated? Devin was quiet for a moment, and Kalen let the moment run because it was the most important question he had asked, and the answer required the time it needed. Honest assessment, Devin said, and the phrasing itself told Kalen something because Devin had used that specific phrase once before when he was about to say something that was genuinely uncertain rather than strategically uncertain. Is that the negotiation is moving toward an outcome that preserves the essential legal foundation of the sovereignty declarations in exchange for a restructured economic relationship that is different from the contracted labor model, but is not full resource sovereignty. Whether the stations would accept that outcome as adequate to what they declared is a question that depends on what each station's population understands about what sovereignty requires in practice and what alternatives exist. It is not a question I can answer for the stations. But it is not a sellout, Kalen said. In your assessment. In my assessment, Devin said carefully. Carol Tessborn is negotiating in good faith toward a framework that she believes is the best achievable outcome for both sides, and the coordination network's designated contact is negotiating in good faith toward the same thing from the other direction. And the outcome of two parties negotiating in good faith is usually something that neither party is fully satisfied with and both parties can live with, which is the definition of a negotiated settlement rather than a capitulation by either side. Kalen thought about that for a long time. He looked out the viewport and thought about Adra and Sable and the overreach delivery and the filter regeneration units and Drev, Casson reading the sourcing documentation for 4 minutes and not finding a problem. And he thought about 43,000 people on Halfway who had decided they were real, and the 43,000 on Pallard Junction, and the 22,000 on Overreach, and the 3 billion total across the 40 stations. And he thought about what his role in this situation was, and what it should be, and whether those were the same thing. He was an independent freight operator who had spent 12 years being careful not to belong to anyone. He had made that choice deliberately and had defended it consistently. He was being asked to carry a document for the corporate side of a negotiation that was going to determine the legal and economic status of 3 billion people, which was a long way from a cargo manifest and a clean approach vector. But the alternative to the negotiation producing a viable framework was the situation continuing in the direction it had been going, which was the supply squeeze and the coalition fractures, and the stations with 41 days of atmosphere components, and the Morrow stations going silent, and the Drev Cassins using administrative access to make things harder for the people they were supposed to serve, and the independent freight operators with grounded licenses, and the inspection teams with expanded discretionary authority, and the corridor getting tighter every week. The negotiation was the thing that could end that. The communication channel was the thing that kept the negotiation moving. The document he was being asked to carry was the thing that kept the communication channel functioning. He was either in this or he was not. 12 years of not belonging to anyone had been a choice he made in a world that was not the world he was in now, and the world he was in now required a different choice. 48 hours, Kalen said. Ceres, I will be there. Good, Devin Kurz said, with the particular flatness of someone who had been reasonably confident of the outcome and was registering confirmation rather than surprise. Devin, Kalen said before ending the call. The document I will be carrying. Where does it go? The first delivery is to the Coordination Network's designated contact, Devin said. Her name is Sira. She will be at Ceres when you are. After the first delivery, the routing will depend on how the negotiation develops. Some documents will go from the corporate side to the network side. Some will go the other way. The channel works in both directions. And I am the channel, Kalen said. You are the channel, Devin confirmed. Kalen ended the call and sat in the quiet of the Perseverance bridge and looked at the navigation display and adjusted the drive output to the setting that would put him at Ceres in 48 hours rather than 72, which was a small adjustment with a specific consequence, and he logged the adjustment in the operational record and noted the time and date the way he logged everything. Because the operational record was the foundation of the operational standard, and the operational standard was what had kept him flying clean for 12 years and was going to keep him flying clean through whatever came next. Outside the viewport, the stars were where they always were, and the belt was behind him and Ceres was ahead, and 48 hours was what it was, and the Perseverance flew on through the dark the way it always did, carrying an operator who had just made a decision that was larger than any delivery he had made in 12 years, and who was going to do it the same way he did everything, carefully and cleanly, and with full documentation and a manifest that would withstand any inspection. Because that was the standard, and the standard did not change because the stakes had changed. If anything, the standard mattered more when the stakes were higher, and he held the standard and flew toward Ceres and thought about what it meant to be a channel, and decided that a channel was just another word for a route, and routes were what he knew, and he knew how to fly them. The board meeting was at 900, and Carol Tesborn had been in the Meridian's conference room since 700 preparing for it, which was 2 hours of preparation for a presentation she had been building for 3 weeks and that she knew completely, but which she went through again anyway, because going through preparation you had already completed was not redundant. It was the specific practice of someone who understood that the difference between knowing a thing and being ready to deliver it under pressure was the 2 hours before the delivery. The board was attending remotely, which was standard for Ares consolidated board sessions when the board members were distributed across the inner system, and the conference room display wall had 12 connection windows that would populate at 900 with the faces of 12 people whose combined authority over the company's strategic direction was what stood between the negotiation Carol had been building for 3 weeks and the formal authorization that made it real. She knew the 12 board members the way she knew all the important variables in a complex system, which was completely and without illusion. She knew which 3 were not persuadable and had stopped investing energy in them beyond what courtesy required. She knew which 4 were persuadable by financial argument, and which 3 were persuadable by risk argument, and which 2 were persuadable by both, and which 1. A woman named Helda Brast, who had been on the board for 11 years, and whose opinion the other 11 weighted more heavily than they weighted their own, was persuadable only by an argument that she had not heard before, and that addressed something she had been thinking about without being able to articulate it. Carol had spent more time thinking about what Helda Brast had been thinking about without being able to articulate it than she had spent on any other single element of the preparation, and she believed she had found it, and she was going to know in approximately 3 hours whether she had found it correctly. At 8:45 her communicator chimed, and it was Devin, who had sent her a message rather than calling, which was the communication mode he used when he had information that was time-sensitive but not urgent enough to interrupt what she was doing. The message said, Chen Diane met with Solis Park yesterday as expected. Solis Park met with Strand this morning for 90 minutes. No official statement yet, but source inside Diplomatic Corps says the meeting produced movement. Strand is drafting a formal recommendation for engagement with the framework process. Timeline for official statement unclear, but within 48 hours is my estimate. Carol read the message twice, and then set the communicator down, and looked at the display wall that was going to have 12 faces on it in 14 minutes and thought about the timing. The 48-hour estimate for an official Earth government statement meant the official position was going to shift, while the board was deciding whether to authorize the negotiation, which was either a complication or an advantage depending on how she used it. She decided it was an advantage and adjusted the sequence of her presentation accordingly, moving the section on Earth government dynamics from the fourth position to the second, because a board that understood the Earth government was moving toward engagement before it decided on the corporate authorization, was a board that was deciding in a context of momentum rather than a context of isolation, and momentum was useful. At 900 the 12 connection windows populated, and 12 faces appeared on the display wall, and Carol looked at them, and they looked at her and the board chair, a man named Orrin Selby, who was 67 years old, and had been on Ares Consolidated's board for 19 years, and who had the particular quality of someone who had seen enough corporate situations to be genuinely difficult to surprise, said, "Good morning, Carol. You moved this meeting up by 2 days, and you asked for 90 minutes instead of the standard 60. Tell us why." "Good morning, Orrin," Carol said. "I moved it up because the situation has developed faster than the timeline I was working with when I scheduled the original date, and 90 minutes because what I am going to ask the board to authorize requires more context than 60 minutes can adequately provide. I want to start with that context before I get to the authorization request, because the authorization will make more sense with the context than without it." "Go ahead," Orrin Selby said. Carol began with the legal picture, not because it was where she would have started in a different room with a different audience, but because this board needed the legal foundation before anything else would land correctly. She covered the Adara-Venn correspondence and what it meant for the invalidity argument and the adjudication exposure, and she covered it in the plain, direct language she used when she needed people who were not lawyers to understand a legal situation accurately, which meant no hedging and no qualification beyond what the facts required. A board member named Tomas Crate, who was one of the 3 not persuadable, said, after approximately 6 minutes, "The legal division's position has been that the declarations are challengeable," in the tone of someone stating a fact that contradicted what they were hearing. The legal division's position before the Adara-Venn correspondence was that the declarations were challengeable, Carol said, without breaking her delivery cadence. The position after the correspondence is that the challenge would fail in adjudication. I can put you in contact with Petra Vance in the legal division after this session, if you want the technical detail. What I want you to take from this section is that the legal foundation for treating the declarations as temporary is not what it was on day 1, and the strategy built on that foundation needs to be reassessed on that basis. Crate looked like he was going to say something else, and Helda Brass said, in the measured tone she used when she was redirecting without confronting, "Let Carol finish the context, Tomas. We can raise specific questions at the end." Crate settled back and Carol moved to the Earth Government Dynamics section, which was the section she had moved to second, and she covered Chen Diane and Director Solis Park and Deputy Director Strand, and the 48-hour estimate for the official position shift, and she covered it with the precision of someone who was reading a situation accurately rather than hopefully, and she watched the board members' faces on the display wall while she did it. A board member named Sura Inns, who was one of the 2 persuadable by both financial and risk argument, said, "If Earth's government engages officially with the framework process in the next 48 hours, what does that mean for the corporate back channel?" "It means," Carol said, "that the corporate back channel becomes a different kind of negotiation. Right now we are negotiating as the lead party in a process that Earth's government is not part of. When Earth engages officially, We become one party among several rather than the party that opened the process. The specific advantage of having opened the process is that we have established a working relationship with the coordination network's designated contact that the other parties will not have. And that relationship is an asset in a multi-party negotiation that we can only preserve if we have the board authorization to proceed before the official engagement happens. You are saying we need to move before Earth does, Sura-In said. I am saying the board authorization needs to happen before Earth's official engagement changes the shape of what we are authorizing, Carol said. Yes. Oren Selby, who had been listening with the attention he gave to everything, which was complete and evaluative and visibly active, said, Carol, before you go to the specifics of the authorization request, I want to ask you something that is outside the standard presentation format and that I want an answer to before I hear the numbers. Ask it, Carol said. You have been managing Ares Consolidated's response to the belt situation since the first day of the declaration, Oren Selby said. 23 days. In those 23 days, you have moved from a supply contract review strategy to a back-channel negotiation with the coordination network, which is a significant strategic shift. I want to understand what changed your assessment of the situation and when it changed, because the board authorized the supply contract review strategy, and the board was not consulted about the shift to negotiation, and I want to understand that sequence before I ask the rest of the board to authorize the next step. The room was quiet in the way it was quiet when the most important person in it had asked the most important question. Carol looked at Oren Selby on the display wall and thought about what the accurate answer to his question was, which was the only answer she was going to give him. My assessment changed on day one, she said. Not completely, and not in a way I was ready to act on immediately, but the assessment began changing on the morning of the declarations when I read the technical execution of the halfway filing, and understood that the people who had built it understood our systems better than we had understood theirs. The supply contract review was the correct initial response because it was the response available to us, and because I needed time to understand what I was dealing with before I committed to a different direction. What I was dealing with turned out to be more organized and more legally sophisticated, and more strategically prepared than any assessment in this company or in Earth's government had credited. And the supply squeeze strategy was never going to produce the outcome. It was designed to produce because the people on the other side of it had planned for it and built around it. I continued the strategy while I developed the alternative because the alternative required preparation, and because the board needed to hear the case for it before I proceeded, which is what I am doing now. Oren Selby looked at her for a moment with the expression of someone who had received the answer they were looking for and was processing its implications. You have been preparing the negotiation while running the supply squeeze, he said. I have been preparing the negotiation while running the supply squeeze, Carol confirmed. The supply squeeze created the conditions for the negotiation by demonstrating to the coordination network that the corporate response was real and had consequences. It was not nothing. What it was not, and what I understood relatively early was not going to be, was sufficient to collapse the coalition and return the stations to contracted labor status. The negotiation is the endgame the supply squeeze was always leading toward. I'm asking the board to authorize the endgame. Helda Brast had been quiet through the entire presentation, which was not unusual for her because Helda Brast processed information before she spoke and did not speak until the processing was complete. She spoke now, and the quality of her voice had the particular attention of someone who had found the thing they had been waiting to find. Carol, Helda Brast said, I want to ask you a question that is not in the presentation and that I have been sitting with since before this meeting, since actually the morning of the declarations 3 weeks ago, and that I have not heard anyone in this company or in any of the official discussions addressed directly. Ask it, Carol said. The contracted labor model, Helda Brast said, has been the foundation of Ares Consolidated's belt operations for 30 years. It has produced significant returns for the shareholders, and it has allowed us to build the largest corporate operation in the outer system. I voted to maintain and extend that model many times in 19 years on this board, because the financial case for it was clear, and the alternatives were not. What I want to know is whether you believe, independent of the financial case, independent of the legal situation, independent of the strategic assessment, whether you personally believe that the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified. The conference room was very quiet. On the display wall, 11 of the 12 board members were looking at Carol, and one of them, Tomas Crate, was looking at a point slightly to the left of the camera, which was the physical tell of someone who did not want to hear the answer to a question they had not expected to be asked. Carol looked at Helda Brast on the display wall and thought about the specific quality of the question, which was not a business question or a legal question or a strategic question, but a moral one. And she thought about 23 years of corporate operations and the specific accumulation of decisions that 23 years represented. And she thought about Helen Quad in a maintenance alcove finding a door that had been left open on purpose and spending 4 years deciding whether to open it. And she thought about what 4 years meant and what the door had been, and who had left it open and why. No, Carol said. I do not believe it was the right way to treat them. I believe it was the profitable way and the legally structured way and the way that served the company's interests within the framework that existed. And I operated within that framework and defended it and built on it for 23 years because that was my job, and because I was good at my job, and because the framework was legal. But if you are asking me whether a classification system that denies 3 billion people citizenship in anything while extracting the resources that make the outer system economically viable is a just system, the answer is no. It is not. And I think that answer has been available to anyone in this room who is willing to ask the question honestly for considerably longer than 3 weeks. The room was quiet for a long moment. Helda Brast looked at her with the expression of someone who had received exactly the answer they were looking for and was letting it settle. Thank you, Helda Brast said simply. That is the answer I needed to hear. Not because it changes the financial calculation, which you are going to walk us through and which I expect will make the case on its own terms, but because the financial calculation and the moral one need to be pointing in the same direction for a decision of this significance to be the right one, and I needed to know that they were. Orrin Selby looked at Helda Brast and then at Carol and said, walk us through the financial case. Carol walked them through it. She covered the revenue sharing range and the service fee structure, and the modeling she had done on the financial viability of the partnership framework across 3 scenarios, conservative, moderate, and optimistic, and the modeling she had done on the revenue impact of the alternative, which was the operating environment of sustained hostility that the non-negotiation path produced. And she covered it with the precision and the directness that the financial case required, and that she had always brought to financial presentations, because imprecision in financial arguments was the thing that gave boards reasons to say no. The numbers were what they were. The partnership framework produced lower short-term returns than the contracted labor model had produced in its most profitable years. It produced higher long-term returns than any scenario in which the declarations were contested rather than negotiated, because the contested scenarios all involved sustained legal and operational costs that compounded over a timeline that the board needed to be honest about rather than optimistic about. When she finished the financial section, a board member named Calla Darren, who was one of the 4 persuadable by financial argument, and who had the specific quality of someone who trusted numbers more than arguments, and had spent 30 years being right to trust numbers more than arguments, said, the moderate scenario in the partnership framework produces a 17% return improvement over the contested scenario at the 5-year mark. Yes, Carol said. And the optimistic scenario produces 24% at 5 years, Calla Darren said. Yes, Carol said. And the contested scenario's baseline assumes the legal challenge fails in adjudication within 18 months, Calla Darren said, which based on what you told us about the Adara-Venn correspondence is the correct assumption. It is the correct assumption, Carol said. Calla Darren looked at the numbers on her screen and then at Carol and said, then the financial case is clear, in the tone of someone for whom the conversation had just ended because the numbers had answered the question. The remaining board discussion took 41 minutes. Most of it was the 3 persuadable by risk argument working through the specific risks of the negotiation path, which Carol addressed one by one with the preparation she had done, and the honest acknowledgement of the uncertainties she had not papered over, because papering over uncertainties in a board presentation was a technique that worked once and then destroyed the trust that made future presentations possible. Tomas Crate made 3 objections, each of which Carol addressed, and 2 of which Hildebrast supplemented with observations that were more pointed than Carol's responses had been, which told Carol that Hildebrast had arrived at the meeting already decided and was using the discussion to build the record rather than to form the view. At 10:41, Orrin Selby said, "I think we have covered the material adequately. I want to call the vote." He looked around the display wall. "The question before the board is whether to authorize Carol Tesborn to proceed with the formal negotiation of a partnership framework, with the Belt Coordination Network on the terms, and within the parameters outlined in the position paper distributed this morning." Those in favor. 9 voices said yes. 2 said no. 1 abstained. Tomas Crate was one of the 2 no's, which was expected. The abstention was from a board member named Gareth Voss, who had been quiet through the entire presentation, and whose abstention Carol read not as opposition, but as a man who had not yet fully resolved his own position, and had chosen the honest response to that unresolved position, rather than forcing a vote he was not confident in. "The authorization passes," Orrin Selby said. 9-2 with 1 abstention. "Carol, you have the board's authorization to proceed. I want weekly updates through me directly, not through the standard reporting chain, because the standard reporting chain includes people whose access to this information needs to be managed carefully until the negotiation reaches a stage where broader disclosure is appropriate." "Understood," Carol said. "Weekly updates through you directly." "One more thing," Orrin Selby said, and his voice had shifted into the quieter register he used when he was speaking as himself rather than as board chair, which he did rarely, and which therefore meant something when he did. "The answer you gave Helda about the contracted labor model. I want you to know that I have been on this board for 19 years, and I have voted on that model many times, and I have never once asked myself the question she asked you, and I think that is a thing worth acknowledging rather than passing over." Carol looked at him on the display wall and thought about 19 years and about all the votes, and about a woman on a station in the outer belt who had spent 4 years with a question she was not going to stop asking until she had done something about the answer. "I think it is worth acknowledging too," Carol said. "Thank you, Orrin." The connection windows closed one by one, and the display wall returned to its blank state, and Carol sat in the conference room alone for a moment in the quiet that followed the end of a significant thing, and she let it be quiet for the brief time it lasted. Then she picked up her communicator and called Devin Kurz and told him the authorization was confirmed, and he said, "The meeting with Kalen Rux is at 1400 series time today. The first document is ready," and she said, "Send it to me for review before the meeting," and he said he would, and she ended the call. She called Marcus Feld and told him the vote, and he said, 9-2, in the tone of someone who had been hoping for that number and had not been certain of it, and she said, 9-2, and he said, "My board voted this afternoon 8-3, and I have the authorization," and she said, "Good," and he said, "Good," and they sat for a moment on the call in the particular shared quiet of 2 people who had been working toward a thing for 3 weeks and had arrived at it simultaneously. "Marcus," Carol said, "when this negotiation reaches the point where the parties are in the same room, I want to be ready for that conversation rather than managing it as it develops. I want to spend some time in the next few days working through the specific positions on the second-tier revenue structure with you, because Meridian Resources and Ares Consolidated need to be coordinated on the financial parameters before we sit down with the coordination network, or we are going to give them a gap to work with that we do not want them to have." "Agreed," Marcus said. "I will block time tomorrow afternoon. Come to Ceres, or we can do it remotely, your preference." "Ceres," Carol said. "I will be there today for a meeting, and I will stay through tomorrow. We can work through it in person." "I will see you tomorrow afternoon," Marcus said. "And Carol, the thing you said to the board about the contracted labor model. Devin told me you were going to be asked directly, and that you had decided to answer directly. I want to tell you that I think it was the right answer and the right decision to give it." "It was the accurate answer," Carol said, "which in my experience is usually the same thing as the right one." She ended the call and stood up from the conference room table and went to the viewport and looked at the stars and the belt in the darkness beyond them. And she thought about the board authorization and the weekly updates, and the first document waiting for review and the meeting at 1400, and the parallel meridian resources authorization, and the 48-hour estimate for the Earth government position shift, and all the moving parts of a situation that was accelerating faster than any single party had planned for. She thought about Hildebrast asking whether the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified, and about her own answer, and about the 19 years Oren Selby had not asked himself the question, and about 23 years of her own decisions made within a framework she had operated and defended and built on because it was legal and profitable, and because that was her job. She thought that the most important thing about a wrong framework was not the decisions made within it, because decisions made within a framework were constrained by the framework and judgment could only operate within the constraints available to it. The most important thing about a wrong framework was what happened when someone found the door that had been left open on purpose and decided to walk through it, and what the people on the other side of the door decided to do when the door opened. She had decided to negotiate. The board had authorized it. The document was being prepared. Kalen Rux was at Ceres. Zero was at Ceres. The channel was open, and the first document was moving, and the meridian was docked, and tomorrow, she was going to sit down with Marcus Feld and work through the revenue structure parameters. And the day after that, or the day after that, the official Earth position was going to shift, and the shape of the negotiation was going to change. And there was a great deal of work between now and whenever the people on both sides of this thing were finally in the same room. She was ready to do the work. She had always been ready to do the work. That had never been the question. The question had been whether the work was pointed in the right direction, and for 23 years it had been pointed in the direction the framework pointed it, and now the framework was changing, and the work was the same work, careful and thorough and without shortcuts, and it was pointed somewhere different, and she was going to do it as well as she had always done everything, which was as well as it could be done. She turned away from the viewport and went to her desk, and opened the document Devin had sent for review and began reading it. And the Meridian sat in its berth at Ceres, and outside the docking bay, the station moved through its operations with the ordinary sounds of commerce and transit, and the specific busy indifference of a place that was the center of a great deal of activity, and had been for a long time, and intended to continue being so regardless of what was being negotiated in the rooms around it. Chen Diane had been called into Director Solis Park's office at 7:30, which was 30 minutes before his standard arrival time, and which meant she had called him before he was in the building, which meant she had been in the building before he was in the building, which meant she had been there since at least 700 and probably earlier. And the combination of those facts told him that whatever had happened since their conversation yesterday afternoon had happened fast, and had not waited for business hours to do so. He had told her everything yesterday. The meetings with Sierra, all 4 of them, the restaurant on the Rue de Rive and the coffee place, and the 2 subsequent meetings, the framework document in the physical folder inside his jacket, the case for engagement, the 36-hour window that had become a 24-hour window by the time he was sitting across from her, and his own assessment of what the accurate and inconvenient thing looked like from where he was standing, which was the same thing it had always looked like, which was accurate and inconvenient and correct. She had listened to all of it without interrupting, which was unusual for her, and which he had taken as a sign that the volume and the significance of what he was delivering required the specific discipline of complete reception before response. When he finished, she had looked at the framework document for a long time without saying anything, and then she had looked at him and said, "I need 24 hours," and he had said, "The window for a clean engagement is closing," and she had said, "I understand that, and give me 24 hours," and he had given her 24 hours because it was her decision to make and not his. The 24 hours had been 18 hours, which told him something had moved it. He went through the building's main entrance at 7:24 and took the lift to the 17th floor and knocked on Director Solis Park's door, and she said come in before he had finished knocking, which meant she had heard the lift and been waiting. She was at her desk, and she looked like the 18 hours had not included much sleep, which was the kind of thing she did not normally allow to show, and was allowing to show now because the situation had moved past the point where managing appearances was a useful investment of energy. Yeva Strand was in the chair to the left of the desk, which told Chen Diane that the 90-minute meeting his source had reported had either not ended or had resumed this morning, and Strand looked at him when he came in with the expression of someone who had been waiting for him specifically. "Sit down, Chen Diane," Director Solis Park said, and he sat in the chair across from the desk and looked at the two of them and waited. "I'm going to tell you what happened last night," Solis Park said, "and then I'm going to tell you what we are doing about it, and then I'm going to tell you what your role in what we are doing is, because your role is going to be significant and you need to understand it fully before we proceed." She paused and looked at her desk for a moment in the way she did when she was organizing the sequence of a complex communication. "At 21:40 last night, I received a call from the office of the Secretary General of the Interplanetary Administrative Authority. Not from the Secretary General directly. From her Chief of Staff. The call was to inform me that the Secretary General had been briefed on the Adara Ven correspondence and the Article 14 legal situation, and that she was convening an emergency session of the full IAA Council at 1000 this morning to address what her office is characterizing as a fundamental misalignment between the official Earth government response to the sovereignty declarations and the legal architecture those declarations were built on." Chen Diane looked at her steadily. "The Secretary General moved on this independently of Earth's official position." "The Secretary General is not bound by Earth's official position," Strand said, in the precise tone she used when she was making a legal distinction that mattered. "The IAA is an international body, not an Earth governmental body. The Secretary General has her own mandate and her own authority, and she has been watching the official response to the declarations for 3 weeks with the same assessment of the legal situation that you have been making in this building, which is that the non-recognition strategy is built on a foundation that the Ven correspondence has eliminated. She has been waiting for the right moment to act on that assessment, and the right moment is apparently now." "Why now?" Chen Diane said. "What changed?" Solis Park looked at him, and then at Strand, and then back at him in the way she looked at things when she was deciding how much of the full picture to share. "Two things changed," Solis Park said. "The first is that the Secretary General's legal team completed their own analysis of the Ven correspondence yesterday and reached the same conclusion yours reached, which is that the invalidity argument is not a legal position, and that continuing to build official policy on it is creating a liability that grows larger every day the official position holds. The second is that the Secretary General received information yesterday afternoon indicating that at least one major corporate operator has opened a back-channel negotiation with the coordination network, which means the negotiation process is already developing outside the official framework, and if the IAA does not engage with it, the IAA is going to find itself absent from a settlement that it should have been part of, which is not a position the Secretary General is willing to accept." "Which corporate operator?" Chen Diane said. "Ares Consolidated," Strand said. "The Secretary General's office has better intelligence on the corporate back channel than we do, which is embarrassing and also not surprising given that the IAA has outer belt operational relationships that Earth's regulatory authority does not have." Chen Diane thought about the framework document in his desk drawer, the physical copy that Sierra had given him in the coffee place, and about the sequence of events that had connected a systems engineer in a maintenance alcove to a Secretary General convening an emergency IAA session, and he thought that the situation had developed exactly the way the situation had always been going to develop if enough of the right people looked at the accurate picture rather than the convenient one. "What is the 1000 session?" he said. "What is she going to do?" "She is going to present a formal IAA engagement with the framework process," Solis Park said. "Not a recognition of the declarations. That is a decision that requires a full IAA Council vote and a process that takes longer than a single session. What she is going to do is issue a formal IAA statement that the Adara Ven correspondence represents authoritative evidence of the drafting intent behind Article 14, that the declarations are consistent with that intent, and that the IAA is therefore initiating a formal assessment process that suspends the legal basis for the non-recognition strategy pending the outcome of that assessment. She's also going to propose a formal framework negotiation process with representation from the declared stations, the corporate operators, and the IAA as the neutral institutional body. She is pulling the rug out from under the non-recognition strategy," Chen Diane said. "She is doing it legally and procedurally and on the record," Strand said, which is the only way it can be done that produces a durable outcome rather than a political incident. The non-recognition strategy does not survive an official IAEA statement that the legal basis for it is under formal assessment. It simply does not. Earth's government can maintain the position publicly for a period, but it cannot act on it operationally, because the IAEA statement creates a legal exposure for every action taken on the basis of a strategy that the IAEA has formally questioned. What does Earth's government do? Chen Dian said. When the IAEA makes this statement at 1000. Solis Park looked at him with the expression of someone who had been sitting with this question since 2140 the previous night and had arrived at an answer she was not entirely comfortable with and had accepted anyway because it was accurate. Earth's government is going to have a difficult morning, she said. General Foss is going to be in this building within an hour of the IAEA statement, and he is going to be extremely unhappy, and the people who built the non-recognition strategy are going to spend the morning looking for a way to characterize the IAEA engagement as a jurisdictional overreach rather than a legal correction. And they are going to fail at that characterization because the IAEA's jurisdiction over the interplanetary administrative protocol is unambiguous, and the Secretary General knows it is unambiguous and has built her statement specifically to be unchallengeable on jurisdictional grounds. And then, Chen Dian said. And then, Solis Park said, Earth's government is going to spend approximately 2 to 3 days in the specific institutional process of a position that is no longer tenable being officially recognized as no longer tenable, which is a process that takes longer than it should and produces a great deal of noise and discomfort and is ultimately inevitable. She paused. Which is where your role becomes significant. Chen Dian looked at her. The IAEA is going to propose a formal framework negotiation with 3 parties, Solis Park said. The declared stations, the corporate operators, and the IAEA as the neutral body. What it does not yet have is a legal architecture for the negotiation process itself, which needs to be built quickly because the back-channel process between the corporate operators and the coordination network is already running, and the IAEA engagement needs to connect to it rather than compete with it. The Secretary General's office called me last night not only to inform me about the 1000 session, but to ask whether the regulatory authority had someone who could develop the legal architecture for the negotiation process in coordination with the IAEA's legal team. And you told her yes, Chen Dian said. I told her I would confirm by 800, Solis Park said. It is 7:30. I am confirming, she looked at him directly. You have spent 3 weeks doing the most accurate analysis of the Article 14 framework that anyone in this building has produced, and you have spent 4 weeks in back-channel contact with the coordination network that has given you a direct understanding of the belt side of this situation that nobody else in any official capacity has. And you are the person who took the framework document to my office yesterday and made the case for engagement when the case was not welcome. Which tells me you are willing to be right about things that are uncomfortable and to act on being right rather than waiting for the room to catch up. That is exactly the combination this work requires. Director Solis Park, Chen Dian said carefully, I want to make sure I understand what you are proposing. You are asking me to develop the legal architecture for a 3-party negotiation process that involves the declared belt stations, the major corporate operators, and the IAEA, while also serving as the regulatory authority's representative in coordination with the IAEA's legal team, while the official Earth government position is in the process of shifting from non-recognition to something that has not yet been officially defined. That is what I am proposing, Solis Park said. And General Foss, Chen Dian said. General Foss's operational authority does not extend to the legal architecture of a negotiation process, Strand said, with the precise clarity she brought to jurisdictional questions. His operational authority is over fleet positioning, which is going to become significantly less relevant as the IAEA statement removes the legal basis for the non-recognition strategy. He's going to be unhappy about that, and he's going to express that unhappiness loudly. He is not going to be able to stop it. Chen Dian looked at the two of them and thought about 20 years of classification analysis and 14 pages of structural analysis, and a restaurant on the Rue de Rive, and a physical folder inside a jacket, and a coffee place on the south side of the old town, and everything that had led from the morning of the declarations to this specific office at 7:30 on what was apparently the morning the situation changed shape. "I have one question," he said. "Ask it," Solis Park said. "Sira," Chen Diane said. "The Coordination Network's representative I have been in contact with. She needs to know about the IAA development before the 1000 session, because the Coordination Network is making decisions about the back-channel process right now based on a picture of the situation that does not include the IAA engagement, and those decisions may look different with the IAA in the picture. I want to call her before 1000 and give her the information. Is that something you are authorizing me to do? And if so, am I calling her as a private individual or as a representative of the regulatory authority?" Solis Park looked at him for a long moment, and in the quality of the look he could see the specific calculation of someone who was deciding whether to take a step that was more significant than it appeared. "Call her as a representative of the regulatory authority," Solis Park said. "It is time to formalize the contact. If we are going to build a legal architecture for a three-party negotiation, the regulatory authority being in back-channel contact with the coordination network through you is an asset rather than a liability, and we should use it as the asset it is rather than continuing to treat it as the embarrassment it was before I understood what it had produced." "Thank you," Chen Diane said. "Do not thank me yet," Solis Park said. "General Foss is going to be in this building in approximately 2 hours, and he is going to be looking for someone to be angry at, and you are a candidate. I want you in my office when he arrives, not because I need you there, but because I want him to understand from the beginning that the legal architecture work is moving forward with my full support, and that his unhappiness about it, however loudly expressed, is not a variable in that process." "I will be here," Chen Diane said. "Good," Solis Park said. "Call Sira now, before the IAA session begins. Give her the full picture. And Chen Diane, when you call her, tell her that the regulatory authority is ready to participate in the formal negotiation process, and that we want the coordination network to understand that the engagement is genuine rather than procedural. I want her to know we are not joining this process, because the IAA has made it impossible not to. I want her to know we are joining it because the analysis was right, and it was always going to lead here, and the 20 days it took us to get here were 20 days of damage that did not need to happen." Chen Diane stood and picked up his tablet and went to the door and then stopped and turned back, because there was something he needed to say before he left. "Director Solis Park," he said. "The Adara Ven correspondence. The argument that the declarations were legally valid. I made that argument in the crisis room on the first day, and I made it in the briefing on the second day, and I made it in every room I was given access to for 3 weeks, and it was ignored every time. I am not raising that to be difficult about the process. I am raising it because I want to understand whether the reason it was ignored was the quality of the argument or the position of the person making it. Because if it was the second thing, the legal architecture work we are about to do is going to produce the same result unless the authority behind it is unambiguous." Solis Park looked at him steadily. "It was the second thing," she said, without qualification or apology, because Amara Solis Park was a person who did not apologize for institutional failures as though they were personal ones, but who did not lie about institutional failures when the truth was more useful. The argument was correct from the first day. The position of the person making it meant the room could choose to manage around it rather than address it, which is what the room did, which is what rooms do when the argument is inconvenient and the person making it is manageable. The authority behind the legal architecture work will be unambiguous. I am going to make it unambiguous in writing before 1000 this morning, and I am going to copy the Secretary General's office on that writing, which means the authority is not only mine, but is connected to the IAA engagement in a way that makes it considerably harder to manage around." "Thank you," Chen Diane said. He went out into the corridor and walked to the lift and rode it down to the 14th floor and went to his office and sat at his desk and looked at the lake between the buildings, gray and flat in the early morning light, the way it always was, and he thought about what the morning was going to look like, and what the weeks after the morning were going to look like, and then he picked up his communicator and called Sira. She answered on the second ring, which told him she had been awake and near her communicator, which given the pace of developments was not surprising. "Chen Diane," she said, and her voice had the quality of someone who knew that a call at 7:35 was a call with something significant in it. "Good morning, Sira," he said. "I am calling in my capacity as a representative of the Interplanetary Labor Regulatory Authority, which is a change from the basis on which I have been calling you previously, and I want you to register that change because what I am about to tell you is an official communication rather than a personal one, and the distinction matters for how you use the information." There was a brief pause. "Understood," she said. "Tell me." "The Secretary General of the Interplanetary Administrative Authority is convening an emergency session at 1000 this morning," Chen Diane said. "She is going to issue a formal IAA statement that the Adara Ven correspondence represents authoritative evidence of the Article 14 drafting intent, that the declarations are consistent with that intent, and that the IAA is initiating a formal assessment process that suspends the legal basis for the non-recognition strategy. She's also going to propose a formal three-party framework negotiation with representation from the declared stations, the corporate operators, and the IAA as the neutral institutional body." The silence on Sira's end was the longest she had produced in any of their 5 conversations, and Chen Diane let it run because what he had just told her was the thing the coordination network had been working toward for 3 years, and it deserved the silence it needed. "The IAA," Sira said finally, and her voice had something in it that he had not heard before, something that was not composure and not its absence, but was the specific quality of a person who had been holding a great deal of weight for a long time and had just felt some of it shift. "The IAA is proposing to be the neutral body." "Yes," Chen Diane said. "Which means the third tier of your framework document, the Independent Dispute Resolution Mechanism, has an institutional candidate that has standing and credibility, and that is not a newly created entity, which I understand was the corporate operator's position on the neutral body composition." "It was," Sira said. "It is." Another pause. "Chen Diane, does the coordination network have representation at the 1000 session?" "The session is an IAA Council session," he said. "The declared stations are not yet formally recognized as having IAA representation, because that recognition is part of what the process that follows the session is designed to establish. What the Secretary General can do, and what I expect she will do, is acknowledge the coordination network's existence and its role in the process in her opening statement, which is an implicit recognition that falls short of formal standing, but establishes the network as a party to the process rather than a subject of it." "That is a meaningful distinction," Sira said. "Yes," Chen Diane said. "It is. I want to tell you one more thing, and this is from Director Solis Park directly rather than from me. The regulatory authority wants the coordination network to understand that our engagement with the formal negotiation process is genuine rather than procedural. We are not joining because the IAA has made it impossible not to. The analysis was right from the first day, and the process of getting to this morning involved 20 days of damage that did not need to happen, and the director wanted you to hear that acknowledged rather than managed." Sira was quiet for a moment in a different way from her previous silences, a quieter quiet. "Tell Director Solis Park," Sira said, "that the acknowledgement is received and that it matters. Not because the 20 days were not costly, they were, and some of the cost was to people on stations who are still managing the consequences. But because what comes after this morning is going to require the parties to work together towards something that none of them can build alone, and the ability to do that work depends on the parties being honest with each other about what has happened, and the director's honesty about it is the foundation of something that can be built on." "I will tell her," Chen Diane said. "Chen Diane," Sira said, and her voice had shifted into the personal register she used when she was saying something that was outside the operational conversation. "The night before the declarations, Helen Quad executed the filing at 2:15 station time in a maintenance alcove on level 4 of Halfway Station. She was alone and the corridor outside was empty, and the station did not know what she had done for several hours afterward. The network had been planning it for 2 years and she had been finding it for 4 years, and the moment itself was quiet in a way that none of the years before it had been." She paused. I want you to know that because this morning has a quality that is similar to that morning, in that the thing we have been working toward has arrived, and the arriving is quieter than the working toward it, and the people who did the working deserve to have that acknowledged even when the arriving is quiet. Chen Dian looked at the lake between the buildings, gray and flat and permanent. I understand that, he said. I will be in the room at 1000, and I will call you after the session with the full account of what the Secretary General says and how the room responds to it. I will be waiting for the call, Sira said. Ended the call and sat at his desk and looked at the time, which was 7:51, and looked at the lake, and looked at the blank document on his screen that was going to become the beginning of the legal architecture for a three-party negotiation that 3 billion people were counting on to produce something that held. And he thought about the specific weight of that, and about the 20 years behind him and the work in front of him, and about the arriving being quieter than the working toward it. And then he opened the document and began to write. At 8:47, his communicator chimed with a message from Harv Boughton that said, I heard. About time. I will have everything you need from the archive on your desk before noon. At 9:12, he heard General Foss's voice in the corridor outside his office, raised and emphatic, moving in the direction of Director Solis Park's floor. At 9:58, he rode the lift to the 17th floor and walked to Director Solis Park's office and knocked and went in, and she was at her desk and Strand was in her chair, and there was a third chair that had been placed facing the desk that had not been there in the morning, and Solis Park looked at him and said, The session starts in 2 minutes. We are watching it here together. And he sat in the third chair and Strand pulled up the IAA session feed on the wall display. And at 1000 exactly, the Secretary General of the Interplanetary Administrative Authority appeared on the display, and the session began. She was a small woman in her late 60s with gray hair, and the specific quality of someone who had spent a lifetime in international institutional work, and had developed the particular combination of patience and precision that the work required, and that was visible in how she moved and how she spoke, and in the specific deliberateness with which she placed the document she was going to read from on the podium in front of her before she looked at the camera and said, Good morning. She spoke for 22 minutes. She covered the Article 14 framework and the Adara-Venn correspondence, and the legal assessment, and the formal assessment process, and the non-recognition strategy's legal exposure, and the proposal for a three-party framework negotiation. And she covered all of it with the clarity and the precision of someone who had read the analysis and understood it completely, and had decided that the correct response to understanding it was to say it plainly on the record in a forum that could not be managed or redirected by the people who had been managing and redirecting it for 23 days. When she finished, the room Chen Dian was sitting in was very quiet. Then Director Solis Park said, All right, in the tone she used when she had been waiting for a thing to happen and it had happened, and the waiting was over and the next thing had begun. And Strand said, Foss is going to be in this building in 20 minutes. And Chen Dian said, I know. I will be here. And outside through the 17th floor windows Geneva was going about its morning in the gray flat light that it always had, and the lake was where it always was. And somewhere in the outer belt, 40 stations were managing the 23rd day of sovereignty with their rationing and their conservation protocols, and their alternative logistics pipelines, and their atmosphere maintenance reserves, and their 43,000 people, and their 60,000 people, and their 22,000 people, all of whom had decided they were real, and had been paying the cost of that decision every day since. And the cost was real, and the decision was real, and the morning was the morning when the world had officially run out of room to pretend otherwise. Chen Dian picked up his tablet and opened the legal architecture document and kept writing, because the session had ended and the work had begun, and the work was what came after the arriving, and the work was what he was there to do. The message came through the Coordination Network's secure channel at 10:47, 11 minutes after the IAA session ended. And Helen Quad read it at her workstation on level 4 of Halfway Station, with the particular stillness of someone receiving information that is simultaneously unexpected, and the thing they have been working toward for so long that the unexpectedness and the recognition arrive at the same time and produce a quality of response that is neither of those things separately, but is something specific to their combination. The message was from CLCORD, and it said, IAA Secretary General has issued formal statement suspending legal basis for non-recognition strategy and proposing three-party framework negotiation. Full text attached. Network emergency session at 1300 today. Your attendance required. Helen read it twice, and then opened the attached full text of the Secretary General's statement and read that. And the statement was 22 paragraphs, and she read every one of them with the complete attention she gave to legal documents that were going to require her to form a considered view, which meant reading every sentence at the speed it required and stopping at the places where the language was doing specific work, and understanding what work it was doing before moving to the next sentence. When she finished reading, she sat for a moment in the alcove that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and looked at the conservation protocol data on her secondary screen and the atmosphere maintenance numbers, and thought about what the statement meant in practice, which was different from what it said in language. And she thought about the difference between those two things long enough to be confident she understood it accurately before she did anything else. And she got up and walked 2 alcoves down and knocked on Paul's workspace frame and said, "Come read something." And he came to her workstation and read the message and the attached statement, and she watched his face while he read it, which was the face of a man who did not change his expression easily, and who was currently doing the specific work of not changing his expression in the presence of something that was making the work of not changing it considerably harder than usual. When he finished, he looked at her. "The IAA," Paul said. "The IAA," Helen confirmed. "The neutral body the framework proposed," Paul said. "The independent arbitration structure with a neutral international body. The corporate operator's position was existing institutions with established credibility." "Yes," Helen said. "And the IAA just made itself the obvious candidate for that body," Paul said, "by engaging the framework process officially and establishing its jurisdictional authority over the Article 14 question on the record before anyone else could define the terms of the engagement." "That is my read," Helen said. The Secretary General did not wait to be invited into the process. She defined the terms on which she was entering it, which is a different kind of engagement from responding to an invitation, and which gives the IAA a position in the process that is considerably stronger than it would have been if she had waited for the parties to propose her. "Smart," Paul said. "Very smart," Helen said. "The question is what it means for the network's position in the negotiation, and I want to think through that carefully before the 1300 session." "Tell me what you are thinking," Paul said, and sat on the equipment case that served as auxiliary seating in her alcove, and looked at her with the attentiveness he brought to conversations that were going to require both of them to think rather than just one of them to report. "The network built the framework with 3 tiers, Helen said. "The first tier is sovereignty acknowledgement, the second is the economic partnership structure, the third is the dispute resolution mechanism with a neutral international body. The IAA engaging now changes the third tier from a proposed structure to an existing institutional relationship, which is a significant improvement in the framework's viability because a proposed neutral body that has not yet agreed to participate is considerably weaker than an existing international body that has publicly initiated engagement." "That is good for the network," Paul said. "It is good for the network's long-term position," Helen said. "What I am thinking about is what it means for the short-term negotiation dynamics, because the IAA entering the process as a full party rather than as a proposed neutral body is a different situation from the 3-party structure the framework envisioned, and the difference matters for how the negotiation runs." "Explain the difference," Paul said. "The framework envisioned the neutral body as an arbitration mechanism," Helen said. "An entity that resolved disputes between the declared stations and the corporate operators, rather than participating in the negotiation of the framework itself. The IAA proposing a 3-party framework negotiation with itself as a full party rather than as a neutral arbitrator means the IAA is at the table rather than above it, which is a different power relationship. An entity at the table has interests. An entity above the table enforces the interests of the other parties." Paul was quiet for a moment. "You think the IAA being at the table rather than above it changes what the network can achieve in the negotiation?" "I think it means the network needs to be clear about what it wants from the IAA's participation," Helen said, "specifically whether we want the IAA as a party to the negotiation, which means the IAA has a seat and a position and interests of its own, or as a facilitator of the negotiation, which means the IAA provides the institutional framework and the procedural structure, but does not advocate for a specific outcome. Those are very different roles, and the distinction needs to be established before the negotiation begins rather than after, because after is when the distinction is hardest to make without it looking like one party is trying to reduce the IAA's influence, which is a characterization none of us want. "You are going to raise this in the 1300 session," Paul said. "I am going to raise it in the 1300 session," Helen said. "Yes." Her communicator chimed and she looked at it, and it was a message from Solis which said, "I read the IAA statement. Council session at 11:30. I need you there." She sent back a single word, "yes," and put the communicator down. "Council at 11:30, she said to Paul. "I need to prepare the supply situation update for the council before then, because the council is going to want the full picture of where we are, and where the IAA statement changes the picture. And that requires me to think through the supply implications of the IAA engagement before I can present them accurately." "The supply implications," Paul said. "The statement suspends the legal basis for the non-recognition strategy. Does that mean the corridor inspection tempo decreases?" "Not immediately," Helen said. "The statement creates a legal exposure for actions taken on the basis of the non-recognition strategy, but it does not immediately change the operational posture, because the official Earth government position has not yet shifted. The fleet does not move because a Secretary General issues a statement. The fleet moves when the Earth government officially changes its position, which my read of the situation is happens in 2 to 3 days rather than today." 2 to 3 days, Paul said. "What does halfway look like in 2 to 3 days?" Helen looked at the atmosphere maintenance numbers on her secondary screen. "Atmosphere maintenance at 51 days, she said. "Food rationing holding at 80%. "The shipment in transit is 9 days out at the current inspection tempo, which under a decreased inspection tempo after the Earth government position shifts is probably 7 days, which extends the atmosphere reserve to approximately 76 days. The numbers are difficult and stable and moving in the right direction slowly." 76 days, Paul said. "That is enough margin." "It is enough margin if the negotiation moves at the speed the IAA engagement suggests it might move," Helen said. "It is not enough margin if the negotiation stalls or fractures. The supply situation does not give us the luxury of a slow negotiation." "Then we make that clear in the 1300 session," Paul said. "The supply timeline is a negotiation parameter. The network needs to understand that the margin between now and when some stations reach critical supply thresholds is the outer boundary of how long the negotiation can take before it stops being a negotiation and starts being a crisis management situation." "That is exactly what I am going to say in the 1300 session," Helen said. "And I want you to pull the supply timeline data for all 40 stations before 1300 so that, when I say it, I can say it with the full network picture rather than just halfway's numbers, because the argument is more compelling with 40 stations data behind it than with one station's." "I will have it ready by 12:30, Paul said, and stood from the equipment case and went back to his workstation. Helen turned to her screen and began building the council presentation, which took her 40 minutes and which she organized around 3 points: the IAA statement and its implications, the supply situation and its timeline, and the network emergency session, and what the council needed to understand about the negotiation process that was developing. She was finishing the 3rd point when her communicator chimed again, and this time it was not Solis, and it was not a station identifier she recognized. She looked at the identifier for a moment and answered it. The voice that came through was a woman's, measured and deliberate, and with the specific quality that Helen associated with people who had learned to speak carefully, because the things they said had consequences that extended beyond the immediate conversation. "Helen Quad," the voice said. "Yes," Helen said. "My name is Sira," the voice said. "I am the coordination network's designated contact for the back-channel process with the corporate operator. I am calling you directly rather than through the standard network channel because what I need to tell you requires a direct conversation rather than a message, and because the 1300 session is going to move very fast and I want you to have specific information before it begins." Helen was quiet for a moment. She had known about Sira in the abstract, the way she knew about the coordination functions personnel in general, as a presence in the network's architecture, whose specific identity and role she understood only partially, and whose direct contact with her was not something that had happened before. "Tell me," Helen said. "The back-channel process with the corporate operator," Sira said, "has been moving faster than I expected, and in a direction that the IAA statement this morning has accelerated significantly. Ares Consolidated received board authorization for the formal negotiation 2 hours ago. The authorization was 9-2 with one abstention, which is a stronger majority than I anticipated, and which tells me the internal dynamics at Ares are more favorable to the framework than the public posture suggested." "The board authorized it 9-2, Helen said. "That is a substantial margin." "It is," Sira said. "I want to tell you what I know about why it was that substantial, because I think it is relevant to how the network approaches the negotiation, and specifically to how the network approaches the relationship with the corporate operator's lead negotiator." She paused in the way she paused when she was organizing something that required care. The board authorization was influenced significantly by a direct question that a board member asked the lead negotiator, Carol Tesborn, about whether she believed the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified. Tesborn's answer was no. Unqualified. On the record in front of the full board. Helen was still for a long moment. "She said no," Helen said. "She said no," Sira confirmed. "And she said it in a way that the board member who asked the question described to me afterward as the most honest answer she had heard in 19 years on that board, and that the honesty of it was part of what produced the 9-2 authorization rather than a closer vote." Helen looked at her workstation and the atmosphere maintenance numbers and the conservation protocol data and the 31 days of preparation and the 4 years before that and the maintenance alcove and the propagation tree going green and 51 days of atmosphere components and 80% food rations and everything that had accumulated between 2:15 on a Tuesday 3 weeks ago and this moment in a different kind of alcove on a different kind of morning. And she thought about what it meant that the lead negotiator for Ares Consolidated had said no, unqualified on the record, to a board that needed to authorize the negotiation that was going to determine what the outer belt looked like for the next 30 years. "Why are you telling me this?" Helen said. "Not the negotiation update. The Tesborn answer specifically. Why are you telling me that?" "Because," Sira said, "the 1300 session is going to discuss the negotiation framework and the IAA engagement, and the network's position going in, and there are going to be voices in that session that advocate for a maximally adversarial posture on the grounds that the corporate operators are trying to get the best possible terms for themselves, and the network should respond in kind. That argument is not wrong about the corporate operator's interests. What it gets wrong is the specific human situation of a negotiation in which the lead negotiator for the largest corporate operator in the outer belt has said on the record that the model she has been operating and defending for 23 years was not the right way to treat the people it classified. That statement does not change Carol Tesborn's interest or Ares Consolidated's interests. What it changes is the quality of the conversation that is possible, and I think you are the person in the 1300 session who will understand that distinction most clearly and who can make it in a way the network will hear." Helen was quiet for a long time. "You have been managing this process from the beginning," Helen said. "The coordination function, the back channel, the contact with Chen Dian, the framework document, all of it." "Some of it," Sira said. "Not all of it. The filing mechanism was yours. The legal foundation was the Adara-Venn correspondence and the 3 years of work before the declarations. The governance sessions and the supply management and the argument about individual renegotiation becoming less attractive in the context of coalition-level negotiation. That was yours too. All of it was yours, and the network would not be in the position it is in this morning without the specific work you did on halfway and in the network sessions." "I built a tool," Helen said. "Other people built the strategy. You built the tool, and the strategy needed the tool to be built by someone who understood not just how to build it, but when to use it," Sira said. "The 4 years you spent deciding whether to use it were as important as the tool itself, because a tool used before the network was ready to support it would have failed, and you understood that, and you waited until it was right. Helen looked at her screen and thought about 4 years, and about the specific quality of waiting when what you were waiting for was the right moment rather than permission. And she thought about the 2:15 moment, and about 51 days of atmosphere components, and about the 1300 session that was coming, and about the question of whether the network should approach the negotiation with the maximum adversarial posture, or with the quality of conversation that became possible when the person on the other side of the table had said no on the record to a question about whether the model was right. "Sira," she said, "the 1300 session. You are going to be on it." "I am going to be on it," Sira said. "Then say what you just told me to the full network," Helen said. "Not as a case for the network to be generous, or to give ground it does not need to give. As accurate information about the quality of conversation that is possible, and what that quality means for what the network can achieve. The network deserves the full picture of what it is walking into, not a version of it that has been managed to produce a specific response." Sira was quiet for a moment. "You are right," she said. "I will say it in the session." "Good," Helen said. "I will see you at 1300, she paused. "Sira, one more thing." "Ask it," Sira said. "The network supply timeline," Helen said. "The outer boundary of how long the negotiation can take before some station are in critical supply situations. That boundary needs to be on the table from the beginning of the formal negotiation, not as a pressure tactic, but as an accurate parameter that all parties need to plan around. I want CLCO-RD to make it part of the opening position." "CLCO-RD has already built it into the opening position," Sira said. "We have been watching the supply numbers across all 40 stations every day for 3 weeks. We know what the outer boundary is. The negotiation does not have the luxury of being slow, and we intend to make that clear from the first session." "Then we are in agreement," Helen said. "We are in agreement," Sira said. "Good morning, Helen." "Good morning," Helen said, and ended the call. She sat for a moment in the alcove and looked at the atmosphere maintenance numbers and thought about 1130 and 1300, and about the council and the network session, and about Paul pulling the 40-station supply data by 1230, and she thought about Carol Tesborn saying no unqualified to a full board about whether the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified. And she thought that the most significant thing about that answer was not what it said about Carol Tesborn specifically, but what it meant about the specific moment in which it was said, which was that the morning had arrived when the people who had been operating and defending a framework that was wrong had run out of ways to defend it to themselves, and that the negotiation that was going to follow was not going to be between people who had different interests. Because people in negotiations always had different interests, it was going to be between people who had different interests, and a shared acknowledgement that the framework those interests had been operating in was not the right one. And that was a different kind of negotiation from the kind that the contracted labor model would have produced, and it was the kind of negotiation the Belt had been trying to create for 2.5 years. She turned back to her screen and finished the council presentation and saved it and stood up and straightened her jacket and went to the lift, and the lift took her down to level 2 where the council chamber was, and outside in the corridors of Halfway Station, the 23rd day of sovereignty was moving toward noon with the sounds of a station that was holding together through the daily practice of 43,000 people who had decided they were real. And the practice was hard, and the holding was real, and the negotiation was coming, and the work was not done. It was the opposite of done. It was the point at which the hardest work was about to begin, which was the work of turning the thing you had declared into the thing you had promised. And Helen Quad walked toward it the way she walked toward everything, directly and with full understanding of what it was going to cost, and she thought that was the only way to walk toward anything that mattered. At 11:30 she presented to the council, and the council listened and asked questions, and the questions were good ones. The questions of people who had been governing a sovereign station for 23 difficult days, and who had developed through those days the specific competence of people who had been doing hard work under hard conditions, and had not stopped doing it, and had gotten better at it. And she answered every question directly, and the council asked her at the end what she thought the negotiation needed to produce, and she told them exactly what she thought. And Solis listened, and the council members listened, and when she finished, Tev Eris said, "You need to be in the room when it happens," and Helen said, "I intend to be," and Solis said, "Good." At 12:55 she was back at her workstation, and Paul sent her the 40-station supply data, which was as bad as she had expected, and in 3 cases worse, and she integrated it into the analysis she was going to bring to the 1300 session, and looked at it one final time before the session opened. At 1300 the network session began, and this time it began at exactly 1300, not 11 minutes late and not 3 minutes late, but exactly on time, which Helen noted as the coordination function, understanding that this session was not the kind that could afford to begin any other way. The coordination voice opened the audio and said, "Good afternoon. We are beginning an emergency network session to address the IAA statement issued this morning and its implications for the network's negotiation posture. I want to begin with a full account of the current situation before we discuss the network's response, because I want every representative on this session to have the same accurate picture before we make any decisions. And I want to give that picture in full rather than in summary, because the decisions we make today are too significant for summary." The coordination voice spoke for 14 minutes without interruption, which was the longest uninterrupted address Helen had heard from CLCORD in any session, and it covered everything: the IAA statement and its legal implications, the Ares Consolidated Board authorization and its margin, and what the margin meant, the Chen Dian development and Director Solis Park's engagement, the back-channel process and where it stood, and the supply timeline across all 40 stations, with the specific critical thresholds that define the outer boundary of the negotiation's available time. When the coordination voice finished, the audio was quiet in the way. It was quiet when a room full of people had just received a large amount of significant information simultaneously, and were processing it at different speeds toward different immediate responses. Or 09 spoke first, which was consistent with his pattern of being the first voice in difficult moments. "I want to make sure I understand the full picture," Or 09 said, and his voice had lost the edge it had carried through every session since the first one, and had replaced it with something that was more careful and more considered, which Helen took as the sound of a person who had been waiting for a development, and had received it, and was now in the specific state of someone who needed to be precise rather than emphatic. "The IAA Secretary General has suspended the legal basis for the non-recognition strategy. Ares Consolidated has board authorization to negotiate the framework. Earth's regulatory authority is moving toward engagement. The corporate back channel is operational. And the network has a supply timeline that gives us a defined outer boundary for how long the negotiation can take." "Is that the full picture?" "That is the full picture," the coordination voice said. "Then I want to say something that I could not have said in the first session or the second session," Or 09 said, "and that I think needs to be said before this session decides anything about the negotiation posture. 3 weeks ago, Overreach Station had 41 days of atmosphere maintenance components. We have 38 days now, which means 3 weeks of the supply squeeze cost us 3 days of margin, which is better than I expected it to cost us, and is a reflection of the logistics work the network has been doing under extremely difficult conditions. I have been the loudest voice in these sessions about the urgency of the supply situation, and about the need for the network to act quickly and decisively, rather than waiting for the situation to develop. I want to acknowledge that the situation has developed in a direction I did not fully anticipate, and that the people who built the strategy we are executing understood something about how it would develop that I did not understand as clearly, and that acknowledgement matters to me, and I want it on the record." The audio was quiet for a moment. "Thank you, Or 09, the coordination voice said. WL03, the representative from Wellstone, said, "I want to raise the question that Helen Quad raised in our conversation before the session, which is the distinction between the IAA as a party to the negotiation and the IAA as a facilitator of the negotiation, because I think it is the most important structural question the network faces going into the formal process, and I think it needs to be addressed before we discuss anything else about the negotiation posture." HW01, the coordination voice said, "This is your question. Present it to the network." Helen unmuted her connection and looked at the supply data on her secondary screen, and thought about Sierra's call, and about Carol Tesborn's no, and about 51 days, and about the specific quality of a conversation that became possible when the people on both sides of a table had run out of ways to defend to themselves the thing that had been wrong. This is HW01, she said. The distinction is this. An IAA, as a party to the negotiation, has a seat at the table and a position and interests of its own, which means 3 sets of interests rather than 2. And a negotiation between 3 parties with 3 sets of interests is structurally more complicated and potentially more fractious than a negotiation between 2 parties with a neutral body facilitating. An IAA, as a facilitator, provides the institutional framework and the procedural structure and the enforcement mechanism for whatever the 2 primary parties agree to, which is the role the 3rd tier of our framework was designed for. I'm not saying the IAA's engagement is unwelcome. It is not. It is the development that makes the 3rd tier viable in a way it was not before. What I am saying is that the network needs to go into the formal process with a clear position on what role we want the IAA to play, because the role will not define itself, and if we do not define it, the IAA will define it, and the IAA's preferred definition may not be the same as ours. What role does HW01 recommend? The coordination voice said. Facilitator with enforcement authority, Helen said. The IAA provides the institutional framework, chairs the negotiation sessions, and has the authority to enforce the agreement once it is reached. It does not have a seat as a party with its own interests in the specific terms of the sovereignty acknowledgement or the economic partnership structure, because those terms are between the declared stations and the corporate operators, and the IAA's role is to make the agreement durable rather than to shape its content. That is a position the network can take into the formal process, the coordination voice said. Is there disagreement? There were several voices, 4 of them, ranging in their concern from wanting the IAA to have more of a party role to wanting it to have less of any role, and Helen listened to all 4 and identified the legitimate concerns in each and addressed them one by one in the way she addressed technical problems, which was by understanding the concern accurately before proposing the solution and making sure the solution addressed the actual concern rather than a convenient version of it. The conversation took 23 minutes, and at the end of it, the network had a provisional position on the IAA's role that was not unanimous, but was supported by 33 of the 38 connected stations, which was the strongest provisional vote the network had taken on any governance question since the declarations. Then Sira spoke for the first time in the session, which was the first time Helen had heard her voice in an open network communication, and the quality of it was the same measured deliberateness she had heard in the private call. And the room had a specific attentiveness to it in the way that rooms had a specific attentiveness when a voice they had not heard before spoke from a position of obvious authority. I want to tell the network something about the negotiation that begins after this session, Sira said, and I want to say it plainly because the network deserves the full picture of what it is walking into. She told them about the board authorization and the margin and the direct question and Carol Tesborn's answer, exactly as she had told Helen, with the same precision and the same honesty, and without the management of the information that would have shaped it toward a specific response, rather than letting the network form its own response to the accurate version of it. The audio was quiet after she finished. TK04, the representative who had flagged the renegotiation stations in the first session, said quietly, "She said no." "She said no," Sira confirmed. "On the record," TK04 said. "In front of her board." "On the record," Sira said. "In front of her board." The audio was quiet again, and this time the quality of the quiet was different from all the previous session silences. It had a specific weight to it that was not the weight of difficult information being processed, but was something closer to the weight of a thing being real in a way that it had not been real before. And Helen sat in her alcove and looked at the atmosphere maintenance numbers and felt the weight of it, and let it be what it was for the brief time before the work resumed. Then OR09 said, "What do we need to prepare for the first formal session?" And the coordination voice said, "Documentation and representatives and a clear statement of the network's opening position." And the session moved into the specific operational work of preparing for a negotiation that was going to begin in days rather than weeks. And Helen Quad was in the middle of it the way she had been in the middle of everything since 2:15 on a Tuesday. Not because she had planned to be in the middle of it, but because she had found a door and opened it, and the middle was where the door had led, and the work was what the middle required, and she did it. The formal negotiation session was scheduled for 900 on a Thursday morning, 31 days after Helen Quad had executed the filing in a maintenance alcove on level 4 of Halfway Station, and the location was Ceres, which was the only location all parties had been able to agree on without the agreement itself becoming a negotiation. Because Ceres was neither Earth nor the Outer Belt, and was neither corporate headquarters nor declared station territory, and was therefore the specific kind of neutral ground that was neutral because nobody fully owned it, rather than because everyone had agreed it was neutral. Helen had been on Ceres for 2 days before the session, which was the first time she had been off Halfway Station since before the declarations, and which had a specific quality of disorientation that she had not anticipated, and that she was managing with the same practical attention. She managed everything, by acknowledging it and continuing to function. Ceres was larger than she had expected and louder than Halfway in the specific way that transit hubs were louder than residential stations, with the particular noise of people moving through rather than people living in, and the recycled air had a different chemical signature than Halfway's that she could not stop noticing, because it reminded her constantly that she was not where she had spent her entire life. She was staying in a mid-range transit accommodation that Solis had paid for from the council's operational budget after a brief discussion about whether the council should be paying for the station's representative to attend a negotiation session, which Helen had not participated in because it seemed to her that if the council needed to debate whether the representative they had designated should be present at the negotiation, then the debate was the more important conversation, and she should stay out of it until it resolved. It had resolved in her favor in 11 minutes, which was faster than most council debates resolved, and which she took as a sign that the council understood what the session was. Paul was with her, which had been Solis' decision rather than Helen's request, on the grounds that Halfway's representation at a session of this significance should be more than one person, and that Paul's technical knowledge of the station's supply and system situation was going to be useful in a negotiation where the supply timeline was a defined parameter, and someone needed to be in the room who could verify the numbers without consulting a document. Helen had not argued with the decision because it was the right decision, and because having Paul in the room was genuinely useful, and because she had found over the past 31 days that operating alone was less effective than operating with at least one person who understood the situation completely and could be counted on to say the accurate thing in the moment that required it. The session was in a conference facility on Ceres' administrative level that the IAA maintained for exactly this kind of multi-party engagement, a room that was large enough to accommodate the number of parties involved, and that had the specific functional neutrality of spaces designed for negotiations, which was to say it had no particular character and no features that belonged to any party's aesthetic or institutional language, and which communicated through its blankness that everyone in it was equally present and equally without home field advantage. Helen arrived at 8:30 with Paul and found that several of the other parties had arrived before them, which she noted without reading anything into it, because arriving early at a session of this kind was a social behavior rather than a strategic one, and she had never found social behaviors to be reliable indicators of strategic intent. The IAA was represented by 2 people, a legal counsel named Barrett Ossen who was 60, and had the specific institutional gravity of someone who had spent his career building frameworks that were designed to outlast the people who built them, and a facilitation specialist named Devra Marsh who was younger, and whose function in the session was to manage the process rather than to advocate for any position, and who had the practiced neutrality of someone who had learned to be present in contentious rooms without becoming part of the contention. The corporate operators were represented by Carol Tesborn, and a legal counsel Helen did not recognize, and a third person she identified after a moment as Marcus Feld, who she knew from the network's intelligence reports as the head of Meridian Resources' executive structure, and whose presence at the table told her that the corporate side had decided to present a unified front rather than having the operators negotiate independently, which was a strategic choice with specific implications for the network's approach that she registered and filed. The coordination network was represented by Sira, who Helen was meeting in person for the first time after 5 communications, and 2 other network representatives whose identifiers Helen recognized from the governance sessions. TK04 was there, the representative from the station whose name Helen now knew as Trekkies, the woman who had flagged the renegotiation stations in the first session, and whose precise, unhurried voice Helen associated with the specific competence of someone who said exactly what they meant. Or 09 was also there, the representative from Overreach, whose edge had softened over the past 3 weeks into something that was still direct, but was now direct in the direction of the work rather than direct in the direction of anxiety about the work. Chen Diane was there as the regulatory authority's representative, which Helen had expected, and he was accompanied by a woman she did not recognize who was introduced as Deputy Director Yeva Strand from the Diplomatic Corps, whose presence at the table rather than as an observer told Helen that the regulatory authority had decided to bring its senior diplomatic capacity to the first session rather than holding it in reserve, which was either a sign of genuine engagement or a sign of institutional anxiety about being seen as genuinely engaged, and she was going to find out which as the session developed. General Foss was not there, which Helen noted as significant and which Paul noticed at the same moment and communicated with a brief look that said he had noticed it, and she acknowledged with a brief look back that she had noticed it first. At 900 exactly, Devra Marsh said good morning, and the room became the specific kind of quiet that rooms became when a formal process was beginning, and all the preliminary noise was being set aside. "Thank you all for being here," Devra Marsh said, in the measured tone of a facilitation professional who had learned that the opening of a significant session required the specific quality of neither understatement nor overstatement. "This session is the first formal meeting of the parties to the framework negotiation proposed by the IAA Secretary General, following her statement of 3 days ago. The agenda for today's session is introductions, a statement of opening positions from each party, and a discussion of the process framework for the negotiation going forward. We will not be attempting to resolve any substantive issues today. Today's session is about establishing a shared understanding of what each party brings to the table and how the table is going to operate. Does anyone have questions before we begin?" Nobody had questions. "Introductions," Devra Marsh said. "I will ask each party to introduce their representatives and to give a brief statement of no more than 3 minutes on why they are here. IAA first, then the corporate operators, then the coordination network, then the regulatory authority." IAA. Barrett Asen introduced himself and Devra Marsh and said, in the precise language of institutional authority, that the IAA was present because the Article 14 framework was an IAA protocol, and the IAA had both the jurisdictional responsibility and the institutional interest in ensuring that the framework was applied in a way that was consistent with its original intent, and that produced an outcome that was durable rather than temporary. He said it in 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and said nothing that was not accurate and nothing that committed the IAA to a specific position on the substantive issues. Carol Tesborn introduced herself and Marcus Feld and the legal counsel, whose name was Petra Vance, and she said, in the direct voice that Helen had been hearing about for 3 weeks and was now hearing for the first time, that Ares Consolidated and Meridian Resources were present because they operated the largest corporate infrastructure in the Outer Belt, and because the legal and economic structure of that infrastructure was going to be determined by the outcome of this process whether they were in the room or not, and they preferred to be in the room. She said it in 1 minute and 40 seconds, and the economy of it was its own kind of statement. Sierra introduced herself in TK04 and OR 09, and said that the coordination network was present on behalf of the 40 declared stations, and the 3 billion people whose legal status and economic future the negotiation was going to address, and she said it simply and without elaboration. And the room was quiet for a moment after she said 3 billion people, in the way that rooms were quiet when a number arrived, that was large enough to require a pause before the conversation moved past it. Chen Diane introduced himself and Strand, and said that the regulatory authority was present because it administered the legal frameworks that governed interplanetary labor and commercial relationships, and because those frameworks were going to need to be rebuilt rather than amended in the wake of this process, and that the authority wanted to be part of the rebuilding from the beginning rather than inheriting the outcome after the fact. Strand said nothing during the introduction and did not need to because Chen Diane had said everything accurately. "Opening positions," Devra Marsh said. "Same order. 3 minutes each." IAA. Barrett Asen stated the IAA's opening position, which was that the IAA was present as a facilitator with enforcement authority rather than as a party with interests in the specific substantive terms, and that the IAA's role was to provide the institutional framework and the procedural structure and the enforcement mechanism for whatever the parties agreed to. He stated it clearly and without equivocation, and Helen registered it as the confirmation that the position she had argued for in the network session had been accepted by the IAA, which was either because the IAA had independently arrived at the same conclusion, or because Sierra's communication with the IAA's legal team in the days before the session had included the network's position on the IAA's role, and the IAA had decided the position was correct. Either way, the confirmation was significant. Carol Tesborn stated Ares' consolidated and Meridian Resources' opening position, which was that the corporate operators accepted the legal validity of the declarations as a practical matter, that they were present to negotiate a partnership framework that preserved the essential economic relationships of the Belt operation, while placing those relationships on a stable and mutually agreed foundation, and that the specific parameters of the revenue structure and the governance relationship were open to negotiation within ranges that their legal counsel would define in the substantive sessions. She said it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the specific phrase accepted the legal validity of the declarations, as a practical matter, landed in the room with a quality that was not quite the first-tier acknowledgement the framework had asked for, but was closer to it than anything a corporate operator had said in a formal session before. And Helen registered it and set it aside for examination after the opening positions were complete. Sierra stated the network's opening position, which was that the 40 declared stations were sovereign entities as a matter of law and were present to negotiate an economic and governance framework that reflected that sovereignty rather than modified it, that the network accepted the corporate operators' continued operational presence in the Belt on negotiated terms rather than corporate charter terms, and that the negotiation had a defined outer boundary determined by the supply timeline of the stations with the most critical reserve situations, and that the network expected all parties to understand that boundary as a genuine parameter rather than a tactical position. She said it in 2 minutes and 58 seconds, and when she said the supply timeline was a genuine parameter rather than a tactical position, she looked at the corporate side of the table rather than at the facilitation team, and Carol Tesborn met the look with the specific quality of someone who had already incorporated the supply timeline into their own planning and was confirming that they had. Jen Diane stated the regulatory authority's position, which was that the authority was present to develop the legal architecture for the new framework, and to ensure that the framework was built on a legal foundation that was durable rather than convenient, and that the Adara-Venn correspondence represented the authoritative statement of the Article 14 intent, and that the legal architecture needed to be consistent with that intent rather than working around it. "Thank you," Deborah Marsh said. Process framework discussion. I want to propose a structure for the negotiation going forward, and I want the parties to respond to it before we close today's session. The structure I am proposing is 3 working groups, one for each tier of the framework document, meeting in parallel with regular plenary sessions where the working groups report to the full table. Each working group has representation from all parties. The plenary sessions are chaired by the IAA facilitation team. Decisions in working groups are provisional until confirmed in plenary. Does anyone have a response to that structure before I ask for formal agreement? Helen unmuted her connection. She had been quiet through the entire opening session because the opening session was a session for listening and forming assessments, and she had been listening and forming assessments, and the assessment she had formed required her to say something before the process framework was agreed, because the process framework was going to shape everything that came after it, and there was a specific issue with the proposed structure that needed to be addressed before the session closed. Helen Quad, she said, for the benefit of the facilitation team's record, representing Halfway Station and the coordination network. She looked at Deborah Marsh and then at the room. I want to raise a question about the working group structure before the network agrees to it. The 3-tier framework divides the negotiation into the sovereignty acknowledgement question, the economic partnership structure, and the dispute resolution mechanism. Working groups meeting in parallel assumes those 3 tiers can be developed independently and then integrated. My concern is that the sovereignty acknowledgement in the first tier is the foundation that the second and third tiers sit on, And if the first-tier working group is developing its position in parallel with the second-tier working group, the second-tier group is building on a foundation whose final form is not yet determined, which creates the specific risk of arriving at a plenary session where the second-tier agreement is incompatible with the first-tier outcome, because they were developed simultaneously rather than sequentially. The room was quiet in the way it was quiet when a procedural point had substantive implications that everyone was processing simultaneously. Devra Marsh looked at her with the attention of a facilitation professional who had encountered a legitimate challenge to a proposed structure and was assessing it honestly rather than defending the structure for its own sake. HW01 is raising a sequencing concern, Devra Marsh said. Does the table have a response? Carol Tesborn said, the concern is valid and I want to propose a modification. The first-tier working group convenes first and has a defined period to establish a provisional framework for the sovereignty acknowledgement, after which the second and third-tier working groups begin with that provisional framework as their foundation. The provisional framework can be modified in plenary, but the modification process requires agreement from all parties rather than unilateral revision. Does that address the concern? Helen looked at Carol Tesborn across the table and thought about a woman saying no unqualified to a board of 12 about whether the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified, and thought about the specific quality of a conversation that became possible when the person on the other side of the table had already acknowledged the thing that was hardest to acknowledge. That addresses the concern, Helen said. Thank you. Agreed, Sira said. Agreed, Chen Diane said. The IAA accepts the modification, Barrett Austin said. Then the modified process framework is provisionally agreed, Devra Marsh said. The first-tier working group will convene tomorrow morning at 900. I will circulate the working group composition proposals before end of day today and ask for confirmation. She looked at the table. Before we close, I want to ask if any party has something they need to say in this session that is not covered by the agenda, because first sessions have a specific quality that later sessions do not have, which is that they are the session in which the human dimensions of what the parties are doing are most visible before the procedural and substantive work covers them. And in my experience, what is said in the space outside the agenda in a first session sometimes matters more than what is said within it. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Marcus Feld said something that nobody in the room had expected him to say, and the unexpectedness of it had the specific quality of something that had been prepared and prepared carefully, and had been waiting for the specific moment that the facilitation team had just opened. I want to say something, Marcus Feld said, and his voice had the quality that Carol had described to Devin as the voice of a man who had arrived at something after 34 years and was going to say it plainly. I have been operating in the outer belt for 34 years. Meridian Resources has been operating in the outer belt for 34 years. In those 34 years, we have extracted significant resource value from sectors that the people in this room have been living in and working in and building communities in. And we have done it under a contractual framework that classified those people as contracted labor rather than as citizens of anything. And we have done it legally, and we have done it profitably, and we have defended the framework when it was challenged and extended it when we could. I want to say in this room, on the record, that the framework was wrong. Not wrong because it has become legally untenable, though it has. Not wrong because it was strategically unsustainable, though it was. Wrong because people are not contracted labor. They are people. And I should have known that well enough to say it before this morning, and I did not say it before this morning, and I am saying it now, and I want it on the record. The room was completely still. Helen looked at Marcus Feld and thought about OR09's edge softening over 3 weeks, and about Barrett spending 5 days with a formal offer, deciding it was wrong, and about Dresh Camby's daughter asking if they were real now, and about the specific human weight of a thing being acknowledged by the person who had been benefiting from its not being acknowledged. Sira said quietly, "It is on the record." TK04 said nothing, and OR09 said nothing, and Helen said nothing because the statement did not require a response. It required to be received, and the room received it. Then Carol Tesborn said, "I want to add to what Marcus said. The Aries Consolidated Board asked me 3 days ago whether I believed the contracted labor model was the right way to treat the people it classified. I said no. I want to say it again here because saying it to a board is a different thing from saying it to the people it classified, and the difference matters. She paused and looked at the Coordination Network's representatives, at Sierra and TK-04 and or 09, and at Helen. No, it was not the right way. We are here to build something that is. Nobody moved and nobody spoke, and the room held the weight of what had just been said in the specific way that rooms held things that were too large for immediate response. Then Devra Marsh said gently, "Thank you. Both of you." And then, after a moment, "I think that is the right note on which to close the first session. We reconvene tomorrow at 900 for the first-tier working group. I will circulate the composition proposals within 2 hours. Thank you all." The room began the process of closing a session, people standing and gathering materials and the specific social choreography of a formal ending, and Helen stood and Paul stood beside her, and she looked across the table at Carol Tesborn, who was standing and speaking quietly to Petra Vance. And Carol looked up at the same moment, and their eyes met across the table for the first time, and held for a moment that was brief and not brief simultaneously. Two people who had been on opposite sides of a situation that had started in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday and had arrived here, and neither of them said anything because there was nothing to say that was adequate to what was being acknowledged in the look. And then Carol nodded once and Helen nodded once, and the moment passed, and the room continued to close. Sierra appeared at Helen's side and said quietly, "First-tier working group composition. I want you in it." "I know," Helen said. "The corporate side is going to put Carol in the first-tier group," Sierra said. "Which means the sovereignty acknowledgement discussion is going to happen between the person who found the gap and the person who said no on the record, which is either going to be the most productive working group in the history of formal negotiations or the most complicated." "Probably both," Helen said. Sierra looked at her for a moment with an expression that Helen had not seen on her face in any of their communications, and that she was seeing for the first time in person, which was something that was not quite a smile, and was warmer than composure, and was the expression of someone who had been carrying a very large thing for a very long time, and had arrived at the moment where other people were now carrying parts of it alongside them. "Yes," Sierra said. "Probably both." Helen looked around the room, at Chen Diane gathering his materials with the focused efficiency of a man who had work to do immediately, at OR-09 talking to TK-04 in the low, urgent voice of people who had been in the same difficult situation and were processing the same significant morning, at Barrett Ossen and Devra Marsh, reviewing something on a tablet with the institutional calm of people who had facilitated significant sessions before and knew that the most important work always came after the session rather than in it, at Marcus Feld standing alone at the window that looked out onto Ceres' secondary docking bay, with the expression of someone who had said a thing they had needed to say for a long time, and was now standing with the specific quality of having said it. And at Paul, who was looking at her with the expression he wore when he had something to say and was waiting for the right moment, and she looked at him, and he said quietly, 51 days of atmosphere components when we arrived on Ceres." "Yes," Helen said. "The shipment is going to arrive in 4 days," Paul said. "The corridor inspection tempo dropped overnight. First measurable decrease since the declaration." Helen looked at him. "How significant?" "Significant enough," Paul said. "The estimate is 6 days now instead of 9. Which means the shipment arrives in 4 days, and we extend to 73 days. Helen thought about 51 days and 73 days, and about the specific difference between those two numbers, and what the difference meant for 43,000 people on a station that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and the particular staleness of a space where someone had been working very hard for a long time. And she thought about what it meant that the first measurable decrease in corridor inspection tempo had happened on the same morning as the first formal negotiation session. And whether that was coincidence or whether it was the specific way that situations moved when the pressures that drove them began to shift, and she thought it was probably the second thing, and that the second thing was what it looked like when the world began to catch up to a decision that had already been made. "Good," she said. She picked up her tablet and her documentation, and she and Paul walked toward the door, and behind her the room finished its closing choreography. And ahead of her was the corridor and the lift and the transit accommodation, and the first-tier working group tomorrow morning at 900, and the weeks of substantive negotiation after that, and the legal architecture that needed to be built, and the supply timeline that defined the outer boundary, and everything that remained to be done between the first session and the moment when the thing that had been declared became the thing that had been built. She walked toward all of it the way she had walked toward the lift on level 4 of Halfway Station on the morning after the declarations, directly and without slowing down, because the work was what came after the arriving, and the arriving was what the working toward had been for, and the work was not done. It was the opposite of done, and she had never found a better reason to keep going than the specific fact of a thing being worth finishing, and this was worth finishing, and she was going to finish it. She stopped in the corridor outside the conference room and turned back, because there was one thing she needed to do before she left this floor. She walked back to the doorway of the conference room and looked across it at Carol Tesborn, who was still inside and who looked up when Helen appeared in the doorway. "Tomorrow," Helen said. "First tier working group. I want to suggest that we begin with the Adara Venn correspondence rather than with the framework document, because the correspondence is the foundation and everything else is built on it. And I want us to build from the foundation up rather than from the structure down." Carol Tesborn looked at her for a moment and then said, "Agreed. We start with Venn." "Good," Helen said. "I will see you at 900. She turned and walked back down the corridor toward the lift, and Paul fell into step beside her, and they walked together without speaking, because there was nothing to say that the day had not already said. And behind them the conference room finished its closing, and ahead of them was tomorrow, and tomorrow was the first-tier working group, and the first tier was the sovereignty acknowledgement, and the sovereignty acknowledgement was the foundation. And the foundation was where you started when you were building something that was meant to last. The lift opened and they got in, and the doors closed, and Helen looked at the number for the floor she needed and pressed it, and the lift moved, and Halfway Station was 11 hours of transit behind her and 4 days from a shipment that was going to extend its atmosphere reserve to 73 days. And 31 days ago, she had been alone in a maintenance alcove at 2:15 on a Tuesday with her hand on a keyboard, and a decision that could not be unmade, and the decision had led here. And here was a conference room on series where a corporate executive had said no unqualified on the record to whether the contracted labor model was the right way to treat people, and another one had said the framework was wrong because people are not contracted labor. They are people. And Sierra had said it was on the record, and it was on the record, and the record was the foundation of what came next, and what came next was the work, and the work was what she knew how to do. The lift opened on her floor, and she walked to her accommodation and sat down at the small desk and opened her tablet and began preparing for the first-tier working group, and outside through the narrow viewport series, moved through its operations in the specific busy indifference of a place that had been at the center of things for a long time and would continue to be. And Helen Quad worked through the night the way she had worked through the night 31 days ago. Alone in a small space with a screen and a problem that needed solving and the specific focused quality of someone who understood exactly what they were doing and why it mattered and was not going to stop until it was done. The first-tier working group took 11 days. 11 days of sitting across a table from Carol Tesborn and Petra Vance and Chen Diane and Barrett Asen, and working through the specific language of the sovereignty acknowledgement with the attention that language required when every word was going to be load-bearing for the next 30 years. 11 days of arguments that were not personal and disagreements that were not hostile, and the specific productive friction of people who understood that what they were building needed to be strong enough to survive being tested by people who had not been in the room when it was built. Helen had not slept more than 5 hours on any of those 11 days. Paul had stopped commenting on this after the 3rd day, and had simply started leaving coffee at her workstation at 600 without being asked, which was the most useful thing anyone had done for her in the entire 31 days since the declarations, and which she had thanked him for once, and which he had acknowledged with the specific brevity of a man who did not require repeated gratitude for obvious things. The sovereignty acknowledgement they produced at the end of 11 days was not the first tier the framework document had envisioned. It was not a clean acknowledgement of the declarations as legal fact with no qualifications, and no process, and no conditions. What it was a formal recognition that the Article 14 declarations were consistent with the drafting intent of the Adara Venn correspondence, and that the declared stations would be treated as sovereign entities for all purposes of the framework agreement pending a full IAA ratification process that had a defined timeline and defined criteria, and that was not critically a process designed to fail. It was not a total win. Helen knew it was not a total win, and had known it was not going to be a total win before the working group began, because total wins in formal negotiations between parties with genuinely competing interests were not outcomes. They were one party's fantasy about how the other party was going to behave, and she had never been a person who built plans around fantasies. What it was real. It was language that held, and that the IAA's legal team had reviewed and confirmed held, and that Petra Vance had reviewed and confirmed held, and that Chen Diane had reviewed and confirmed held. And when 3 different legal minds from 3 different institutional positions all confirmed that a piece of language held, it held. She sent the first-tier text to Solis on day 11 at 23:47 station time, and Solis sent back a single message 20 minutes later that said, "This is real." And Helen sent back, "Yes," and Solis sent back, "Come home when you can," and Helen sent back, "Soon." The second and third tier working groups were running in parallel by the time the first tier text was agreed, which meant the foundation was in place before the structure was fully built rather than after, which was the correct order, and which had required the 11 days to produce rather than the 3 or 4 that the corporate side had initially proposed. And the corporate side had accepted 11 days because the foundation mattered more than the timeline, and Carol Tesborn was a person who understood that a foundation that failed was worse than a foundation that took longer. The second tier took 9 more days. The revenue sharing structure landed at 28% station resource value retention, which was inside the range both sides had been working with and which satisfied neither side completely, which was how Helen knew it was right. Ares Consolidated was going to present 28% to its board as a necessary concession that preserved the operating relationship. The coordination network was going to present 28% to the stations as a permanent structural improvement over contracted labor that was the foundation for future renegotiation as the framework matured. Both of those characterizations were accurate, which was another way of knowing the number was right. The third tier took 6 days, which was the fastest of the 3, because by the time the third tier working group convened, the IAA had already accepted its role as facilitator with enforcement authority, and the dispute resolution mechanism needed only to be built around an institutional commitment that was already made rather than negotiated from nothing. On the 49th day after the declarations, the full framework agreement was initialed by all parties in the same conference room on Ceres where the first session had been held, and the initialing was not the final signature, which required the IAA ratification process and the individual station councils and the corporate boards and the Earth government's formal response, which was still developing in the specific slow institutional way that Earth government responses developed when they were catching up to situations that had moved faster than they had. But the initialing was real, and it was on the record, and it was the thing that made everything else follow. General Foss issued a statement the same afternoon characterizing the framework as a premature capitulation to an illegal administrative action, which was the statement of a man whose operational posture had been rendered irrelevant by the process he had been trying to control, and who had not yet found a way to acknowledge that irrelevance publicly. The fleet remained in its corridor positions for 11 more days after the initialing before Earth's government officially modified the non-recognition posture, and during those 11 days, 3 independent freight operators had their corridor transit applications held for extended periods that were not legally justifiable under the modified posture, and that Chen Diane documented carefully and filed with the IAA's enforcement mechanism, which was the first use of the third tier in practice, and which produced a formal IAA response within 48 hours that ended the holds and resulted in 2 of the inspection team commanders being reassigned. It was a small thing. It was also the first time the enforcement mechanism had worked, and the first time something worked was the proof that it was real rather than theoretical. Rev Casson, the overreach station administrator who had been using docking authorization delays to pressure the coordination network supply logistics, resigned his position on day 38 and accepted a position with an Ares Consolidated subsidiary operating in the inner system, which was the specific kind of resolution that was not justice, and was not nothing, and was the kind of outcome that situations produced when they moved faster than the people trying to exploit them could manage. Kalen Rux made 2 more deliveries to Overreach after Cassin's resignation using the standard commercial docking approach, and both processed in under 2 hours. And on the second one, the new interim administrator, a woman named Joss Pellin, who had been the station's chief water reclamation officer before the declarations, and who had the specific competence of someone promoted by necessity into a role they were actually suited for. Met him at the bay and helped coordinate the unloading herself, and thanked him directly for the maintenance supply runs, which he accepted with the brevity of a man who did not require elaborate acknowledgement for work he had been paid to do and had done correctly. Oro Station, the station that had gone silent and then returned to the coalition on the strength of the argument that individual renegotiation became less attractive when coalition-level negotiation was developing, ratified the framework agreement on day 52 by a council vote of 9-2, which was the same margin as the Ares Consolidated Board authorization, and which Helen noted as a coincidence that was probably not meaningful, and that she noted anyway. 2 stations did not ratify. One of them, a small installation called Carver Point, with a population of just under 8,000, accepted Ares Consolidated's modified charter offer on day 44, citing supply pressure and council division, and the specific exhaustion of a small population that had been managing a critical situation for 6 weeks without the reserve capacity that the larger stations had. The other, a newer station called Velt that had been in the declared coalition from the beginning and whose council had been publicly unified throughout, declined to ratify on the grounds that the 28% revenue sharing figure was insufficient and that the framework's sovereignty acknowledgement language was too conditional to constitute genuine recognition, and Velt's representative, a man named Dax Sorais, who had been one of the loudest voices for the strongest possible opening position in every network session, issued a public statement saying the framework was a compromise that preserved the appearance of sovereignty while hollowing out its substance. Helen read Dax Sorais' statement carefully and thought about it honestly before she decided what she thought, because the statement was not wrong in its characterization of the specific limitations of the framework, and she was not a person who dismissed accurate criticism because it was inconvenient. The framework was a compromise. The sovereignty acknowledgement language was conditional. The 28% figure was a negotiated number, rather than the number the declarations had theoretically entitled the stations to claim. What Dax Sorais' statement did not address was what the alternative was, specifically what outcome a refusal to compromise produced that was better than the outcome the compromise produced, and Helen had never found a satisfying answer to that question from the maximalist position and did not find one in the statement. Velt was a sovereign entity that had refused to ratify a framework that preserved its sovereignty in a form that could be built on, and it was going to spend the next several years in the specific legal and economic limbo of a declared sovereign entity, with no framework agreement governing its relationships with the corporate operators or the IAA, which was a position that was philosophically purer than halfways and practically worse. And Helen thought Dax Sorais knew that and had made the choice anyway, which was his right and which she respected without agreeing with. Carver Point she thought about differently. 8,000 people on a small station with critical supply pressure and a divided council was not a failure of principle. It was the cost of a supply squeeze applied to a population that did not have the margin to absorb it, and the cost had been paid by 8,000 people who had tried to declare they were real and had been pressured back into a modified corporate arrangement before the framework was in place to protect them. And that cost was real, and it was on the ledger of the 49 days, and it was not going to be erased by the framework's ratification by the other 38 stations. Barrett Sen remained in his reduced administrative capacity on halfway through the ratification process, and conducted himself through that process with the specific dignity of a man who had made imperfect decisions under difficult conditions, and had decided that the way to live with that was to do the remaining work as well as he could do it. Helen did not consider him redeemed and did not consider him beyond the pale and thought about him as infrequently as the work permitted, which was not very infrequently because his office was 2 floors below hers, and she passed it every day. Solis called her on the morning of the ratification vote and said, "The council is going to vote yes," and Helen said, "I know," and Solis said, "Are you going to be here for it?" And Helen said, "I am already on the transport." She arrived at halfway 11 hours before the vote and went directly to level 4 in her workstation, and sat in the alcove that smelled like recycled air and machine oil, and looked at the atmosphere maintenance numbers, which were at 89 days following 3 successful alternative logistics deliveries and the decreased corridor inspection tempo, and she looked at the food rationing display, which was still at 80% and was going to remain at 80% until the second-tier partnership terms began producing the supply relationship changes they were designed to produce, which the economic model projected would take between 4 and 6 months. And she looked at the conservation protocol performance data and the fabrication unit production numbers and all the accumulated evidence of 49 days of a station managing something that was harder than anything it had managed before. And she looked at the propagation tree display she had kept in a corner of her workstation screen since the morning after the declarations, the one that showed every database node green from the filing at 2:15 on a Tuesday morning 49 days ago. And she looked at it for a long moment, and then closed it, because the propagation was complete and had been complete for 49 days, and the display was a record of a thing that had happened rather than a tool for something that was happening. And she had always been a person who used tools for the purposes they were built for and set them aside when those purposes were served. At 1400, the Halfway Station Council convened in the main council chamber on Level 2 and voted 8-1 to ratify the framework agreement, with Barrett abstaining rather than voting, which was a choice that communicated something Helen did not need to interpret because it communicated it clearly enough without interpretation. After the vote, Solely said a few words that were appropriate and not too long, which was the correct length for words after a significant vote, and the council members talked among themselves in the specific way of people who had just done something significant and were still registering what they had done, and Helen stood in the corner of the room and watched them and thought about Dresh Camby's daughter Petra, who wanted to study systems engineering. And she thought about the conversation she had promised to have when things calmed down, and things had not calmed down in any meaningful sense in 49 days, and were not going to calm down in any meaningful sense for a considerable time yet, and she thought she was going to have the conversation anyway. She left the council chamber and went to the corridor and took the lift to level 6 and found Dresh Camby's quarters and knocked on the door. Dresh answered it and looked at her with the expression of someone who had not expected her and was registering the surprise without hiding it. "The vote passed," Helen said. "I know," Dresh said. "It was on the station broadcast." "Is Petra home?" Helen said. Dresh looked at her for a moment and then turned into the quarters and said her daughter's name, and a girl appeared in the corridor behind her mother, who was exactly what Helen had expected from Dresh Camby's daughter, which was direct and attentive and slightly more composed than a 14-year-old had any right to be in the presence of someone who had just walked up and knocked on her door. "Petra," Helen said, "your mother told me you want to study systems engineering." "Yes," Petra said. "Then come find me tomorrow at 800 on level 4, Helen said. "I will show you what it actually looks like." Petra looked at her with the specific quality of a 14-year-old who had been told something they had wanted to hear and was not quite certain it was real. "Okay," Petra said. "Good," Helen said and looked at Dresh, and Dresh looked back at her, and neither of them said anything because the conversation they had had outside the common area 49 days ago about whether it held had been answered, and the answer did not require additional words, and Helen nodded once and Dresh nodded once and Helen went back to the lift. She rode it up to level 4 and walked to her workstation and sat down and looked at the screens, at the atmosphere maintenance numbers at 89 days, and the fabrication unit production data, and the conservation protocol metrics, and all the ongoing work of a station that was sovereign, and had been sovereign for 49 days, and was going to continue being sovereign for the foreseeable future on terms that were not everything the declarations had theoretically promised, and that were real. Somewhere in the inner system, Kalen Rux was on a transit arc between a loading point and a delivery destination with a clean manifest and a physical document in a sealed envelope in his breast pocket, because the courier work had continued after the framework initialing and was going to continue for a considerable time, yet, because physical documents between parties who needed certainty about their integrity were going to be necessary for as long as the parties needed that kind of certainty, which was going to be a while, and Kalen had decided that the work suited his operating model and that the rate was acceptable, and that belonging to nobody while being necessary to everybody was the specific kind of independence that he had actually been looking for 12 years without knowing what to call it. Somewhere in Geneva, Chen Dian was in his office on the 14th floor, building the legal architecture for the IAA ratification process, which was the most significant work of his career, and which he was doing with the complete attention he gave to things that mattered. And Harve Boughton was 2 floors below him, doing the archival research that the architecture required and leaving notes on Chen Dian's desk in the mornings, with the handwritten precision of a man who had decided that the digital record was insufficient for the documents that were going to be used to build things that needed to last. Somewhere on the Meridian, Carol Tesborn was reading the 40-station ratification results and making a note about Velt and Carver Point in the strategic assessment she was building for the next board presentation, because 28% was a starting point and not an ending point, and the framework had a renegotiation clause that came into effect after 3 years, and she intended to be prepared for it from today rather than from 2 years and 11 months from now. Because that was how she approached things and had always approached things, and was not going to stop approaching them that way because the specific framework had changed. Somewhere in the outer belt, Overreach was managing its 37 days of atmosphere maintenance components, and its 38,000 people, and its new interim administrator Joss Pellin, who had been chief water reclamation officer before the declarations, and who was discovering with the specific surprise of someone who had been promoted by necessity that she was better at the job than the person who had held it before. And Overreach was going to be fine, not immediately and not without difficulty, but fine in the way that things were fine when the essential work was being done by people who were doing it, because it needed doing rather than because someone with authority over them had required it. And Carver Point was what it was, 8,000 people in a modified corporate arrangement that was better than the old contracted labor charter, and worse than the framework the other 38 stations had ratified. And Helen thought about those 8,000 people, the way she thought about every cost that the 49 days had produced, which was directly and without looking away. Because the costs were real, and they were part of the ledger, and the ledger needed to be kept honestly rather than only in the columns that reflected well on the decisions that had been made. The framework was not going to save everyone. It was not going to resolve every injustice or close every gap or deliver the full version of what the declarations had theoretically promised. It was going to be built on and argued about and renegotiated and tested, and there were going to be parties who used it in bad faith and parties who pushed beyond its boundaries, and there were going to be years ahead that were hard in ways that the 49 days had not been hard, the specific hardness of building institutions rather than the acute hardness of surviving a crisis, which was a different kind of difficulty, and in many ways a more sustained one. Helen knew all of this, and sat with all of it in the alcove on level 4 of Halfway Station in the recycled air that smelled the way it had always smelled, and the low hum of the vents that she had stopped noticing years ago, and kept noticing again on the days when something significant was happening. And she thought that significant was the right word for today, and that today was the day the acute crisis ended, and the sustained work began, and that she was more suited to sustained work than to acute crisis. Which was not a revelation, but was a recognition that felt different now than it had felt before the declarations. She opened a new document on her workstation and labeled it Framework Implementation. Halfway Station Phase 1, and began writing the first section, which was the supply relationship transition plan for the 4 to 6 month period before the second-tier partnership terms began producing the supply changes they were designed to produce. Because the 4 to 6 months between ratification and the partnership terms taking effect was a gap that needed a plan, and the plan needed to be written today rather than tomorrow, and she was the person on Halfway who was going to write it. Outside in the corridors of Halfway Station, the 49th day of sovereignty moved into the 50th, and the station made its ordinary sounds, and the recycled air moved through the vents in the patterns it always moved, and 43,000 people went about the specific daily work of living on a station that was real, and Helen Quad worked through the evening the way she had worked through the evening 31 days before the declarations and 49 days after them, steadily and without drama. Because the work was what it was, and what it was enough, and she was the person who did it, and she did it.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share.